begin with because you were riding the horse all the way back. Riding a horse requires stamina. Enough of your excuses. Get ready now. Rayon shook his hand while ignoring Rimmer's excuses. I won't do it. There's supposed to be a drinking party today to celebrate our return. He violently shook his head, saying that he had an appointment at the pub. But you already had a drink. Just cancel the appointment. Rayon furrowed his brows while looking at the liquor bottles spread all around the room. No, I'm the squad leader here, despite how I look. How dare you give me orders? You aren't any more, though. Rayon shook his head, pointing at the armband on his forearm. It had the blue wind symbol engraved on it, which signified he was the Light Wind Squad leader. Sir Rimmer is just an ordinary member of the Light Wind Squad from today on, and I'm the temporary squad leader. You must have heard him yesterday. Rimmer's jaw dropped, since he never thought he would bring that up in such a situation. I even received the right to supervise your training from the head of house. I'll consider it as a case of disobedience if you run away now. See case of disobedience. Rimmer's teeth clattered. In no way this guy I thought what he did yesterday was for my sake, but was it just to have an easier time handling me? He could finally think straight. He realized that was the reason Rayon asked for authority of the Light Wind Squad and his training. Rayon, let's talk it out. I don't need to talk, let's go to the cultivation room. Rayon bobbed his hand without listening to what Rimmer had to say. Arg, I won't go, I want to play today. Rimmer jumped out the window after covering himself with whatever random clothes he could find. However, that was a huge mistake. Why are you here? Why else? I was called over by the monster you raised. The gambling monster had been waiting in front of the lodgings all along. He grinned and caught Rimmer by his neck as he tried to run. Rimmer's eyes were trembling. He never would have imagined that Rayon would even call the gambling monster over that early in the morning. So let's go. Rayon was already outside as he bobbed his hand. We need to shatter your energy center today. Nu-woo. Rimmer's scream could be heard from behind him, but Rayon didn't pay any attention. Are you a gangster? Wrath's shoulders were trembling in fear. Rayon threw Rimmer into the cultivation room as he struggled. Hey, treat me more carefully. I'm a patient right now. Rayon ignored his rambling and turned around. General Administrator, I leave the rest to you. Ha. The gambling monster sighed and crossed his arms. I really have to guard someone at this age. I'm going through all kinds of pain. Even though he complained, he turned around and stood in front of the door. It's because I needed someone trustworthy to guard him. HMPH. Rayon bowed to the gambling monster's back as he snorted, then entered the cultivation room. Let's get started. Are you going to break your energy center on your own, or shall I break it for you? You sound like you are breaking an egg or something. Rimmer stepped back, murmuring that he was such a scary guy. But haven't you already decided? That's true, but I need to mentally prepare. That's why I told you how to use the artificial energy center on our way back, and even told you to brace yourself. Rayon had already told him to brace himself while telling him how to use the artificial energy center on their way back. Rimmer was dozing off on his horse, and he was apparently not listening to him. That's. The sooner you start, the sooner you'll get stronger. You should know that better than anyone. All right, I get it, you heartless bastard. Rimmer screamed and sat on the ground. Ha. He sighed and closed his eyes. He controlled his aura from his fissured energy center. The energy he'd been accumulating over his entire life flew through his mana circuits. The smooth flow felt like it was saying goodbye. I never thought I would experience something like this. He controlled his aura to his heart's content to enjoy its final moment before opening his eyes. Rayon, don't miss the opportunity. What do you mean? You will realize soon enough. Rimmer closed his eyes once again after saying that. He amplified the aura inside his energy center, just like when he used astral energy to explode it at once. Crack, the fissures on the energy center deepened, and the explosive aura started to burst out. This is going to take forever. I'm going to destroy it in one fell swoop. Rimmer tightly bit his lip, then amplified his aura one more time. Clang, the huge noise sounded like hundreds of glasses were shattering at the same time. His extremely thin energy center melted down like a snowflake landing on a finger. Extreme pain was crushing his body, but the vanity piercing into his soul was even worse than that. The chaos filled his head to the point that he could lose consciousness at any time. Rumble. Once his aura lost its path, it started spreading into the air through his mana circuits. A hurricane of high-purity aura was created inside the cultivation room. Huff. Rimmer breathed heavily before opening his eyes. Rayon. Take my aura. What? Rayon's eyes widened. You must be able to feel it. The mana I've accumulated so far is currently rampaging in this room. Its attribute is different from yours, but it should still be helpful to you. You should take it. What are you talking about? Get the artificial energy center right now and control your aura. I would have obviously done it if I could, but there's no time for that. Rimmer smiled bitterly as he shook his head. The aura already came into contact with nature's mana. It's not even going to last a few minutes before it disappears. You are the only person right now who can take it. He honestly wanted to give him all of the aura he had in his energy center, but that would most likely shred his mana circuits, which had barely managed to recover. I'm not here for that. I only followed you to check on your condition. Rayon bit his lip. He hadn't intended to take Rimmer's aura. He just wanted to create a new energy center for him. I know. Rimmer nodded with a smile. I know how you are. I'm perfectly aware that you don't consider your own benefit even though you are considerate of others. Rambling can be saved for later. I'm telling you to cultivate the aura right now. Come on. He said that they were really running out of time before chewing down the elixir of eternal flow and gulping down the artificial energy center. I'm going to make the energy center, so you should cultivate your aura right now. See you again after we're done. That was the last thing he said before closing his eyes. Rayon could feel a high-purity mana from nature moving inside his body despite how empty it used to be. The energies from the artificial energy center and the elixir of eternal flow are moving. Even though the artificial energy center used to have no attributes, it changed its shape to match Rimmer's body and aura's characteristics, and the elixir of eternal flow's energy naturally seeped into his mana circuits to heal the wounds that couldn't be removed before. Rayon nodded while looking at the aura that was still lingering in the air. I should take some of it at least. Since Rimmer was stabilized and the gambling monster was guarding them, he figured it was fine for him to start cultivating. Rayon closed his eyes and controlled the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and glacier at the same time. Flowing through different circuits, the aura created countless trajectories to suck in the wind attribute aura from the outside. Rayon furrowed his brows upon feeling the aura circulate in his mana circuits. It's not going to work at this rate. As Rimmer had said, the aura spread around the room had the wind attribute. The fact that not much remained was a problem, but the difference in attribute was making it difficult to properly absorb it. But there's a method I can use. Rayon rotated the ring of fire. The 6 rings resonated with each other at once, then started to pull out the pure energy at the deepest part of the aura of wind. Although the quantity wasn't that high, the power and purity were a lot better than decent elixirs because it used to belong to Rimmer, who had a high affinity with nature. Rayon absorbed the energy that the ring of fire had purified through the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and glacier before opening his eyes. Even though it wasn't a large amount, his energy center still felt full. The ring of fire's proficiency has increased. The 10,000 flames, cultivation's proficiency has increased. Glacier's proficiency has increased. All stats have increased by 3. Although he'd only been cultivating for a few hours, the proficiency for his cultivation techniques had increased drastically, his stats had increased, and the aura inside his energy center became even stronger. Rayon looked at Rimmer with a smile on his face. It's not going to take much longer. Considering the fact that the change was only limited to the outer part of the artificial energy center, the process must have been nearing the end. Rayon took out 2 wooden boxes from his inner pocket and placed them in front of Rimmer, who was focused on creating his energy center. This is a gift from me. The first box contained the elixir that he bought on his way back, and the second one was the wind attribute elixir that he had gotten in exchange for a bronze tablet he had received before. He'd prepared those gifts because he figured Rimmer would be disappointed once he realized his energy center was empty. Is this the relationship between a teacher and a student? Just like the way he'd prepared the elixirs for Rimmer's sake, Rimmer had also told him to take his aura so that his student could benefit from it. He could only smile, because the way they were caring for each other reminded him of the relationship between a teacher and a student that he'd only seen in stories and books. You should come out quickly. Rayon smiled while watching Rimmer's back as he created his energy center. Because I have plenty of training plans prepared for you. Wrath narrowed his eyes while emerging from the ice flower bracelet. Are you sure what you just said is suitable in this situation? Burren groaned as he opened his eyes. Where am I? He looked around while enduring the headache. He was inside a dim room with a small radiating stone lighting up his surroundings. Considering how damp it was, he must have been underground. Why am I here, He tried to move, but he couldn't move at all because something was binding his arms and legs. He looked down and saw that his wrists and ankles were shackled by manacles connected to metal chains. What's going on? Burren bit his lip and tried to control his aura, but his aura was completely immobile. Something was completely blocking his mana circuits. He remembered. He remembered darkness covering his vision after hearing his second eldest brother's voice. It was him. Jelmia must have made him faint and brought him there. But why? Burren frowned. He couldn't believe that his brother had kidnapped him just because he didn't grant his nonsensical request. Creak. While he was shaking his hazy head, a frightening sound could be heard as the cell door opened. Brother, why would you do this? I'm sorry, but I'm not Sir Jelmia. Just like he said, he wasn't his second brother. He was a small and red-haired middle-aged man who gave off a gentle impression. It's been a long time, Sir Buren. Olen. The person who entered the room was Olen, the second team leader of the Severingstead squad, which was led by Jelmia. Since he'd been his brother's subordinate ever since childhood, they used to see each other pretty often. Yes, it's me. You can recognize me even though it's been a pretty long time since we last met. He smiled gently, bringing over a chair to sit opposite him. Where's my brother? Release me right now and let me. I'm sorry, but Sir Buren has no right to give me orders. Olen's smile was the same as before, but his eyes were extremely cold. What are you planning to do? Sir Jelmia is a distrustful person. He cannot trust Sir Buren to remain silent about his request. Is that why he kidnapped me? Doesn't he realize that this is an even more serious matter? Of course he does. That's why he sent me here. Olen nodded with a gentle smile on his face. What does that even mean? There's something I'm really good at, except for swordsmanship. It's called brainwashing. You idiot. Buren clenched his teeth. Do you really believe that the seniors in the house won't even realize that, even the Light Wind Squad? Don't worry about it. The brainwashing I'm going to use isn't that powerful or conspicuous. Olen grinned. I'm going to very slowly change your mindset. It's weak and slow, but the change of your thoughts should happen in a very natural way. Sir Buren should be fine to be released in about 10 days, though I cannot guarantee that Sir Buren will be the same as he is right now. His grin showed his confidence in his results. I'll give you one last opportunity before that. If you give us the information about Rayon Sieghart. Buren spat on Olen's face as he started to blabber. I'm a Sieghart. I'm never going to sell out my companion, and you know nothing about Rayon. I'm sure he will find this place even if he had to destroy this entire building. You don't have to worry about that either. Olen grinned while wiping the spit from his cheek, because we've already made preparations for that. Family event. Rayon licked his lips while looking at Buren's butler, Tiaz, who came to visit the 5th training ground. Yes, he said that he wouldn't be able to participate in the training for about 10 days because of a scheduled event at the Central Martial Palace. Tiaz bowed to Rayon, telling him that Buren wouldn't be able to join in on training for a while because of an affair at the Central Martial Palace. I see. Rayon remembered Buren talking to his brother Jelmia when they returned to the house. He guessed that he must have been doing something with him. I guess it can't be helped if it's a family event. Rayon examined Tiaz while slowly nodding his head, but something seemed fishy. Ever since Rayon had made Buren stand back on his feet at the Central Martial Palace, Tiaz had always been smiling at him from the bottom of his heart. However, the Tiaz he was facing had a cold atmosphere around him, like the way he used to be before that event. He closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again, then politely bowed to Rayon before he left. I'm going to need some information here. He figured he needed to ask Judil to find out what Buren and Jelmia were doing once he returned to the annex building. How is Buren the only one getting special treatment? I also have businesses to attend to. Martha exploded in anger, saying that it couldn't be allowed to happen. What business? What? I'm asking what business you have. I can't answer that question if you ask it right away. Arg, she panicked from the direct question and ended up biting her tongue a little. It's F-wine since you don't have any. Stop copying me. I didn't do that on purpose. Rayon snickered and looked around at the Light Wind members. Their healthy faces made him guess that they must have focused on resting since they had only one day of rest. How is the squad leader doing? Crane raised his hand. Everyone else must have been curious about it as well, since their eyes turned round. Run-On was dozing off, but she even raised her eyelids to reveal her blank eyes. He's completed his energy center, and he is currently gathering aura. He pointed at the innermost cultivation room that the gambling monster was guarding. Rimmer had completed his energy center in the morning, and he was absorbing the elixirs as he spoke. Don't worry about him and focus on your training, since he can handle his own. Rayon grinned and opened the box that was placed on the platform. Equip these on your wrists and ankles as soon as you get them. He threw a pair of black bracelets and anklets to each of the swordsmen. What's Thayuha? My aura is getting sucked out. Kua, why is this so heavy? It's a ghost. There's a ghost dwelling in the bracelet. The swordsmen freaked out upon noticing that the bracelets and anklets were taking away their aura and started to struggle. Your aura isn't getting taken away. It's simply being used to add weight to your bracelets and anklets. That's why it becomes heavier the more aura you have. While their chins were trembling, Rayon explained about the training artifact, the black converters that Insia had made for them. You aren't allowed to take that off in the future without my permission. You should have them equipped all the time, even when you eat and use the restroom. Seriously, how can I have this always on when I can't even move properly? Impossible. The swordsman's lips were trembling as they complained that they couldn't even move while wearing them. Your bodies haven't finished maturing yet. Training the body is bound to develop your energy center and mana circuits, and that's the goal of this training. Rayon raised his finger while telling them that it wasn't going to be that hard. You should get used to it soon enough because humans adapt. Let's start with long-distance running. Arg, you are the only one who's getting used to this. How am I supposed to stay alive while wearing this? The swordsmen shook their hands, brushing it off as nonsense. In that case, I have another training plan prepared for you. Rayon nodded and raised his finger. Another training plan. What is that? I'll do that one instead. The swordsman walked up to him, saying that it sounded like a better idea. Spar against me one-on-one until sunset. I am ready to run. Stop dreaming. I'll be the fastest. How many laps should I run? The swordsman leapt back and got ready to run. They violently shook their heads, trying to deny the spar at all costs, even if they had to go through difficult training. It's so nice to see how motivated you are to train. Rayon folded his hands behind his back and nodded. He's a demon. He's a demon. The squad leader feels like an angel in comparison. If only I had the power, I would've. The swordsmen swallowed their tears and got ready to run. Everyone, run, damn it. Martha gave a killing glare at her bracelets and anklets while Run-On sighed deeply before they both started running around the training ground. Huff, this is madness. Sir Burin is taking the easy way out while we are all suffering. Once the team leaders started running, the other swordsmen had no choice but to start running around the training ground. Martha, your body is leaning forward too much. Run-On, pull back your chin, and Dorian, you need to stand up already. Rayon stayed on the platform and generously gave away advice for the swordsmen on running properly, even though it sounded like he was nagging at them. They are doing pretty well. They were running at full speed while enduring the black converter's weight, even though it wasn't clear whether they were just trying to avoid the spar or if it was because of all the difficult training they'd done in the past. It should be fine to proceed according to the plan. He was going to make their schedule a little bit easier if they were having trouble, but he figured it wasn't necessary to do so. Listen while running. We are going to do some survival training in the North Grave Mountain. You will hide by reducing your presence, and I'll try finding and attacking you. You should think of a strategy to survive in advance. Rayon told them about the survival training that he'd been planning as they ran. Survival? What a shitty way to train. I'm already terrified, even though I just heard about it. The faces of the swordsmen turned white from fear as they sighed. When are we going to do that? Dorian stopped running while panting. He was trying to rest while pretending to ask a question. This evening. Every single member of the Light Wind Squad stopped in their tracks and looked back at Rayon upon hearing him. Everyone's eyes widened to the point that it looked like their eyes would pop out of their heads. This evening, damn it, you crazy bastard. Run-On and Martha dropped their jaws in shock. Did you just say this evening? What's wrong with him? Even that scummy Rimmer gave us a day to prepare ourselves. Everyone shouted at him, saying that it couldn't be happening. That's your problem. You should start thinking about it if you don't want to suffer. Think about how to survive on that mountain. Why you aren't even human. A demon. He must be a devil. Rayon smiled while looking at the Light Wind Squad's terrified faces. This is so fun. He looked at the cultivation room while enjoying the threatening glares of the Light Wind members. I just need him to come out now. His heart was pounding in anticipation, since he was confident he could make Rimmer suffer more than anyone else. You are being recognized by everyone now. Wrath gave him a big nod. He looked impressed. The King of Essence knew you were too talented to stay here. Come to Devilldom with the King of Essence. I'm not buying it. Rayon returned to the Annex building after letting the Light Wind swordsmen have lunch. He wanted to thank Encia for making the black converter for him, but she was nowhere to be seen. She hasn't come out of her room all day, not since she said she had some great ideas earlier this morning. Judil came to him instead of Encia, casually shaking her head. I guess she doesn't really need to find out how well they did. She seems confident. Yeah, she must have considered them perfect. The fact that she went to her room without even hearing about the black converter's performance signified that she was confident in her artifact's quality. Although she was still young, her skills and mindset already seemed to be that of a seasoned artisan. I have something to report. When Rayon was about to ask Judil about how the Central Martial Palace was doing, she started talking about it first. The Central Martial Palace ordered me to renew the information about you, young master. Renew the information? Yes. They asked to investigate your injuries, new equipment, hidden techniques, and achievements. I was ordered to proceed carefully. She added that the order hadn't been as detailed in a long time. Is that so? Rayon rolled up his lips. It was intensifying his doubt that the incongruence he felt from Burin's butler's reaction wasn't just an impression. How is the Central Martial Palace doing nowadays? It's silent. Silent. The squad leader of Severingstead's, Jelmia Sieghart, is temporarily in charge of the Central Martial Palace because Karun Sieghart is on a mission. It's a lot quieter than usual, and that's... Her eyes turned as dark as a bottomless well, the calm before the storm. Rayon nodded and continued Judil's sentence. From behind or from below, they must be preparing something. Yes, I can't find out for sure because the information is controlled, but that's most likely the case. Controlling the information. It was the first time Judil mentioned information control. Rayon figured he needed to investigate Jelmia Sieghart. What kind of person is Jelmia? He's a young powerhouse in charge of Severingstead's and is supposed to be at the intermediate level of master. The swordsmanship he uses is focused on precise and fast stabs, and he's known under the name of Sword of Pleasant Wind after slaying a squad leader from the Heavenly Martial Palace. Judith exhaled briefly before she continued. And you might have guessed from his nickname, but people have an extremely good impression of him. People say that he's generous to his allies while being completely merciless against his enemies. However, he is actually a cold-hearted person who will even slay his allies if they end up being a hindrance. Many people inside the Central Martial Palace are afraid of him as well. I see. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue. Information control, Tia's reaction, Jelmia's true personality, and Burin's skipping training. Adding up all the information made an ominous feeling run down his spine. Everything was strange, but the fact that Burin was skipping training was the strangest of them all, because there's no way he'd skip training. Burin was the most responsible person in the Light Wind Squad. It didn't make any sense that he would be skipping training, and even if he did, he would have visited him personally to explain his situation. I didn't think it through. He was careless because Tia's was the one who came to inform him of the news, and he was Burin's closest subordinate as well as the person who cherished him the most. You mentioned that the inside information of the Central Martial Palace was being controlled, right? Yes, a lot of it is restricted. They are proceeding with extreme caution. I have a request. Rayon pointed at the golden pin attached to his training outfit. It was one of the artifacts he'd gotten from Lohengreen's dungeon. I'll give you information about this artifact, so please determine Burin's location in the Central Martial Palace. I'm sure the information about an artifact should work, but why would you want to know about Sir Burin? It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling that he's suffering right now. Rayon turned around with a cold smile on his face. I shall look after him, since he's my underling. That night, Rayon looked down on the Light Wind members standing in front of the North Grave Mountain. He smiled as he saw the anger, fear, and irritation in their eyes. The procedure is simple. You will hide and I will seek, and we will fight if we meet. See, it's that easy. You damn bore. How are we even supposed to win against you? Martha ground her teeth, telling him to stop speaking bullshit. She looked like she would run up to him to grab him by his collar at any time. Damn handsome Rayon. I can't win. Run-On shook her head, saying that it was impossible. Rayon heard she'd met Sia the day before. That must have been why she started saying, damn handsome, once again. They are right. How would we even win against the temporary squad leader? We couldn't even win against you when you weren't a master. You are literally an unsurpassable wall right now. This is unreasonable. The Light Wind members also complained while shaking their fists, saying that it was impossible to win against him. Don't worry. We aren't just fighting. Rayon snickered, then equipped the black converters on his wrists and ankles. I'll equip the black converters and you will take them off. That means that I'll be looking for you without using the aura. This sounds fair, right? Are you really not using aura? Seriously, that sounds more reasonable. The Light Wind members swallowed nervously, saying that it was possible. No, there's one more. Martha frowned and walked up to him. How about the battle? Don't tell me you are suddenly going to take off the bracelet and start attacking us. Of course not. I'll be fighting like this. All right, that sounds doable. I'm going to smack your face. Martha tightly bit her lip, raising her fist. Me too. He makes me so angry nowadays. Even today, we had to roll on the ground all day long. I won't forgive him. Every single member of the Light Wind Squad was grinding their teeth in anger. I'll let you rest for tomorrow if you manage to hide from me until the end or manage to defeat me. Gasp, rest. I am going to hide no matter what. I'll dig a tunnel underground if I have to. Once Rayon mentioned that he'd even give them a day of rest, their faces turned red. They were extremely motivated to either hide or attack him, except for Run-On, who was just blankly looking up to the North Grave Mountain with no care for her surroundings. I'm going to start moving in an hour. Start moving. Rayon grinned and clapped his hands. It was probably because he saw Rimmer doing it too many times the movement was unconscious. Let's go. I'm going to hold my breath until the day ends. I'm going to beat Sir Rayon up. This is the only opportunity to smack that hateful face of his. The Light Wind members climbed the mountain while shouting. They were brimming with energy since they hadn't been using aura during the day's training. Rayon turned around while listening to the sound of the swordsman climbing the mountain. Since the Light Wind members weren't idiots, they only shouted in the beginning and fell completely silent after that. Doesn't this look fun? HMPH. There's no fun in child's play. They are going to struggle with everything they have because I told them I'd let them rest tomorrow. Don't you think it'd be fun to shatter that hope? Rath's exclamation sounded like he had just chugged down a cup of beer. The King of Essence couldn't even reach such an evil thought. You are getting started again. Rayon pushed Rath away as he tried to cling onto him and closed his eyes. Since 1 hour was a long time, he meditated to polish his swordsmanship as he couldn't use his aura to pass the time. The time is up. Once 5 more minutes passed after the 1 hour mark, Rayon opened his eyes and walked towards the mountain. Not bad. Some of them had used footwork in order to move faster, but most of them climbed quietly without leaving any traces. A smile appeared on Rayon's face since he could see the results of his teachings. That doesn't mean that I won't be able to find you, though. The ground wasn't the only thing that held evidence in a mountain. He could use the traces found from the curved branches or leaves, the scents coming through the wind, or the psychology of people climbing the mountain. There were plenty of hints he could use without any footprints. Many of them went to the right side. Judging from the traces on the ground and branches, more than 8 people seem to have taken the right path. I shall take care of them first. Rayon confirmed the exact direction of the traces and ran that way. The traces are becoming clearer. Unlike the entrance of the mountain, the traces were blatantly pointing towards the hill once he went halfway up. I can clearly read your thoughts, Rayon snickered. As soon as he climbed the hill, the training swords fiercely rushed towards him from both sides and from the top of a tree. Give us a day of rest. Die. The swordsmen from the 3rd team of Light Wind Squad were shouting as they struck him with their training swords. Their positioning, timing, and reaction speed were all satisfactory, even though there was one strange word mixed in there that he didn't really like. That's a nice surprise attack. Rayon smiled gently and took a step forward. Whoosh. That single step made the swordsman's sword slash the thin air, and Rayon used that opportunity to smack the abdomen of 2 swordsmen on his right side. Although it was a simple punch to the stomach, they were unable to stand up as they foamed at the mouth. Hey, what are you doing right now? It was just a punch. He didn't even use his sword. They won't be able to stand. Rayon shook his head and stepped forward. Since he stopped restricting his strength and agility to make up for not using his aura, it was impossible for them to stand up. Sniff, this can't be happening. He can't use his aura though. We will be able to win as long as we fight him together. Since Burin wasn't there, the 3rd team's vice leader Crane encouraged everyone to attack together. Pang! Rayon easily fended off the 5 training swords thrust at his waist with the back of his hand and his shoulder. Don't simply follow what you can see. Use aura perception as much as possible to understand your opponent's location and his distance from you. He deflected every single blade thrust at him like rose thorns before smacking them with his fist one after the other. Smack, smack. The Light Wind's 3rd team had to roll on the ground because of his storming flurry. The only one left was Crane, the vice team leader. How is this happening? Crane clattered his teeth and stepped back with a trembling chin. His eyes were trembling like a pendulum in disbelief. You said die earlier, right, Emmy? There's no way I would say that. No, I heard it for sure. That's why you are the only one left now. Rayon smiled and turned his wrist. Wait, you are going to need plenty of beatings. Erg. Rayon was back at the mountain's entrance, and the Light Wind swordsmen were rubbing their bruises while kneeling in front of him. Martha straight up challenged him to a duel just to get beaten up like crazy, and Run-On tried to hide until the very end, but she ended up surrendering because Rayon found her location. It was impossible for you to hide from me to begin with, since you never learned proper search and hiding techniques. Rayon raised his finger while meeting everyone's eyes. What should you have done? Needed to prepare to fight from the start. Martha frowned while rubbing her chin, which had been bruised. Correct. And the decision you have to make is how you fight. Rayon nodded and continued. Becoming a master raises your physical abilities and senses to another level. Even though I'm not allowed to use aura, I still have an advantage. So what's the best way to fight a warrior like that? Just charge at him and smack him. Surprise attack. Surround him with numbers. The first answer obviously came from Martha. Everyone gave their own opinions, but no one gave the correct answer. There is no correct answer. No answer. That's not fair. It's true. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at the confused Light Wind members. There's no correct answer since it depends on the geography, timing, and situation. However, there is a solution. Focus. You need to think and focus until your head breaks, thinking about how to last longer and how to defeat your opponent in the given situation. Rayon passionately looked down at the Light Wind members. Since I might find you and start fighting you at any moment, you need to maintain extreme focus from the beginning. You need to stay alert and use your head in order to start the fight with an advantage, no matter what happens. I'm emphasizing again that focus is important. You need to maintain extreme focus until the end of training. Every member of the Light Wind Squad swallowed nervously as they heard him and clenched their fists. Rayon could see the motivation in their eyes. Climb now if you understand what I said. Let's start the second round. Yes, the swordsmen weren't complaining anymore, since they were embarrassed from being defeated by Rayon, who wasn't even using his aura, and impressed by the exciting advice, they braced themselves and silently climbed the mountain. Rayon turned around after watching the Light Wind Squad carefully climb the mountain. He started walking towards the training ground instead of the mountain. Where are you going now? Wrath was yawning on his shoulder, but tilted his head upon noticing his strange behavior. To the training ground. Aren't you going to that mountain? Why would I go there? Well, you just told those kids to climb. I told them to climb, but I never said that I'd climb after them. His jaw dropped. He apparently never thought about that. What they need right now is to be able to maintain their focus. Rayon looked around with a grin on his face. They are going to stay alert and maintain focus forever since I could be there at any moment. It's going to be a little bit of a struggle, but I'm sure they will grow a lot in a short period of time. Honestly, it wasn't a little bit of a struggle, but a deadly struggle. However, their growth was going to be worth it. I need some training for myself now. Rayon shrugged his shoulders and grabbed Heavenly Drive's hilt. And no matter how I look at it, you aren't human. Wrath's chin was shivering intensely. That's not how a human being is supposed to think. I guess I'm not human then. You admitted it. You finally admitted it. All right, the King of Essence will lay out a royal road for you. I told you I'm not buying it. Rayon returned to the 5th training ground and closed his eyes. He slowly controlled the Ring of Fire and the 10,000 Flames cultivation. He heated up the mana circuits throughout his body with the energy of fire before drawing Heavenly Drive. A heat powerful enough to distort the atmosphere flew from his body like river water flowing past gravel. TSSH, the soft sand covering the ground was scorched, with gray smoke rising from it. This is the firewall from the 10,000 Flames cultivation. Firewall was a defensive technique that consisted in burning up an opponent's aura by increasing body heat, useful for cases where it would be impossible to avoid an opponent's attack. The 10,000 Flames cultivation has so many useful techniques. When he became a master, the techniques of 100 Flames of the 10,000 Flames cultivation showed up in his head as images. He'd been avoiding them so far because he was busy creating and developing his own techniques, but it was about time he started learning them. Whoosh, Rayon migrated the 10,000 Flames cultivation's energy surrounding his body to Heavenly Drive. He turned the raging astral energy on the blade into thin slices, just like when he used an aura blade to create a single line. Whap, the sand on the ground shrunk from the line of flowing heat on his blade, and the space looked distorted, as if he were in the middle of a heat haze. That was the Crimson Slash, contrary to Firewall. It was an aggressive technique that consisted of destroying an opponent's defense by adding an overwhelming amount of firepower into the astral energy. Rayon slowly slashed down with his sword. Even though a sharp hole was created in the scorched sand, the sand next to it wasn't filling up the hole. It felt like even the atmosphere was melting down from the heat of Crimson Slash. Pretty good. An opponent on the same level or lower than him would never be able to defend against it, and it was even capable of breaching through a stronger opponent's defenses. It was truly a shocking amount of power. It has a high aura consumption though, since Firewall and Crimson Slash were both from the 100 Flames. Their aura consumption was incomparable to the basic techniques. Although they were great techniques, he figured that it was necessary to carefully decide when to use them. Rayon smiled in satisfaction and tried using the techniques he'd already learned, as well as those he could potentially learn, one after the other to test them out. As he was too immersed in his swordsmanship practice, the sun was already rising. It's about time I took them back. Are they like objects to you? Wrath gasped at his ridiculous remark. No way. They are my precious subordinates. He sheathed Heavenly Drive in order to call the Light Wind members that he'd been neglecting, or rather that he'd left them to train. He turned around in order to climb the North Grave Mountain, and Judil was standing in front of the training ground, holding a lunchbox in her hand, greeting the young master. Judil slightly bent her knees to greet him before walking up to him. What's up so early in the morning? I prepared some snacks since I figured you would be training. She stood in front of him with a faint smile on her face. The fact that she was smiling despite the fact that she usually didn't signify that there was something she needed to tell him. Rayon smiled and brought Judil to the resting room. He created an aura barrier to stop the sound from leaking out. What's the matter? I've gotten the information. Already. I investigated it pretty quickly, since it seemed to be an urgent matter. She casually nodded. This is just my guess. That should be taken into account when you hear this. Okay, Sir Buran couldn't be found in any of the training grounds in the Central Martial Palace. He's supposed to be inside the Central Martial Palace, but no one has seen him. On the other hand, Jelmia has been seen in various locations. And there's one more person who couldn't be found. Who is it? Olan. He's one of the Severingstead's team leaders and an extremely skilled swordsman. However, he has one more special skill than swordsmanship. Special skill? Yes, brainwashing. Judil frowned slightly as she continued. It's not a simple method that consists of causing physical pain. He uses words and a small amount of drugs to cause mental shock, so it's difficult to find someone that was brainwashed. The weak brainwashing that I used to be subjected to use the same method. The brainwashing was removed because of Rayon's murderous intent, but she used to be brainwashed by the same method as Olan's. So you are telling me. Yes, I might be wrong, but Olan is most likely brainwashing Sir Buran. It needs to be pretty much certain. Rayon furrowed his brow. She mentioned that she might be wrong, but her eyes were certain about it. Is that Jelmia guy a son of a bitch who can even lock up his own brother? I do believe so. Ha, I guess it must have been because of me that he did all that. Judil didn't respond. Her silence meant that she wasn't sure about that one, but that was making her guesses even more trustworthy. The Rofence-style brainwashing that Olin uses takes about 1 week to 10 days. It's also necessary to regularly call them afterwards to complete the brainwashing. 10 days. Rayon nodded. He remembered Tia's mentioning that Buran wouldn't be able to participate in training for 10 days. It's certain now. Yes, it's certain. That was all he needed to hear. Tia's was forced to visit the training ground even though he knew what was going on. The reason his reaction was different from usual was because he was trying to ask for help to find Buran. What are you planning to do? Are the minimal number of troops and the Severingsteads the only ones in the Central Martial Palace right now? Yes, they are the only ones left there since Karun went to fight the barbarians. Perfect. Rayon licked his lips and nodded. The Severingsteads should be perfect as training materials for the Light Wind Squad. Are you planning to attack the Central Martial Palace? Yes, my squad is about to turn into rabid dogs right now, you know. A frightening smile appeared on Rayon's face as he looked up at the North Grave Mountain. I'm sure they will be really good at biting. But that's your fault. I'm sure they would prefer to bite you instead. Even rabid dogs don't bite their master. As Rayon was about to push Wrath away, the sound of an explosion could be heard from the cultivation room. Rayon immediately left the resting room. The cultivation room's entrance was covered in a cloud of dust, and Rimmer emerged with disheveled red eyes. What the hell was wrong with him now? Rayon narrowed his eyes as he saw Rimmer coughing inside the cloud he'd created. He's completed his energy center. The artificial energy center used to have an immature shape, yet it was perfectly rooted in Rimmer's body and was even connected to the mana circuits. He looked like fabric that was perfectly woven together without the slightest error. He's got even better than I expected. Rayon was filled with anticipation about how powerful Rimmer would become with his new energy center and perfectly healed mana circuits. What's wrong with all this dust? The sand exploded because you destroyed the door. Rimmer frowned and the gambling monster kicked his ass. But that guy, Rayon frowned while watching Rimmer fall down with a scream. Why is his aura so bad? The quantity was way too small. The amount of aura Rimmer had in his energy center was much smaller than he expected. He couldn't understand why that was all he'd managed to gather even though he'd gifted him 2 mid-grade elixirs and enough time to cultivate. No way, a crazy hypothesis came to mind. Other people never would have done it, but that weirdo elf absolutely would have. Squad leader. Rayon walked up to Rimmer. He clenched his fist while watching Rimmer rub his ass on the ground. You hid them in order to sell them later, right? What? Rimmer tilted his head as if he had no idea what he was talking about. You didn't take the elixirs I left in the room so that you can sell them later to use as gambling funds. Right, that was the explanation for Rimmer's aura being so small. I even used a bronze tablet to get that elixir, yet you are trying to sell them instead of taking them. How could you do that? Don't tell me you tried to sell the elixir he left for you, the gambling monster exclaimed. He also seemed to find it ridiculous. No, it's not true. Rimmer violently shook his hands in denial. Squad leader is pretty much a newborn baby right now. You can absorb the entirety of an elixir's energy. That's true, but it's impossible that the aura you have is all you absorbed after taking 2 mid-grade elixirs in your state. Rayon bit his lips slightly and walked up to Rimmer. I filtered it. Rimmer swallowed nervously, then screamed in response. What you know, even an elixir's mana isn't completely pure. Of course I do. Elixirs weren't made of pure mana. Whether it was an artificial or natural elixir, the process of consolidating nature's mana was bound to include a large amount of impurities. I've filtered out all the impurities and only absorbed the pure mana from the elixir. Rimmer wrinkled his nose while pointing at his energy center. I was so thankful to you. There's no way I would have done that. He was so thankful that he almost cried when he saw the elixir Rayon had left behind. He'd always thought that he had to help his students as a teacher, yet he was being helped instead to an extreme degree. It made him overwhelmed with emotions. That's why I took it one step further. Since he was so thankful to Rayon and the Light Wind members, he pondered how to get stronger faster and even stronger than before and managed to find a way. Rayon Sieghart, you were the answer. Rayon's aura was as pure as nature's fire or ice. The high purity was the reason even a small amount could be extremely powerful. That cultivation technique was only possible because he was completely empty, with no aura whatsoever. He used a special cultivation technique that only elves could use to absorb the essences of the 2 elixirs in his energy center. That was why the aura in his energy center was extremely small in quantity, but its purity was as powerful as Rayon's. Look, Rimmer briefly exhaled, then raised his finger. PSSH, green energy soared from his finger, and a refreshing green wind swept through the atmosphere. Is this? Rayon controlled the 10,000 flames cultivation to make it emerge from his finger. A crimson flame blossomed like a flower upon meeting the wind. They are similar. Rimmer's energy was as pure as nature itself, just like the 10,000 flames cultivation's energy. Even though it was extremely small, Rayon could feel that its power far surpassed its size. If he manages to complete this, he could guess that Rimmer would be able to reach another height once he managed to fill his perfected energy center and mana circuits with that aura. Is that an elven cultivation technique? Yes. Everyone threw it away because it's so slow at creating aura, but I tried it out because I'm currently capable of increasing the speed. Rimmer chuckled, saying that he wasn't patient enough when he was younger. Are you admitting it now? Yes, I'm sorry about that. Rayon nodded. Despite his usual personality, Rimmer had actually taken the elixir and only absorbed the pure mana in his energy center. It was a nice decision. But where are the other kids? Aren't you supposed to be training? Yes, they are training right now. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at the North Grave Mountain. Young master, Judil bowed to him. She'd been standing behind him all along. I'll take my leave now. Rayon smiled while pointing at the sandwich that he was still holding in his hand. Judil gave him a fake smile before leaving the training ground. Squad leader. When can I perform the compulsory execution on the squad members for disobedience? Even though Burin was kidnapped, he needed a justifiable cause to barge into the central martial palace, since he wasn't certain about it yet. He was planning to use the compulsory execution as an excuse. Do you really think I'd know that? Rimmer snorted with his arms crossed, as if he were proud of himself. 4 days? While Rayon was sighing, the gambling monster gave him the answer. You can activate it immediately during a war, but you need 4 days at a time like this, so we can make our move on the 5th day. Since she mentioned that it took a week to 10 days to complete the brainwashing, Rayon figured that going to save him on the 5th day wouldn't be an issue. But why? Why did you ask that out of nowhere? The two of them approached him at the same time. I think I'm going to need to save an idiot. Rayon bit his lip slightly while looking in the direction of the central martial palace. Go. GRR, Rayon closed his eyes after seeing the light-wind swordsman's furious gazes. They were showing their teeth as they growled, as if they had really turned into dogs. They must have been really angry that he'd been neglecting them. He couldn't understand why they were turning into beasts when he was only trying to raise them as powerful warriors with sturdy bodies and minds. I need to harden my heart even more in a case like this. Although he felt sorry for making them suffer, it was going to interfere in future training if he went easy on them. It was necessary to be strong, even if he had to apologize later on. Good job, Rayon nonchalantly nodded. Good job, good job. Fuck, you son of a bitch. Martha stood up with a black flame burning in her eyes. Damn handsome Rayon, that was too mean. Even though Runan usually took his side, she glared at him white, grasping her hair. It wasn't even all night long. You even left us there until morning, and all you have to say is good job. That was really excessive this time. I felt like my head was breaking. It was really too hard. Arg, I still feel like puking. Sir Burin should have experienced this with us. Since they'd maintained their focus all night long and even in the morning, they still looked tired after resting for about an hour. All they had left was their anger towards Rayon. Still, that was the important moment. Since the physically and mentally exhausted state was the perfect time to engrave the postures and techniques in their bodies, it was necessary to make the best use of that moment. Neglected you, Rayon snorted and looked down on the light wind squad. That was this training's purpose all along. What? Your focus is too short and shallow. He crushed the confused light wind members with his powerful energy wave. We are going to encounter more and more powerful enemies in the future. What do you think is the most important quality to have upon fighting an equal or stronger opponent? The first is obviously prowess, and the second is focus. Rayon's eyes sank into darkness. The light wind members swallowed nervously upon meeting his frightening gaze. If you want to analyze your opponent's martial art and lead the fight to your advantage, you need to be able to maintain extreme focus for not just a few minutes, but a few hours at least. So you weren't neglecting us. Indeed, I was leaving you alone so that you could increase your focus. It was your first time, right? I bet you've never stayed nervous and focused for such a long time before. Every member of the Light Wind Squad slowly nodded at what Rayon said. You must have felt like you couldn't think straight, and your body felt heavy as if it was drenched in water. If you had experienced it for the first time during a real fight, you would most likely have died to an enemy. I was giving you an opportunity to avoid your first death. Even Martha hung her head, unable to refute him. We are going to keep doing this training in the future. I'm sure it's going to be extremely painful, but consider it earning a life point every time you do this training. Raise your hand now if you don't want to. I'll allow you to skip it. Naturally, no one raised their hand. Then equip the black converter now. We are restarting the training. It can't be helped. Arg, I'm so jealous of Sir Burin. The Light Wind members were whining and grinding their teeth, but they still immediately equipped the black converters. All of them wanted to get stronger after all. Just like always, we are starting with sprinting. Everyone, sprint as fast as you can. Damn it. The Light Wind members shouted and started running around the training ground. Their acrimony was probably making them run even faster than the day before despite not having slept and having the black converters equipped. Phew ha ha ha, Rimmer giggled while watching the light wind members. They aren't even allowed to sleep as they train. How pitiful. I'm so glad I'm not one of them. What are you doing right now? Rayon tilted his head at Rimmer's grin. You know, it's funny. I'll leave after watching them a little. I mean, what are you doing right now instead of running with them? Huh, and me too. Rimmer's jaw dropped as he pointed at himself. I ordered everyone to run as fast as they could, but I'm the squad leader. I said this before, but I'm the one holding the rights to supervise training and order the light wind members right now. The same goes for your rehabilitation, squad leader. I am a bit too strong to be running. You should visit the head of house if you want to complain about it. Rayon grinned while returning what Rimmer had told him when he used to be a trainee right back at him. I'll tell you again. Run, you damn demon. Rimmer screamed and started running around the training ground. Puhahaha, oh my god, serves you right. I knew he would end up like that. The light wind members were the ones giggling at Rimmer instead as he ran around the training ground. Rayon gathered everyone at the center of the training ground after they finished their basic stamina training. Since you must be warmed up by now, let's start the spars now. It's not going to be a simple fight, but I'll drive you to the brink of death to raise your focus to the maximum. You should brace yourselves. Arg. We couldn't even sleep at night, then ran and suffered, and now the spar is coming. The temporary squad leader is going to kill us before the enemies do. The light wind members hung their heads while panting. Even then, no one was telling him they didn't want to do it. Who is the opponent? Martha narrowed his eyes and asked the important question. It's obviously. Rayon raised his training sword with a cold smile on his face. Miha, you must be insane. Why would you do that, though? Every member of the light wind squad, including Martha and Runnan, stepped back in surprise. I told you already that we need to be prepared to fight an opponent stronger than ourselves instead of the weaker ones. I'm the perfect candidate to simulate that. Rayon raised his chin while supporting his training sword on his shoulder. You aren't just strong, but way too strong. That's right, you just want to beat us up. You don't even have the black converters equipped. Why, you must be out of your mind. You'll find. The light wind squad ground their teeth, enraged by Rayon's arrogant expression. Ha, you really don't understand. Rimmer sighed deeply while wiping off the tear flowing down his forehead. Having a warrior like Rayon as a sparring partner is an extremely special opportunity. You should be thinking about how to make the best use of this opportunity instead. If you keep being angry at him like this, you will simply get knocked out in a single strike and get nothing out of it. He clicked his tongue while blabbering that they should make use of that opportunity. As expected of the squad leader, that was really great advice you just gave. Rayon smiled at Rimmer. Right, I've always been great at giving advice. So let's have the squad leader be my first sparring partner. Huh, Rimmer's mouth widened to an unprecedented size. The senior should show the example in a case like this. Rayon twirled the training sword before pointing it at Rimmer. You will be the perfect example. You bastard, I was trying to help you just now. Draw your sword instead of talking. Rimmer shook his hand and Rayon ignored him as he drew his training sword. All right, even if I've gotten weak. His eyes lost focus upon witnessing the flaming astral energy burning on Rayon's blade. A astral energy. I shall go all out while we are at it. No, but I'm a patient. You aren't any more, though, you crazy bastard. You saw that I have almost no aura at all, but it's still you. Let's get started. Rayon smiled cheerfully and raised his sword to around shoulder height. This guy has gone nuts. He must have gone insane. Rimmer screamed while saying the same thing as the light wind swordsman that he was just making fun of. I'm starting. Rayon used the river footwork to move in front of Rimmer and swung his sword down. The astral energy of raging flames burned up the atmosphere and scratched the space to rip it apart. Whap! Rimmer barely managed to deflect the astral energy by using the small amount of aura he had. His sleeve melted from the 10,000 flames cultivation's heat fluttering in the air. He's doing it for real. He stepped back, his eyes shivering in fear. This crazy bastard is killing his teacher. He's trying to kill me. Even demons care for their teachers. Wrath swallowed nervously as he heard Rimmer's scream. Who the hell are you? Tiaz sighed deeply upon returning to his room in the central martial palace. Ha. It was suffocating. He felt nauseous and woozy because he hadn't been able to sleep for the last few days. He felt like he would fall asleep immediately if he were to lay down, but he was too anxious to close his eyes. Is this really what I should have done? Was there anything else I could have done? Because Jelmia was threatening him by using Burren's life, he couldn't ask Rayon for help and had to lie to him that Burren was doing well. He wanted to contact him later, but he couldn't move anywhere because someone was watching him. Damn it. Tiaz gritted his teeth and smashed his bed. He would offer his old life to save Burren if he could, but there was nothing he could do. He felt so pathetic for being unable to do anything. What can I do? It's been a while. Gasp. He felt like his heart skipped a beat upon hearing a voice coming from the darkness of the night. Why you? A tall man was walking towards the window where moonlight was shining in. Splendid blonde hair and red eyes could be seen. It was Rayon Zeekhart. How did you get here, Sir Rayon? I came to ask a question. Rayon smiled faintly and leaned his back towards the wall. Why, you shouldn't be here. Someone is watching. Tiaz swallowed nervously. Since someone had been observing him ever since Burin was kidnapped, he couldn't let them witness him meeting up with Rayon. You don't need to worry about that. The one who was watching Sir Tiaz is now gone. Rayon shook his hand with a faint smile on his face. It seemed like he already knew about his situation all along. Where is Burin? What? I called him for training, but there was no response from him for 4 days straight. A compulsory execution needs to be carried out in order to punish him. He said that he was going to punish him since Burin never responded when he tried calling him. What are you talking about? I'm sure I visited you to notify you about it. When? It was 4 days ago. Tiaz swallowed nervously as he saw Rayon's eyes. His clear red eyes flaring in the darkness of the night didn't have the slightest sign of wavering. He already knows everything that's happening. Rayon was already aware of the fact that Burin was kidnapped, and he was using the compulsory execution as an excuse to save him, which meant that there were 2 answers that Rayon was looking for. One was that Tiaz had never notified him about Burin's situation, and the other one was Burin's current location, if it's him. He was convinced that Rayon would be able to save Burin. I am not sure. Tiaz bit his lip tightly and shook his head. He might be at the Mansion of Wisdom in the Central Martial Palace. He voiced the name of the building Burin was locked in and exhaled a heated breath. The compulsory execution can apparently be carried out 5 days after the order. Since tomorrow is the 5th day, please leave this place and come to the 5th training ground at night. Rayon smiled cheerfully and opened the window. Wait. Thank. Rayon covered his mouth with his finger when he was trying to thank him. Why would you thank me? I'm just trying to find my underling, who snuck away from training. He chuckled and melted into the air like the mist under the sunlight. I really appreciate it. The next evening. Grr. Kai. Rayon narrowed his eyes upon seeing the crimson eyes and hearing the beastly growls of the light-wind swordsmen. They really are turning into rabid dogs. The extremely sharp pressure coming from the swordsman could be called ferocious at that point, even though it hadn't even been a week. He figured that the assassin training that he'd received in his previous life, which minimized time sleeping, was a bit excessive for them, but they got stronger for sure. Even though their prowess hadn't changed that much, they became capable of maintaining their focus for more than twice as long as before, and their stamina and fighting spirit had increased drastically. Those aspects could make a huge difference in an actual battle. Perfect. Judging from the Light Wind Squad's state, he figured that they would be a good match for the Severing Steads, who were supposed to be stronger than them. It was a perfect situation to give them some real combat experience while saving Burin in the meantime. Burin, GRR, that traitor, me kill, you. As soon as he voiced Burin's name, every single member of the Light Wind Squad started to grind their teeth. The violent reaction came from the fact that they couldn't forgive Burin for having an easy time while everyone else was suffering. Even Crane was saying that he would kill him despite how he used to always follow him. There's one thing you aren't aware of, Burin is. Kill that traitor idler, I'll smack his head open. He couldn't continue speaking because they started insulting him as soon as he said Burin's name. Please calm down and listen. Burin is. Rayon briefly explained Burin's situation to the Light Wind Squad. That's why we are going to attack the Severing Steads today, since they're currently locking Burin up. We are going to save Burin after defeating them. So you're telling us that some shitty bastards are stopping Burin from training, right? They deserve death. How dare they make Burin skip this training when everyone else is suffering? I'll kill them all and make Burin become the only one who trains. GRR. Since they were already going crazy upon hearing Burin's name, they were unable to properly understand the story. Their heads were filled with the goal of forcing Burin into that hellish training regardless of their opponents. Having to fight the Severing Steads or the 5 demons didn't even matter anymore. Rayon shrugged while feeling the Light Wind Swordsman's fierce pressure stinging his skin. Well, whatever. Although their reaction was unexpected, Rayon figured it was fine since they were even more motivated to fight. What do you mean whatever? They have a whole different purpose. Wrath's chin was trembling as he watched the Light Wind Squad. They are just rabid dogs that can't even comprehend human speech. They aren't light wind anymore. They are crazy dogs. We need those crazy dogs right now. Rayon raised his hand and pointed towards the Central Martial Palace. Let's catch Burin and make him train twice as much to make up for what he missed so far. Whoa, the squad leader is taking all the responsibility. Destroy everything. Hiya, let's go. The shout bursting from the 5th training ground was loud enough to shake the land. Me. Rimmer had been silently standing next to the platform since he was aware of the story, but he dropped his jaw upon hearing their reaction. The head of house is really going to kill me if I cause any more trouble. The central martial palace's front gate was even more luxurious than the other constructions of Sieghart's main buildings. Two swordsmen were chatting in front of that main building. I told him that I'm a warrior from the central martial palace, and that idiot suddenly started to lay low and tried to not get on my nerves. That can't be helped, since he can easily end up dying from a single mistake. I'm really glad that I joined the central martial palace. The swordsmen were giggling, but narrowed their eyes upon finding around 30 people approaching them from the darkness. Who could be coming so late at night? I wonder. I think I've seen the person in the middle before. Gasp. He's Rayon Sieghart. Our Rayon. They swallowed nervously upon finding Rayon walking in the middle of the group. It was only natural for them to be nervous because of how frightening he looked in the middle of darkness. Please stop. This is the Central Martial Palace's domain. You aren't allowed to enter unless you have an appointment. I don't have an appointment, but I have an objective. Rayon climbed the stairs while responding to the swordsman from Central Martial Palace. Oh, objective. Yes, Buren Sieghart. I came to seize that arrogant guy who ignored my summons. He walked past the warriors with a cold smile on his face. WY. It's a compulsory execution. Rayon grinned and kicked the Central Martial Palace's main gate. Slam. It activated the King of Destruction trait, and the two doors were mercilessly shattered. What is that sudden noise? An enemy attack. Even before the door was destroyed, warriors gathered towards them after feeling their powerful aura. Pretty decent. Judging from the energy wave they were emitting and the amount of aura they had, they were worthy opponents for the Light Wind Squad. I'm Rayon Sieghart, the temporary leader of the Light Wind Squad. Rayon tilted his head while looking down on the Severingstead swordsmen who gathered around him. I came here to seize the culprit, Buren Sieghart. I'll make you look like that door if you try to stop me. That crazy bastard. How dare you act like that here? Stop him. Don't allow him to enter. The Severingsteads drew their swords while with devilishly twisted faces, so you are trying to obstruct justice. Rayon nodded and looked around. Hey guys, GRR, roar. He smiled at the growling Light Wind members while pointing at the Severingstead's warriors. Bite. Rayon trampled over the crushed door and entered the Central Martial Palace. His footsteps echoed in the night as he walked over the shattered pieces of the door. Get in position, everyone. Get into the Severingstead's formation. Protect the manor. Stop them at all costs. We are the warriors of the Central Martial Palace. Woa. They seemed to be trained for invasion, since they quickly moved into their respective positions and drew their swords, following their team leader's orders. Their polished pressure burst out at the same time as their extremely sharp aura blades. Pretty decent. Rayon smiled while feeling the Severingstead's energy wave piercing into his skin. He figured they would be good training material for the Light Wind swordsmen. Rayon Sieghart, stop right there. The lowly Light Wind squad dares to intrude here. The Severingstead swordsmen in their sword formation were giving him killing glares, but Rayon's steps didn't stop. He pierced through their pressure and advanced. Attack him. It was when the Severingstead's swordsmen were trying to attack him at the same time. Rumble, the Light Wind squad, poured out from behind Rayon, crimson fighting spirit burning in their eyes. GRR, key. The Light Wind squad charged at the Severingsteads with growls that justified Rayon's order to bite. They looked like they were moving as they pleased at first glance, but they were actually following the Light Wind formation's flow. Kring, they rotated counterclockwise to complete the Great Light Wind formation in no time and clashed against the Severingsteads head-on. Slam. The explosion created by powerful waves caused lights of different colors to soar into the sky. Rayon nodded while watching the Light Wind squad fight against the Severingsteads. Watching them fight equally against opponents slightly stronger than them made him feel like it was worth training them. Temporary squad leader, go already. Seize that punk, Buren. I have so much training I want to make him go through. Let's make him spend a sleepless night on that mountain first. That was the worst one. While pushing the Severingsteads back, the Light Wind members shouted at Rayon to drag Buren out so that they could force him to train instead of saving him. It almost sounded like Rayon had never explained the situation to them. You must have enjoyed it so much. Rayon could only smile at witnessing the Light Wind squad's companionship. They wanted their friend to share the same great experience they had. Rayon figured that he should make the next training session 1.5 times more difficult and longer. The Light Wind members would have fainted if they heard what Rayon was murmuring, but he simply stared beyond the battlefield. A blue-haired swordsman wasn't trying to join the fight, instead running in the opposite direction. Is he the messenger? He wasn't running away. He must have been the messenger who was going to tell Jelmia about the situation, since he was the one leading the Central Martial Palace in Karun's absence, which means Jelmia must be in a place where it's difficult to notice what's going on. Judging from Judil's information and Tia's testimony, Buren must have been locked up deep inside the Mansion of Wisdom, so that it would be difficult to find him through aura or sound. If his presence couldn't be felt from the outside, anyone inside couldn't feel the presence from outside either. Rayon could conclude that Jelmia most likely was unaware of the incident. I won't let him go so easily. After all, it was better to have the perfect proof. Rayon controlled. Glacier, he copied the way Rimmer used his wind and flicked his finger to shoot the frozen energy at the running blue-haired swordsman. TSSSH, the blue energy flashed like a ray of light and stuck on the blue-haired swordsman's shoe and freezing his ankle. Gasp, the swordsman used his aura to try removing Glacier's ice, but obviously it didn't disappear so easily. Rayon was about to walk towards him with a faint smile on his face. Stop, a middle-aged swordsman with a scar under his eye was charging towards him from the Severing Stead's side. This man, he remembered reading about the swordsman with a scar under his eye from Judil's book. He was Heron, the first team leader of the Severing Steads. You aren't allowed to enter. Heron gritted his teeth and swung down his sword. Even though the sharp aura blade was charging towards him, he kept walking without hesitation. Clang. As the deadly blade was about to reach Rayon's forehead, a black shadow emerged from behind him and crushed Heron's aura blade. GRR, Martha was there. She was so excited that gray steam was coming out of her mouth as she slashed towards Heron's waist. You little lass, roar. Upon being called a little lass, Martha turned even more furious. Her blade, pointing to the sky, unleashed a strike powerful enough to make Heron panic. Heron groaned and had to step back upon facing her sturdy and ferocious strike. Hop, Martha followed up and slashed at his shoulder. She seemed to have no intention of missing the opportunity she'd received. Heron barely managed to block her sword, but his wrist was trembling from the pain. His expression suggested that he'd also received an internal injury. Nice. Martha had excellent instincts. With Rayon's teachings on how to efficiently use the aura perception added to her instincts, she was able to pressure Heron, who was stronger than her. Martha, I weave it to you. Rayon waved his hand and walked past Martha. I told you to stop talking like that, you bastard. Even though she'd only been growling like a beast, she ground her teeth and turned around. Rayon was relieved that she hadn't completely turned into a beast. Tusk, a swordswoman with sharp eyes that was commanding the formation on the left, clicked her tongue and ran towards him. Swoosh, she closed the distance in an instant and thrust her rapier. The single blade multiplied into 5 towards the vitals all around Rayon's body. Is it the third team leader's turn now? Judging from her sharp aura blade and slim body, she must have been the Severing Stead's third team leader, Curran. Her aura blade isn't half bad. Once again, Rayon's steps didn't falter. He walked in between the aura blades without even drawing his sword. Whoosh! As Curran's aura blade was about to pierce his body, a wall of frost emerged right in front of him. Crack! Run-On deleted all of Curran's aura blades with her silver wall, then fixed the grip on Snow Flower as she walked forward. I'll handle this, bring Burin. Run-On kicked the ground with her blank eyes showing her anger mysteriously. Arg, go away. Curran performed the extremely fast and sharp stabs consecutively, as if she were using a spear, but Run-On swung her sword to smoothly block all of her attacks as if she'd read through all of the trajectories. Clang! The dissonance kept resounding one after the other as the aura blade and frost clashed between Run-On and Curran. It was worth teaching her. Since Rayon had nurtured Martha and Run-On's strong points and erased their weaknesses, he could immediately see the results despite the short time they'd spent training. Although their opponents were stronger than them in terms of prowess alone, they were still overwhelming them in terms of fighting spirit. Rayon simply waved his hand towards the Light Wind members, then went to the blue-haired swordsman that had his leg frozen. Stop him, even if you have to grab his leg. He won't be able to kill us anyway. Since Heron and Curran couldn't move because of Martha and Run-On, they called on the Central Marshal Palace's guards, who were swallowing nervously. The team leaders are right. He won't be able to kill us. Let's go. Stop him at all costs. Stick to him, everyone. What the team leaders said gave them courage, and they ran towards Rayon with so much determination. That's not wrong. Rayon chuckled as he nodded. Since finding Burin was the compulsory execution's purpose instead of destroying the Central Marshal Palace, Rayon couldn't exactly kill them. However, that only applied if they were capable of coming close to him. An intense heat was rising from his steps, crushing the land. The resonance between the 10,000 flames cultivation and the ring of fire supporting it created a fearsome amount of pressure, covering the battlefield. How am I even supposed to stop this monster? Because of his energy wave, which was raging like a volcano, the swordsmen couldn't even think about coming close to him. They were drenched in cold sweat in their places. Rayon simply smiled at the swordsman who couldn't move anymore and continued his way towards the Mansion of Wisdom. I still can't feel them. Even though he was near the building, he still couldn't feel Burin or Jelmia's energy, so it must be a secret room after all. Since secret rooms with the purpose of completely erasing a person's presence were usually created deep underground by using multiple devices, it took quite a long time to create one. Rayon figured that the site would serve as evidence without even needing Burin's testimony. That works. As Rayon was about to enter the Mansion of Wisdom, a black shadow appeared from the sky. Rayon kicked the ground to slide to the side. Thud, a middle-aged red-haired man with a stern face made his appearance by collapsing the ground. How dare you intrude upon this place? His murderous intent could be felt from his angry voice. You must be Sir Gammon. He was Gammon Trock, one of Karun's guards. He must have stayed behind instead of following him onto the battlefield. I'll give you one last chance. Leave immediately. His fearsome pressure was telling him he would never allow him to pass. Clang. Gammon snapped his finger, and the coldness binding the blue-haired swordsman's ankle behind Rayon shattered easily. Go. The blue-haired swordsman couldn't even afford to bow at him as he entered the mansion of wisdom. His might is at a slightly higher level than mine. Gammon seemed to be at the intermediate level of master at least. Rayon figured that he would be able to win against him, but taking too much time could give time for Jelmia to hide Burin. I'm sorry, but you aren't my opponent. What, you arrogant? I leave him to you, Rayon bowed while looking behind him instead of Gammon. Rumble. The central martial palace's wall was violently torn apart and the gambling monster made his appearance. His large body made Gammon look small in comparison. Gee, gambling monster. Gambling monster. What insolence. Do you even have the right to call me by that name? No, I mean. Gammon swallowed nervously, oppressed by the gambling monster's pressure. Since you are acting so arrogantly, you must have gotten better. The gambling monster grinned and slashed down with his sword. Gammon quickly drew his sword to counterattack, but he was gradually pushed back by the gambling monster's strength. Wow, you're so famous. I'm jealous. The gambling monster briskly turned his head and scowled intensely. Don't worry, I'm leaving. Rayon smiled faintly and entered the mansion of wisdom. I needed to give some time for my guide to go. Go. Burin lowered his chin while panting in exhaustion. Wow, Olin exclaimed while looking down on Burin. Your willpower is stronger than I thought. I should have expected nothing less from Sieghart's bloodline. He clapped his hands in admiration. Shut up. Burin raised his head and ground his teeth. I'll never surrender to someone like you. Surrender. Olin chuckled and swirled his finger. Do you remember what I told you at the start, by any chance? What? I told you that my brainwashing method was slightly different from the others, that it isn't a powerful brainwashing that is applied all at once. Why are you talking about that now? My brainwashing has already been applied to Sir Burin. It naturally seeped into your brain just like the straw that broke the camel's back. What? Burin swallowed nervously. He couldn't understand how he would have been brainwashed when he hadn't answered Olen's question so far. The questions are meaningless. My voice, choice of words, and gestures. All of that was the preparation needed to engrave exhaustion and pain into Sir Burin's brain. Burin realized that Olen had never allowed him to close his eyes and ears. He kept asking questions and blabbering about various things even though he'd never answered him. I just need 1 hour of finishing touches to complete the base of the brainwashing. It will look like nothing has changed on the outside, but there's going to be a storm inside your brain, Sir Burin. Olen's voice was full of conviction. He smiled gently before quietly stepping back. I'd like to complete the process right now, but there's someone who would like to see you before that. The secret room's door opened as he spoke and Jelmia Sieghart entered. Jelmia, aren't you even going to call me brother? How sad. Jelmia smiled and walked up to him. Olen bowed to him, then set a chair in front of Jelmia. Good job. Jelmia waved his hand at Olen and sat in front of Burin. I don't want to do this to my real brother either. So how is it? Did you change your mind? About what? I'm asking whether you are ready to help me get rid of Rayon Sieghart. Bullshit. Burin slanted his head and snorted. My answer won't change. I'd rather die than betray my companion. I knew it. Jelmia chuckled and leaned his back in the chair. Were you aware? Everyone in this house has been doing the nasty things that you are thinking about right now. What do you mean? The heads of this house have been stabbing their companions in the back, beheading their brothers, and selling out their subordinates in order to reach a higher position. He stretched his arms to the side and smiled coldly. Do you think that only happens here? The 6 king and the 5 demons and all of the large forces that come close to them have developed like that. They've always trampled on those ahead of them or those who are a hindrance to them. I'm perfectly aware of that, but we belong to the same house, this method. This is how everyone has been doing it. Me, our father that you respect so much, and even the head of house. All of us stabbed our family or relatives in the back to reach a higher position. A frightening glow appeared in Jelmia's eyes. Sieghart, this huge land is a castle built on all that bloodshed. Burin was unable to respond, his lips trembling. You don't have a moniker yet, right? Jelmia smiled while placing his hands on his knees with fingers clasped together. He looked like he was trying to change the heavy atmosphere. Why are you asking that? I heard Rayon Sieghart has had a moniker since he was 15. He was called Habun Castle's guardian angel or young sword demon, and he even received the cool moniker Frostfire Sword of Valor recently. But how are you doing in comparison? He sneered and looked down on Burin. You are just the Light Wind Squad's team leader, lacking any sort of moniker, a random swordsman who follows Rayon Sieghart. That's how the world sees you. Rayon Sieghart will be in front of you for the rest of your life. Wherever you go, people will be calling Rayon's name instead of you, Burin. I. Burin bit his lip tightly. His eyes were trembling violently. Are you confident that you still won't be jealous of him when that happens? Can you really rejoice in your companion's success without jealousy? Jelmia's voice slowed down and resounded in his heart. It felt like it was pounding his heart with a fist. Burin sighed deeply and closed his eyes before opening them again. His eyes had regained his composure in that short interval. What? Jelmia swallowed nervously upon facing Burin's eyes, which looked completely immobile. I was jealous of him when I was 12 years old. I thought he was an irritating bastard who had nothing but talent. He thought he was a bastard who had an easy life with his talent, but that wasn't the case at all. He is talented for sure, but he makes a lot more effort than that. Burin realized that upon seeing the worn-out shoes in Rayon's locker. His efforts far surpassed his talent. His tenacity to keep swinging his sword without sleeping or eating if there was something he needed to achieve was worse than anyone else's. How can I be jealous of someone like him? Despite the fact that he worked harder than anyone else, he also tried his best to make his companions stronger. Being jealous of him when he taught him how to get stronger on top of saving his life would be exposing his ugly side for the entire world to see. Burin grinned while looking into Jelmia's trembling eyes. Be honest. You aren't doing this because you are worried about me, but because you are afraid of him. You must have figured out that Rayon will soon catch up to you. No, wait. He's probably already caught up to you. You are the one who's jealous here. Did you believe that you would look less ugly if you used me as an excuse? How pathetic. Shut up. Jelmia frowned for the first time as he shouted. Olin. He kicked his chair to stand up and called Olin. Start it right now. Understood. Olin's faint smile implied that he knew that was going to happen. Jelmia exhaled deeply to try to calm his anger, leaning his back against the wall. What a shame, since Sir Burin is also extremely talented. You should be able to catch up to me in a few years. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? I can already defeat someone like you in my current state. Burin snorted and lowered his eyebrows. I like your confidence. Confidence, it's true. I've watched Rayon defeat someone stronger than him countless times as I stayed behind him. I see. Olin gently brushed it off, but his voice became sharper. He sounded irritated for the first time. If everything goes well, Burin figured that he might be able to provoke them and gain an opportunity to escape. Try fighting me if you can't believe me. As he was trying to provoke Olin, slamming sounds could be heard from outside multiple times. Did this room have multiple layers? Considering the sounds, the secret room must have had more than one layer. They must have been really crazy to make something like that. The sound of opening doors could be heard multiple times before someone violently opened the metallic door in the secret room. S-Squad leader. The blue-haired swordsman bowed to him with trembling eyes after opening the door. What's the matter? Leave it for later if it's not an emergent. The Light Wind Squad is attacking us. What? Jelmia and Olin's jaws dropped as they looked at the swordsman. The Light Wind Squad? Why would the Light Wind Squad attack us? The response came from the ceiling instead of the blue-haired swordsman. Slam. With the thunderous noise of a collapsing mountain, the ceiling caved in at once. Whoosh. Fearsome red eyes were shining from the rising black dust. Who are you? Jelmia spread his pressure while holding his sword, but the red-eyed man simply looked at Burin instead of responding to him. Are you a princess or something? Why are you getting locked up underground all the time? You. Burin's chin trembled as he recognized his voice. Rayon. The moment he called his name, dust soared toward the sky and Rayon's appearance was revealed. With fluttering blonde hair and glowing red eyes, the way his chin was slightly raised made him look arrogant, but it also perfectly matched him. Let's go back. Rayon smiled coldly while holding Heavenly Drive's hilt. To the rabid dogs I mean, the Light Wind Squad, who are eagerly awaiting your return. Translator Kyung-yi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching Burin's jaw drop. I must have arrived in time. His eyes were still alive. He was worried because Judah was certain that he was being brainwashed, and he fortunately seemed to be all right. His eyes were also clear instead of being cloudy. Rayon Sieghart, how did you get here? Jelmia Sieghart's lips were trembling violently. He was unable to hide the astonishment in his eyes. I had a guide. Rayon pointed at the blue-haired swordsman standing in front of the door. Jelmia's eyes looked like he wanted to kill him as he glared at him. Dyer, how dare you? It's not true, I didn't do that. The swordsman named Dyer desperately shook his hand. It was because he simply followed Dyer that he managed to arrive without triggering any formations or traps. He destroyed the ceiling because he figured Burin might be taken hostage if he entered through the door, and it worked perfectly. That's not what I'm talking about. Jelmia punched the wall with his fist. Even though the secret room's door was extremely solid, it turned to powder and collapsed. I'm asking, how did you find out that Burin was here? You were curious about that, actually. Rayon snickered and shrugged his shoulders. Never mind, I don't need to tell you, you bastard. A crushing sound could be heard from Jelmia's mouth. He must have been extremely angry, but I'll tell you one thing. Rayon raised his finger to point at Burin behind him. You underestimated your brother too much. What? Burin has the strongest sense of responsibility among the light-wind swordsmen. He's so stubborn that he would personally visit to explain his situation to everyone if he couldn't participate in training. It didn't make any sense that the stubborn vice squad leader of the Light Wind Squad would send his butler to notify Rayon that he was going to skip training. Burin bit his lip while watching Rayon's back. His heart was pounding violently, probably because he was complimented in that situation. Tears were almost welling up in his eyes because he was so thankful to Rayon, who'd acknowledged him and came to save him. Rayon, thank you. Why are you even calling me? You should be ashamed that you got locked up like an idiot. Arg, his heart suddenly stopped pounding upon hearing his unexpectedly cold answer. What happened to Gammon and the Severing Steads? You should find it out on your own. Rayon responded while laughing at him. Even the place above the destroyed ceiling was specially built as a part of the secret room. Rayon guessed that Jelmia couldn't determine what was happening outside. If you can, that is. Since he was planning to completely destroy Jelmia's composure, he played around without answering his question. You bastard. Frightening pressure emerged from Jelmia. He looked like he would start attacking at any moment. It worked. Even a master couldn't avoid that. Because Jelmia was discovered kidnapping his brother, he ended up losing his composure and seemed completely confused. Why did you even get locked up here? Rayon turned his head to look at Burin. That's. Why are you even hesitating? Do you still consider that thing your brother? Rayon pointed his finger at Jelmia, who was rolling his eyes and trying to find a way to get out of the situation. All right, that's true. He's not my brother anymore. Burin exhaled the grudge against him through a long breath and chuckled. He was targeting you. He said that he wanted to kill you before you reach even higher. He continued while glaring at Jelmia with cold eyes. He said that he needed my help in order to kill you. He wanted me to find out your weakness and lure you to a location of his choosing. Burin, Jelmia screamed, but Burin didn't stop speaking. I refused and he made that guy start brainwashing me. Burin pointed at Olan with his chin. Olen's hand was trembling as he stood next to Jelmia. Wow, that's really amazing. Rayon sneered while looking at Jelmia's glowing eyes. Everything was exactly the way I expected it to be. Just like he'd guessed in the beginning, Jelmia was trying to use Burin in order to get rid of him. An older brother kidnapping his younger brother in order to brainwash him was truly the worst. It's my first time seeing someone falling even lower than dog food. Most of the warriors he'd met before carried a weight that matched their prowess. Even though Jelmia was more accomplished as a swordsman than himself, what he'd done made him look like the smallest person in the world. Are you so afraid of me? Rayon grinned at Jelmia, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Shut up before I cut your mouth off of your face. Jelmia shouted in a threatening voice and unsheathed his sword. His sword, slightly thicker than a rapier, was a thin sword that could be also used for slashing. Burin, is your mind all right? I can even fight. Burin bit his lip tightly and nodded. What a relief. Rayon chuckled, drawing heavenly drive. He swirled his right hand, which was holding the sword, as if he were trying to warm up his wrist. Rattle. Before the sword made an entire circle to return to the original place, the handcuffs and shackles binding Burin were ripped apart. Yuha. Burin was unable to keep his balance and ended up falling forward. Don't worry, it only happened because I've been tied up for a long time. He shook his head and immediately stood up to show that he was fine. However, his trembling limbs revealed that he was having difficulties, despite what he'd said. Rayon nodded while looking at Burin's firm eyes instead of his body. Pretty good. It was difficult to believe that his pressure was coming from someone who'd been tied up for a week while being brainwashed. He could also feel a strange energy flowing over his head and a frightening amount of focus from him. He's entered an awakening state. Wrath furrowed his brows while looking at Burin. Awakening state. It's the state before the trance that you enter pretty much every day. The person's focus becomes extremely high in that state. It does look similar. Whenever he endured for a long time without sleeping, his urge to sleep suddenly disappeared and his mind became extremely clear from time to time. Burin's state was similar to that, either because of the brainwashing or because of the particular situation. There's no way I'm not making use of this. Rayon pointed his sword at Jelmia. Shall we get started? Rayon violently kicked the ground and charged forward. Fine. I'll cut your arrogant mouth off as a starter. Jelmia caught his breath and controlled his aura. The frightening energy wave rushing from him felt like a huge and sharp spear piercing his heart. Thud. After pretending to charge towards Jelmia, Rayon used Supreme Harmony's third step. He changed directions like flowing water and kicked Dyer away from the door. Smack. Because it was such a sudden attack, Dyer was slammed into the wall before he could even start screaming, dropping the sword from his hand. Tap. Rayon easily took the sword and withdrew next to Burin. He's giving you his sword now after guiding the way. What an idiot, he's a giving guy. Rayon barely managed to suppress the urge to respond. Not as much as you. Take this. Rayon gave the sword he'd just obtained to Burin and pointed at Olin. You can defeat that guy at least, right? Of course. Burin exhaled roughly and stood up, tightly grasping his sword. His eyes were brimming with fighting spirit as he looked at Olin. Let's get started then. Translator Kyung-yi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon smiled faintly and used Supreme Harmony's first step. Thud, he pierced into the distance between him and Jelmia, getting a frightening feeling from above as he was about to slash upwards. It was an astral blade. Jelmia's astral energy, powerful enough to smash his skull, was falling towards him. His might is the real deal. The way he immediately swung down his sword by predicting the Supreme Harmony step's speed and direction was befitting the rumored sword of Pleasant Wind Jelmia. However, Rayon strengthened his left foot and turned at the waist. He incorporated the rotation coming from the muscles along his spine to his blade and unleashed the revolving sky from the 10,000 Flames cultivation. Rumble, the collision between the heat rotating like saw blades on his sword and the blue energy of wind in Jelmia's thin sword created a tremendous shockwave. Even though the secret room's walls were extremely solid, they were shredded to pieces. This place is too narrow, isn't it? Rayon stomped the ground and forced Heavenly Drive into an upward swing at full power. Because it happened in the middle of a clash, the tremendous power made Jelmia soar into the hole in the ceiling. Why, you bastard, I'll follow you right after. Just you wait. Rayon waved his hand at Jelmia as he flew into the air and turned around. Don't die because many people are waiting for you. Rayon stuttered the word people slightly for some reason, then jumped into the broken ceiling to follow Jelmia. Don't worry. Burin bit his lip tightly and nodded. I have no intention of dying in a place like this. Ha. Olin exclaimed and walked towards the center. Rayon Sieghart is exactly as the rumors described him. I can understand why young Master Jelmia decided to do something like this. He shook his head while looking up to the destroyed ceiling. Draw your sword. Burin pointed his sword at Olin. Sword, what's the point of that in this situation? I'm bound to die whether I win or lose. He raised his hands, saying that it was already all over. You seemed rather angry when I told you earlier that I could win against you. Am I wrong? I'll let you confirm that I was right about that before you go. Bring it on. You are so bad at provoking people, unlike the monster that just went upwards. Olin snickered and drew his sword. Since I'm going to die anyway, it wouldn't be a bad idea to bring a member of Sieghart's direct line with me. He kicked the ground before even finishing his sentence. He lunged from Burin's left side for a downward slash. As the silver blade drew a semi-circular trajectory, it multiplied into 5. The fast and flashy strike was evidence that he'd properly trained his swordsmanship. Clang. Burin tried to deflect his blow by using all of the aura sleeping in his energy center, but Olin used his strength instead to push into him even faster. I told you already. Olin snorted and raised his chin. No matter how talented you are, you can't win against time. You haven't reached my level yet. Time, level, those things have shattered countless times under my watch. Burin clenched his teeth softly and deflected the blow. His strike that was blocking Olin's assault looked as elegant and aloof as a noble's dance. Cring. The collision between the blades created a frightening metallic sound. I won't be able to last long. Because he'd been tied up and was unable to sleep for a whole week, it was impossible to last for a long time. It was necessary to shatter Olin's technique in a single strike. Whoosh. However, Olin's sword kept charging towards him with flashy varieties and extreme power. It was difficult to figure out where he was targeting, and the speed was making it even more difficult to block. Burin caught his breath, then remembered the conversation he had with Rayon before. How to defeat an illusion sword and a variable sword. It's simple. Most of the illusion and variable swords reveal their true form at the very end. You will be able to see their trajectories if you overcome your fear and impatience and wait until the end. That was Rayon's answer to Burin's question about how he managed to erase Garen's variation when he was a master back then. He's always been like that. Whenever he asked Rayon about martial arts, he always gave him an answer. Other people would have tried hiding the secret no matter what, but he'd never done that. He was such a strange guy, one who came back the next day to give him the answer if he had difficulties finding the right answer. How can I ever betray an idiot like him? Burin bit his lip and looked straight into Olin's sword as it charged towards his neck and chest. He suppressed the urge to withdraw or swing his sword right away, instead keeping his eyes on it until the very end. Whoosh! Right before Olin's sword reached him, the 5 blades combined into one and started descending towards his chest instead of striking his neck. Now is the time. Burin grasped the hilt of his sword tightly and unleashed the Baron Wind Swords. Azure Star's blade of wind, the wind blade connected itself like a constellation to deflect Olin's sword, which had stopped changing and pierced into his shoulder. Olin hurriedly tried to step back, but it was the worst mistake he could have made. The best part about Baron Wind's sword was that the attacks continued one after the other once it got started. Rip, The deadly wind in his blade cut apart Olen's shoulder before he could escape. Lacerated from shoulder to waist, Olen sank on the ground with a trembling chin. His eyes were full of disbelief as he looked up to Burin. How, you told me that I would be looking at Rayon's back for the rest of my life, right? Burin exhaled in exhaustion after sticking his sword into the ground. You are right about that. It would be difficult for me to surpass Rayon. However, I haven't been simply watching his back. I hardened my foundations while watching Rayon's fights from up close. He smiled while tightening the grip on his sword. I'm different from you guys, who are trying to kill Rayon because you gave up on competing against him. Ah. You won't be allowed to die an easy death. You shall pay the price for your sins before you go. Burin smacked him with his fist to make him faint and stopped his bleeding. Ha. He fell on his ass because all of his strength left his body. He sighed deeply and raised his head. How did I manage to complete the Azure Star's blade of wind in this situation? He could only laugh because he'd managed to use a technique he'd never succeeded in using before. Ha! Burin licked his lips while looking up to the ceiling. I kept my promise. It looks like they are done below us. Rayon smiled faintly at Jelmia as his sword clashed against his. We should get started as well. I'll give you one last opportunity. With a twisted upward swing of his rapier, Jelmia gained distance. Leave now. I can cover up the situation if you do. Are you telling me that you can cover up this situation? Rayon snickered while listening to the shouts coming from the ceiling, which was even more broken than before. We are currently inside the Central Martial Palace. Even the Department of Justice can't easily interfere. We are interfering, though. Other people aren't as crazy as you. Jelmia scowled while showing his white teeth. I'll give Burin back to you. If you stay silent as if nothing happened, I won't punish you for your crimes. Are you defective? No, you must be lacking this thing here. Rayon tapped his forehead with his finger. He called him brainless, and Jelmia's eyes turned cold. You are the ones who committed a crime. I only came here to find my underling. You must have lost your fear. Threatening pressure emerged from Jelmia's body. Why would I be afraid of you when you kidnapped your brother and brainwashed him because you were so afraid of a junior? I was only afraid of your future. I can easily kill you in your current state. The sharp pressure emanating from him felt like it could rip his skin apart. Even though he played dirty, he was certainly at the intermediate level of master. This is your last opportunity. Withdraw with everyone and stay quiet as if nothing happened. I'm sorry, but it's already too late. Rayon grinned while pointing his finger to the top. Because I already called the Department of Justice. Can't you hear the sound of their whistles? He had already sent a letter to the Department of Justice so that they could arrive after the light wind defeated the Severing Steads. It was about time the swordsman from the Department of Justice barged in. You are really crazy. Wrath gasped while watching Jelmia's face turn red before turning yellow. The King of Essence has never seen anyone mock his opponent so much. The King of Essence needs lessons from you, because there's someone he would like to make fun of later. He pushed Wrath away as he said that he would give the fee after the lesson ended, focusing on Jelmia instead. Rayon Sieghart. Jelmia kicked the ground, unable to suppress his anger. His face was distorted like a fiend as he tried stabbing him with his rapier. The astral blade incorporating the wind reached his heart in an instant. It was a precise strike, coming from an extreme speed. A shiver ran down his spine from the prowess. Hop. Rayon extended his left foot and lowered his body. He gathered his physical strength all the way from the tip of his toes, then added 10,000 flames cultivation's energy that went past the middle energy center. Clang. Heavenly Drive, engulfed in the astral energy of raging flames, clashed against Jelmia's extremely fast stab. Wham! The contest between Heavenly Drive and the thin sword at around shoulder's height created a storm of crimson flame, covering the underground. I'm at the intermediate level of master. I can kill you whenever I feel like it, since you are only at the beginner level. Beginner, intermediate, and advanced only matter when you are training. Rayon smiled coldly while looking down on Jelmia, whose forehead was touching his. Rank doesn't matter once the fight begins. You should talk with your sword if you are a real warrior, he incorporated. Coiling power into the 10,000 flames cultivation's astral energy. The raging firestorm bursting from his blade mercilessly scorched Jelmia's wind, so you chose punishment in the end. All right. Jelmia pointed at Rayon's heart with his thin sword, glaring at him with the intention of killing him. I'll start by cutting out your arrogant tongue. The energy of wind coming from him became powerful enough to make his ears ring. It was the full power of an intermediate master. He was using all of his strength. It's finally getting interesting. Crimson lightning sparked from Rayon's eyes. Come at me. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Hell yeah, somebody was exclaiming loud and clear from the 5th training grounds platform. Great, this is great. This is what I live for, Rimmer. He was grinning while having a solo drinking party on the platform since he was the only one left in the 5th training ground. I'll take this shot for Rayon, and the second shot is for Burin. He raised his glass towards the moon and kept drinking. They are both still alive. Tiaz shook his head from under the platform. Ah, I didn't mean their death. I was just wishing them good luck. Rimmer smiled at him, then took a bite of the grilled pig he had gotten from the restaurant. Wow, this is utopia. He devoured the meat in an instant, rinsing his mouth with alcohol before patting his stomach. I haven't been able to eat properly because that damn Rayon bastard even interfered with my diet. He really is the worst. Rimmer sighed, murmuring that he needed to recover his strength as fast as possible. Aren't you worried about them? As the Light Wind Squad leader, Tiaz bit his lip while looking in the direction of the central martial palace. The Severing Steads are powerful. They can't be compared to a division, but they are among the top 3 of the most powerful squads. Even if the Severing Steads were the only ones that remained in the central martial palace, he couldn't imagine the Light Wind Squad's victory. He was worried that they might end up being defeated instead of saving Buran. How my heart is pounding so hard that I feel like I'm going to die. He would have already run to the central martial palace if Rayon hadn't ordered him to stay in the 5th training ground. You know, a novel's protagonist is brimming with power when they need to save their companions. Rimmer drew a circle with his finger. That's not completely fake. You saw the overflowing confidence in my kids' eyes when they headed to the central martial palace. Those eyes. Tiaz swallowed nervously. It was ferocity that was glowing in their eyes, not confidence. It almost felt like they were going to kidnap their companion instead of saving him. Anyway, you can just rest assured and wait. They will bring Buran back on their own. That would be nice, but if both the Light Wind Squad and Buran returned safely, that would have been the best outcome. Is there something else you are worried about? Rimmer laid flat on the platform and turned his head. He really was feeling at home up there. Jelmia has reached the intermediate level of master as a swordsman. Because he has such a calm personality, I'm worried about whether Rayon will be able to win against him. More than half of the Severing Stead's prowess came from Jelmia's might. He was worried that Rayon wouldn't be able to face him. Ahaha, you don't need to worry about that monster. He's absolutely going to win. Rimmer firmly predicted Rayon's victory, looking up at the moon in the sky, but Jelmia is an intermediate master. He's only an intermediate master. He won't be able to stop Rayon with just that. He grinned while tossing a peanut into his mouth. We just need to wait and look forward to what that monster is going to bring back this time. Clang, Rayon and Jelmia's swords clashed against each other over 10 times in an instant, spreading sparks into the air like a fountain. Whoosh! Jelmia's stab pierced through the extremely small pieces of cinders and rushed towards him. Rayon narrowed his eyes while taking half a step forward. He's almost mastered his technique. The harmony between speed, precision, and power in his strike had almost reached perfection. It was a flawless technique, and he couldn't see even the smallest opening. Clang, Rayon struck fangs of insanity to smack the center of the thin sword Jelmia had thrust. He almost groaned from the powerful aura affecting his bones. He was an ugly bastard who went as far as kidnapping his own brother to brainwash him, but his skills were the real deal. Try taking this one. Jelmia lowered his elbow slightly and thrust his sword. Even though all he did was lower the starting point of his stab slightly, an intense vibration was created on his sword and made it impossible to read its trajectory. Bring it on. Rayon raised Heavenly Drive diagonally and to the left. He used the fangs of insanity's sharpness like a dragon's claw to strike the upper part of Jelmia's sword before it could gain momentum. Clang! His hand was trembling even though he'd managed to prevent the technique from reaching completion. The damage penetrating his astral energy was befitting a master who had reached the extremity of stabs. Clank! He consecutively slashed with the star-connecting sword. The flow of his sword looked like a constellation as it deflected Jelmia's stab. Tap! He turned his right foot towards the left, spreading the energy of raging fire into Heavenly Drive's blade. 10,000 flames cultivation, 100 flames, flame spirit. Countless flaming petals emerged from the sword's tip and fluttered into the secret room, eventually engulfing the entire space. Whop! Every single one of those flame pieces were made of astral energy. They turned into a red storm to attack Jelmia. HMPH, Jelmia snorted, then pulled his shoulder back before thrusting his thin sword. The tip of his sword, surrounded by astral energy, multiplied into 100 to sever the entire firestorm. Rayon exclaimed. Interesting. Despite the extreme speed in his stab, the power hadn't decreased at all, and it was capable of drawing a precise trajectory. It was an exemplary swordplay worthy of admiration. He's compressing the wind to burst it. It was to be expected from Buran's brother to have a high wind affinity. He was exploding the energy of wind, which he'd compressed beforehand, the moment he was stabbing in order to maximize the power and speed. It was rumored that Jelmia could use the Wind Master swordplay, which was a swordsmanship at the highest rank, and it was definitely worthy of the reputation. Are you dumbfounded? It's too early to regret it since I'm only getting started, Jelmia declared in a cold voice piercing through the distance. The stab he'd used a moment ago was unleashed one more time from his hand. Whoosh, Rayon couldn't find an escape. His entire vision was filled with the silver tips of Jelmia's sword. Where did your arrogance go? Jelmia thrust his sword while showing his teeth as he laughed. He must have believed that his victory was guaranteed. The moment hundreds of blades surrounded with astral energy were about to pierce through Rayon's body, he slashed Heavenly Drive upwards. Wham! A wall of ice emerged according to the trajectory of his sword to block every single one of Jelmia's astral energies. Rumble! The ice wall melted down soon enough, like a spring snow, but not even the smallest astral blade was allowed to pass. This is also pretty useful. He'd tried creating a wall by using the application of Glacier that he'd learned from Lohan Green's knowledge, and its defensive capabilities were even better than the 10,000 Flames cultivation when he considered that it was capable of blocking an intermediate master's astral blade. Arrogance. I've never been arrogant. Rayon's lips rolled up into a smile as he watched Jelmia's trembling eyes. Because it's true that you kidnapped your own brother and tried to brainwash him because you were so afraid of me. Shut up. Jelmia thrust his sword in an effort to hide his panic. Instead of using astral energy, he was trying to directly stab him with a huge amount of power concentrated on the blade. It was incomparably faster and more powerful than before. Rayon increased his focus by maximizing the resonance of the Ring of Fire. The principles are the same. The astral energy with extreme penetration and the extremely fast and powerful stab using the explosive wind utilized the same method despite having a difference in power and speed. Kring. The powerful energy spreading from his thin blade caused him intense pain, feeling like it was tearing at his skin even though it hadn't even reached it. Thud. Rayon used the Supreme Harmony steps after observing Jelmia's stab until the last moment. Whoosh. His hair was cut by Jelmia's sword and fluttered above it. He could only laugh as he saw the stab follow him like a guiding missile, even when he used footwork. He's certainly strong, but it wouldn't be too difficult to win. It was clear that Jelmia was far stronger than Tyler, but since he'd already finished analyzing his technique, using his full power would have been more than enough to win against him. However, I want to learn. Despite his personality, his stab had almost reached perfection. He wouldn't be able to copy the exact technique because he had a different attribute, but he wanted to be the owner of that perfection. Rayon licked his lip while looking at Jelmia's confident eyes. Translator Kyunghee. Proofreader Harley. Jelmia smiled coldly as Rayon couldn't do anything but continuously withdraw from his assault. It was my mistake. He never needed to fear someone like him in the first place. Warriors were capable of reading their opponent's mindset and their thoughts from the simple clash of their swords. Rayon Sieghart was completely focused on running away from his Wind Master swordplay because he was terrified by its technique. How pathetic. How could you run your mouth when all you can do is run away from me? Do you not know the strategy of taking a step back in order to take 2 steps forward in the future? You are so stupid. Rayon shrugged his shoulders with a wry smile on his face. Why, you bastard. Instead of yielding to his provocation, Rayon provoked him instead, completely focused on dodging the stabs. Jelmia's irritation intensified as he watched him dodge the sword at the very last moment after watching it until the end. Do you really believe that I don't know what you're trying? When it came to a fight between masters, focus was even more important. Rayon must have been trying to create an opening by agitating him psychologically. I've done countless battles like that before. Jelmia chewed inside of his cheek. He focused his mind to maintain his composure and swung his sword. A trick like that is never going to work against me. He inhaled deeply and unleashed the Wind Master swordplay's techniques one after the other. Rayon's aura was shredded apart by his stabs, which used the explosive power of the wind. It's too late to apologize now. I'm going to kill you and change the whole situation. You can say that again after actually doing it. You dare to keep that attitude, you bastard. His blabbering mouth would float on the water even if he drowned. He wanted to tear his mouth off so that he would finally stop talking. Whoosh! Jelmia clenched his teeth and unleashed the Wind Master swordplay's special technique, Explosive Stinger. The strike aimed at Rayon's shoulder had the maximized speed and sharpness. Clench. Rayon slightly turned the hand that was holding his sword and thrust it forward. His stab was somewhat similar to the Explosive Stinger, Wham, the clash between. Explosive Stinger and Rayon's strike created an explosion powerful enough to shake the entire underground room. Rumble. Obviously, Rayon was the one who was pushed back from that powerful clash. You are like a goby trying to copy a jumping mullet. Jelmia's mouth twisted upon seeing Rayon take 5 steps back. Did you really believe that you could copy the Wind Master swordplay with your meager skills? A huge amount of aura wasn't the only requirement for the highest class swordsmanship. Wind Master swordplay, and utilizing the wind element was also necessary for it. Never mind the compression, Rayon wasn't even capable of using the wind. Jelmia could only snort at the way he tried to copy the Wind Master swordplay. We won't know until I try. Rayon regained his posture and bobbed his finger. The way he was pretending to take it easy despite having gotten an internal injury from the previous clash made Jelmia boil with anger. Try doing it again. You bastard. It wasn't exactly the case with his sword, but he was certainly good with provocation. I'll finish you off in an instant. Jelmia gritted his teeth and unleashed the condensed stab of 1,000 winds, which was one of the Wind Master swordplay's special techniques. The compressed energy of wind exploded from his shoulder to attack Rayon's heart. Wham! The extreme power and speed gave the illusion of the space itself being cracked. Rayon looked like he was trying to copy the condensed stab of 1,000 winds as he lowered his shoulder slightly before gathering his crimson aura to unleash it towards him. Clong! The two swords intertwined with each other like rose vines to create an explosive sound similar to a collapsing mountain. Jelmia didn't move at all from where he was standing, but Rayon had to take 4 steps back as he groaned. I told you, you can't. Jelmia ground his teeth and pierced into Rayon's left side. He slammed down his sword, which was raised from the previous strike. It was the Wind Master swordplay. 100 Rain of Lightnings. It was an extremely fast attack, consisting of stabbing 100 times in an instant. Apparently Rayon had no intention of withdrawing, as he turned the direction of his wrist slightly to copy the 100 Rain of Lightning. Wham! The endless clash between the swords created a wave of astral energy soaring into the sky. Everything around them collapsed under the red tidal wave. It's meaningless. I'll turn you into a skewer right away, huh? Jelmia swallowed nervously as he noticed Rayon's sword. What is happening? Rayon's stabs were changing little by little as he kept unleashing the 100 Rain of Lightning. They were getting faster, stronger, and more precise. The stabs that used to be nothing more than decent were transforming into perfection. Rayon was taking to his swordsmanship just like a baby that tried to walk like their mother. Impossible. He couldn't believe that he was gaining his stab's proficiency during such an intense battle. He was unable to stop his trembling chin. In that case, Jelmia stopped the 100 Rain of Lightning and turned around midair. He kicked a collapsed pillar and smashed at him with his sword. It was the Wind Master swordplay's special technique, Metal Wolf's Dive. Whoosh! The strike was aimed at Rayon's head, like a wolf's fangs diving on its prey. Rayon lowered his posture. He slightly raised his elbow just like when Jelmia used the Metal Wolf's Dive and thrust his sword into the air. You will never be able to copy this one. The Metal Wolf's Dive was the Wind Master swordplay technique that utilized the wind the most. It was impossible for Rayon to copy that one, since he was only capable of using fire and ice. I'll make a hole in your head, as he was about to smash Rayon's head with Metal Wolf's Dive. An ominous light sparkled from his eyes. The power of wind emerged from his thrusting wrist, and the flame from the tip of his sword exploded out. How is this happening? While the trajectory and speed were similar, it was even more powerful than Metal Wolf's Dive. He couldn't believe his eyes as he witnessed the strike. Slam! A flame pillar huge enough to even shake the ground above soared into the sky, and both Rayon and Jelmia took 2 steps back. What the hell are you? Jelmia's eyes were wavering like a sailboat in the middle of a turbulent ocean. How do you even have the energy of wind? Rayon snickered while watching Jelmia's eyes widen even more than when he'd arrived to save Burin. Energy of wind. Rayon was also surprised. He noticed it when he was trying to learn Jelmia's stab. It was impossible to perfectly copy his techniques with the 10,000 Flames cultivation, which had the fire attribute. When he was about to stop while convincing himself that raising the stab's proficiency was good enough, clear energy surged from his energy center. It was mixed into the 10,000 Flames cultivation, but it didn't originally have the fire attribute. It was the aura of wind that Rimmer had given to him previously, using the Ring of Fire to control the energy of wind mixed into the flame, made it possible to copy everything from the Wind Master swordplay. It was worth working on the basics. The basic techniques that he still practiced every day, the energy of wind that he got from Rimmer, and the Ring of Fire being at the peak of 6 stars allowed him to accomplish what he did. Impossible. This can't be happening. Jelmia charged at him while screaming. He mustered all of his aura and physical strength to stab. It was even more powerful and faster than before, and even the trajectory was twisted. Rayon caught his breath and fixed his grip on Heavenly Drive. I can advance even further now. A smile appeared on his face from realizing that his swordsmanship would be able to move closer to completion. He used the Ring of Fire to read the flow of Jelmia's stab, then thrust Heavenly Drive according to it. Clang! Even though Rayon's stab started later than Jelmia's, he wasn't getting pushed back at all. Rumble, crimson sparks appeared, distorting the space where the two swords were clashing against each other at their extremities. Who the hell are you? Rayon Sieghart. No one asked your name. I'm asking how the hell you managed to copy my technique. With skills. QA. Jelmia looked like he was losing his mind as he unleashed his stabs. His eyes turned red. Even though he was enraged, there were no openings in his stabs. This is a great opportunity to learn. Rayon didn't miss the opportunity and absorbed all of the principles of stabs that Jelmia was displaying for him. The movements of his wrist and shoulder depending on the direction of the stab, the way he controlled his aura to add penetration and explosive power to the strike, and the sharpness that resulted in a change of trajectory from noticing an opening in an instant. Rayon absorbed all of the strengths of what Jelmia had learned up to that moment, throwing away the weaknesses. Rayon caught his breath and incorporated the principles of stabs that he'd learned into the fangs of insanity, the twin bloody strike of the fangs of insanity clashing against Jelmia's. Wind Master Swordplay was on a different level in terms of speed and power than in the beginning. Whoosh, the clash between the extremities of the two swords created a fearsome shockwave, and Jelmia was the one who ended up being pushed back after the huge clash of powers. His chin was trembling in disbelief. How? I hope you aren't done yet. Rayon bobbed his finger. You can do better, you son of a bitch. Jelmia rushed at him. A fearsome amount of murderous intent could be felt from him. His thin sword unleashed the Wind Master Swordplay's special techniques one after the other, but it wasn't too difficult for Rayon to fend them off because he'd already read their flow, just a little bit more. Rayon kept polishing his stab while deflecting all of Jelmia's strikes. The penetration and explosive power of his aura was making him nauseous, and his bones were aching, but he was perfectly fine with enduring it because he was overjoyed with his growth. Jelmia's hand holding the sword was trembling. I can't lose like this. It was necessary to kill that monstrous bastard and Burin in order to survive. If he ended up losing the fight, his life was going to be worse than death in the future. Stabs aren't going to work anymore. Judging from what happened so far, the Wind Master Swordplay didn't work against Rayon. It was necessary to change the technique. I need to bait him out. There was only one solution left for him. He needed to use the Wind Master Swordplay's special technique as bait and target his back with a new swordsmanship he'd learned. Jelmia caught his breath. He increased his aura to the point where his energy center started to ache and kick the ground. Azure Dragon's Blade of Wind, the ultimate technique of the Wind Master Swordplay, rode the wind flowing down from the ceiling to stretch towards Rayon. It was a single stab, yet it was 1,000 stabs at the same time. The endless barrage was enough to make any opponent lose their fighting spirit. This is a fake. However, he didn't incorporate that much aura into the Azure Dragon's Blade of Wind. The real attack was the silent demonic blade hiding behind its flashy performance. The Blade of Darkness contained a tremendous amount of power as it assaulted Rayon's neck. Jelmia could see the frown on Rayon's face as he faced the spreading wave of astral energy. He looked like he was completely focused on the Azure Dragon's Blade of Wind. It worked. Jelmia clenched his fist. It was impossible for anyone to fend off the silent demonic blade hiding behind the Azure Dragon's Blade of Wind. Even though Rayon was a monster, it was a perfect combination that left him no choice but to lose his head. You didn't believe in yourself. Just as Jelmia was confident about his victory while he unleashed the silent demonic blade, Rayon's cold voice echoed throughout the space. You shouldn't have given up on your stabs. A dragon followed his words. The red dragon looked like it came straight from Rayon's eyes as its jaw became wide open, devouring the silent demonic blade. Rumble. Translator Kyongi. Proofreader Harley. Thud. Jelmia was unable to overcome the flame dragon art, which had become even more powerful than before, and was slammed into the wall. Huff, huff, he barely managed to extinguish the flame dragon art that was spreading like hellfire, letting out a rough exhale that made it sound like he was at death's door. Who the hell are you? What the hell is wrong with you? Jelmia screamed. He was unable to hide his astonishment as his lips trembled violently. Rayon lowered Heavenly Drive and walked up to Jelmia. You know, I've never skipped basic training for even a single day since I started wielding the sword. Basic techniques were horizontal slash, vertical slash, diagonal slash, and stab. Although most people tended to overlook the basic techniques once they learned proper swordsmanship, Rayon had been polishing the basics every single day. I was rather confident in stabs, but your swordsmanship enlightened me. I really admired you, that you were able to achieve such a variety and power by using nothing but stabs. However, Rayon ground his teeth while glaring at Jelmia. What was that unsightly cut you showed me at the end? During the final clash, Jelmia had created hundreds of astral energies to charge towards his vitals with a single stab. The technique was marvelous enough to unconsciously widen his mouth, but it was completely empty inside. The real strike was the technique that had nothing but power hiding behind the Windmaster swordplay. Your pathetic display ruined the fun of it. It was an opportunity to climb even higher. The Flame Dragon art from the 10,000 Flames cultivation that he'd been using could have evolved into another level, yet the ugly attempt of that damn bastard had ruined the flow. It was such a shame, enough of one that Rayon was boiling in anger. I'm never going to forgive you for this. A frightening amount of murderous intent surged from Rayon's red eyes. Wrath tilted his head in bewilderment. So what you are saying is that you are angry at him because he didn't swing his sword the way you wanted. It was ridiculous. The mistake made by that idiot Galaga or Gelforce or whatever was one thing, but he was certain that Rayon had gone crazy because he was angry at his opponent for not using the technique he wanted. You are seriously nuts. He'd seen many humans throughout his long life, but no one had ever been as crazy as him. How did he even turn into a monster like that? Was the environment the important factor after all? He thought in the beginning that Rayon was a cold-hearted, calm, and patient kid, but the person in front of him was literally a crazy bastard. He figured that it must have been because of the influences from Shitty Ears, the clumsy-handed woman, and that head of House Geezer. There's no one like him even among the demons. Wrath decided once again that he would bring that crazy bastard to Devildom in order to revive the demon race. Shut up. A nasty amount of murderous intent was coming from Jelmia as he raised himself up. I'm not letting it end like this. He thrust his sword with all of his rage. The explosive power of the silent demonic blade burst from the thin sword. It's meaningless. Rayon used the supreme harmony steps. He advanced like lightning to swing heavenly drive at him. The fangs of insanity's principles unleashed upon the blade. Clang. The silver blade's fierce roar shattered Jelmia's strike in an instant and pierced his waist. Jelmia stepped back while covering his waist. What? His lips were trembling in disbelief, facing the reality where his silent demonic blade was defeated by just a simple swing of his sword. Thud. Rayon immediately kicked the ground. He seemed to have no intention of giving him a breather. Get away from me. Jelmia hurriedly thrust his sword. It was the Windmaster swordplay stab with maximized penetration and explosive power, but it was meaningless at that point. Tishing. Rayon charged from the left side and slashed with Frost Pond, the heavenly blade, incorporating the principles of extreme swiftness, deflected the thin sword as the blade of frost dashed along the silver trajectory and slashed Jelmia's upper body. PSSH. Jelmia's uniform was cut and blood gushed from his chest. His face turned pale from fear as he was getting overwhelmed in terms of might. I am possible, how could you, when you are just at the beginner level of master? I already told you that it doesn't matter once the fight begins. Rayon tilted his head slightly and narrowed his eyes. You'd better do your best because I might end up cutting your head off with the next strike. Are you trying to kill me? Inside the Central Martial Palace. Why not? Jelmia had been targeting his neck and heart from the beginning of the fight. Since he was the one who tried to kill him first, there was no reason for Rayon to hold back. Creak. Jelmia clenched the grip of his sword. The blood flowing from his mouth was proof that he'd increased his output to a point where he injured himself internally. Rumble. It felt like the entire underground space would collapse from the earthquake created by his tremendous energy wave. The rubble from the destroyed walls and ceiling was floating in the air. I'm never ever going to let it end like this. Jelmia screamed and kicked the ground. He pounced like a furious tiger and thrust his thin sword. Kring. The single blade multiplied into hundreds to cover Rayon's entire vision. It almost looked like a rain of astral energy. Rumble. Although the previous usage was nothing but an empty shell, it was different from that time. The perfect stab was dominating the space without leaving the smallest room for escape. It's already too late. Rayon made his declaration in a cold voice as he raised his sword above his head. He swung down, the crimson light radiating from the blade like ink drawing a straight line on a white paper. 10,000 flames cultivation, 100 flames, crimson slash. The flash looked like the sunlight as it melted away the rain of astral energy and distorted the space. Crack. The Windmaster swordplay's special technique was shredded, and Jelmia's right arm was getting torn apart behind it. Shock and fear were overflowing from his distorted green eyes. Kua. Alongside an extremely painful scream, his right arm fell to the ground. My arm. I went easy on you. Rayon walked up to Jelmia with a cruel look in his eyes. I could have killed you instead. Since the direct line of the house was involved, the Lord's manor had to put an end to the incident. It was unfortunate that he couldn't just finish him off right there. My father is definitely going to kill you. He will never. Crying for Papa now, Rayon snickered and looked down at Jelmia. Your pettiness is making me speechless. You are going to need another beating. Wait, shut your mouth if you want to keep your tongue in one piece. Listened to Kua. Rayon raised his strength to the maximum and smacked Jelmia's chin. Smack. Translator Kyongi. Proofreader Harley. The second team leader of the Department of Justice, Terrand, brought everyone left in the Department of Justice to the Central Martial Palace as soon as he heard the news of the Light Wind's forcible execution. The Light Wind Squad is in danger. The Severing Steads was a powerful squad. The Light Wind Squad was no match against them no matter how motivated they were, since they were pretty much newbies. Jelmia was especially dangerous because of how cruel he was, despite his appearance. Even though the Light Wind had Rayon with them, it was possible that they would end up being killed. The door is destroyed. His anxiousness puffed up like a balloon as soon as he witnessed the destroyed main gate of the Central Martial Palace. Stay alive, please. He walked over the destroyed gate and entered the Central Martial Palace, praying for no fatalities. Stop the fight right now. The Department of Justice is now Terran started shouting in order to stop the fight, but his jaw dropped. What's happening? The fight was already over. That was something he'd expected, but the result was far different from his expectation. Why are the Light Wind members standing while the Severing Steads are on the ground? The Severing Steads were lying on the ground in their green uniforms, their mouths wide open, and the Light Wind members were standing on 2 feet even though they looked rather exhausted. Is this a dream? The Severing Steads were veteran swordsmen who'd completed countless missions already with Jelmia Sieghart as their head. He couldn't believe that they'd lost against the Light Wind Squad, which was only getting started. What? The Light Wind Squad won. How is this even possible? The swordsmen of the Department of Justice swallowed nervously. The situation was difficult to believe for them, just like it was for Terrand. Terrand took a deep breath in order to come back to his senses and looked around him. I can't see Rayon or Jelmia. He couldn't find Rayon nor Jelmia, even though they were the most important people in the incident as the leaders of the 2 squads. His heart pounded violently as it could become a catastrophe if one of them died from the fight. Sir Gambling Monster. Terrand ran up to the Gambling Monster, who had Gammon kneeling in front of him. Where is Rayon Sieghart? He is right below us. He pointed at the floor with his finger. Terrand tried using his aura perception, and he could hear the small banging sounds from underneath. In no way is he currently fighting Jelmia Sieghart. Yes, they must be having a good fight. Then why are you standing here doing nothing? You should be stopping him. Stop him. Stop who? I'm obviously talking about Jelmia. He might end up killing Rayon. Kuhahaha. The Gambling Monster covered his forehead with his palm and burst into laughter despite the seriousness of the situation. Sir Gambling Monster, a weakling like Jelmia, kill that monster. I didn't expect a team leader from the Department of Justice could make such a funny joke. What? That's never going to happen. It might be the other way around though. Terran sighed and shook his head. It was impossible to talk sense with him, which was the feeling he already had from the man's time as a senator. I'm going to get those 2. The second team should clean up the mess here. It's unnecessary. The Gambling Monster casually shook his hand. He grinned while pointing at the ground once again. They will come out soon enough. This isn't the time for jokes. It would be a huge problem if one of them ended up dead. Terrand ignored Gambling Monsters and was about to enter the Mansion of Wisdom. Bam! An earthquake engulfed the entire Central Martial Palace, and a huge hole was created at the location the Gambling Monster had pointed, where one person surged up like a fountain. That's the Severing Stead squad leader. It was Jelmia. He was flying into the air with his eyes rolled back, missing his right arm. Why is he there? His mind went blank because he was unable to comprehend the situation. He felt like his brain was rusted over. It's not time for that. It wasn't the time to think about such a thing. Jelmia was obviously going to die if he fell from that height. Thud, as he was about to run towards him, another person soared from the hole in the ground and caught Jelmia. Noticing his blonde hair and red eyes, Terrand realized that it was Rayon Sieghart, who was supposed to be fighting against Jelmia. Brat, you are too slow. The Gambling Monster snorted at Rayon. I'm sorry. Rayon smiled faintly after putting Jelmia down on the ground. There was something I wanted to learn. Learn? You are scaring me again. The Gambling Monster frowned, murmuring that he was doing it again. Terrand's mouth widened like an idiot, as he was still unable to accept the situation. What's happening right now? The situation clearly implied that there was a fight between Rayon and Jelmia, yet Rayon was completely fine despite being a beginner, while Jelmia lost an arm and fainted despite being an intermediate. So this. It was actually a simple matter, but his brain was incapable of accepting it. Did Rayon really win against Jelmia? Was that even possible? The level of difference was wider the stronger the person was. Even though Rayon could be considered above average in the beginner level of master, and Jelmia was right in the middle of the intermediate level, their difference should have been tremendous. He simply couldn't understand how such a result was possible. Ah, you are from the Department of Justice. As he was trying to think with a brain that was refusing to function, Rayon came up to him. I am the second team leader of the Department of Justice, Terrand. Terran straightened his back and introduced himself. I can't show a disgraceful side anymore. He was shocked because the situation was too surprising in various ways, but it was necessary to regain his composure. Terran resolved to stop being surprised, no matter what happened. What is this situation right now, when I heard that you were carrying out a forcible execution for Buren Sieghart, who was hiding inside the Central Martial Palace? If you can't give a proper explanation, you might be sentenced to death. Terran glared coldly at Rayon. Jelmia and the Severingsteads kidnapped Buren and locked him up below. They said they were trying to control him by brainwashing him. What? The reason they tried to brainwash him was in order to kill me. The casual smile on Rayon's face made it look like he was talking about somebody else's business. Ooh. Terran's jaw dropped. He'd resolved himself to not be surprised anymore, yet it didn't even last for 10 seconds. Seriously, you can confirm by checking the secret room down there. Rayon pointed at the hole in the ground. Terran went to his knees to examine it, and he could see multiple layers of walls made of special materials. The victim is coming out over there. Rayon pointed at the mansion of wisdom behind him. With silent footsteps, Buren made his appearance. He was dragging out a team leader from the Severingsteads with a bruised and emaciated face and tattered clothes. Ha. Did they really kidnap him? He couldn't tell about the brainwashing yet, but his appearance suggested that he really had been kidnapped. He was dumbfounded that Jelmia was crazy enough to kidnap his own brother in his home. Let me organize my thoughts. Terran slapped his own cheeks and closed his eyes. Rayon chuckled while watching Terran's behavior. He must be confused. He must have been there to simply stop the fight between the Light Wind Squad and the Central Martial Palace, yet it ended up being an extraordinary event where Jelmia had kidnapped his own brother to brainwash him. Rayon could understand his reaction. Let's see. Rayon left him alone so that he could calmly think about it, and looked at Buren instead as he walked towards him. I told you, you can count on me. Buren raised his fist with a grin on his face. Judging from his satisfied expression, he must have gained something from the fight against Olin. Rayon thought that it was worth counting on him. Yes, good Joe. Whoa, Sir Buren is here. Sir Buren is back. Buren. As Rayon was nodding his head, the Light Wind swordsmen burst into cheers as they found Buren. Everyone. Buren covered his mouth, overwhelmed with emotions. Whoa, Sir Buren, I missed you so much. Buren. They were apparently not satisfied with calling his name. They even used footwork to run up to him and started tossing him into the air. Tears welled up in Buren's eyes. It was natural to be moved to tears, as his companions had risked their lives to save him, unlike the brother who'd kidnapped him to brainwash him. Where was that let him ride this? Dorian took out a large sedan chair from his belly pocket and placed Buren on top of it. The Light Wind members took the legs of the sedan chair and raised Buren. Buren. The Light Wind squad kept shouting Buren's name as they went towards the main gate of the Central Martial Palace. What is going on? The swordsmen from the Department of Justice watched them blankly instead of stopping them because their behavior was far too unpredictable. It's enough. Your feelings have reached my heart. Buren gave them a big nod after wiping his tears away with the back of his hand. He looked like he was moved from the bottom of his heart. My life will be for the Light Wind squad from now on. I'll sacrifice everything I have for you. Buren made his declaration, but it wasn't enough to stop the sedan chair. They left the Central Martial Palace and went to the right, where the Northgrave Mountain was located. Hey, we aren't heading to the base right now. Why are we going to the mountain? Buren, grrr, training, woof, training. The eyes of the Light Wind swordsmen gradually turned red as they looked at the Northgrave Mountain. The madness they'd vented on the Severingsteads was returning to them. Training, what's wrong with your eyes? They are completely red. Hey, grrr, let me down, you bastard. Buren finally realized that something was going wrong and tried to get out, but the swordsman squeezed up while holding the sedan chair to leave no room for escape. Rayon nodded in satisfaction while watching the reunion between Buren and the Light Wind squad. Yes, that's perfect. What the hell is perfect? You guys are all crazy. Wrath's lips were trembling as he watched the panicking Buren. Shitty Eyes was confined for a whole week and even had to fight afterwards. He's really going to die at this rate. People don't die so easily. Rayon shook his hand, telling him it was okay. Wrath covered his forehead with his palm and sighed deeply. It was impossible to talk sense to him. It felt like everyone's brains were turned upside down. You are all crazy. This is madness. He was so confused over a situation where humans were showing their malice towards Burren when even he was worried about him despite being a demon king. Wait, maybe this is actually devildom, and where I used to live is the human world. Wrath started to seriously reconsider his identity while scratching his chin. Stop, everyone. When the Light Wind Squad was really about to climb the North Grave Mountain while carrying Burren, Taron shouted by using his aura. This incident has surpassed my jurisdiction. You will have to accompany me to the Lord's manor. He bit his lip since there was no other way. Rayon nodded with a smile on his face since he knew it was bound to happen, of course. Translator Kyunghee. Proofreader Harley. Before that, Rayon called the Light Wind Squad with his hand because they were about to start climbing the mountain. Damn it. It was the perfect opportunity to get rid of him. We weren't trying to get rid of him. We were going to make him suffer to the point that death would look like a better option. Oh true, my bad, consider yourself lucky. The Light Wind members frowned and returned to the Central Martial Palace. What's wrong with them? Burren swallowed nervously, noticing that the Light Wind Squad had completely changed in a single week to the point that they looked like ferocious beasts. Let's tend to the wounded first. Rayon pointed at the returning Light Wind Squad and the Central Martial Palace warriors that were lying around. Except for the Severingsteads, most of them shouldn't have even been aware of the fact that Burren had been kidnapped. 4 of us are enough to explain this matter to the head of house. Himself, Burren, Jelmia, and Olin were the only ones that needed to visit the Lord's manor, as they were at the center of the incident. In that case, Sir Gambling Monster and Sir Gammon. Taron carefully asked about the Gambling Monster because he was the strongest one among them. Our general administrator doesn't do anything annoying like that. It would be pretty strange for him to kneel and report after all. Ahem, you are right. The Gambling Monster cleared his throat and nodded, pleased by Rayon's words. Instead, Sir Gambling Monster is going to treat the wounded. Emmy, you are doing it right. Kuh. The Gambling Monster's face instantly stiffened upon facing Rayon's smile. He was asking to choose between facing Glenn or managing the kids, and the answer was obvious even though it was annoying. How much are you planning to make this old man work? You damn bastard. He responded with insults. I knew our general administrator cherished them more than anyone in the world. Shut up. He shook his hand, telling him to get out of his sight already. Taron's jaw dropped as he watched Rayon standing next to the Gambling Monster with a smile on his face. How come he's handling the Gambling Monster so easily? The Gambling Monster was famous for his eccentric personality. He was already hard enough to deal with when he was one of the senators, and after he gained his freedom, he was considered a natural disaster because of how uncontrollable he was. He could only laugh upon witnessing such a young swordsman playing him like a fiddle. I knew that might wasn't the only thing he had. The most important quality for Rayon wasn't the talent and might that had allowed him to become the youngest master on the continent, but his decisiveness to act quickly upon noticing Jelmia's plan and his ability to control the situation the way he wanted. He's worthy of admiration. Even though attacking the Central Martial Palace must have been an extremely difficult decision, he made that decision in order to save his companion and acted with determination. Amazing wasn't even enough to describe his deeds. He never expected to harbor such feelings towards a swordsman who was much younger than himself. Let's go. Rayon dragged the unconscious Jelmia and Olin outside. Are you planning on carrying them like that? Taron swallowed nervously while pointing at Jelmia and Olin, who were in complete tatters. There's no reason to give a nice treatment to the criminals. But we still. There's one more person that we need. What? Rayon smiled and raised his finger. Please make sure to bring him along, as he's an extremely important person. Rimmer looked aside with his jaw dropped. He could see Rayon, Burren, Jelmia without an arm, and Olin with unfocused eyes. He slowly raised his head. Glenn's cold gaze was looking down on the world from the top of the golden platform connected to the red stairs. Why was he there? He was happily having a drinking party in the training ground, so he couldn't understand why he was suddenly in such a place. He honestly didn't remember at all. He was at the Lord's manor when he came to, and the audience chamber could be seen when he opened his eyes. Rayon chuckled while looking at Rimmer's dumbfounded expression. Taron had brought him there, and he still didn't seem to be in his right mind. Greeting my lord. You don't need the greetings. Rayon was trying to greet him, but Glenn shook his hand. Although he'd seen him since he was 5 years old, it was his first time seeing such a cold gaze coming from him. Explain the situation. I'll explain it. Burren stepped forward before Rayon could open his mouth. He wanted to explain it personally because he was the victim of the incident. Burren. Jelmia waved his hand at Burren. Please. His trembling voice was begging for his life, since it was his last chance to survive. Burren didn't look back. He sighed deeply, with Glenn being the only person reflected in his eyes. The Severing squad leader came to me right after we returned from the mission. We went to the Central Martial Palace together to talk because we haven't seen each other in a really long time. We talked about various matters, and the Severing squad leader suddenly mentioned Rayon's name. Rayon, yes. He asked me about his weakness because he wanted to kill Rayon. Kill. Glenn's red eyes rolled towards the right side. His energy wave, which was crushing Jelmia, was as threatening as it could get. Jelmia sank to the ground, grasping his heart with his left hand. Even though the bleeding on his right shoulder was stopped as a temporary treatment, the blood gushed from it once again. Head of house, please save M. Glenn's pressure didn't decrease in the slightest, despite Jelmia's plea. Even Roan and Shirl, standing next to Glenn, were spreading threatening pressures while glaring harshly at Jelmia. Sniff. Because of the three people's pressures, Jelmia was unable to move his single finger, his entire body trembling in fear. He asked me for his weakness and even asked me to lure him away in order to kill him. I refused the offer, and I was attacked when I was about to leave the Central Martial Palace. When I opened my eyes, I was in a secret room that I'd never seen before. Rumble, Glenn's powerful pressure interrupted Burns' testimony. Although his pressure used to be just as cold as ice, it turned into a sharp ice pick to take Jelmia and Olen's breaths away. Sniff. The two criminals prostrated like dogs while groaning from the pain of their hearts being stopped. Continue. He kept asking me to help kill Rayon after tying me up, but I refused. That's when the Severingstead's second-team leader, Olen, made his appearance to start brainwashing me. Burn told him of how he spent the week inside the secret room before looking at Rayon. When I was about to completely give up, Rayon came to save me. I would have been brainwashed by Olen by now if it weren't for him. He clenched his fist while looking back at Jelmia and Olen. Ooh. Huff, huff. Glenn's pressure was still crushing Jelmia and Olen. Their lips were bleeding from biting them too hard, with their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Rayon Sieghart. Glenn's gaze turned to Rayon, who was kneeling at the center of the group. How did you notice that Burn was kidnapped? I wasn't certain. You weren't certain. Indeed, because I was just doubtful about it in the beginning. Rayon nodded. As far as I know, Burn has a strong sense of responsibility. The doubt started because he sent his butler to notify me of his absence, even though he is the type of person who would personally visit to apologize to everyone. Burns' shoulders trembled slightly as he spoke, and Glenn's pressure subsided. I see. Shirl and Roan nodded to praise him, their lips curved into slight smiles. I figured that his butler must have been aware of his circumstances, so I secretly visited him to ask about the real situation. After that, Rayon explained everything that happened to Glenn. And no, my lord, I. Shut your mouth. Glenn's gaze was enough to smash Jelmia's head onto the ground. Blood started to flow on the marble floor. I never permitted you to speak. I beg your pardon. The sound of Jelmia's clattering teeth resounded in the audience chamber. Jelmia, why yes. Tell me, which part are you trying to deny? Glenn slightly turned his chin. He was apparently trying to give him an opportunity, but his oppressive pressure didn't disappear. I wasn't serious about it. It was just a little prank because I wanted to see how strong my brother had become. It's true that I locked him up, but I've never harmed Burn in any way. Jelmia started blabbering while coughing up blood because he didn't want to miss the one opportunity he had. He desperately rambled nonsensical excuses. It all went wrong because Rayon appeared when I was about to give Burn a gift after the prank was over. It's true. Please believe me. How strange. Rayon interrupted Jelmia and chuckled. Even though no one seemed to believe what Jelmia was saying, it was better to make sure. What kind of prank lasts for a whole week? Moreover, you tried to kill me as soon as you saw me. In fact, your sword had constantly been targeting my neck and heart during the fight. Cough. He started coughing blood out of his mouth as he spoke because of the internal injuries he received during the fight. Thud. The moment Rayon's red blood touched the floor, Glenn's body wavered significantly on the throne. Shirl and Roan also clenched their fists and increased their pressures. The tremendous pressures emerging from the three at the exact same time made the entire audience chamber Lord's manor event tremble. Jelmia and Olen could only tremble on the ground while lying as flat as a trampled tomato. Their coughing implied that they couldn't even breathe. Terrand. Glenn bobbed his hand at Terrand, who was standing further on the right. Yes, Terrand stepped forward and knelt in front of him. Which one of them is telling the correct story? The investigation isn't perfect because we didn't have much time. It's fine, tell me your opinion. Considering the situation in the secret chamber, the testimonies from the Severingsteads and the Central Martial Palace swordsmen, and Olen's brainwashing ability, I'm more than 95% certain that the Light Wind's vice squad leader is telling the truth. Glenn nodded and Terrand returned to his original position. Jelmia. Glenn's pressure suddenly disappeared like a candlelight. However, his eyes were as dark as a bottomless abyss. You just kicked away the last opportunity given to you. The Severingstead squad will disband today. The swordsmen from the Severingsteads can no longer return to the Central Martial Palace, and the Central Martial Palace will also share the responsibility. They will halt their activities for 2 years. He continued while looking down on Jelmia with emotionless eyes. You aren't allowed to reattach your arm for the rest of your life, and you are ordered to practice wall-facing abstinence for the next 20 years. 20 years. Jelmia raised his head with his chin trembling violently. 20 years of abstinence without even reattaching my arm. Are you asking me to die? You are the one who kidnapped your own brother and tried to kill the Light Wind's vice squad leader. But what I did was no different from the others. Probably because he realized he would be stuck in a cave for the next 20 years, he started shouting at Glenn. I just tried to erase a hindrance, just like everyone who's reached the top of the house. Just like my father and my lord, you've all walked the same path. Translator Kyunghee. Proofreader Harley. Indeed, I've walked that kind of path. I have no intention of denying it. Glenn nodded his chin, which was slightly tilted. However, the way I dealt with them has always been perfect. I made sure multiple times that no one would know about it, that no one would hear about what I'd done. And I became stronger after that, so that no one would be able to argue or fight against me even if they found out about my weakness. The energy emerging from him was emotionless to a frightening degree, as it pierced through Jelmia's soul. I'm different from you, who created an opening because you didn't even understand your brother's personality. Ah. Jelmia's eyes lost focus. His widened mouth as he stared into thin air suggested that he couldn't think straight anymore. The second team leader of Severingsteads, Olin, joined his superior's evil deed instead of stopping him. He tried to brainwash a member of Zieghart's direct line. He will be sentenced to death. Hu. It looked like Olin had lost his sanity from Glenn's pressure as he was drooling nonstop. And Rayon Zieghart. Yes, you are also in the wrong. Rayon bowed without responding. You shouldn't try to directly solve a matter of the house. You should have contacted the Department of Justice instead. Even though it ended in a good way, it had a wrong start. I apologize. Rayon lowered his gaze since he expected the scolding. I thought I might give Jelmia the time to react if I resolved the incident through the Department of Justice. Give him the time to react? Yes. Since he was even capable of ordering Burns' butler around, I figured that he might have connections to the Department of Justice. In fact, Jelmia blabbered that even the Department of Justice couldn't interfere with the Central Martial Palace. Taron glared fiercely at Jelmia upon hearing him. He looked like his pride was severely hurt. My squad leader and I are fine with any punishment. We are just satisfied with saving a member of our squad. Rayon smiled faintly at Rimmer. Why me? Rimmer's eyes turned round as he pointed at himself. The squad leader gave his permission for my reckless plan and even sent a letter to the Department of Justice for us. I wouldn't have been able to decide to attack the Central Martial Palace so easily if it weren't for you, dear squad leader. What madness was that bastard blabbering? It was ridiculous that he was trying to shift the blame even though he was the one who'd planned everything. Rimmer realized what responsibility without pleasure meant. Hey, you bastard, what are you trying to do right now? Rimmer immediately sent an aura message to Rayon. You know, the Light Wind boys are super motivated to train right now. Rayon responded without showing the slightest sign of agitation. I know, but they will miss their opportunity to get stronger if they are punished right now. That's why we should take the responsibility in their stead, just you and me. The Light Wind squad's confidence and focus were at their peak. Since one day's training could be as effective as a whole month's worth of training, it would have been a shame to give up on the opportunity. Rimmer bit his lip. He couldn't refute him when he was using the squad members to argue. Squad leader, I know you are close to the head of house. Please ask him to weaken our punishment. I am indeed close to him. He couldn't tell him that he usually got beaten up by him because of the small pride he had left. This incident is mostly our squad leader and my fault. Please punish us. Rayon bowed calmly, and Rimmer looked like he was about to cry as he leaned forward. I see. Glenn looked down on Rayon and Rimmer coldly. Even though the process was problematic, considering the fact that no one ended up dying and that Burns Zieghart was actually kidnapped and almost brainwashed, Rayon Zieghart will be placed on probation for a week. My lord, Rayon only did that for my sake. Stop, Burn tried to speak up, but Rayon grabbed him by his sleeve and pulled him back. You two will leave now. Rayon stood up and looked at Rimmer, and he bobbed his chin to tell him to leave since he was going to be all right. Rayon bowed at Glenn alongside Burn and left the audience chamber. Tarond, handle the case according to the regulations. I'll take care of it. Tarond also left the audience chamber, dragging Jelmia and Olin, who were pretty much out of their minds out with him. It's nice that kids nowadays are brimming with energy. Rimmer smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head. You heard the aura message, right? I didn't actually do anything. How dare you drink when your squad members go off to fight? Glenn's eyes turned emotionless, just like when he was looking at Jelmia. Rimmer swallowed nervously. I've completely removed the intoxication, though. He couldn't understand how Glenn had found out, as he'd completely erased the liquor's influence when he heard that he was summoned to the audience chamber. It's the stench. Cheryl sighed and shook her head. The scent of alcohol spread when you were removing the intoxication, and it's completely seeping into your clothes. I can't smell anything, though. Of course you wouldn't smell anything. You were the one who drank it. You idiot. Arg, Rimmer's chin trembled. She was right. He had been made to enter the audience chamber before he had the time to remove the scent of alcohol in his clothes, and that must have been how he figured it out. The head of house should agree. A guardian's trust is important for the children's growth. I simply trusted the kids. Rimmer tried to look up and shut his mouth. Glenn, Cheryl, and Roan's gazes were fixated on the blood that Rayon had coughed up earlier. Hey, please listen to him. Let's get started. Yes, understood. With Glenn's nod as a signal, the three of them came down from the platform with their eyes full of indignation. Please, I am a patient. I haven't completely recovered yet. You don't need to worry about that. Of course not. There's no way my beatings will cause problems for you later on. Glenn and Cheryl clenched their fists with their pressures emerging from them. Rimmer swallowed nervously and turned around, and Roan was already blocking his way out. Sir Roan, don't worry. I won't make it more painful than the pain the young master has suffered. Roan smiled gently and clapped his hands. Are you doing it with 3 people now? As soon as he said it, crimson lightning and blue energy fell down from the ceiling. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the trembling lord's manor. He thought that he could hear someone scream, but it must have been a mistake since it stopped soon enough. Rayon tilted his head and went outside. The Light Wind Squad had already finished the treatment and was waiting for him. Rayon. How did it go? Runan and Martha ran up to him. You won't have to see Jelmia or Olin in the future. Since Jelmia was sentenced to face the wall for 20 years without using his aura, the punishment was even worse than death in a way. It was safe to assume that he wouldn't need to see him ever again. It's a relief that I won't see that irritating face ever again. Martha started to slander him, but stopped speaking once she noticed Burin. It's okay. Burin smiled faintly. I'm completely disgusted now, even though I still had some attachment before. I'm never going to join the Central Martial Palace now. Although he hadn't shown it on the outside, Burin had still wanted to join the Central Martial Palace even after joining the Light Wind Squad. The small attachment he had must have completely disappeared from the incident. Don't worry, since I'll devote my life to the Light Wind Squad. Burin. Sir Burin, I knew our team leader would say that. Let's be together forever. The eyes of the Light Wind Swordsman sparkled red from his declaration, which means... We can finally get started. Martha signaled with her head, and Dorian took out the same sedan chair from his belly pocket. Wait, Burin. The Light Wind Swordsman carried Burin on the sedan chair once again, starting to climb the North Grave Mountain that was located right behind the Lord's manor. Burin, you need to have a taste of this suffering. Grrr. The pain becomes even more painful if you share it. Key. The swordsmen growled, their eyes glowing like ferocious beasts. Rayon, please save me. Why the hell did they even turn into beasts? Burin trembled like a puppy in the rain since he couldn't understand the situation. Stop. Rayon raised his hand, and the Light Wind Squad stopped climbing the mountain like wild boars. Wrath's jaw dropped in surprise. Did you actually regain a human heart? I should at least explain the situation. Rayon smiled faintly and stepped up next to Burin. Burin, can you see that the Light Wind Squad has become a lot stronger than before? That's true, but... He murmured that he didn't want to be like them. That's how effective their focus training was. You should also go through focus training since you are one of us. But I've been locked up for a whole week. I don't even have the strength left to stand. Burin raised his trembling hand. Burin, how does a crisis read if you reverse it? Cicerc, it is meaningless, isn't it? Indeed, it's completely meaningless. I'm telling you to just do it. You damn crazy bastard. Burin and Wrath's jaws dropped at his ridiculous statement. I expected no less from our temporary squad leader. That's the way. That's how the real Light Wind Squad should be. Let's go. The Light Wind Swordsmen nodded with their eyes turned red. Let's go again. Rayon smiled while tapping the sedan chair. Burin. The Light Wind Squad's repeated shout of Burin's name sounded like some kind of ritual as they climbed the North Grave Mountain. Let Burin down now, and you should get to hiding as well. We are going to start the second episode of the focus training. The Light Wind Squad suddenly stopped shouting upon hearing him. When they turned around, the light was gone from their eyes. What did you just say? That you're training with him? Rayon grinned. I'll be on probation for a week, starting from the day after tomorrow. I'll engrave the training into your bodies before that happens. He was planning to train them for the short time he had left since he didn't want to delay their growth at all, and the gambling monster would be able to take care of the rest. I can't stop myself anymore. Let's kill him. Yes, that's the only way for us to survive. The Light Wind members put down the sedan chair and gritted their teeth. They drew their swords while using all of the energy they had. Starting with Martha's shout, the light wind squad shifted into the great light wind formation and charged at him. The brutal pressure overflowing from their swords suggested that they were seriously trying to kill him. Wrath sighed, the ones the King of Essence have seen so far have been nothing but fakes. They are the only ones with true madness. He closed his eyes as he pitied the light wind squad charging at Rayon. This makes it easier. Rayon raised Heavenly Drive and its scabbard, a grin on his face. This is going to be a long night. Translator Kyungyi. Proofreader Harley. The Light Wind Squad had to do focus training all night long on the North Grave Mountain, before training their stamina at daybreak, sparring in the morning, and even partaking in supplementary training in the afternoon for the parts they were lacking. Because they spent 24 hours of the day training, all of them collapsed as soon as it was dinner time. I'm dying. We are all going to die at this rate. The pain isn't fading. Why does it still hurt when I was beaten up in the morning? The Light Wind members were unable to stand up, their faces buried in the sand of the training ground. Their weak breathing was the only sign of life. Rayon smiled in satisfaction while looking around at them. Pretty good. It had to have been properly engraved in their brains. Ring of Fire. He beat them up to make them learn what their weaknesses were during the spars with their bodies, so it must have been impossible for them to forget about it. Good job, everyone. You should follow the General Administrator's instructions during training starting tomorrow. Since he did their focused training, sparring, and even taught them the parts they were lacking, he figured that it was fine to leave the rest to the gambling monster. Rayon, not freaking handsome anymore. Run-On barely managed to raise her head. Her eyes were even more blank than usual as she pouted. Rayon realized that it was his first time hearing Run-On complain. Yeah, I know. Since he didn't really care about his appearance, he nodded at her gladly. So hateful. That was the last thing she said before burying her head back into the sand. Kill me instead, you crazy bastard. Martha closed her eyes tightly while lying flat on the ground. She also seemed to be sick and tired of training where she had to give her all for 24 hours straight despite how tenacious she was. I can't do it anymore. I don't even have the strength to move my F-winger. Oops, she opened her eyes in surprise because her tongue accidentally slipped from exhaustion. Then how about your toes? Stop it, Martha screamed while raising her neck. I guess you can move your neck, unlike your fingers and toes. Arg. She ground her teeth in irritation and turned her head away. Did you really survive this for a week? Burren sank on the ground with a pale face even though he was trying to endure until the end. Everyone's crazy. You guys and that freak, all of you are crazy. He was calling Rayon a freak, even though he'd said he would repay the favor for the rest of his life just 24 hours ago. Even your gratitude over my saving your life didn't last for that long, but I'm a patient. How can you make me go through all of this training? Does being a patient make you immune to blades? What? You need to train properly when you can to avoid getting into that kind of situation again. No, but it wasn't because I was weak this time. Jelmia just attacked me from behind. Doesn't matter, Rayon interrupted Burren's excuses and shook his hand. Since you are a week behind, you better be ready to catch up. I'm going to train you separately as soon as my probation ends. Arg, Burren's eyes wavered like the turbulent ocean. Why am I missing the days I spent being abducted? He stared into the sky with a sad expression on his face before he collapsed. See you again in a week. You should be ready to face the consequences if there's no noticeable change by the time I return. Rayon waved his hand while smiling in anticipation. He is a demon. He must be a demon. The vice squad leader is heartless. His human heart must have been worn down. The Light Wind members were trembling on the ground, lying around in different postures from when they collapsed. Some of them were even growling like animals. I'll leave them to you from tomorrow on. Rayon walked up to the gambling monster, who was on the platform, and bowed to him. Are you trying to kill them? The gambling monster gasped at his terrifying behavior. Of course not. I adjusted the level of their training perfectly so that they would be able to handle it. He wasn't lying. He'd examined everyone's aura and stamina through the Ring of Fire and made them work to their limits. It would have been as painful as death, but it was within their capabilities. I see. He nodded awkwardly while looking at the Light Wind members that couldn't even move at all. I'm going to leave now. Rayon said his goodbyes and was about to leave. Slam, the training grounds door burst open. There was only one person who would open the door so violently, to the point where it could break. Where have you been? The squad leader also needs to try. Rayon started to go out to greet Rimmer, but he suddenly stopped. Why is he looking so shabby again? Rimmer's red eyes were scorched black as if he had been set on fire. His clothes were ripped apart, and bruises could be seen on various parts of his body. It almost looked like he was beaten up by someone and rolled on the ground. As soon as Rimmer noticed him, he ground his teeth like a savage beast with trembling hands. Did you go gambling again? As soon as Rayon tried talking to him, his growling intensified. Do you have a talent for raising beasts? Wrath tilted his head while watching Rimmer. Why does everyone turn into rabid dogs when they hang out with you? Rayon shrugged while watching Rimmer grind his teeth. I have no clue. You are really a demon. That evening, the Department of Justice tried to stop the rumor about the clash between the Light Wind Squad and the Severing Stead Squad, but it was bound to spread regardless. The details weren't revealed, but the news about the clash between the Light Wind Squad and the Severing Stead Squad spread throughout Sieghart within a single day. People were also babbling in the pub that Rimmer frequented about the incident. If it was a fight between the Severing Steads and the Light Wind, it should be obvious who the winner was, right? It must have been the Severing Steads' landslide victory. That's right. Their experiences are on a different level. If we compare the Light Wind Squad to a cat, the Severing Stead Squad would be a tiger. It's not just about their members. It's also obvious how the fight between their squad leaders would end. It would be a different story if Rimmer participated in the battle, but Rayon is no match for Jelmia yet. It's so obvious that I'm not even looking forward to the result. People inside the pub were naturally expecting the Severing Stead's victory, since they had completed more missions and had been polishing their martial arts for a longer period of time. The Light Wind Squad defeated the Severing Steads. However, the whole pub was filled with shock after an hour because of the result of the battle, given by a red-haired swordsman that came running from the main building to tell them the results. Who was the winner again? The Light Wind Squad. Do you even think that makes any sense? The Light Wind Squad is a new organization. The Severing Steads have a history behind them. Oh my god. How the hell did they even win? They must have played dirty, right? Apparently they didn't. I checked the details at the Department of Justice, and they said they only fought using their swords. I keep hearing the Light Wind's name recently, and there's a good reason for that. How can they be so strong already? They kept tossing back their beers, since they couldn't think straight anymore after learning of the Light Wind Squad's victory. Then how did the fight between the squad leaders go? Good question. Rayon must have fought against Jelmia, right? Wait, why did the fight even break out to begin with? Of course, I have the news about the fight between Rayon and Jelmia. First of all, they fought in the Central Martial Palace's basement. The reason they fought in the basement was, I'm so thirsty right now because I came running all the way here. The red-haired man who'd brought the details cleared his throat while rubbing his neck. That's the ultimate technique of suddenly cutting the story. No, that's a demonic technique. Bartender, beer, stop bringing a glass, just bring a whole bottle. Order all of the side dishes on the menu. I'm rich, take my money and say it already. The people inside the pub threw money at the man wildly and shouted at him to continue his story. One of them was even telling him he would force him to eat the Naden bread that Wrath hated the most because it tasted like rubber. Wait a second. The red-haired man lowered his hand to calm everyone down. I'll tell you step by step. The first thing you should know is that the incident started because of the Light Wind Squad's third team leader, Burin. Burin, why are you suddenly bringing him up? Actually, the Severing Stead squad leader Jelmia kidnapped his brother, Burin. The man told them the reason the fight broke out between the two squads as if he directly witnessed the scene. He didn't only kidnap his own brother, but even tried brainwashing him. What a son of a bitch. They are seriously the worst. That's what I'm saying. The guys from the Central Martial Palace are strong, but they are failures as human beings. On the other hand, the Light Wind Squad is amazing. They even decided to attack the Central Martial Palace in order to save their companion. I thought they were just brats, but I'm seeing them in a new light. Light Wind Squad. Light Wind Squad. Rayon, Rayon, Rayon. The people inside the pub shouted Rayon and the Light Wind Squad's names in admiration over how they fought against the Severing Steads to save Burin. And here comes the last and the best part of the story. The fight between the Severing Steads squad leader Jelmia and the Light Wind's vice squad leader Rayon. Even though it was a fight between an intermediate master and a beginner master, Rayon was the one who led the fight despite everyone's expectations. Each time their swords clashed. The red-haired man nodded in satisfaction as people slandered the Central Martial Palace, telling them about the last battle. He kept praising Rayon, telling them that it was Rayon's landslide victory despite only using stab 7, though that was Jelmia's area of expertise. Did he really crush him with stabs? That's crazy. He's really cool. I never thought I would describe a kid that hasn't even lived for 20 years this way, but he's so cool, personality and everything. This is such a mystery. How could a beginner even manage to overwhelm an intermediate and even cut his arm off? He's defeated an apostle in the past while being an expert himself. At this point, we should just admit that Rayon is strong regardless of his level. I don't even know anymore. I'm going to root for the Light Wind Squad and the Frostfire Sword of Valor. Rayon, 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 because the red-haired man was such a smooth talker and the results were as cool as the beer. Everyone inside the pub burst into cheers while shouting Rayon's name and moniker. The red-haired man watched the people inside the pub chat with each other for a while, before he finished off his glass of beer and left the pub. Rip, He covered his face with his hand. Once he lowered his hand after that, the common face of a middle-aged man had disappeared, and Rimmer's sly face appeared. Rayon, you should thank me. Even though you betrayed me, I only spread good rumors about you. Rimmer pounded his chest in satisfaction. This is what you call a true teacher. He nodded with a grin on his face, then his eyes rolled towards the package wrapped in a cloth in his right hand. Let's see. Rimmer cleared his throat for no reason, discreetly opening the wrap. His eyes lost focus upon seeing the coins radiating golden and silvery lights. How much money is this? Our Rayon is truly my god of wealth. He closed the wrap tightly and raised both of his arms towards the sky. Rumble, Hua, the clear sky suddenly started thundering, and Rimmer freaked out and jumped into the air. Why, you aren't here, right? He rubbed his hands like a fly as he looked around, breathing out a sigh of relief upon confirming that no one was around. However, he still remained careful as he secretly disappeared into the back alley. He's really not here, right? Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon returned to his room in the annex building. Probation at Sieghart was pretty much a suspension, so he wasn't allowed to perform his duties as temporary squad leader in the meantime. He had no choice but to wait in his house. This works out, since he was overlooking his own training slightly while trying to raise the Light Wind Squad's might and focus. It was the perfect time to make up for that. I can just make them work even harder if they don't meet my expectations when I return in a week. Since he managed to learn how to make them work to their bones, he'd gained confidence in handling the Light Wind Squad. Are you telling me that you can make them suffer even more than they already have? Wrath furrowed his brows in terror. Even a dry mop has a small amount of water inside, you know. His eyes turned round as he exclaimed. Rayon Sieghart, no matter how the King of Essence thinks about it, you're too talented to stay here. Come to Devildom with the King of Essence. I said I'm not buying it. Rayon shook his hand at Wrath, who tried to cling to him and sat on the ground. He enjoyed the moonlight entering from the window for a while before he closed his eyes. I know what I have to do. The Ring of Fire, since it had reached the upper limit of 6 stars from the countless battles and training he'd done, it was time to carve a new path for it. He wasn't sure whether he would be able to finish it in a week, but if he managed to do it, he would be able to drastically increase his skills and render the Light Wind Squad's training even more efficient. He slowly caught his breath and controlled the Ring of Fire. The 6 rings rotating around his heart clashed against each other countless times like glass beads inside a container, creating a clear sound resonance. So I have to create a new ring while avoiding all of those, He could only laugh. It was already hard enough to create a new one while avoiding 5 of them, but he now had to avoid 6 of them to form a 7th. It was only natural to be nervous about it, but I should still try. He tried creating a new ring while avoiding the 6 rings that were revolving without a fixed trajectory. While the new ring was still a weak fragment that couldn't even be called a ring yet, the 5th ring came up to it and smacked it from the side. Clang! Along with a clear resonance, the ring he'd been making shattered in an instant. Tusk. The first attempt came to an end in such a short time. Rayon clicked his tongue in regret. What kind of stupid shit are you doing this time? Wrath frowned in displeasure. Stop being useless and go eat already. But not even an hour has passed since dinner. What are you talking about? This is the perfect time to eat since you don't usually eat properly. You are still growing. You should eat 2 more meals before midnight. Because he was looking forward to eating the annex building's meal instead of the training ground's disgusting food, he was asking him to take breakfast when dinner was less than an hour ago. I'm busy right now. Rayon pushed Wrath away with the back of his hand and started controlling the Ring of Fire again. When the new ring grew up to the size of 1 crease of his finger, the 3rd ring charged at it like a wild boar to melt it down like snow. This is difficult. He'd expected it to happen, but it was really difficult to achieve. Damn it, let's get some snacks if you don't want a meal. Eating is winning. Wrath ran up to him whenever Rayon opened his eyes, blabbering at him to put something in his mouth. Was he really a demon king? Rayon wanted to complain to whoever turned him into the demon king of Wrath. He couldn't even begin to imagine how Gluttony would act, considering the way Wrath was behaving. Kring. Rayon ignored Wrath asking for food and started controlling the Ring of Fire once again. He took a deep breath from deep in his lungs and cleared his mind. He blocked his 5 senses, including his vision and hearing, and straightened his back. Doing a sloppy job would be pointless. Being extremely focused to create a proper ring was more important than doing multiple attempts. Rayon thought to himself that it was his last opportunity and gathered his mana. He maintained the highest focus to materialize the 7th ring. The process was extremely slow, to the point that he couldn't even feel the progress, much like the way he couldn't feel his nails growing. He extended the ring little by little, as if he were putting a puzzle together, and cleared away the thoughts and anguish that kept appearing in his mind. The thoughts about the Light Wind Squad's training, Rimmer's recovery, the central martial palaces, Plotvin, the recovery of Sylvia's status to the direct line, and his revenge against Darius Robert, which were buried deep inside his mind, were cleared away. Ring of Fire was the only thing that remained in his mind. Kring, once all of his attention was focused on the Ring of Fire, the 6 rings rotating around his heart, looked many times slower than before, and a resonance was echoing throughout his spine. It was a phenomenon resulting from the combination of the highest focus and his extreme mastery of martial arts. Rayon felt like his focus had increased, probably because he'd made the squad members train their focus. The 3rd ring charged at the new ring like a furious tidal wave. Rayon used the principles of the swift sword to quickly turn the ring around to dodge it. The 6th ring stormed towards it while spinning in a spiral. The principles of the soft sword allowed him to deflect it. Rayon laughed bitterly. He'd heard people say that all flows united into one in the end. It meant that rivers and streams combined together upon reaching the ocean, but he was actually experiencing the way it applied to the martial arts. As he maintained his focus to dodge the 6 rings, the 2 ends of the new ring started to meet. The most difficult part is only just beginning. The longer the ring, the more likely it was to collide with the others. Rayon focused his mind to the point that he could even feel the particles of mana he was inhaling. Kring, it almost felt like the 6 rings were cooperating to stop him from creating a new one, as they were taking turns like a cogwheel to attack the 7th ring. Rayon was barely able to dodge them, and he couldn't even try to create the new ring. Once his focus reached the maximum, he managed to increase the length by a tiny amount. He felt like the tension was taking away his breath completely. Once the 7th ring was almost complete, even the pounding of his heart started to feel painful. I can't do it like this. Although he only needed to materialize it as a finishing touch, the 6 rings kept passing next to it one after the other, which made it pretty much impossible to complete it. It was necessary to wait for the moment where the 6 rings happened to move in the same direction. Heir, Rayon calmly exhaled. He had always been confident in his patience ever since his previous life. He was willing to wait as long as he needed. Time passed. So much time has passed, as much as the amount of cold sweat flowing down his forehead. Multiple hours, multiple days, or even a month. He couldn't even begin to guess how much time had passed. He forgot about everything and simply waited. The focus that he used to think it was the maximum he could ever muster increased one step further. The flow of the 6 rings resonating with each other, and their future movement could be drawn in his mind like a blueprint. Rayon swallowed nervously and waited for the right moment. What he needed was an instant where the 6 rings moved the same way, just like the eclipse where the moon hid the sun. Kring, the rings distorted upon overlapping with each other, turning into one. It was even shorter than a split second, but it was the only opportunity to create the 7th ring. Rayon bit his lip and filled in the last part of the ring. Wham! The palpitation felt like the 2 lines of his soul and body were finally connected into a single line, as golden lightning flashed inside his mind. Rayon's aura sparkled as brightly as sunlight when he opened his eyes. He tried putting his hand on his chest. The violent rotation of the 7 rings told him that what happened before wasn't just a dream. Is it finally complete? The new ring was spinning around his heart. It was the 7th ring that he struggled so hard to complete. It was so close. It was also difficult to create the 6th ring, but it was still way easier than the 7th. It didn't actually take that much time, but it was so difficult that his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. He would have fallen sick for a few days if he failed to do it. Rayon slowly exhaled while listening to the resonance from his heart. The aura is the first to change. The 7 rings started to purify the 10,000 flames cultivation and the glacier's energies inside of his energy center to make them even cleaner. He thought the purity was already perfect when he only had 6 rings, but it could become even better. My senses have also changed. Not only the vision and hearing, but all senses and his aura perception could detect even more than before. He felt like the flow of the world had changed once again. The foundation has solidified even further, even though the Ring of Fire's rank didn't directly affect his prowess. It broadened and deepened his foundations to allow him to get even stronger in the future at a faster pace. Since it could allow him to surpass the master level and reach even higher, an unconscious smile appeared on his face. How mysterious. The Rings of Fire were so annoying when he was trying to create a new ring, as if they were trying to defend their territory, but they were giving a warm welcome to the new ring after its completion. The clear resonance coming from the 6 rings sounded like they were rejoicing in the 7th ring's creation. Rayon smiled while enjoying the resonance. It's a relief that it didn't take that long. Although he stopped noticing the flow of time at some point, only about 2 days had to have passed when you considered the fact that he didn't feel hungry nor sleepy. Didn't take long, seriously. Wrath slowly emerged from the ice flower bracelet. Did you really just say it didn't take that long? He shoved his face into him while grinding his teeth fiercely. How could you say it didn't take a long time when you've been useless for an entire week? An entire week. That's right. You didn't move at all for a whole week. Is that so? It was unexpected that it took a whole week to create a new ring, since the process should have taken a lot shorter than something like aura cultivation after taking an elixir. I didn't know this amount of focus was possible for a human being. It was his first time maintaining his focus for that long. Realizing that he'd been underestimating the human potential, his heart pounded in anticipation of how much better he could get. The King of Essence, the King of Essence. Wrath's fists clenched, trembling in frustration. Couldn't eat a single meal for a whole week. Not a single one. Wrath's complaint was exactly what Rayon was expecting from him. His behavior kept confirming that he wasn't faking his gluttony at all, and it was perfectly genuine. That fact made it even more surprising. But I kept all my promises about food. Shut up, Wrath raised two of his fingers. He must have been threatening him to poke his eyes if he kept talking. Did you know that? Know what? Your maids left your meal in front of the door whenever it was time for food. He tightly bit his lip while pointing at the gap under the door. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, and 2 snacks in between. 5 meals were placed in front of that door per day, and you missed all of them. 35 meals were missed as the King of Essence watched. Wrath grasped his head and started shaking it. His eyes looked like tears were welling up in them. Do you realize the sadness and despair the King of Essence felt as he was unable to eat despite the hunger and the smell coming from the door? It was hell. Hell is the only way to describe it. But hell is your home. Oh, was it devildom? I guess hell and devildom were pretty much the same. Anyway, he could only laugh at the ridiculous sight of a demon king wailing just because he'd missed a few meals. Did you just laugh? How can you even laugh in this situation? How dare you curve your lips into a smile after tormenting the monarch of Wrath? Wrath ground his teeth so hard that the cracking sound could be heard. The King of Essence has never felt this amount of wrath before. I could endure the hunger if I couldn't see the food, but I could clearly see and smell it. By the way, yesterday's meal was pineapple pizza. Pineapple. I'm sorry, but Rayon gathered his hands to apologize. There's something you will be even more angry about. Bullshit. Nothing could make the King of Essence angrier than he currently. Messages appeared in front of his eyes before Wrath could finish his sentence. A new ring of fire has been created. Ring of Fire has reached 7 stars. Your vision and senses have been expanded. Your soul level has increased. Trait. Iron will has been increased to 4 stars. Trait. Focus has been increased to 5 stars. All stats have increased by 7. His vision was filled with the rewards he had received from completing the new Ring of Fire. Arg, Wrath's eyes enlarged so much that they looked like they would pop out, despite him babbling that he couldn't get any angrier. I managed to get some results for what I did for a week. I figured it was going to show up. Rayon smiled while reading the messages. Even his stats and the rank of traits had increased from just creating a new Ring of Fire. He realized once again how lucky it was to have Wrath with him. Cool. His veins became visible on his forehead, and the coldness of Wrath started to burst from his shoulders. Rayon was ready to use his newly obtained 7 rings in preparation for his attack, but he simply bit his lip and didn't make his move. Oh my god, are you actually being patient? Don't underestimate the King of Essence. He's not about to do something that would benefit you even further. Wrath has acquired. Patience? Shut up. Rayon spoke like the system, and another vein was added to Wrath's forehead. No, that was a wise choice. Anything Wrath tried to do could be rendered pointless by rotating the 7 rings of fire. He was right about the fact that he would have only ended up giving away more stats if he tried attacking Rayon. However, he could only laugh because of how ironic the situation was, since the monarch of Wrath was holding back his wrath. If you have any conscience at all, you will go outside right now and prepare a meal. A pizza would be perfect. Let's make it a pineapple and shrimp pizza. Wrath growled and gave a detailed order. He was unsurprising in many ways. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Rayon pointed at the window where moonlight was shining. Everyone should be sleeping right now and I would end up waking them up. But they are just your subordinates. It's fine to wake them up. They aren't my subordinates and I don't want to wake them up. He shook his hand at Wrath, dismissing his idea. I'll eat something delicious as soon as the sun rises tomorrow. Just wait a little bit longer. How's the King of Essence even supposed to wait even longer when he's been waiting for a whole week? If you really can't, we can do this. You must be coming up with something crazy again. The King of Essence doesn't care. Wrath snorted, saying that he wasn't interested at all. But you can regain the week's worth of meals that you've lost with this method. Regain the week's worth of meals. What is the method? As soon as Rayon stated that he could regain the week he lost, Wrath started hopping like a rabbit. Rayon grinned and opened the wrapping cloth that was placed on the table. Nicely cooked round loaves of bread made their appearance, and there were 7 of them. This is Nadine bread. Since a single one can fill your stomach for a whole day, eating all 7 will allow you to regain the week you lost. Ha. Wrath's eyes lost their light, and only the pitch-black darkness remained. You shouldn't exist in this world. His wrath and coldness intensified to an unprecedented degree as he charged at Rayon. Rayon managed to gain 2 extra points that night. Faint moonlight was shining down on the office in the Lord's Manor of House Robert. Darius Robert was working on documents like a machine when his hands suddenly stopped. His cold gaze was directed at the back of the hand that was holding the quill. Drip. Crimson blood was flowing from the scar at the back of his hand, landing on the document. The blood spread on the white paper, erasing the wet ink. Did it become larger? Darius narrowed his eyes while staring at the scar on the back of his hand. It looked like the bite mark left by a dog he was raising, the one that he hadn't been able to remove for the past 20 years, had become slightly bigger than before. It even feels painful. It never really felt painful before, even though it would occasionally bleed, but it was different because the pain he was feeling was rather intense. They said it was a curse. He tried meeting priests, healers, magicians, and even shamans in order to remove the scar, but no one had been able to heal him. They said that it was a curse with a deep-rooted resentment, and it couldn't be removed for the rest of his life. They said that the only way to remove it was to resolve the resentment of the person who left it on him. However, the one who left that curse was Rayon, and he was already dead. His corpse had even been incinerated. He'd been ignoring it, thinking that a curse left by a mere spirit was meaningless, yet the scar opened up for the first time. Did the curse become stronger? The last person he met was a shaman, and he'd told him that the scar could get bigger if the curse got stronger. Darius figured that Rayon's curse dwelling in the scar had gotten stronger. Interesting. Did you resent me so much that you would try hurting me even after your death? Darius licked the blood flowing down from the scar as his mouth curved into a smile. Whap. As soon as he placed his hand on the document, the white paper burned up in an instant and turned to ash. It was a display of his godly skills, as he only burned up the document smeared with blood, while the desk and other documents remained completely intact. Mardio. Darius bobbed his hand, and a black shadow surged up from the floor. The shadow wavered like a lake, reflecting the moonlight before taking the shape of a man wearing a black night traveling outfit with his face covered by a mask. He silently knelt in front of Darius. Did you gather the information about Rayon Sieghart? We managed to connect the line to the north. We are currently putting the information that the shadows managed to obtain from what happened at the Gazel River and Lohengreen's dungeon together. He's supposed to have assassinated the fourth apostle in Lohengreen's dungeon, right? He didn't manage to kill him, but he inflicted a critical wound. Yes, that's right. An assassination. He smiled faintly as he nodded. Tell the shadows in the north. Darius Robert rolled his lips up into a smile while looking at the scar on the back of his hand. The information about Rayon Sieghart is to be considered as important as information about Glenn Sieghart. Did you just say that he's as important as Glenn Sieghart? He deserves that much. Rayon Sieghart was a monster that managed to behead Tyler from the South North Union at 18 years of age, and even managed to shatter the fourth apostle's heart. He wasn't just a future prospect with many rumors around him, was actually already affecting the continent's situation. That was why it was worth gathering information about him. Understood. Mardio briefly bowed, then turned into a shadow to disappear just like he appeared. Darius turned his chair to look at the moonlight shining down from the window. Rayon, what is your true identity? Are you just a genius, or? Rayon ate a hearty breakfast to appease Wrath's anger and went to the training ground. He opened the door and entered, and the light wind swordsmen were already training hard. Rayon, the temporary squad leader is back. It took exactly 1 week. The light wind members waved their hands as soon as they saw him. The smiles on their faces showed their confidence about the progress they'd achieved while he was gone. Indeed. Rayon smiled while meeting the gazes of the light wind swordsmen. Their confidence is understandable. They must have trained as hard as they could, as they were completely different from a week prior. Their clear eyes and bodies brimming with power suggested that they'd been resting properly between sessions, and no one was growling like a rabid dog anymore. They must have gotten a lot more motivated after defeating the Severing Steads. They wouldn't have realized it during the incident a week before because they were too exhausted from the lack of sleep, but they must have got motivated once they realized they'd won against the Severing Steads after getting a proper rest. It was only natural, as the joy of victory was even more exhilarating than a drug. Rayon enjoyed the powerful pressure coming from the Light Wind Squad as he went up next to the gambling monster. General Administrator, you did a great job. They were a handful, but they weren't too bad. The gambling monster nodded. He seemed to be rather satisfied with the time he spent with them. Where did the squad leader go? No idea. He didn't show up at all. I see. Rayon wasn't even surprised at that point because he'd always been like that. He figured he must have been gambling somewhere as he nodded. Rayon looked into the eyes of the Light Wind swordsmen while standing on the edge of the platform. He could see their determination and power in their spirited eyes. Good job, everyone. You managed to surpass my expectations. Woa. Rayon nodded with a smile, and every member of the Light Wind Squad shouted with joy. Rayon is damn handsome again. Run-On breathed out a sigh of relief while closing her blank eyes. Even that guy has a proper conscience. Martha snickered and covered the back of her head with her hands with fingers locked together. Although she was acting casually, the bead of sweat flowing down from her forehead revealed how anxious she was. I still have to train more, I guess. Because Burin's supplementary training had already been decided before he left, he hung his head with a pale face. It's finally over. I'm alive. I can live now. It was worth surviving those painful days. I really thought I was going to die. I like getting stronger, but humans need some rest after all. Bright smiles were blooming like flowers on their faces as they believed the hellish training was finally over. What has the temporary squad leader been doing? Dorian raised his hand, his face as bright as the color of his hair. The sweet smile around his mouth suggested that he totally believed that the training was over. Good question. Rayon nodded at Dorian. I didn't leave my room for the past week. Even though you were on probation, you shouldn't have needed to go that far. I know, right? It would have been fine to do whatever you wanted as long as you stayed in the annex building. You are so strict. The Light Wind members shook their heads, saying that he was following the rules too strictly. That's not what happened. I was just too focused on cultivation and lost track of the time. Even though I spent an entire week doing it, it didn't even feel like a day. And that taught me a lesson. Rayon's mouth curved into a smile as he examined the Light Wind members' eyes one after the other. Focus and stamina are limitless. Even the peak of the mountain that you'd think is the highest part has a sky above it. The Light Wind members looked wary, realizing that something was going astray. Fire needs good firewood to grow large and furious. I wasn't good firewood for you to reach your highest potential. Rayon clenched his fist. He wanted the Light Wind Squad to share the extreme focus and exhilaration he felt while creating his new ring of fire. Are you truly lacking the human heart? Wrath's chin started to tremble as he realized what Rayon was thinking. What is that bastard talking about right now? I think he means that we are going to train even more. Rayon, Martha, Burin, and even Run-On swallowed nervously upon facing Rayon's frightening gaze. Starting from today, I'll help you raise the upper limit of your abilities as high as possible. This is a promise. Our objective is simple. Rayon raised his index finger. A beginner expert should aim to be an intermediate will become an advanced, while an advanced will aim for the highest level. Your goal is to surpass your current limit by the new year in 3 months. The training ground fell completely silent at his declaration. Even the flow of the air seemed to have stopped, their rough breathing being the only sound that could be heard. Cring. The sound of the sword draw followed. They weren't drawing their training swords, since 30 real swords were drawn at the same time. Kill him. We need to kill him right now. We are going to die instead if we don't kill him. 3 months. We aren't even going to last for 3 days before the suffering kills us. Rower, the Light Wind members were filled with murderous intent as they looked up at Rayon. Many of them were growling like beasts, reverting to the state they were in a week before. Rumble. Burin got into the Baron Wind sword posture, while Martha mustered as much Titan's aura as she could, and the floor started to freeze silver from Run-On's icy aura. I don't want to die. Dorian took out a 3-meter-long harpoon designed to fight large monsters from his belly pocket and set it up for use. Kill him. We need to kill him no matter what. Rayon resonated the 7 rings of fire as he watched the Light Wind members scream as they charged at him. He nodded in satisfaction with a smile on his face. Voluntary participation is always welcome. Lohengreen's dungeon was rendered completely inaccessible because Rayon had destroyed the entrance and the exit. Inside the lowest floor, where Lohengreen's bones remained, the clacking sound of shoes could be heard. Clack, clack, clack. The one hiding in a black robe stood in front of the laboratory, their footsteps sharp. Once they raised their white hand, the stone wall disappeared despite only being possible to open by using. Glacier and the laboratory's interior could be seen. The one wearing the robe entered the laboratory and took a deep breath before exhaling. Blue eyes were sparkling from inside the robe, which used to only contain darkness. Wrath. Translator Kyangyi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he watched the Light Wind Squad fight against the gambling monster by using the Great Light Wind formation. I can see them so much better now. Ring of Fire reaching 7 stars, he could see the weaknesses that each swordsman had and the problematic parts of the sword formation easily. Martha, lower your posture a bit more and hold your sword a bit lower. It's important that you fight more safely from the front so that your team members can remain assured from the back. Damn it. Martha swore, lowering her posture and placing her sword in front of her energy center. The way she was instantly correcting her flaw showed the huge amount of progress she had made over the past month. Run-On, you're getting slower at using your aura. You should polish your aura in more detail to stop the General Administrator's movements. Run-On nodded, the silver energy spreading out from the tip of her sword like mist to dominate the gambling monster's space. Burin, you have too many unnecessary worries. You should attack more boldly when you see an opportunity. You didn't do anything after noticing the general administrator's opening, and that's a mistake. I thought it was a trap. And knowing how to differentiate between a trap and a weakness is part of your ability. You should work on it. I know, Burin shouted, charging at the gambling monster head-on. Cold wind was emerging from his decisive strike. Let's join him. Martha and Run-On followed him and charged from the sides to perform their respective attacks. Whenever the gambling monster overwhelmed them with astral energy, the Light Wind Squad withdrew while maintaining formation, attacking his weakness whenever he was weakened. Everyone's doing so well. Even though the gambling monster was going easy on them, they were still fighting equally against someone who could use astral energy. Rayon figured that even the Light Wind members would be proud and satisfied with themselves. Satisfied, Wrath gasped and pointed at the Light Wind Squad. Are your shitty eyes really seeing them as satisfied? Rayon examined the Light Wind Squad once again, focusing on where Wrath was pointing his finger. Their eyes were slightly unfocused, their breathing was rough, and their hands were trembling. They must have been pushing themselves far beyond their limits. It could be called a natural phenomenon since they'd been training all week long with almost no rest. However, it was completely necessary for them to go through that training in order to reach their maximum potential. I'm sure it's painful, but it will be too late if they experience that state during an actual fight. Even Tyler, the Axe King, and the fourth apostle that he encountered during the last mission were difficult opponents to face. Moreover, the Axe King was even capable of annihilating the entire squad. In order to avoid repeating such a scenario in the future, it was necessary to increase the might and willpower for everyone in the Light Wind Squad, including himself. Well, that's not wrong. Wrath nodded, saying that he couldn't argue against that. The Ice Cream Girl and the Beef Girl need to survive, after all, and there's one more person. Rayon pointed at Dorian, who was staying at the rear of the sword formation because he was too scared. Wrath slowly nodded, since he had no other choice. I know, he was my first servant. He sighed while murmuring and questioning why he'd ever made him his servant. Tell that coward to move ahead. The formation's flow is getting pushed back because of him. Wrath pointed out Dorian's drawback with a frown on his face. Regardless of how he acted, he cared for his subordinates from the bottom of his heart. Dorian, Yeez, stop being afraid. Move forward. You shouldn't keep hiding since you're the strongest among them. Oh, okay. Dorian swallowed nervously, then moved the foot that was slightly outside the formation. Rumble, that was enough to render the formation even more effective. Everyone combined their forces to pressure the gambling monster. However, power wasn't all they needed. The gambling monster attacked the center of the storming strike with his astral energy. Wham. Since the Light Wind Squad was too focused on attacking, they were scattered in all directions from the gambling monster's power, which managed to shatter the center of the formation. Damn it. We were too hasty. Rayon smiled faintly while standing at the edge of the platform. I'm repeating this once again. The moment you strike is the best moment for your opponent to counterattack. You should always keep that in mind. Yes. You understood. The Light Wind Squad barely managed to nod their heads with weakened voices. And next up. I can't do this anymore, you crazy bastard. Kill me already. Martha raised her head from the ground and shouted at him. I have also reached my limit. Oh my God. Burin gathered his hands to pray for his life. I'm sleeping. Run-On closed her eyes without caring about what could happen to her anymore. Her steady breath told him that she really had fallen asleep. Listen to the end. The next training exercise will be tomorrow, so you should head out and rest for today. Seriously. Whoa, the Light Wind Squad widened their mouths while looking at the sun, which hadn't even set yet. Because training hadn't ended before sunset for the past week, they all shouted with joy. You should brace yourselves for the next session, since we are going to spar against other squads. Spar against the other squads. It is necessary to try out your aura blade against opponents on a similar level. The spar against Rayon or the gambling monster was sometimes meaningless because the difference in skill was too large. Experiencing an all-out fight against an opponent on the same level was bound to be extremely helpful for them. We are going to take their titles. I like it. Martha grinned and raised her hand. I'll do anything if it means I can get stronger. Burin also nodded. MMH. Run-On was sleeping, so when are we starting this? Let's thoroughly prepare ourselves for a landslide victor. Tomorrow, Rayon grinned and pointed at the 5th training ground. Tomorrow at noon, we are going to fight the Blue Hawk Squad right here. Every member of the Light Wind Squad widened their eyes and raised themselves upon hearing him. Even the idea of rest couldn't create such a reaction from them. The Blue Hawk Squad, but they have so many people. We don't even have one day until noon. You bastard. Even the squad leader gave us one day to prepare. Oh my God. If demons exist in this world, they should take him away with them already. the light wind squad pleaded to the gods and demons while smashing their faces on the ground. I am sorry. Wrath sighed, unable to raise his eyes from the ground. Even the King of Essence was defeated. Kring, the sad resonance of the blade of Requiem resounded throughout the small garden. Good job. Rayon caressed the blade of Requiem, which sounded like it was weeping, before returning it to the scabbard hanging around his waist. This is the Blood Rain. How did you find it? He looked at his right side with a faint smile on his face. Roan, Yua, and Julius were staring blankly at him. Sniff. Yua pouted and she started to sob. The melody itself is cheerful, but I can't stop my tears because the sword was crying so sadly. She was unable to continue, as her tears ended up dropping to the ground. She must have felt the sadness of the souls involved in the Blood Rain. I was impressed. I honestly don't really understand the Blood Rain, but the Blue Rain makes my heart boil. It makes me want to immediately start swinging my sword. Julius smiled while grasping the wooden sword around his waist tightly. His flushed face suggested that he really liked the Blue Rain. Rayon smiled at him because that personality was the stereotype of swordsman. You are really amazing. Roan nodded while smiling. Rayon's demonstration was the result of his request to see the Blue Rain and thus Blood Rain when he came to take Yua and Julius back home, and Roan's expression revealed his admiration. The Blue Rain seems to have advanced one step, no multiple steps since the last demonstration. Both the power and range are incomparable to before. You are flattering me. Rayon smiled faintly and shook his head, and the Blood Rain. Roan narrowed his eyes and waited before he continued. Is a sad song, just as Lady Yua has described. Resentment, screaming, pain, and even yearning can be found in it. He managed to discern all of the emotions contained in the Blood Rain from listening to it a single time. He was truly an extraordinary warrior. It shouldn't really inflict any damage to ordinary people for now, but it can potentially endanger the normal people once the Light Wind's Vice Squad leader or the Blade of Requiem grows a bit stronger. Honestly, I had to control it slightly this time. Roan pointed at Yua and Julius with a smile, although the Blood Rain only used to affect the white blood fanatics that could use the bloody energy. It seemed to also affect regular people after the Blade of Requiem absorbed the Apostle's bloody energy. His advice was extremely helpful because he hadn't used the Blood Rain for long. You should be able to master a more detailed control of your aura by practicing the control of the Blood Rain and Blue Rain's output and range. It will be difficult to achieve, but it will become an important lesson. Yes, I'll try, Rayon nodded. He figured it wouldn't be too difficult to control the Blue Rain and Blood Rain because his Ring of Fire had reached the 7 stars. Do you still have the pyroxene necklace that the head of house bestowed upon you previously? Roan looked like he just remembered it as he raised his finger and pointed to his neck. I'm not wearing it right now since I left it at the annex building. He left the necklace in his room because it seemed to be a cosmetic item without many effects. That necklace is made of refined pyroxene, which grants it a higher protection ability against internal and external injuries and mental attacks compared to other pyroxene necklaces. You should definitely wear it all the time. Rayon nodded and smiled. I'll be taking my leave now. Let's go. Yes. Yes, he left for the annex building alongside Yua and Julius. Roan smiled while watching Rayon's back getting further away. He's always looking above him. Even though he was looking above him, he wasn't neglecting the ones below him either. He was like the ideal warrior despite being so young. Good luck in your upcoming battles. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. The bright sunlight was shining down Zeekhart's Lord's Manor on the first day of the new year. While Glenn was listening to Cheryl's report about the Heavenly Blade Division's activities, the audience chamber's door opened and Roan and Chad, the Shadow Agent's leader, entered. My lord, we are in trouble." Chad ran up to the center and went down on his knee. Trouble. Rimmer was standing on the side while leaning his back against a pillar. He tilted his head upon hearing from Chad. We already knew it would happen, though." Chad sighed deeply while lifting the document he brought. The Axe King Roman sent a letter to announce his duel to the death against the Light Wind's Vice Squad leader on the first day of the year in 3 years. That one. Rimmer snapped his finger while pulling his back away from the pillar. He gave him some extra time by making it 3 years after the new year. Although he's a loser, he still has some redeeming features. They thought it was going to be 3 years after their encounter with Roman, but the way he gave them 3 years after the new year revealed that he wasn't a completely shameless person. So in 3 years, Rimmer looked up on the platform upon realizing that the audience chamber had suddenly fallen silent. Glenn, Cheryl, who was standing in front of him, and Roan from next to the entrance were glaring at him as if they wanted to kill him. What's wrong with all of you? Why are you looking at me like that? Rimmer swallowed nervously while facing their murderous gazes. The matter wouldn't have escalated so badly if you had done your job. You are pretty much a cockroach at this point. Did you really have to survive by mooching off of your subordinate? Hoo-hoo, I think Sir Rimmer is really bad at showing his worth. Glenn, Cheryl, and Roan were digging a hole in his heart with their words instead of swords. Rimmer grasped his heart and stepped back. Those words are too harsh. If you don't like words, shall we use something else instead? Crimson sparks flashed from Glenn's hand. No, I like the words. Please keep slandering me. Rimmer violently shook his head with an awkward smile on his face. Glenn glared coldly at Rimmer for a while before looking at Chad instead. Was the letter sent under Roman's name? Yes, it was under the Axe King Roman's name instead of the South North Union. Chad nodded while frowning. He must be trying to prevent any kind of interference from us by only using his name. The dirty pirate bastard is trying to use his head. Indeed, it's a nasty method. He wants this fight to happen no matter what, while avoiding the harm that could be brought to the South North Union. Cheryl and Roan clicked their tongues before glaring at Rimmer again. Rimmer secretly stepped away from them while trying to avoid provoking them any further. Cheryl tapped the sword on her back and cold pressure started to spread out from her. My lord, shouldn't we just destroy the South North Union already to remove the burden on Rayon's shoulders? We already have their location after all. She looked at Chad, asking for his approval. Yes. We managed to locate their headquarters. Chad nodded. Since Glenn had ordered them to investigate it with the highest priority, he'd managed to locate the South North Union's headquarters by forcing the agents to move. However, their war potential still remained unknown. Rumble, as he was about to report that the South North Union's war potential was still unknown, a tremendous amount of destructive pressure boiled up from Glenn's feet. Indeed, it's about time we got rid of the trash that doesn't even know their place. He stood up. He looked like he was about to attack the South North Union right away, and the entire Lord's Manor trembled from his presence, as if a vast mountain was making its move. Please wait. We haven't managed to find out about their members. Chad tried to stop him, but Glenn's gaze remained completely firm. It doesn't matter who they are or how many they are. I just need to remove all of them. I expected no less from my lord. Cheryl raised her fist in joy. Our Heavenly Blade Division will be the vanguard. Wait. You're too excited. While Chad couldn't do anything with a trembling chin, Roan stood in their way with a gentle smile on his face. I said this before, but an objective makes people stronger. I think it's better to leave the matter as it is, since the young Master Rayon is currently getting stronger at an even faster pace than before as he prepares for the duel against the Axe King Roman. He smiled while remembering how Rayon demonstrated the improvement. Blood rained for him recently. I suggest we wait for 2.5 years when he is going to die from a disease. Disease? I never heard that Roman had a disease. It's just an assassination method that I've been researching recently. It's very simple. Roan gathered his fingers to gesture a cut to his own neck with a cold smile on his face. Not bad. Glenn slowly nodded before burying himself on the throne once again. Cheryl also stepped back while turning her wrist. They sounded like the South North Union was like a pebble on the road to be removed. The trembling in Chad's chin intensified because of the way they treated the South North Union like a pebble. He could never get used to them. What is the Light Wind Squad doing nowadays? Glenn looked at Rimmer, who was shrinking in a corner. They are training by mostly sparring against the other squads. Rimmer glared at Chad while murmuring that he came to the Lord's Manor to report on it. His eyes said that he resented him for being there at the worst time. I heard some strange rumors about the Light Wind Squad recently. Cheryl narrowed her eyes while looking at Rimmer. What rumors? That they are the Mad Dog Squad rather than the Light Wind Squad. Rimmer bit his lip tightly and looked up on the platform. Lightning was sparking from Glenn's eyes, which were directed at him. Why are they being called Mad Dogs? That's. They are being called that way because they never back off in front of an opponent and bite until the end to achieve victory. I heard they also bark like dogs sometimes, but I've never seen that happen. Cheryl told him the reason they were called the Mad Dog Squad instead of Rimmer. Anyway, their win rate is pretty high. That's right. If I remember it correctly, it was even better than 25 wins out of 30 matches. They've been pretty much undefeated recently. Chad nodded while supporting Cheryl's statement. And Rayon is being called the Mad Dog Squad leader since he tames the Mad Dogs. Not bad. Glenn slowly nodded. He was apparently satisfied with his new nickname and the Light Wind Squad's win rate. Young Master Rayon seems to be talented at raising people on top of his martial art. I remember that his team leaders were very obedient to him when we went on a mission together last time. Roan and Cheryl also smiled. Rimmer. Glenn suddenly stopped smiling and looked at Rimmer. Yes, a chill suddenly ran down Rimmer's spine as he swallowed nervously. You must be glad that the Light Wind Squad got so much stronger. I am just thankful that the kids are following my teachings so nicely. In that case, who was their sparring partner yesterday? What? Yesterday? Did they spar yesterday? He was completely unaware of it because he'd been cultivating all day long the day before, since Rayon and the gambling monster were in charge of their training recently. He will kill me if I say I don't know. The experience engraved in his cells was telling him that he was going to die if he couldn't answer the question. Their first partner was the Blue Hawk Squad, and the next up was the Soaring Sky Division. The third was, he racked his brain to look for the answer as if his life depended on it, and he managed to remember the only organization that didn't have a spar yet. The Warring Steel Squad. It's the Warring Steel Squad. Rimmer raised his fist and shouted. However, Glenn's pressure didn't subside, it doubled instead and crushed his shoulder. The Warring Steel Squad was promoted to the Warring Steel Division last year. Chad turned his head towards him slightly and whispered, even though you are the squad leader, you seriously don't even know what kind of training your members go through or who they are sparring against. Actually, what I did yesterday was... Glenn shook his hand to dismiss his excuses, and Cheryl and Roan slowly walked towards him. You are really hopeless. You must have been playing in the gambling house again to lose more money. This makes me a bit angry despite how I usually stay calm. Hoo-hoo-hoo. They walked up in front of Rimmer with murderous gazes. I was cultivating all day long yesterday. That bastard Rayon keeps making me try. Bastard Rayon, did you just dare to insult our lord's grandson with your meager mouth? Ahu. Cheryl kicked Rimmer's side to throw him into a corner and started to beat him up. Whack, smack, smack. Chad swallowed nervously as he watched Rimmer getting mercilessly beaten up. This confirms it. The head of house cherished Rayon Sieghart the most. The previous leader of Shadow Agents Alyssa's prediction was wrong, and Glenn wasn't the only one. Even Cheryl and Roan, who held pretty much the highest authority, cherished Rayon the most in the world. I need to do something. He figured it was necessary to gain Rayon's favor in order to survive in Sieghart. Chad started to think about how to greet Rayon in order to leave a good impression while listening to Rimmer's screams, the leader of the Shadow Agents. Glenn closed his eyes before opening them again to look at Chad. Yes, we recently got a request about the white blood religion, didn't we? It's a request from the Grand Seville. Lots of people suddenly started to go missing at the end of the last year, and a corpse was recently found at Malv Lake with its flesh chewed off, which makes the white blood religion the most likely suspect. Chad nodded while remembering the mission request they had received a few days prior. Did the client have any specific requests? They asked to come as fast as possible and asked for the Light Wind Squad if possible. It must be because the Light Wind's Vice Squad leader I should call him. The venerable Light Wind's Vice Squad leader managed to slay the fourth apostle. I see. Glenn nodded with a faint smile on his face. They've rested enough since it's already been 3 months. Since training and spars were all they'd been doing, it was about time to let them experience another mission. I'm giving the Light Wind Squad a new mission. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. The Light Wind members were spread around the training ground, polishing their respective martial arts. Even though they looked tired, their eyes were sparkling brightly, and the tips of their swords weren't wavering in the slightest. Tusk. While everyone was focused on swinging their swords, someone briefly clicked their tongue from the platform. Gasp! The small sound was enough to make everyone stop swinging their swords, and they awkwardly looked around like wooden dolls. Rayon was frowning from the platform. He must have been dissatisfied about something. Ooh. Dorian's chin was trembling violently as he noticed Rayon's eyebrows lowering. What's wrong this time? He couldn't even begin to guess what was bothering him because he'd been focused on his training. Because the expression Rayon was making usually signaled the start of a training session to test how much a human being could suffer. Cold sweat started to flow down everyone's back. It's only been 2 weeks since the 100-hour survival in the North Grave Mountain. They'd experienced living hell during that session. Whenever they encountered Rayon, who chased them like crazy and attacked them with his sword, they felt like their hearts were going to explode. They didn't even want to think about it. Hey, what's wrong with that crazy bastard now? Martha came up next to him and frowned. Why does he look so annoyed when we won the spar yesterday? What kind of fuckery is he about to drop on us this time? I am not sure either, but you are his closest friend. That's true, but I'm not just a friend. I'm... Dorian bit his lip tightly. He couldn't tell her that he was being used as his wallet. He's been relatively mild recently, but he's getting started again. Burin sighed deeply while looking at the platform. No matter how much I brace myself, I can't stop myself from trembling whenever he comes up with a new training method. He must have also been thinking about the training they went through 2 weeks ago as he bit his lip. A new training. Run-On stared into the air with her usual blank eyes. She looked calm, but it wasn't the case. She was sleeping with her eyes open. She ran away from reality into her dreams. It's over. What's the problem this time? Should we run away? It won't even take an hour before he catches us all. It's pointless. They tried running away in different directions 2 months ago because the training was too difficult, but it didn't even take an hour for Rayon to neutralize everyone and bring them back. Since they couldn't run away or fight him, despair was the only thing that awaited them. There's nothing we can do. It's all over. Let's beg. That should make the vice squad leader go easy on us since he's still a human. Are you really saying that after experiencing what he'd done to us so far? Sniff, I miss the days we spent under squad leader Rimmer. Damn it. The Light Wind members hung their heads, grieving over the new training that was pretty much decided in their minds. However, Rayon didn't click his tongue because of the Light Wind squad, but because of the self-proclaimed Demon King of Wrath that was staying on his wrist. Why do you suddenly want ice cream? You haven't gotten any for a while now. Bring me the mint chocolate right now. I don't like it. We need to fight. Rayon licked his lips while watching the Light Wind squad training somewhat awkwardly. Did I go too hard on them? The faces of the swordsmen were completely pale. It wasn't simply from exhaustion, and they almost looked painful. I guess it can't be helped because they kept doing their best without any rest. He could understand why they looked so tired, as they'd been continuously training for 3 months. I should probably give them some rest, for just a single day though. The objective wasn't completely achieved yet, but he figured it was a good idea to let them rest a little because they'd managed a lot of results already. Rayon made up his mind and got down from the platform. Good job, everyone. As for tomorrow you can rest was what he was going to say, but every member of the Light Wind squad pulled away from him at the same time. Damn it, what is it this time? This is happening again. Martha, Buran, and Runon's eyes were shivering like a herbivore's that was facing a predator. He's coming. And the other members were also swallowing nervously as they leaned backwards. No, listen to M. Why save me, oh my god. All Rayon had done was simply extend his hand to calm them down, but the Light Wind members freaked out as if he were trying to stab them and pulled away even further. Rayon gasped and scratched his chin. This is a bit shocking. He was slightly confused because he was only trying to tell them to rest. Shocking. You shouldn't be saying that right now if you have a conscience. Wrath slandered him, disregarding it as nonsense. Even in Devildom, no one treated their subordinates like you. You are a fiend. Devildom is really humane, isn't it? He didn't expect such an intense reaction, because all he did was let them experience the training he'd done when he used to be an assassin, modified to fit their levels. Rayon realized that he was really treated as a dog instead of a human being in his previous life. Rayon smiled faintly while watching the Light Wind squad tremble in fear. Now that I think about it, this doesn't seem too bad. Since they are reacting this way, we might as well keep training. He figured it wasn't a bad idea to meet their expectations, since they seemed to have already decided that a new training session was about to come. Seriously, where did you come from? Who the hell are you? Wrath was shocked and said that he'd never seen anyone like him in the human realm or in Devildom. Your mind is completely dark, just kidding. Rayon stood in front of the Light Wind squad. He smiled while meeting their terrified gazes. Good job, everyone. You can rest tomorrow. Even though he told them to rest, there wasn't much reaction from them. Rest, what does rest even mean? I wonder, what is that? The Light Wind members tilted their heads, their eyes as blank as run-ons. Their brains seemed to have stopped functioning upon hearing the unexpected word. Rest. Is he giving us a rest? Seriously. Martha and Buran's jaws dropped. They were the first ones to realize it. You did a good job. Let's continue training until evening and then rest tomorrow. Whoa, finally, my wish came true. The prayer I've been doing for 3 months was finally heard. Oh my god, every member of the Light Wind squad raised their hands and celebrated. They were shouting, oh my god, like before, but the meaning was the complete opposite. Rayon, damn handsome. Runon also gave him a thumbs up, her mouth curved very slightly into a smile. It was an extremely rare smile, one that might be seen once a year. Oh, okay. It was completely meaningless, but Runon seemed to believe that it was an extremely effective compliment. But you should still do your best for today. Yes, Rayon smiled while listening to the Light Wind squad's shout of joy when someone carefully opened the training grounds door and an unfriendly-looking middle-aged man entered. That person was his name Chad. Rayon remembered seeing him before. He was the leader of Shadow Agents, Chad, who was in the audience chamber when he was reporting to Glenn. However, he had no clue why he was visiting them. How are you? Despite his unfriendly appearance, he smiled gently as he walked up to Rayon and bowed to him. This is my first time personally greeting you. I'm the leader of Shadow Agents, Chad. I'm the temporary squad leader of the Light Wind squad, Rayon Zekart. Rayon greeted him back while meeting Chad's slightly trembling eyes. What a polite person. The leader of the Shadow Agents held a lot of power since he was in charge of the information for the house. He was being extremely polite, despite being far superior to him both in terms of age and rank. I'm here to convey something. Please excuse my visit. It's all right. Please come this way. Rayon shook his head and guided him to the squad leader's room. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. This is a rather serious matter. Please take a look at this for now." Chad placed a document on the table and pushed it towards Rayon as soon as he sat on his chair. "This is the letter sent by the Axe King Roman to you, the Light Winds Vice Squad leader. He's asking for a duel to the death on the first day of the year in 3 years. First day of the year in 3 years. Yes, I see." Rayon smiled faintly while reading the document. Is he being considerate? He wasn't completely shameless. Since it was 3 years after the new year instead of 3 years after the day they made the bet, he must have been being considerate to him. "I'll be fighting him when I'm 22 years old. Since he was 19 years old in the new year, the duel to death was going to happen after he turned 22 years old. Not bad. After all, Wrath was with him. It was impossible to become a grandmaster in 3 years by just training, but it was completely possible since the giving Wrath was with him. Why are you looking at me? Never mind." Rayon smiled and shook his hand at Wrath, who frowned from receiving his gaze. Huh. Chad swallowed nervously while watching Rayon smile. Did he just smile? He was so brave, even though he was not even 20 years old yet. Rayon wasn't aware of what Glenn, Roan, and Cheryl had said. He couldn't believe that he was smiling when his duel against the Grandmaster Axe King Roman was decided to be in 3 years. They don't cherish him for no reason. He thought they adored him because of the extreme talent that made him the youngest master on the continent, but he realized that wasn't the case at all. Rayon Sieghart was a gem, a star that shone brightly just by existing. He could start to understand why the aforementioned 3 people loved him so much. Rayon pushed the document aside and looked at Chad again. "So what's the second piece of business? How did you know about that? Since you told me to take a look at the document for now, I figured that you had another matter to discuss." "I see. You got me right there." Chad smiled awkwardly and took the second document from his inner pocket. "The second business is about the mission for the Light Wind Squad. Mission." "Why are you conveying that to us? Our squad leader must have been at the Lord's Manor. No way was he slacking again." "Ah, that's not the case." Chad hurriedly shook his head. "I came to tell you instead because of some circumstances. Since it would have been too sad to tell him that Rimmer was getting beaten up by Glenn, Cheryl, and Roan, he simply gave an evasive answer. Anyway, this is the Light Wind Squad's new mission." Chad turned the document upside down and pushed it towards Rayon. "Grand Seville must be that city famous for its entertainment." Rayon nodded upon reading the location mentioned on the document. "That's correct. It's a bit small to be called a city, but it's an entertainment quarter where you can drink, gamble, and eat delicious food. There are even drugs and an arena there." Just as Chad said, Grand Seville was one of the few regions in the continent that had so much entertainment value. It was possible to enjoy boating on Malv Lake right in front of it, and countless temptations lured people in at night, when the city turned even brighter. Delicious food. Wrath was yawning in boredom but suddenly stood up upon hearing the word. "Accept the mission. Accept it right now." He violently shook his hand, telling him that it was the only detail he needed. White blood religion. Rayon pushed Wrath back because he kept clinging onto him and focused on the document again. It was written that the white blood religion was the most likely suspect because of the frequent cases of missing people and the corpse found at Malv Lake. They also requested the Light Wind Squad. Yes, they didn't insist upon it, but they did mention that it would be nice if the Light Wind Squad accepted the mission. If the white blood religion was involved, he needed to be careful because it could have been a trap laid by the 7th apostle. It's difficult to refuse at this point because there have been too many clients asking for the Light Wind Squad for the past months. "What do you mean? Were you not aware? The number of people asking for the Light Wind Squad has multiplied several times after you completed the mission at the Gazel River." Chad told him that he was getting a mission asking for the Light Wind Squad once every 3 days without exaggerating. That's so many missions. "The Light Wind Squad did great, but it's mostly because of you, Vice Squad Leader." "Me? Yes, you shattered Tyler's plan at the Gazel River, survived the Axe King Roman, and even beheaded the 4th Apostle. That rumor spread throughout the continent, and now many people are asking for the Frostfire Sword of Valor. Then why am I only getting a mission now?" The Light Wind Squad leader refused all of them. He said that they needed to harden their foundation. Rayon leaned backward and exhaled faintly. "Seriously, this is why I can't hate him." Rimmer's actions were sometimes asking for a beating, but it was impossible to hate him because of the serious side he showed from time to time. "I see." Rayon nodded after reading the entire document. "It sounds pretty good." The perpetrator could have been the White Blood Religion, the Black Tower, or a group of kidnappers, but he figured it would be a good idea for the members to give some hands-on experience, regardless of who they were going to face. "I accept the mission." "Whoa, a mission. We got a mission. We are finally released from hell. We can go outside." The Light Wind members raised their arms and burst into cheers upon realizing that they didn't need to train anymore. The squad members are so lively. Chad swallowed nervously as he faced the Light Wind members' delighted reaction. They must be happy about it because they haven't had a mission for a while. Rayon smiled faintly at the Light Wind Squad. This is a present from me." Chad gave him a box with luxurious packaging. What is this? It's nothing much. It's just a popular dessert in the southern region. Dessert? Yes, it's a snack that has cream between meringue cookies. It's called macaron. Actually, the dessert was delivered to the previous leader of the Shadow Agents, Alyssa, but he stole it from her in order to gain Rayon's favor. It's okay. Chad shook his hand when Rayon was looking around to try and find something he could give in return. I just brought it as a greeting gift since it's my first time meeting you. You don't need to worry about it, but still. It's really fine. I'll be taking my leave then. He bowed to Rayon, who tried to stop him and left the 5th training ground. Ha. Chad sighed faintly while looking back at the 5th training ground's door. That should have left a pretty good first impression. His behavior was extremely polite. He treated him with respect and even gave him detailed explanations and a gift. It might not have been perfect, but he guessed that there was nothing negative about the impression he left. I need to keep gaining his trust in the future. He was certain that the vice squad leader of the small light wind squad were going to be the most important people in the house, rather than the palace masters or division leaders. Hoo-hoo. Chad patted his shoulder in satisfaction and returned to the Shadow Agents. He had a feeling he was going to have a great day. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the gift that Chad left behind. The leader of Shadow Agents, Chad, I need to be careful of him. The Shadow Agents were at the center of Sieghart's authority, and it was one of the organizations that held the greatest amount of power. The fact that their leader Chad was being so careful towards him, who was nothing but a vice squad leader, meant that he was plotting something behind the scenes. He might be a spy from the Central Martial Palace or the True Martial Palace. Since Karun and Balder hated him the most among the people from Sieghart, he guessed that he might be secretly following their orders. I can't be careless around him. People who smiled easily in public were the most dangerous type of people. It was necessary to stay alert until he determined his true intentions. I should cancel the day of rest and keep training tomorrow. Hey, Wrath grabbed his sleeve with a frown on his face. Stop thinking about training. Take out that dessert called maroon. It's macaron. Whatever, show it to the King of Essence already. He's curious about how it looks. You just want to eat it. Rayon shook his head because it was so obvious what he was thinking. If you aren't going to eat any ice cream, you should eat that instead. The King of Essence has the right to eat delicious food. It's human rights. A demon king doesn't have any human rights. You should return to your hometown. Rayon snickered at Wrath, who was angry with him. You are being prejudiced. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon finished all of the work that Rimmer had been procrastinating on before leaving the training ground. As he was about to return to the annex building in order to get his equipment, he found Runnan, who was blankly staring at the sky. He went next to her and looked up to see what she was looking at. He couldn't understand why she was staring at the sky, where the moon was only half visible because of all the rain clouds. Runnan, why are you not leaving? That looks like bead ice cream. Runnan licked her lips while pointing at the blue moon that could be seen between the clouds. She was miraculously mistaking the moon for ice cream, probably because she couldn't even eat any ice cream because of all the training recently. That's not true. Rayon took out the box that he was carrying under his arm. It was the dessert that Chad had given him earlier. In that case, do you want to eat this instead? It's a dessert called macaron. Macaron. Purple flame was ignited inside Runnan's blank eyes. She looked like she would follow him all the way to the annex building if he refused to give it to her. Wait a moment. Rayon chuckled and removed the package before opening the lid. There were around 20 pastries inside, with different kinds of cream stuck between 2 round meringue cookies just like the sandwiches. Pick whichever you want. Since Runnan had been sharing lots of food with him, he was more than willing to give snacks like those. However, Wrath was reacting faster than Runnan. The King of Essence can smell the sweet and cool fragrance. Rayon Sieghart. The King of Essence is choosing that green one at the edge. It must be mint chocolate. Wrath picked the green macaron that contained the chocolate cream. The way he was calling Rayon's name signified that he was desperate. I don't really like mint chocolate, though. You should do the King of Essence a favor at a time like this at least. Rayon licked his lips while meeting Wrath's pleading gaze. That's not wrong. Even a giving tree needed to be fertilized from time to time. Since it wasn't exactly a difficult task, Rayon decided to grant Wrath's wish. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue and picked up the macaron that Wrath wanted, and Runnan suddenly shuddered. The way she was blankly staring at the green macaron in his hand implied that she was also about to pick that one. What shall we do? I think the ice cream girl also wants to eat the mint chocolate macaron. She's your subordinate. You should show your consideration, right? Shall I give it to her? Do I give it? Damn it. Wrath violently ground his teeth. His eyes were swaying like a pendulum from trying to make the difficult decision between his subordinate and the food. I'll help you make the decision. Wait. Rayon shook off Wrath, who was sticking to his wrist, before giving the macaron to Runnan. You can have it. No, Runnan shook her head. Despite his expectations, she didn't look sad about it at all. Instead, she actually looked happy. We are the same. Rayon also likes mint chocolate. It's okay. She nodded in satisfaction before taking the cookies and cream macaron next to where the mint chocolate one used to be. Run-on nodded before heading to the carriage waiting in front of the training ground. She must have been waiting for the carriage to return home. Rayon licked his lips while watching the leaving carriage. That was the only one I wanted to try out. Because the color made it obvious that it was the cookies and cream macaron. It was the only one he wanted to eat among them, yet Run-on had taken it away from him. However, he was more irritated by the fact that Run-on mistakenly believed that he loved mint chocolate. Wahahaha, you can't get everything you want all the time. Serves you right, completely. I think it will crumble so easily. Rayon forced his fingers to destroy the macaron. The thin powders started falling on the ground. Wait, stop it, cuss stop it. The King of Essence apologizes. Tears welled up in Wrath's eyes as he shook his head. The food must have been more important to him than the pride as a demon king. Was he really the demon king of Wrath? No matter how Rayon thought about it, his attribute was wrong. Wrath should have been either a binge eater or a bizarre eater instead. You should be more careful in the future. Rayon tapped on Wrath before putting the mint chocolate macaron in his mouth. The first taste upon biting the cookie was its sweetness. Moreover, it was such an intense sweetness that he'd never tasted before, to a point that his tongue felt slightly numb. Next up was the mint chocolate cream. The slightly cold cream spread throughout his mouth to relay the refreshing sweetness and the pungent taste. Rayon sighed heavily and shook his head. What is wrong with this taste? The combination of extremely sweet cookies and mint chocolate cream was something he never wanted to taste ever again. He almost wanted to blame Chad for giving him the macaron. Wrath, you don't like it, huh? He lowered his head to check Wrath's reaction, and he was drooling from his widened mouth. How could such a dessert exist in this world? Wrath was moaning in excitement while covering his cheeks. This is crazy. The sweet cookies and the mint chocolate create a perfect harmony. This is a real delicacy and a real dessert. He was saying that there were so many delicacies in the vast world with a big grin on his face. Next, try eating the next one. Because Wrath was so excited, Rayon's mouth also became watery. He picked the chocolate macaron as the next one since it was pretty clear what it was made from. Kua. Although it was better than the mint chocolate, the sweetness became even more intense. It was so sweet that it almost tasted bitter. Wrath was wriggling on his shoulder with an ecstatic expression on his face. He looked like a cat rolling in catnip. Rayon tightly closed the macaron box's lid while listening to Wrath shout, "Man, I can't eat anymore. I'm going to return and give them to Sylvia and the maids." Translator Kyungi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon gave the macarons to the maids before returning to his room. It was almost a mystery that Sylvia and the maids loved the macarons so much. Rayon asked them if it wasn't too sweet, and apparently that was the part they enjoyed. Rayon started thinking that his own sense of taste was the strange one, and Wrath was right all along. How can you give away all of that good stuff? Wrath was murmuring that he could only eat 2 of them with teary eyes. I'll buy some beet ice cream for you later. Please be satisfied with that. Really, I'll eat them after returning from the mission, so please stay silent. Of course, the King of Essence is famous for how reticent he is. Don't worry about it. By the way, back in Devilldom, the King of Essence's subordinates asked him to express himself a bit more because of how silent he was. He mentioned the ice cream to make him fall silent, but he was being even louder than before. Rayon shook his head and packed the items to bring on his mission. As he was putting the equipment and consumables in his bag, someone's presence could be felt around the window. He immediately opened the window because he was fully aware of who it was. It's been a while. Rimmer grinned and walked up to him, his eyes covered by sunglasses. Why are you wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night? This. It's for the style. Rimmer awkwardly shook his hand, asking how he couldn't notice how stylish he was. I heard you were leaving for a mission in 2 days. Yes, I'm guessing you're staying behind, right? The mission document from Chad mentioned that Rayon was the person in charge, which meant that Rimmer was staying behind. I'd like to go with you, but there's not going to be anything I can do to help in my current state. That's true. Rayon nodded. Because Rimmer decided to gather wind aura of the highest purity, he still hadn't managed to accumulate enough aura. It was better for him to just stay at the house to cultivate instead of wasting time by moving around. It makes me a bit sad when you put it that way. But that's what you said, squad leader. Still, you should be comforting me when I'm sad. I'm your teacher and your superior. You will never become a great person with how inconsiderate you are. Rayon could only sigh since he was the second most annoying person in the world after Wrath. You just thought I was being annoying, and he could even read his mind. Well, that's enough joking around. Rimmer chuckled and leaned on his elbow on the window. You are going to be in charge from now on, starting from this mission. No one is going to be watching your back like before. Your decision could annihilate the entire Light Wind squad or allow them to survive. The light reflected in his eyes was as clear as the moonlight. Responsibility might feel lighter than you think and heavier than you think. Are you telling me that it depends on how I look at it? Yes, Rimmer snapped his fingers. You should be careful to not be crushed by that heaviness and don't let the lightness get to your head. I'm sure you will manage on your own though. Have you been super light all the time, squad leader? Wow, that hurts. Why are people's tongues so sharp nowadays? He pretended to be in pain while grasping his chest before he raised his chin. You are wearing the pyroxene necklace, right? This one. Rayon raised the pyroxene necklace that was hanging inside his clothes from his neck. He'd been equipping it at all times ever since Roan told him about its effects. Yes, that one. I'm sorry, but I can't give you this. I'm sure you are just going to sell it to fund your gambling. I'm not about to extort from my subordinate no matter how bad I am. He violently shook his head in denial. Who do you even think I am? A gambling addict, scammer, lazybone, thief. Rimmer grasped his chest once again and faltered. I can't deny that. He chuckled and leaned his back against the window. Rayon, I entrust the Light Wind Squad to you. His serious voice was filled with worry. He must have been serious when he said he wanted to go with them. I'll bring everyone back safely. I'll be waiting for your return. Rimmer casually waved his hand before he left. Rayon sighed quietly while watching his back. Responsibility, even though he thought he's always been shouldering most of Rimmer's responsibilities. Realizing that he was now the only person responsible for the Light Wind Squad placed a heavy burden on his heart. After all, Rimmer had always been watching everyone from the back, despite how he pretended to be playing around and sleeping. Rayon bowed in the direction Rimmer had left in. I'll be looking forward to the day we can be together once again. Chad went to the 5th training ground when the Light Wind Squad was supposed to leave. The squad leader isn't going with us this time. Since we need to handle everything on our own, you should brace yourselves to maintain your composure in all situations. Rayon's voice could be heard from the training ground. He seemed to be encouraging everyone since they were leaving on the mission without their squad leader. He even knows how to lead his people. The way he was trying to restrain the squad members instead of trying to gain achievements from his first mission as a leader showed his qualities as a leader. Let's go. The training grounds door opened following the quiet voice and the Light Wind members came out in a line. Chad waited on the side, then went to Rayon as soon as he came out. Vice Squad Leader. The Shadow Agent's leader. His eyes turned round. He apparently didn't expect him to be there at all. What brought you here? We've got some information about Grand Seville and the White Blood religion, and I brought it to you since it would be a waste to not do anything with it. I hope it can be helpful. Chad smiled faintly, giving him a booklet containing the information they had gathered. I was on my way back home after working overnight yesterday. Please don't feel pressured. Rayon awkwardly accepted the booklet. I wish you good fortune in your upcoming battles. Chad smiled faintly and turned around as if that was all he came to do. Perfect. In fact, he'd compiled the booklet the day before, and he woke up early in the morning to wait for them instead of heading back, but he was just giving some believable excuses in order to avoid pressuring Rayon. It was the perfect method to leave a good impression without pressuring him. I shall prepare for the next task now. Chad praised himself for his excellent performance as he returned to the Shadow Agents. Rayon burned Chad's booklet after reading all the contents. He narrowed his eyes while looking at the ashes fluttering into the air. The information is way too detailed. It was high-quality information, not only about the Grand Seville, but also about the White Blood religion's recent activities and methods. Chad, the leader of Shadow Agents, he was getting more and more suspicious. It was extremely strange that such an important person from the house was visiting the training ground so early in the morning to give him such information, especially because the leaders of information agencies tended to be overbearing and disliked moving around themselves. Even though Chad was relatively young, it wasn't normal for him to take care of him so much. The White Blood religion might not be our enemies. Unlike what the mission stated, he had the strong impression that the White Blood religion wouldn't be their enemies during the mission instead. Assassins from the Central Martial Palace or the True Martial Palace would be coming for them. This is slightly dangerous. It could turn into a bad situation, as they were aware of their war potential, unlike the White Blood religion. There's a method I can use in a situation like this. It was an extremely simple method. He just needed to increase the Light Wind Squad's prowess before reaching Grand Seville to surpass the information they had. Moreover, Rayon looked at Martha, who was leaning her back against a tree, separate from the group. She'd been like that ever since she heard that they were most likely going to fight the White Blood religion. Even the first team was unable to approach her because of the murderous aura and wrath around her, on top of how she had become even more powerful. In order to snap her out of it, it is even more necessary to do so. Rayon smiled coldly at the Light Wind Squad, who were finally getting some rest after half a day's travel. Get up, everyone. Already, we didn't even rest for 10 minutes, though. The Light Wind Squad was whining that they wanted to rest a bit more. Then you should stay on the ground and listen. He nodded and met the Light Wind Squad's gazes. I told you this when we left, but this mission might be a trap laid by our enemies. This means that we might end up fighting people that know who we are. What do you think we need to do in that case? Let's see. They only tilted their heads, unable to find the answer. You must be aware that it will take a pretty long time for us to reach Grand Seville. Do you think we should just waste all that time? Ooh, don't tell me. The Light Wind Squad felt that something was going wrong and swallowed nervously. You guessed right, we are going to train while moving. And no, you crazy bastard, can you please stop? The Light Wind members slammed the ground in despair. Wait, what if we exhaust ourselves from training? We might have to fight as soon as we arrive, or we might get ambushed during the journey. Burin raised his hand and shouted, don't worry. We will take a shortcut to avoid their ambush, and I'll adjust the schedule so that you will be at your best by the time we reach Grand Seville. Since he'd been to Grand Seville many times in his previous life, he knew multiple shortcuts and hideouts along the way. He could completely avoid encountering assassins on their way. Damn it. Why does he even know that kind of stuff? Burin and the Light Wind members sprawled hopelessly on the ground as they couldn't argue against him. It's okay. Crane tapped his wrist and ankle with a smile on his face. We don't have the black converters. We can endure the training as long as we don't have those. And you don't need to worry about that. Dorian. Rayon bobbed his hand and Dorian came up with a depressed expression on his face. He bit his lip tightly, putting his hand in his belly pocket and taking out a bunch of black converters. I asked Dorian to bring them just in case. Rayon smiled faintly and waved his hand. Everyone, equip them and get ready to run. No. The Light Wind Squad's scream of despair echoed throughout the mountain. The fancy and colorful buildings had so much variety that each of them felt unique, and that was the case for all of the buildings filling the hexagram-shaped domain. Moreover, the lake behind them was shining brightly as it reflected the afternoon's sunlight, as if it contained molten gold instead of water. The size was far smaller than the other kingdoms and cities he had visited before, but Grand Seville's splendor didn't lose to them at all. Rayon nodded after looking around Grand Seville over the low rampart. This place is the same as before. Entertainment sectors tended to be extremely attractive. It was the best place for assassination, and he'd done countless missions in that city. But my feelings are different. That was because, unlike how he visited the city to kill people in his previous life, he was there in his current life in order to save people. It gave him a completely different feeling. Wow. Is this Grand Seville? It's as flashy as the rumors. The Light Wind members' jaws dropped as they stared at Grand Seville and Malv Lake's flashy appearance. Martha, on the other hand, was glaring at Grand Seville. Her pressure was even sharper than before. She still must have been thinking about the white blood religion. Let's go. Rayon pointed at the city with his chin before taking the lead, and the Light Wind Squad caught their breath before following him. Rayon showed the mercenary nameplate that he got from the house to the guard in front of the gate, and he bobbed his hand for them to enter without even checking properly. And this is also the same as before. If Cameloon had a good balance between shadow and light, Grand Seville was far more shady than there, which was why the inspection was nothing but a formality. Once Rayon got the nameplate back, he passed through the low gate and entered Grand Seville. An intense vibration could be felt from the blade of Requiem as soon as his feet landed on Grand Seville's soil. Look at this. Rayon grasped the wailing blade of Requiem's hilt tightly. His mouth curved into a cold smile as he looked down on the splendid city. There were as many of them as cockroaches. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon narrowed his eyes while resonating the Ring of Fire. They don't just have the numbers. There were even some strong ones among them. The white blood fanatics increased their bloody energy by devouring people's blood and flesh. Judging from the bloody energy mixed into the flow of mana, just like oil floating on water, he could guess that a large number of powerful warriors had fallen in that city. I can't track them. He tried to determine the source of the bloody energy, but he couldn't reach that far. The blade of Requiem's energy was cut off midway, just like when a long rubber band would snap. I need to be careful. Considering the faint stench of bloody energy and the fact that the bloody demons couldn't be found at all, he figured it would be better to follow his initial plan and pretend to be a novice mercenary while investigating. All of the buildings looked so funny. Burin was whistling while looking up to the peculiar buildings of Grand Seville. He must have been interested in how different they looked from Sieghart's buildings, which were all rectangular and uninteresting. Run-On was the same as always. She didn't seem too interested in the buildings as she simply stared at Malv Lake on the other side of Grand Seville. She must have been thinking that it was a good place to doze off. Wow, the inside is even more splendid. How is everything sparkling so much? This is how it looks during the day, but I heard it becomes even more crazy at night. This city is so crazy. The other swordsmen were also busy looking around. None of them were able to sense the bloody energy. Rayon smiled faintly while watching their reactions, which would make others look down on them. This is even better because they aren't acting. It wasn't too bad, because they really looked like mercenaries from the countryside that had come to Grand Seville for the first time. No one would believe that they were from Sieghart. Martha exhaled roughly and clenched her fist. She didn't notice the bloody energy, but she seemed to have instinctively noticed the white blood religion scent of blood inside Grand Seville. Is it because they are her archenemies? People said that archenemies could be found with heart instead of brain, and Martha seemed to have found the white blood fanatics with her soul. She was similar to the Blade of Requiem in a way. Stop acting like country bumpkins, it's embarrassing. Rayon shook his hand at the light wind members that were standing there like idiots. He purposefully used a vulgar manner of speech in order to pretend to be a mercenary captain. Don't say that. I know you are also excited, Captain. He's right. You are the biggest country bumpkin of us all, Captain. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The light wind members acted like a small-scale mercenary corps, just like they were taught on the way to Grand Seville. They are so out of style. That's normal since they came from the countryside. Another set of soft touches have arrived. I'm sure they will lose all their money before they go back home. Some of them will stay here forever after that. The passers-by and the guards behind them were laughing at them, which proved that their acting was working as intended. Rayon smiled faintly and went towards the inn he'd stayed in his previous life. Rayon called the team leaders Martha, Run-On, and Burin to his room. He created an aura barrier around them and let them sit in the room. The shadow agent's prediction was correct. The white blood religion's bloody demons are here. The extremely faint bloody energy he found with them. Ring of Fire and the Blade of Requiem were the remnants of a powerful warrior's energy, one that was devoured by the white blood fanatics. Considering how big it should have been initially, the one hiding inside the city must have been at least an archbishop. Grit. Martha violently ground her teeth, because he confirmed that their enemy was the white blood religion. The pressure she'd been suppressing was slowly rising with her wrath. Martha. Rayon looked down on Martha with cold eyes. You should drop out from the mission if you can't control your emotions. The way he spoke was so ruthless that Burin turned his head in surprise. No one will be looking after us during this mission. We will need to withdraw if there's someone at the advanced or highest level of master, or even a grandmaster among the enemies. If you get too excited and lose control of yourself, you aren't the only one who will die. You will also be bringing other squad members down with you. Neither Rimmer nor Shirl were with them. Because the Light Wind Squad had to deal with everything on their own, it was necessary to always keep a tactical retreat in mind. I know. Martha clenched her fist and slowly breathed out. As the impure energy flew from her mouth, her boiling pressure started to subside. Her eyes returned to being clear once she appeased her anger by controlling her emotions. The way he taught her to control her emotions through training on the way was showing results. Let's get started then. Rayon nodded in satisfaction before looking at the three team leaders. Our first objective is finding them. Considering the fact that even the Blade of Requiem was unable to find their location, the leader of white blood fanatics in the city isn't going to be revealed so easily. Since even the Blade of Requiem was unable to find any traces of them, they must have been concealing their bloody energy by using some kind of formation or martial art, which means we need to find their tail and work upwards. You shouldn't attack them even if you manage to find a white blood fanatic. You should release them, pretending you didn't notice, and track them to find their main base. Torture didn't work against the white blood religion because they were fanatics. That was why it was necessary to secretly chase them in order to locate their base. Sounds good. All right. Burin and Run-On immediately nodded in agreement. Ha. Martha closed her eyes instead of responding. This memory never fades away. Whenever she closed her eyes, she could see the memories of that day, the hellish scene where the 10th apostle and the bloody demons were devouring the villagers' blood and flesh as they dragged her mom away from her. I won't be able to forget about it for the rest of my life. That scene repeated every day in her dream. Even if she managed to slay the 10th apostle and save her mom, the nightmare might follow her for the rest of her life. I've been making excuses to myself so far, because something like that had happened to her, because she was having that nightmare every night. She told herself that it was normal to lose control as soon as she saw a white blood fanatic. She kept reminding herself that it was only natural that her hand moved before she knew it and her head turned empty. But I can't stay that way. She needed to stop comforting herself like that, because she wasn't a kid anymore. She couldn't be an incompetent kid forever. She needed to take a step forward, just like she promised Rayon and the first team members. By the way, he really is a monster. Although it hadn't even been an hour since they'd arrived at Grand Seville, Rayon had already noticed that the white blood religion was hiding inside, and even suggested their course of action. She realized once again that Rayon's might wasn't the only amazing part about him, since even his insight and experience were as seasoned as a division leader's. I need to learn all of that from him. There were so many things to learn from him, but what she needed right away was composure. She wanted to take after Rayon's calmness that allowed him to remain composed in all situations. Martha calmed herself down before opening her eyes. Her eyes weren't wavering in the slightest as she looked at Rayon. Pretty good, Rayon chuckled after noticing Martha's unfazed gaze. Convey what I told you to the team members. We will use the buddy system and move in the groups of 3 that I assigned you to before. It was necessary to have groups of 3 to report and react at the same time in case something happened. That was the most efficient way to investigate, considering the situation they were in. Disband if you don't have any questions. Rayon waved his hand at the team leaders, asking them to leave. Are you moving on your own? Burin turned his head when he was about to leave. Are you worried about me? I guess I shouldn't be worried about a monster. He scratched his cheek while smiling awkwardly. Then what are you going to do? Martha asked next, narrowing her eyes. I shall meet him. Rayon raised himself up with a faint smile on his face. The client that called us here. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon left the inn on his own. He peeked into different shops like a newbie mercenary before entering an antique shop located on the corner of an alley. Welcome. An old man wearing a monocle briefly bobbed his head. He didn't seem to be welcoming him at all. Rayon slowly looked around the displayed miscellaneous items as he walked towards the old man's counter. Why are you looking around so much? Are you going to buy something or not? The old man examined Rayon from top to bottom and furrowed his brows. I came to borrow. Borrow what? The axe to cut down a large tree. The old man slowly stood up. His irritated eyes immediately turned as transparent as a bead, removing all emotions inside. Come this way. Rayon followed the old man and entered the room behind the counter. He passed through multiple rooms with questionable purposes, and he arrived at the deepest room with a gray window on the lower part of the wall. It's in here. When he opened the window, the space behind it was wavering and white stairs were revealed. It was a secret passage, hidden with magic. Rayon nodded and went downstairs. He could feel the presence of a few people in the darkness, but he ignored them as he kept walking down. Humans always hide underground even though they are capable of facing the sun. How pathetic of them. Wrath clicked his tongue. Something was apparently grating on his nerves. What kind of place is this? It's the dwelling of this mission's client. Why would a client be hiding underground? The black market is usually full of people who like to hide. Rayon chuckled. He was currently going to the black market, which was an information agency spread throughout the entire continent, with the countless casinos and pubs of Grand Seville under its wing. Why did people like that make such a request? Because their money is leaking. No matter how much people liked entertainment, they wouldn't be risking their lives for it. The increasing number of missing people likely reduced the number of visitors, and sales plummeted as a result. HMPH, so the doormats are gone. Indeed, even doormats need the right environment to offer up all of their money. Rayon stared at Wrath as he spoke. This is a lesson for me. He decided to provide plenty of food for Wrath in order to prevent the giving Wrath from running away, except for macaron. Why are you starting at the King of Essence like that? No reason. Rayon shook his hand and snickered. Tap. As he finished descending the stairs, dim lighting turned on in the dark corridor. They were telling them to follow. Rayon followed the light and an antique door appeared. Creak. He opened the door and entered. A woman wearing a purple robe with the hood hiding her face was sitting in front of a round table. Please sit. The woman bowed slightly and pointed at the seat in front of her. My name is Denning Rose, the Black Market's branch manager for Grand Seville. Denning Rose introduced herself and took off her robe. She was a short-haired beauty with remarkable red hair, and she was wearing an eye patch on her right eye with a black rose drawn on it. I'm Rayon Sieghart, the Light Winds Vice Squad leader. Rayon sat in front of Denning Rose and bowed. Are you disguised as a mercenary? Yes, it's best to be treated as mercenaries when investigating something. The mercenaries were mostly uncontrollable because of their carefree personalities. Even in his previous life, he mostly disguised himself as a mercenary. What a shame. I wanted to see the face that made the youngest artisan of House Yan'an fall in love with you. Denning Rose smiled faintly and placed a document on the table. The situation has slightly changed from when I made the request. The smile disappeared from her face as she pushed the document towards him. You must have confirmed the presence of white blood fanatics, and a high-ranked one at that. How did you know that? Denning Rose's left eye widened. I could feel a faint bloody energy floating in the air when I arrived in this city. A famous powerhouse must have been defeated. Correct. Her chin was trembling in surprise. Warriors powerful enough to be called powerhouses have been dying every day recently. There's most likely an archbishop or an apostle among them. Denning Rose pointed at the lower part of the document. The names of the people who had gone missing recently were listed there. They were people at the intermediate, advanced, and highest level of expert, and one of them was even a master, although he was far past his prime. All of them have. Yes, they've disappeared recently, after I made the request. Even a master disappeared without a trace. Rayon realized that it was even more dangerous than he had anticipated. Is there any information about which apostle or which archbishop is behind all this? Not at all. We managed to catch a white blood fanatic a few days ago, but he immediately killed himself, and we didn't manage to get anything out of him. Denning Rose furrowed her brows, thinking about the missed opportunity. Our agent caught him while he was secretly working on propagation. That's why it will be even harder to catch them now. Even the black market is unable to find the white blood religion. Rayon licked his lips while reading the document. He thought he'd learned something about them upon visiting the black market, but there was nothing more than what he'd learned upon arriving in the city. I'm embarrassed to say that the white blood religion is pretty much our natural enemy. Denning Rose sighed deeply. We are an organization created by the people at the rock bottom of society to protect themselves. In terms of Grand Seville, it's countless people like gamblers, thieves, prostitutes, clerks, servants, and the like who gather information for us. However, the white blood religion can't be found by people like them, fanatics. Yes, they never reveal their identity to anyone other than those who worship the blood god. It's also difficult to find them because the lower-ranked fanatics have a blood color similar to ordinary people, and Grand Seville's sales must be plummeting as a result. Once again, how did you? Because there aren't that many people in the world who are crazy enough to risk their lives for entertainment. He told Wrath about it before, but most people wouldn't risk their lives for entertainment. There were many cities on a similar or larger scale as Grand Seville that were able to serve as an alternative, after all. Denning Rose swallowed nervously as he looked into Rayon's composed eyes. He's certainly distinguished. He managed to recognize the presence of the white blood religion by sensing bloody energy as soon as he arrived at Grand Seville. Since no one else was able to notice such a thing, she thought that he was in a different league from average masters. He shouldn't even lose to the 12 stars of the continent. Even the 12 stars of the continent that she'd met before hadn't managed to surprise her so much. She guessed that Rayon would be capable of fighting equally against the 12 stars of the continent despite being far younger than them. How can a human being be so competent despite being so young? His personality and intelligence were even more surprising. She thought he'd be an arrogant boy because he had everything might and fame included at a young age, but he didn't give off that impression at all. He was solely focused on the mission, all while staying decently polite, and he was extremely fast at processing information. He's a dangerous man. The world was only focused on Rayon's might, but his judgment and insight were probably his greatest qualities. Denning Rose bowed to him after putting her thoughts in order. Since Grand Seville was a very profitable city compared to its size, she could do anything for him as long as he could drive away the white blood fanatics. Anything. Rayon smiled and raised himself up. I'll keep that in mind. After meeting Denning Rose, Rayon went to drink and toured all around Grand Seville before heading to Mauve Lake. Because many people were enjoying sailing with prostitutes, he suppressed his presence and walked over the lake. He climbed the hill on the other side of the lake, examining Grand Seville below it. What are you doing now? Are you planning on missing dinner? But you said this city is famous for delicacies. Delicacies or whatever, work comes first. You know the saying, if a demon eats well, they will look pretty even in the afterlife. I need to work to earn money to buy food. Food, work. Rayon threw Wrath into the lake as he kept shouting food, then looked down on Grand Seville. The more he delayed, the more the light wind members and the ordinary people would be placed in danger. It was necessary to discover the secret of the city as quickly as possible. It's way too flashy. Once night fell, brilliant lights began shining everywhere, and the city became far more splendid than during the day. It looked like everyone was having so much fun, without even thinking about the missing people, cases of murder, and the bloody religion. Something's wrong with this place. A dreary stench could be felt from the city at night that was unlike during the day. The flow of bloody energy became even more discreet, and the blade of Requiem's ghastly energy was losing its strength as if something were suppressing it. The white blood religion must have done something to the whole city. I should be able to do it from here. He'd climbed the hill where he could see the city's overall landscape from because it was necessary to look at the forest instead of trees. Ha! Rayon closed his eyes and exhaled the breath filling the deepest part of his lungs. The suffocating feeling left alongside the breath as he opened his eyes. He resonated the Ring of Fire, all 7 rings. His heart started to pound faster, and the flow of the world became slower as it brushed past him. The waves on the lake, the movement of the wind, and even the clouds were slowed down to a snail's pace. Kring. Rayon intensified the ring's rotation, which was already fast enough. The clear resonance of the rings became one with his mind, and he grasped the blade of Requiem at that moment. As if the blade of Requiem had turned into the 8th ring, it resonated with the rings of fire spinning around his heart, spreading around its majestic aura. And I'll add one more. Rayon bit his lip tightly and used the evil eye of wrath. The wrath stuck to his soul, pierced into his vision, smearing it with red. Once the ring of fire, capable of showing the flow of the world, the blade of Requiem's ghastly energy that could locate bloody energy, and the seeing ability of the evil eye of wrath combined into one, an unimaginable sight could be seen. Those bastards really are crazy. A frightening spark appeared in Rayon's eyes. Did they seriously do all this shit? Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. A scarlet fog was wrapped above the brilliant Grand Seville's night landscape like a rain cloud. The way the scarlet fog spread its grotesque energy as it endlessly engulfed the atmosphere above the city was creepy enough to make a chill run down one's spine just from looking at it. Rayon clenched his teeth. A sorcery array. There was no way the scarlet fog was a natural fog, as he needed to use the Ring of Fire, the blade of Requiem's ghastly energy, and even the evil Eye of Wrath in order to barely manage to discover it. It must have been an array created by a white blood fanatic, a high-ranking officer capable of using advanced sorcery. Do the bloody demons seriously not know moderation? They were literally crazy. Even though Grand Seville wasn't a large city, it was unimaginable to cover the entire city with a sorcery array. It could only be described as mad. The bloody energy I felt before must have also leaked from that. It was impossible to perfectly maintain such a large array unless the blood religion's leader or the highest-ranking apostle was personally attending to it. The faint bloody energy that he felt when he first arrived in the city must have leaked out from the gap in the sorcery array. Did you finally realize it? You are always so slow. Wrath snorted, calling him a snail. His reaction told him that he'd already been aware of it for a long time. A sword resonance filled with wrath and resentment burst from the blade of Requiem upon feeling the bloody sorcery. Rayon caressed the wailing blade of Requiem and narrowed his eyes. So what kind of array was that? They must have had a particular objective, considering the fact that they went as far as concealing such a huge array so well that even a master couldn't notice it easily. It's not trying to block the entrance or exit. Considering the fact that people had no issue entering and exiting Grand Seville, it didn't seem to be creating a restricted area. Judging from the way the bloody energy kept inflating from the fog, it must have been an extremely dangerous piece of sorcery. I can't tell from here. Since he looked at the forest from afar, it was necessary to enter the forest to examine what kinds of trees it had. Rayon eased the energies he was using and descended from the hill. He hid his presence just like when he went to the hill, crossing Mauve Lake and returning to Grand Seville. Since he had already seen it once, he managed to find the sorcery by using only the Ring of Fire without the help of the Blade of Requiem and the evil Eye of Wrath. Rayon frowned slightly while examining the scarlet fog. It looks like something is mixed into the bloody energy. It was different from the bloody energy so far. A somewhat familiar energy could be felt from the scarlet fog floating in the sky. That power must have been one of the reasons the bloody energy could remain hidden. Rayon exhaled roughly while looking at the suffocating scarlet wave. Considering how bad it is, they must have already killed hundreds of people at least. He was almost overwhelmed by the range and size of the sorcery array as he watched it from below. They must have killed the warriors and ordinary people indiscriminately in order to contribute to the bloody sorcery's formation. The only relief is the fact that it's not too dense. However, the problem still persisted. If they could concentrate the huge bloody energy in a single spot, it would become powerful enough to blow up half of the city in an instant. Tusk, it's checkmate. If he told people about the sorcery and tried to evacuate them, they would detonate the spell and blow the city up. However, leaving it alone would lead to the sorcery's completion, and its activation couldn't be any better than the previous scenario. All choices led to a dead end. Moreover, there was one more problem. It was almost impossible to stay hidden while deploying such a huge sorcery, no matter how skilled they were. It implied that the number of white blood fanatics inside Grand Seville was probably twice as many as his expectations. They also could have infiltrated the black market, and both cases could be true at the same time. This is so suffocating. He could only rely on the light wind squad. The information was lacking, and the sorcery could explode at any time. All of those facts were suffocating and upset him. You are so pathetic. Wrath snorted while struggling to climb up his shoulder. The King of Essence is feeling so much better from watching you being useless on your own. How about you then? Do you know what kind of sorcery it is? HMPH, the King of Essence doesn't know about such a lowly power. You are bragging when you don't even know. It's different. The King of Essence wasn't bragging. He simply doesn't need to know. He clicked his tongue while looking up at the sky above Grand Seville. The King of Essence would have straight up shattered such insignificant energy into pieces. He told you before already, but petty tricks are meaningless in front of absolute power. Back in Devildom, many demons were boasting with their petty tricks, but the King of Essence smashed all of their heads, straight up shattering it. Rayon licked his lips while repeating Wrath's words. If I want to destroy the sorcery array, he just needed to dispel it. Dispel. Since the array was maintaining the sorcery, he simply needed to dispel the array. That was going to straight up shatter the sorcery. I can do it. Since he was somewhat knowledgeable in sorcery, and he knew a lot about array techniques, since he had the Ring of Fire to see the flow of energy, and the Blade of Requiem to destroy the bloody energy, it wasn't impossible to destroy such a huge array. I might be able to use this situation in my favor if everything goes well. Considering the small gap in the sorcery, it was definitely not made by a high-ranking apostle at the Grandmaster level. and as long as it wasn't a high-ranking apostle, it was impossible to activate such a huge sorcery from afar. He could just wait there until the caster revealed themselves in order to activate the array. He could then destroy the array and slay the caster, which would put an end to the entire incident. Rayon patted Wrath's back with a grin on his face. You are the only one who helps me. What are you talking about? How did the King of Essence even help you? You can guess. What is it? Tell me already. Wrath swallowed anxiously. What is it? Translator Kyung-yi. Proofreader Harley. Splash, a middle-aged man with a white robe covering him from head to toe, was walking through a dim corridor. Although his footsteps should have sounded like he was walking on a hard floor, they were sinking under the sticky red fluid covering the ground. He passed through the sticky floor and entered a cavern where dim lighting was spreading from. The corpses of men and women of different ages were piled up on the right side of the cavern, and the blood flowing from them was painting the floor red. Esteemed apostle. The robed man knelt in front of the young man, who was standing next to the mountain of corpses. Sniff. The young man was biting the shoulder off a child whose top was removed, and the dried-up child was groaning faintly, showing that he was still alive. Tias, I believe I already warned you about disturbing me during a meal. The young man glared at the robed man with an irritated gaze. A scar left by a sword was twitching from his chest. He was the seventh apostle, and the scar left by Rayon remained on him. Rayon Sieghart has made his appearance. The middle-aged man named Tias bowed to him. Rayon. Rayon Sieghart, the seventh apostle, bit the neck off the child and threw him aside. His mouth, covered in blood, twisted into a smile. Did he really come? Yes. He entered Grand Seville this afternoon. Kuhahaha. He laughed like a madman while sweeping his hair up with his bloody hand. The blood god didn't abandon me. A frightening smile appeared on the seventh apostle's face as he wiped the blood flowing down from his chin away with the back of his hand. How long will it take for the sorcery to be completed? Speed it up. I want it completed tomorrow night. But we haven't gathered enough bloody energy to activate the sorcery yet. It might result in the surreal blood manifestation array's collapse. Tias bowed, asking him to reconsider. No, we have enough. A new sacrifice came to us on his own. The seventh apostle snickered and shook his head. Which means. Yes, Rayon Sieghart. We will sacrifice his blood to feed the surreal blood manifestation array into completion. That should be enough, right? Shouldn't we deal with him after completing the sorcery? You know nothing about Rayon. What? Tias swallowed nervously. The seventh apostle's voice was so excited that he almost sounded like he was looking forward to meeting a lover that he'd been waiting for. He could rip his head off if he made the slightest mistake in his excited state. He's a crazy bastard who destroys common sense. He might manage to discover the surreal blood manifestation array if we leave him alone. There's no way. The white blood religion's leader was the one who created the surreal blood manifestation array, and the covertness in its design would have made it difficult for even a grandmaster to discover it. Since the array was made by Tias, it was obvious it wasn't as good as the leaders, but it was still impossible for Rayon to discover it since he was just a master. It's not because I don't trust you, but because he's just special. He managed to break through my astral energy to injure me despite being a mere expert after all. The seventh apostle grinned while caressing the scar on his chest, which was carved into it by the blade of Requiem. Moreover, it would be rude to make them wait for so long when they came all the way here. We should give him a warm welcome, befitting his grand name of Frostfire Sword of Valor, don't you think? But Tias furrowed his brow slightly in worry. Are you telling me that you can't trust me? And not at all. Tias shuddered as he bowed. It's understandable, because the fourth apostle was killed by him after getting stabbed in the back. However, my current self is stronger than the fourth apostle. The seventh apostle's low voice was brimming with confidence and composure, and the glimpse of his wrath that could be heard in the end of his voice made his presence even stronger. You should just focus on completing the sorcery. I'll draw the blood of the youngest master of the continent in 2 days and give it to you. His frightening voice echoed throughout the cavern. I'm curious what kind of decision the great Frostfire Sword of Valor is going to make. Martha wandered around Grand Seville without a precise destination. She examined various locations while pretending to be a drunk mercenary, but all she could see were the flashy lightings of the city and the moths lured in by the lights. Team leader, we should stop for today and return. The team member who was accompanying her because of the buddy system came up next to her and whispered, people might start suspecting us because we kept moving around without doing anything else. Tusk, all right. Martha clicked her tongue and nodded. She wanted to continue the search on her own if she could, but she didn't want to repeat her previous mistake. She calmed her impatience and turned around. Let's Ray. As she was about to tell them, let's return, a slightly dirty little girl bumped into her. Oh, I'm sorry. The little girl bowed to her before running into the alley between the pubs. She's so cute that it makes me angry. Martha snickered while looking at the girl's back. What? Wait here for a moment. She waved her hand at the team members and went to the alley the girl ran into earlier. The girl must have already left, as the alley was already empty, but of course. Martha nodded since she knew that would be the case and went through the alley before heading to the right. The girl she met earlier was checking the wallet in the deeper part of the alley. Gasp! The girl tried to run away in surprise, but Martha ran over the wall to reach behind her in an instant and block her retreat. Give it back before it gets violent. Gee, give what back? The girl bit her lip and hid the wallet behind her. She's the exact same. She reminded Martha of herself in the past. Martha calmly examined the girl. Even with her dirty appearance, bruises could be seen on various parts of her body. She felt slightly nostalgic as it reminded her of her childhood. However, they were different stories. She had no intention of overlooking a pickpocket. I'll give you a choice. You can either get beaten to death before giving it back, or give it back right now while I'm being nice. Martha bobbed her finger while speaking as kindly as possible. The girl couldn't easily hand over the wallet even though her chin was trembling in fear, and Martha knew exactly why. She needs to pay tribute. Considering her shabby appearance, someone must have been extorting her. The fact that she tried to steal from Martha, who was disguised as a mercenary, implied that she couldn't afford to pick her target. Martha tapped the girl's head and bobbed her finger once again. Give it back. I'll give you the money for a meal if you give it right now. She would have normally destroyed the ones extorting her, but she had no time for that because she was on a mission. She decided to give her a silver coin as a compromise and leave her alone. Really? You could get beaten up instead. No, the girl shook her head and handed out the wallet with both hands. That's Righa. Martha chuckled and tried to take the wallet, but suddenly stopped. She swallowed nervously upon noticing the scar on the girl's wrist. Hey, what's wrong with this? What? Who left this scar on you? Why are you asking me about that? I need to know. Martha grabbed the girl's wrist while grinding her teeth. She needed to know at all costs, because a small amount of bloody energy could be felt from her wrist. Rayon went around the entirety of Grand Seville to examine the array's flow. No one suspected him, because lots of people were walking around despite it being the middle of night, and because Rayon was holding a bottle in his hand to pretend to be a drunkard. He leaned his back against the rampart and sighed quietly. I'm getting a bit dizzy. Even the examination was difficult because the scale was so large. However, precisely because the scale was large, small openings could be seen occasionally. It must have been impossible to achieve a desirable amount of durability because they were too focused on remaining covert. I can totally do it. Rayon became certain of it after checking the entire sorcery array covering Grand Seville. He needed some time, but he figured it was more than possible to dispel the array by using the Ring of Fire and the ghastly energy from the Blade of Requiem. I first need to figure that out in order to dispel it. The first thing he needed to do was to determine the origin of the other energy mixed into the bloody energy. Having that knowledge was going to make it a lot easier to dispel the array. I'm pretty sure I'm familiar with this energy. Rayon licked his lips and raised his head. The clear moon was approaching the fog covering Grand Seville at an extremely slow pace. It's so bright for no reason. While he was watching the clarity of the moon contradicting the severity of the situation, dreary bloody energy was secretly spreading out from the city. Bloody energy. Rayon frowned and ran towards the origin of the bloody energy. Once he arrived at the central avenue that had the largest number of passers-by in Grand Seville, his chin started to tremble. What's going on here? He could feel the bloody energy from everyone in front of him. The man coming out of the pub, the prostitute sending him off, the cartman in the middle of transportation, and even the young clerk welcoming clients into his shop. He could feel the bloody energy from everyone breathing in that area. Although others couldn't feel anything about them, Rayon was certain about it because he'd been investigating the array. Even though it was extremely faint and disappeared too quickly to be from a white blood fanatic, the people definitely had bloody energy in them. Are they really white blood fanatics? This many people? That's definitely not true. White blood fanatics acquired white spirit aura to gather the aura in their hearts just like the magicians. However, the bloody energy in those people weren't focused on their hearts, but scattered throughout their bodies instead. Since there was no way the bloody demons would go against their doctrine, they definitely were not white blood fanatics. Rayon swallowed nervously and raised his head. He clenched his fist while watching the bloody fog spread like a cloud. Don't tell me that array's purpose is. Translator Kyongi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon remembered a conversation between Darius Robert and Martio that he happened to hear in his previous life. The real reason why the white blood religion's leader is difficult to deal with isn't because of her powerful might, but because of her dirty sorcery. You can't even get close to her because you don't know when and how her sorcery will take effect. Darius had briefly clicked his tongue while saying that. Fighting the white blood religion's leader in a location where she has set up her sorcery arrays is pretty much asking to be killed. The shadows we sent to Written Village recently have been annihilated. Do you remember? Yes, Martio nodded. He was as stiff as a wooden doll. That was also from the sorcery of the white blood religion's leader. She engraved the bloody energy into the people inside her sorcery array to turn them into puppets that can't disobey the caster. She then draws out the bloody energy with increased quantity and purity to devour them alive. It's a parasitic bloody energy. Isn't that amazing? Darius had ordered Mardio to analyze and research into that array technique, calling it a beautiful and efficient method. Even though it ended in a failure, Rayon had managed to pick up a lot of knowledge about sorcery and array technique. Rayon bit his lip while reminiscing about that conversation from the past. It's that sorcery, I'm sure of it. Even though the form and the method were a lot different from before, the objective remained the same. The array covering Grand Seville was inserting bloody energy into the people inside the city with the purpose of harvesting once it grew bigger, with increased purity. It was a ranch. Grand Seville was turning into a human ranch to help white blood fanatics to gain more bloody energy. How can they even come up with something like this? Even though he'd witnessed countless atrocities in his previous life as a hunting dog and even committed them himself, what was unfolding in front of his eyes was on a completely different scale. It was too much, even for monsters wearing human skin. All of those people will become sacrifices. The countless people he was watching were going to turn into food for the white blood fanatics as soon as the sorcery array was completed. They would still believe that they were leading a free life, but they would be nothing more than cattle controlled by bloody energy, waiting to be fed to their master. I can't let this continue. Rayon remembered Sylvia's voice. She wanted him to wield his sword for the weak, just like a Sieghart swordsman should, and that was the only request she had ever made of him. Rather than that, regardless of Sylvia's request, doing nothing about the situation would disqualify him as a swordsman, and even as a human being. Ahahaha, I'm so lucky today. Let's play another game. Where's the drink? Bring all the alcohol. See you next time. Rayon stared into the sky, standing in the middle of the extremely noisy central avenue of Grand Seville. He braced himself as he glared at the bloody fog spreading like a cumulus cloud. I'll destroy it, no matter what. Martha went down on her knees to meet the eyes of the girl, who stopped speaking. What's your name? Because she didn't want to talk about her scar, she decided to talk about something else. Runna, your name sounds similar to a stupid girl that I know. Stupid girl, yes, she's an idiot who has unfocused eyes every day of the year. No one like that exists in the world. She exists. I'll let you meet her later if I get a chance. Martha chuckled while remembering Runnon's always blank expression. My name is Martha. Runna, I'm asking because it's a really important matter. Can you tell me how you got that scar? Despite acting like a child, Runna closed her mouth tightly as soon as Martha started talking about the scar. You must have gotten this scar pretty recently. Please tell me who made this cut. Martha narrowed her eyes while looking at the scar on Runna's wrist. The shape was suggested that it was made by some kind of blade. I wasn't harmed by anyone. Runna closed her mouth tightly once again and refused to answer. Ha. Martha sighed deeply and threw the wallet Runna had returned to her into the air before catching it. It can't be helped then. Let's go. Where are we going? Naturally, I'm bringing you to the guards. I just caught a pickpocket red-handed, so I can't just overlook it. Ah, wait, I should bring you to that guy first. That guy? Yes, he's a dork who can turn humans into dogs and rabid dogs on top of that. A frightening smile appeared on Martha's face as she looked down on Runna. And no. I have to return today. That's none of my business. Please, I have a younger brother. Runna desperately grabbed her sleeve. Martha bit her lip slightly, so that was the reason. It was common sense for pickpockets to avoid targeting mercenaries or warriors because they could easily lose their hand if a powerful person caught them. She thought Runna didn't know about it yet because she was too young, but she must have been too impatient despite knowing about it. Is it because of the tribute? Yes, tomorrow is the due date. Runna nodded, her chin trembling. The embarrassment and desperation of a child could be felt in her bones. All right, I'll give you this whole thing if you tell me about it. Martha pointed at the wallet she was holding. All of that? Yes, all of it. Runna's eyes quickly rolled left and right. Her eyes glowed with fear, shame, and anxiety before slowly coming to a halt. All right, good. Martha threw the wallet at Runna without hesitating in the slightest. Runna sighed deeply while fiddling with the wallet. Actually, this scar isn't from getting beaten up. What? I was working on burying a stone in the ground, and the stone accidentally cut me to leave this scar. She furrowed her brows while touching the scar, which wasn't healed up yet. Burying a stone? Yes, they give money for burying a stone in a designated place. I was doing that work when I got this cut, and it's still not recovered, even though it's been a pretty long time. Martha carefully examined Runna's arm. Taking her story into consideration, the scar looked like it was made by a thick edge rather than a sword. It seemed possible that a sharp stone was the cause. Who asked you to set that stone up? That's. You promised you would tell me about it. He's a merchant named Tias. Merchant? Yes, he's a nice guy who buys food and snacks for homeless children and even makes a shelter for them, and he sometimes asks us to do some work for him while giving us some money. Rana smiled faintly while talking about Tias. She looked rather fond of him. And why did he ask you to bury that stone? He said that the stone protects the city from evil spirits. And are other people aware of it? Yes, they are. They don't really care about it anymore because he's known to believe in superstitions. However, he recently told us to not tell others about it anymore. I see. Martha clenched her fist while listening to Rana. I got him. The man named Tias must have been a white blood fanatic. He must have been plotting some nasty things in the city by making use of a child to avoid people's suspicion. He must have given them normal stones in the beginning so that people would stop paying attention to him before incorporating the new stones with bloody energy. The stone he gave her in the beginning must have been normal, while the ones he gave her after people stopped paying attention to him must have had bloody energy inside. He was a smart one. Rana bit her lip tightly with a guilty expression on her face. You probably just saved the city. What? How did I save the city? You will realize later. Martha smiled faintly and patted Rana's shoulder. I think I'll be able to find the real evil spirit because of you. Translator Kyungyi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon smiled faintly after hearing Martha's story. I was thinking I'd need to tie you up next time because you were returning too late, but you actually brought such valuable information. The clue that Martha brought was extremely important. He was even more surprised because he wasn't expecting anything at all from her. I'm different from that guy, who is all talk and the sleepyhead over there. Martha snorted while looking at Buran and Runan. Buran frowned in irritation, and Runan simply blinked without any care in the world. This is the stone Rana mentioned. Me, not you. Runan turned her head and Martha shook her hand at her before giving Rayon the palm-sized stone. I can't feel anything from it though. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he examined the stone Martha gave him. It has it for sure. Once he utilized the ring of fire to the maximum capacity, he managed to find the trace of bloody energy that used to remain in the deepest part of the stone. It was so faint that he wouldn't have managed to find it out if his senses hadn't increased so much. He even used a child. He's a smart one. No one paid attention to abandoned children. Even the black market didn't really care about the children, saying that countless paths were waiting in a child's future. Would have been a different story if they were fairly old or managed to get a job, but no one paid attention to the children who were pretty much beggars. Moreover, he even took advantage of human psychology. The way he pretended to be a kind-hearted merchant by giving money to the children while asking them to bury worthless stones before setting up the stones with bloody energy, once everyone's suspicion was gone, implied that he was an extremely cautious person, and it must have been used to create that array. The man named Tias must have asked the kids to bury the stone in order to fortify the array floating above Grand Seville. I also managed to discover something. Rayon asked Buran, Martha, and Runan to sit down before telling them what he managed to learn. That's so crazy. Lyle. Buran bit his lip so hard that it could start bleeding, and even Runan drew her sword in a rage despite her usual lack of reaction. I need to find Rana. She will be in danger if she told Tias about her encounter with me. Martha turned around and was about to run outside. She told Rana to not tell anyone about it, and Rana did respond that she wouldn't, but she couldn't help being anxious. Martha, you should go outside, but Rana isn't the one that you should check out. Rayon slowly shook his head. The man named Tias is soon going to call for Rana. You should watch him. Are you telling me that Tias is going to call for Rana? Yes, it's because the array is nearing its completion. Considering how much bloody energy was floating in the air, the array would likely be activated in the near future. Taking Tias's careful personality into account, Rayon guessed that he was going to use the children once again. Understood. Buran, Martha, and Runan nodded before leaving the room. I shall get going as well. Rayon opened the door without making any noise at all and left the room. Even though it was before daybreak, Grand Seville was as shiny and noisy as always. Rayon went to an old pub's rooftop without letting anyone see him, then looked up into the sky. It's so clear. When he just looked at it, it was a clear night sky without a single speck of rain clouds. Rayon chuckled and used the ring of fire, and the bloody clouds filling the clear sky covered his entire vision. Rayon swept his hair up while laughing at the scarlet fog. Let's see who wins. Dim light was spreading out from the underground cavern. The seventh apostle extended his arm to put his hand on the ground that was covered with blood. White light radiated from his hand, and the blood started to boil. The heated blood moved, as flexible as a snake, to draw a hexagram on the ground. The angle on the right side was slightly dented, showing that it was the same shape as Grand Seville. The seventh apostle smiled in satisfaction while looking at the hexagram drawn in blood. Tias. Yes. Tias, who was standing behind him, knelt on the ground. I've finished the preparations. How about you? The preparations are finished. I just need to tune the sorcery before setting up the bloodstone tomorrow night. Tias's speech was extremely polite, as if he were talking to a god. Are you using those stupid brats again? Yes, this is the most inconspicuous method since I've done some preliminary work. You are so smart, huh? The seventh apostle snickered while slanting his chin. Those brats should be delicious. After all, they must have a significant amount of bloody energy smeared on them. I'm sorry, but those children can't be eaten. What? They will turn into dry mummies the moment the sorcery activates, with the bloodstone sucking all of their vitality out of them. Tias bowed, treating the children's lives like pebbles on the road. Kuhahaha. The seventh apostle laughed like a madman while leaning his back against the wall. I tried to tease you because you seem to like children, but it proved unnecessary. He grinned while looking down on Tias. I'm so proud to have you as our believer. The blood god's blessings shall always be with you. You are flattering me. Tias was overwhelmed with emotions and his shoulders trembled violently. What has Rayon been doing? It's the same as yesterday. He's just been moving around Grand Seville trying to find the believers. Perfect. The seventh apostle grinned while scratching the scar on his chin. We will follow the plan. We will release the sorcery tonight and activate it tomorrow night. Your wish is my command. Tias bowed and sank into the ground. Tomorrow. It's finally happening tomorrow. The seventh apostle's sparkling eyes were as red as the bloody energy covering the floor. Rayon Sieghart, you don't realize how long I've been looking forward to this day. I'll devour your flesh and blood while you're still alive. Rayon went around Grand Seville once again the next day. He checked the sorcery array from various locations before he stopped at an unfrequented alley when the moon was about to rise. This isn't easy. The unknown energy inside the bloody energy kept swirling around to prevent analysis of the sorcery. It was impossible to properly understand the flow because it kept interfering with the bloody energy. I really can't tell what it is. It certainly felt familiar, but he couldn't understand what it was because it was sticking to the bloody energy like gum to avoid showing itself. He knew dispelling was a difficult task, but he didn't expect to be still unable to understand its identity in the evening. Ha. Rayon sighed deeply before looking at the sorcery array once again. The scarlet fog was like a woman with red lips, laughing at him while telling him that he wouldn't be able to do it. You damn bastard. Wrath extended his nails with a trembling chin. Stop the stupid drinking already. Let's have a meal already. He floundered his limbs, telling him that the stench of alcohol coming from his mouth was killing him. It can't be helped. It was regrettable to tell him that he had no time to eat food because the sorcery's analysis wasn't progressing as much as he wanted. Arg, the king of essence, can smell the food's delicious fragrance all around him, yet he can't even eat. How long is this misfortune going to continue? Rayon rubbed his stomach. He did feel rather hungry because he hadn't eaten for 2 days. This is a saying from Devildom. A loaf of bread is better than the song of many sirens. You are definitely going to have a good idea once you fill your stomach. Wrath kept telling him to eat something while mentioning a strange proverb. I get it. Rayon nodded, since he figured it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a small rest because he'd been using the Ring of Fire for too long. Where do you want to go? Are you serious? Are we really going to eat? Answer quickly before I change my mind. The King of Essence wants to go to the restaurant on the right. The smell of barbecue coming from that shop is driving him crazy. Barbecue, Rayon chuckled and started walking in the direction Wrath mentioned. He examined the sorcery array one last time before entering the noisy restaurant. It's still the Samha, when he was about to stop using. Ring of Fire, the bloody energy in the air suddenly wavered significantly, creating a change that had never happened before. Rumble, crimson bloody energy and an energy that was a deep yellow color emerged from the entirety of Grand Seville to gather towards the bloody cloud. What about the food? Be quiet. Rayon pushed Wrath back and bit his lip while watching the yellow energy mixing into the bloody energy. Ghastly energy. It's been ghastly energy all along. The familiar energy mixed into the scarlet fog was none other than ghastly energy. Rayon ground his teeth violently. Those crazy bastards, people with negative emotions such as fear, resentment, and wrath leave an evil energy behind upon death called ghastly energy. The bloody demons must have improved the sorcery array by even making use of the ghastly energy left behind by people they slaughtered. The reason he couldn't see how to dispel the array was because of the ghastly energy mixed into the bloody energy. The Blade of Requiem also seemed to have realized it, as it created a powerful sword resonance. It was a howl of wrath, resentment, and pain. The meal should be postponed for now, right? Even Wrath decided to stop clinging to him. Rayon grasped the hilt of the Blade of Requiem as it trembled violently, then entered an alley that was almost never visited by anyone. Kring, he caught his breath and used the Ring of Fire. The 7 rings became one with the Blade of Requiem's painful scream to create a powerful resonance, as if Rayon's body had turned into a wind instrument. It almost felt like his body had turned into a furnace to increase his concentration. Rayon focused his enhanced senses solely on analyzing the sorcery. His brain was functioning at full capacity in his immersion. The scarlet fog's disarrayed flow became as clear as day. The bloody energy was dashing through a fixed trajectory inside the cloud, just like the aura that only flew through the mana circuits. His heart was pounding violently, but his head was as clear as a lake. He read the flow of bloody energy and registered it in his head, as if he were taking a picture. His body was brimming with vitality, as if his previously exhausted state was that of a completely different person. The bloody energy kept getting bigger, but he could perfectly understand its formation and its flow. He raised his finger to draw a line. A red light emerged from his finger to follow a trajectory that went against the flow of the sorcery. It was a perfect dispel. The light spreading from his finger was the solution that could erase the huge sorcery at any moment. A hot breath was flowing from Rayon's lips. The moon had already set at some point, and the sun was shining down its red sunlight as if it were congratulating him. He'd realized it. He realized the true nature of the array, and the solution to remove it was engraved in his head. It's over. He could destroy the sorcery array at any moment if he wanted. His mouth naturally curved into a wide smile. Wrath. Rayon caught Wrath by his neck because he was limping like a sleepy dog. Let's go eat. Really? Wrath's jaw dropped because he didn't expect to be able to eat so soon. Yes, I'm also pretty hungry right now. Even though his head was clear, his stomach was demanding food because he'd burned up too much stamina and willpower. Wow, we are finally on the same page. Let's go to that restaurant we were trying to go to before. All right. Rayon smiled cheerfully. His hunger was one thing, but he felt thankful to Wrath for waiting for him without saying anything. That was why he decided to eat whatever he wanted for breakfast. The King of Essence is finally starting to like you. Yes, this is the symbiotic relationship we've always needed to coexist. You should now. As Wrath was grinning, messages appeared in front Rayon's eyes. You've managed to analyze a sorcery array at the absolute rank. Title. Sorcery Analyst has been created. Trait. Array analysis has been created. All stats have increased by 5. The system was rewarding him for analyzing a sorcery of the highest difficulty. Rayon and Wrath's eyes lost focus at the same time as they smiled at each other. Although their expressions were similar, their emotions were the complete opposite. Am I really getting all of this? Why would it even give you all of this? Translator Kyungyi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon entered the restaurant next to the alley and ordered a sandwich. Wrath was grunting in displeasure. This isn't what you promised. There's nothing I can do about it. The restaurant is closed. The restaurant he wanted to go to was already closed, probably because it was open all night long. There weren't that many restaurants open in the morning because Grand Seville was more active at night than during the day, leaving him with only a few choices. Even though the King of Essence resolved himself to never trust your mouth ever again, he was tricked once again. Wrath's hand, placed on the table, was trembling violently in anger. He will never trust you ever, Agai. I'll try out all the delicacies in the city once the mission is over. You are lying. You must be lying once again. You must also be aware that it won't last that long. Rayon pointed his finger up. It wasn't directed at the ceiling, but the sorcery array above it. That sorcery array was released yesterday, which means that it will be activated today. The ghastly energy and bloody energy he felt when he was trying to enter the restaurant was a fragment of the power that was spread out from the array's release. Since the sorcery was released, it would be activated pretty soon in order to avoid the energy dissipating. From what the King of Essence can see, that power isn't perfect yet. It didn't manage to fill its vessel yet. You are right, but it has its sacrifice right here. Rayon smiled faintly and pointed at himself. Are you saying that you are the sacrifice? Yes, I'm sure they are aware of my arrival. Judging from the situation, the white blood fanatics must have already infiltrated the black market. Since he was pretty much the white blood religion's archenemy because of him defeating the 7th apostle and killing the 4th apostle, there was no way they would overlook information about him. They will try to attack me. Stay patient for a little longer, since it won't take that long. Really? Wrath was blinking innocently. He must have completely forgotten what he said 20 seconds ago. Of course. Your food is ready. While Wrath was probing him with a doubtful gaze, the clerk brought 2 sandwiches with eggs and ham inside. He placed the dish on the table because he was still talking to Wrath. What are you doing right now? I'm trying to tell you that you can really trust me this Tim. Shut up and eat already. The King of Essence is starving right now. Rayon exclaimed. He thought they were talking about food for a later time, but the sandwiches in front of his eyes were apparently more important to Wrath. His behavior made it difficult to believe that he was really a demon king. Rayon reluctantly took a bite of the sandwich. The crispy bread surrounding the thick ham, cheese, and soft egg formed a perfect harmony to fill his mouth with nutty and rich flavors. This is pretty good. Wow, this is not bad. Anything goes when you're starving after all. A single sandwich was enough to bring happiness to Wrath's face. The bread is tilted. Fix the ham's position. The balance will be broken otherwise. Rayon licked his lips while watching Wrath's happy expression. I feel like I've been the bad one. Because he was being way too passionate over a single sandwich, Rayon decided that he would eat some nice food for him after the mission was over. He figured it wouldn't be a bad idea to reserve an entire restaurant to eat with everyone in the Light Wind Squad. I should check that out. He loaded the reward window, which he hadn't managed to properly check because of Wrath's rampage. Sorcery Analyst. Title given to the one who managed to analyze a high-level piece of sorcery by themselves. Effect all stats +5. It even gives some stats. He thought the title wouldn't have any value, but it was even increasing his stats. A smile appeared on his face because of the unexpected gift. Array Analysis 1 star. Insight and focus is increased upon analyzing all kinds of arrays, including sword formation, martial formation, and sorcery array. The array analysis ability didn't give any extra stats, but allowed him to better analyze all kinds of arrays including the sword formation, which was a type of array technique. Since its star rating could be further raised, he figured that it would become much more useful than a few stats once it was properly developed. Moreover, I got some extra stats. The last message told him that he'd gained 5 points in all stats. All of the rewards he had received before the battle even started almost felt like the blessing of the goddess of victory to lead him into a guaranteed win. Wow. Wrath was so happy while eating his sandwich, but bit his lip tightly upon seeing the message. How can it even give you all those rewards when it was just a bit of sorcery that you analyzed? It's fair when you think about it. Rayon shook his hand. The system gives rewards according to achievements. It's only natural for me to get a nice reward because I managed to analyze that massive sorcery array. The system always took the most efficient course of action. Even though he didn't actually have a battle, what he managed to do was worthy enough to be called an achievement, and the system was simply rewarding him accordingly. That was why the rewards he got were all related to sorcery and arrays. Wrath ground his teeth violently, unable to refute him. Once the King of Essence returns to Devildom, he will start by destroying the system. If you want, Rayon shrugged. It didn't really matter for him since he would have already achieved everything he wanted to do by the time Wrath returned. I should get going since I've finished eating. He pushed the empty dish to the side. What? Where are you going now when you ate nothing but sandwiches? To the others. Rayon placed the payment on the table and stood up. I need to tell them the plan to destroy the white blood religion. Martha had been following Runna ever since Rayon gave her the order. Just like she mentioned before, Runna was living in a shack alongside 2 younger siblings. Martha had thought they would get some nice food for the day at least because of all the money she gave her, but they were filling their stomachs with hard and dry bread, probably because all of their money had been extorted. Runna, you should eat this one. Runna's little sister tried to give her half of her bread. His little brother, who was even younger than the little sister, sniffled and also tried to give her his half-eaten bread. I already ate when I was outside, so you shouldn't worry about me. You just finish it up. Runna smiled faintly and pushed the bread towards her siblings. Martha frowned while watching Runna. They abused her. The bruise on her face suggested that she was beaten on top of having her money taken away when she went to pay tribute. Those cursed bastards. Watching Runna endure her hunger to allow her siblings to eat reminded Martha of her past and made her slightly angry. Should I beat them up? After all, that was my money. She got more and more angry as she watched the beaten children fill their stomachs with dry bread. She even wanted to beat them up by using her money as an excuse. Are they the ones you mentioned? Gasp, you damn bastard. You should stop hiding your presence when you come. I can't do that here, though. Rayon smiled gently and created an aura barrier to stop the sound from escaping. He slightly narrowed his eyes as he saw Runna. He nodded while murmuring that it was just as he anticipated. She has bloody energy all around her body. Can you even see something like that? It's because I'm in a pretty good state right now. I can't feel anything at all, though. She wouldn't have noticed the presence of bloody energy at all if it wasn't for the scar. Rayon looked like a monster to her because he was capable of feeling the bloody energy inside of Runna's body from afar. Because this wasn't the first time she buried the stone, she has a fair amount of bloody energy accumulated in her body from being repeatedly exposed to it each time she did that job. It's rampaging inside her because it's not being controlled by anyone. What happens in that case? She's fine right now, but she's going to die the moment the sorcery array activates. She's going to die, yes. The sorcery array we have right now isn't designed to be activated in a completed state. It's going to feed on those kids first as they are close to it and are highly exposed to the bloody energy. A frightening light sparked from Rayon's eyes as he clenched his fist. What should we do? Don't tell me you are going to let them become sacrifices. Did you take a liking to them already? You are being different from your usual self. Shut up and answer. Martha slammed the ground. She was too embarrassed to tell him that they reminded her of herself before joining Zeekhart. It might become dangerous. I don't care. Any kind of injury was a fair price to pay in order to destroy the white blood religion's plan to sacrifice such young children. Rayon nodded with a smile on his face. That man named Tias is going to call for those children soon. When that happens, you and the first team should secretly follow each of the children and Translator Kyungi. Proofreader Harley. Denning Rose, the black market's Grand Seville branch manager, was walking through an underground passage with dried blood stuck to the ground. I thought this place was already destroyed. She'd personally confirmed the passage's collapse when she was first assigned to Grand Seville. However, the passage she was seeing was completely open, and traces of dried blood covered the floor. No, regardless of why this passage is open, why am I even here? She was walking on her own, but she couldn't understand why she was there and why she was walking through the corridor. It felt like her body wasn't obeying her brain's command. She was unable to stop her steps, nor sit down on the ground. The only thing she could do was to keep walking. She walked through the bloody and sticky underground passage for a while, and a round passage could be seen, with red light spreading out from inside. She went through the passage even though she was unable to comprehend why she was doing it. There was a large cavern at the end of the passage with dim lighting similar to moonlight. A handsome young man was sitting at the center of that place, where a nauseating amount of corpses were piled up like a mountain. That man, Denning Rose swallowed nervously. His purple hair, thin eyes, and the scar created by a sword on his chest were the characteristics that a black market's branch manager was bound to recognize. He was the seventh apostle of the white blood religion. This is our first time seeing each other, even though we've been living in the same city, Denning Rose. The seventh apostle raised himself up, and his lips curved into a gentle smile. Denning Rose unconsciously knelt and bowed to him. It wasn't because she was afraid of the seventh apostle, but her body was simply reacting on its own, just as it had when she came all the way there. I don't really like women who bow at first sight. The seventh apostle chuckled and walked up to stand in front of her. Arg. Denning Rose clenched her teeth. She was trying everything to stand up, but she couldn't move her body at all. Her limbs felt as heavy as rocks. What's the matter? Can't you move your body as you wish? What have you done to me? She barely managed to move her tongue to speak. It almost felt like she was talking through another person's mouth. I wonder. The seventh apostle tilted his head and bobbed his finger, and Denning Rose raised her head. Shall I tell you why you didn't manage to discover us? It must be because of your spies. Denning Rose sighed while meeting the seventh apostle's thin eyes. She became certain that a spy was among them when she realized the information about Rayon was leaked. Moreover, it's one of the higher-ups. Since the information about Rayon was treated as top secret, only the higher-ups were capable of learning about it. She felt suffocated upon realizing that she was going to die right there, unable to carry out the plan that she'd finished devising in order to find him. You are not a complete idiot, at least. The seventh apostle slowly nodded in satisfaction. Then who do you think it was? He snapped his fingers, and 5 people wearing white robes stepped forward from the cavern's background. Ah. Denning Rose's eyes widened. All 5 of them were the black market's people, and one of them was an officer. Moreover, he was the one she had hoped wouldn't be a spy, since he was Philip, the man in charge of an antique shop directly connected to the black market's branch. Philip, why would you? They didn't respond to her question. They simply knelt in front of the seventh apostle and bowed to him. Do you understand why I'm telling you all of this? You must be planning to kill me. Incorrect. The seventh apostle snorted and shook his head. It's because your body doesn't belong to you anymore. Are you telling me that my current state is correct? I'm currently controlling you. He bobbed his finger as if he were controlling a marionette. It's not just you. All of those bugs on the ground are also under my control. All I would need to do is tell them to kill themselves, and they would stab their own hearts with a knife. What are you trying to? Grand Seville is going to become a huge ranch from today onward. The ignorant masses who are only focused on having fun are going to offer their money and blood without even realizing that their lives are being taken away. This sorcery is meant to achieve that. The seventh apostle pointed at the ceiling. A huge mass of bloody energy was twitching over the dim lighting. Don't worry. I need you to keep on living as Grand Seville's branch manager. Denning Rose's lips were trembling violently. Brainwashing would have been a different story, but she couldn't even report the case to the black market's headquarters because she couldn't resist his will. It was terrifying to think that she might be forced to live under the seventh apostle's control for the rest of her life. Denning Rose. The seventh apostle looked down into Denning Rose's distorted eyes and smiled. I'll give you your first mission. Bring me Rayon Sieghart, since he shall become the last piece to complete this ranch. Rayon raised his head after he finished checking the changes his increased stats brought to his body and aura. The dark sky told him that the sun had already set. Even though it was too early to even have an evening glow, the whole world was engulfed in darkness. It was a grotesque sky with no moon, no stars, and no clouds whatsoever. Step. A light footstep could be heard from behind. When he turned, he found the black market's branch manager, Denning Rose, walking towards him. Sir Rayon. Denning Rose walked up to him and bowed politely. We've managed to catch a white blood fanatic. A white blood fanatic. Yes, we are planning on interrogating him. Would you mind joining us in the process? Sure. Rayon nodded and put on the coat that was hanging on the wall. Denning Rose smiled gently, and Rayon followed her to Grand Seville's main avenue. Whap! The peculiar buildings and flashy lighting were still shining as brightly as before, but there was one difference compared to the day before. It was the people. Even though they were at the main avenue, which was frequented by countless people, not a single person was around them. Denning Rose kept walking with the exact same footsteps and speed as before. She didn't seem to be bothered by that fact in the slightest. After she kept walking for a while, she finally stopped at the center of the avenue. Even though it was the most populated place in the city, not a single person could be found. Sir Rayon, Denning Rose slowly turned around. Single tear flew down from her black, rose-patterned eye patch. "I'm sorry." That was the only thing she said before she stepped back. At the same time, the people hiding inside the buildings came running out. They surrounded Rayon with a gray gaze radiating from their eyes, and they numbered at least 100 at a glance. The white blood fanatics wearing snow-white robes lined up behind them, and the way the bloody energy was emerging from them with weapons in their hands looked like they were trying to threaten Rayon. Rumble. Rayon frowned while facing the people who were trying to kill him, and a white puddle appeared next to Denning Rose. The liquid was stirred up like bubbles on the surface of a beer before surging up to form a human shape. The purple hair and narrow eyes were the unforgettable characteristics of the seventh apostle, and he smiled confidently at Rayon. "I should probably be saying that it's been a while." The seventh apostle raised his white hand after dusting off his coat. Rayon Sieghart, seventh apostle. Rayon lowered his eyebrows slightly as he looked at the seventh apostle. "Have you been the perpetrator behind this?" "Yes. Did you enjoy my masterpiece?" "I didn't expect you to come here at the perfect timing, though." He giggled and spread his arms to the sides. "So how did you like my greeting? Do you call this a greeting?" Rayon narrowed his eyes and grabbed the blade of Requiem's hilt, which was hanging behind his back. "Don't be so hasty. I haven't finished talking yet." The seventh apostle casually shook his head. "You should realize that those people aren't our believers." He raised his finger to point towards the sky. Rumble. Rayon could see a huge rain cloud of bloody energy, even though he wasn't even using the Ring of Fire. "Did you finally realize it?" The seventh apostle's smile deepened upon noticing the panic on Rayon's face. "They inadvertently absorbed the bloody energy because of that sorcery. They aren't our believers, but ordinary worms living in this city." He caught Denning Rose next to him by her hair and lifted her. Even though she must have been feeling the pain of her hair getting pulled from her head being lifted so high, she wasn't even groaning, and her expression didn't change in the slightest. "I know how effective your dagger is. I heard it can sing a song of sword resonance to bring death to all fanatics who possess bloody energy. However, you will end up killing all of these worms alongside them if you try using it here." The seventh apostle pointed at Denning Rose, then the people filling the avenue. Sir Rayon. Probably because the seventh apostle weakened his control, Denning Rose's suffocated voice could be heard. The incongruence created by the desperation in her voice, despite her casual expression, was grotesque enough to cause goosebumps. "I heard the Frostfire Sword of Valor wields his sword for other people's sake, but I wonder how it actually is. Are you going to kill innocent people to save yourself, or are you going to run away?" He snapped his fingers as if he were giving him a choice. Upon hearing the snapping sound, the people took out all kinds of weapons and started walking towards Rayon. A frightening light was glowing from their eyes, which were filled with gray energy. "For other people's sake, I've never wanted such a reputation for myself." Rayon unsheathed the blade of Requiem without hesitation. Rumble. Once the red blade was revealed, the thunderous roar of ghastly energy resounded throughout the entire avenue. The commoners with bloody energy and the white blood fanatics behind them have all collapsed on the ground with blood gushing from them. Q-ha-ha-ha. The seventh apostle covered his forehead and started laughing like a madman. "Yes, I knew you would do that. That's just how you are. The world doesn't know your true personality. I'm the only person who understands your cruel and evil nature." He opened his robe to show him the scar on his chest created by the blade of Requiem. "Let's get started. Your blood shall..." The seventh apostle's chin started to tremble upon noticing Denning Rose's state right next to him. She was still breathing weakly instead of being dead, and it wasn't just Denning Rose. Everyone who had bloody energy injected into them was still alive. The fanatics behind them were the only people who had died from the attack. "What did you just..." The seventh apostle's eyes rolled as he was unable to comprehend the situation. "You have crossed the line." "What?" "The white blood religion will have to flee at the mere sight of my shadow from this moment on." Rayon raised the blade of Requiem to point it towards the seventh apostle. The eerie glow from the blade was the same color as his eyes, "Because I won't leave a single bloody demon alive on this land." The seventh apostle narrowed his eyes while looking at the people lying around on the ground. What just happened? None of the people who'd received bloody energy from the blood haze array had died. Forget being dead, they didn't even seem injured. On the other hand, the fanatics surrounding them had all perished. How is this even possible? He expected the fanatics to die, since Rayon's resonance even managed to slightly affect him, despite him being fully prepared for his possessed blade. Even though the fanatic's death wasn't that surprising, he couldn't believe that the worms had only fainted despite being closer to Rayon than the fanatics. It's impossible unless he has a superhuman control of his aura. The result implied that he minimized the influence of his sword resonance to the people close to him while increasing it against those further away, but he had the feeling that such a detailed control of aura was impossible to achieve even for himself. You don't betray my expectations. The seventh apostle raised his head to look at Rayon, who was pointing his possessed blade towards him. That was amazing. He admitted his surprise at the unexpected situation and clapped his hands to show his composure. This much deviation is acceptable, since this isn't everything I've prepared. The reason he had brought the people with bloody energy to create a scene where Rayon had to decide between killing them or saving them was in order to laugh at him and destroy his mind. The real weapon he had was the sorcery array in the sky, which was getting even bigger as they spoke of surreal blood manifestation array. Rayon Sieghart, the seventh apostle, raised his finger to point at the sky. That sorcery is called the surreal blood manifestation array. Do you know what that means? Rayon didn't respond, keeping his sword pointed at him. Of course you wouldn't, since you shouldn't even have noticed that sorcery's presence. The name means that it's going to manifest the surreal side of blood in the world. It's a way to describe the worms who are going to become our food, and it also. Bloody energy burst from the seventh apostle as a frightening smile appeared on his face. The eruption of an extremely powerful bloody energy started to dry up his surroundings. Means that our believers will become stronger under that sorcery's influence. However, what you're seeing right now isn't even a glimpse of its power, since its amplification effect on bloody energy is going to grow more than twice as strong as it is right now once the array is properly activated. Even though a tremendous amount of bloody energy was bursting from the seventh apostle, Rayon's expression didn't change in the slightest. He was simply examining the seventh apostle with a composed expression on his face. I'm going to bring true despair to you. Die under the bloody star. The seventh apostle snapped his fingers. He was signaling for Tias to activate the array. However, nothing changed. The surreal blood manifestation array just kept getting bigger by absorbing the energy in the surrounding area. Snap, he snapped a bit harder, but the array remained unchanged. Tias, he tried calling his name, but nothing changed. What did you mention that I didn't know about the array? He raised his head upon hearing Rayon's cold voice. You are right about the fact that I didn't know its name. However, he sneered and pointed at the surreal blood manifestation array. I'm pretty sure I know more than you do about that sorcery array. What have you done to Tias? The seventh apostle's eyes wavered violently, despite how calm he was until a moment ago. Out of everything you've done, you never should have used children. Even though you have the appearance of a human, you are even worse than a beast for trying to sacrifice those children. Rayon looked down on the seventh apostle with a frightening gaze. And the one who is in charge of handling him hates that kind of nasty act the most, so that Tias guy you are looking for must have lost his head by now. The seventh apostle swallowed nervously while meeting Rayon's eyes. Did he really notice it? But it's the surreal blood manifestation array. How? Just how? He was even aware of the fact that the children who were located the closest to the array would become the sacrifices upon activation, which implied that he really had managed to understand the array's functions. Damn it, if Tias ended up dying just like Rayon said, things were going to get difficult. He suddenly became extremely anxious. Snap! The seventh apostle snapped his fingers, and the white blood fanatics who had been hiding nearby jumped out at once. Fanatics numbering over 30 were unfazed at the situation as they released their bloody energy. Help Tias, spread in all directions as you go. He immediately ordered them to move since they couldn't be there when Rayon sent another wave of sword resonance. However, Rayon turned his head instead of creating a sword resonance. Light Wind Squad. Rayon's shout echoed throughout the atmosphere and the Light Wind swordsmen made their appearance, encircling the white blood fanatics. This trash doesn't deserve to live. Rayon glared at the white blood fanatics with cold and deadly eyes. Kill them all. As soon as he gave the order, contrary to the way the Light Wind swordsmen looked almost emotionless at first, they unleashed their majestic energies to start wiping out the white blood fanatics. They weren't even shouting as they fought. The only sound on the battlefield was the slashing sound of swords and the sound of the white blood fanatics' heads falling to the ground. We should also get started. Rayon brandished the blade of Requiem in his left hand and Heavenly Drive in his right hand, since we should save the oxygen that you are using to breathe. 2 hours prior, Martha swallowed nervously as she watched Rana talking to Tias. He was right. Just as Rayon predicted, Tias called the Backstreet Kids including Renato his shop. So that's Tias. Tias was a middle-aged man with blue hair, and his gentle appearance was bound to leave a good impression on people. And he did all of that nasty shit with that face. It must have been even easier to take advantage of the children because of his gentle face, because the abandoned children tended to yearn for people's kindness. son of a bitch. She was struck by the urge to jump out and smack his mouth. I leave it to you once again. Tias gave stones the size of an adult man's fist and silver coins to the kids with a gentle smile on his face. Yes, don't worry about it. The kids smiled brightly and nodded, happy about getting some money. Mister, I got 5 silver coins though. Huh, I also got 5. You usually only give 1 or 2 of them. You made a mistake. Instead of being happy about getting 5 silver coins, the kids found it strange and tilted their heads. That damn bastard, is that money supposed to be the coins for the dead? It was obvious why he was giving them more money than usual. He was paying them to become sacrifices, since he was planning to sacrifice them just as Rayon predicted. Ah, it's because I have one more request today. One more? What is that? Instead of burying the stones right away, please wait at the spot and bury it when I send the signal. Tia smiled while saying please. How are you going to send the signal? I'll be shouting, so you should be able to hear me. Ah, I see, sure. The kids went to their respective spots without complaining, since they got 5 whole silver coins. However, Rana wasn't leaving unlike the others, and Tias faced her once the kids in front of her left. Rana, Mr. I. Her lips slowly parted, trying to tell him something. And nothing. Rana examined Tias from top to bottom before she shook her head and stepped away. I'll tell you after today's job. Sure. Tias nodded gently, telling her to follow her heart. Ha. Martha sighed quietly. She was contemplating on what to do if Rana told him about the encounter, but her continuous attempt at convincing her that Tias was a dangerous person seemed to have worked. Once all the kids left, 10 people appeared next to Tias with emotionless looks on their faces. Although they were wearing ordinary clothes, they were definitely white blood fanatics. Go. As soon as Tias gave the order, they scattered in the directions the children went. It's our turn now. Scatter to your assigned positions. Yes. Martha shook her hand, and the first team's swordsmen left to follow the white blood fanatics. They were hunting those doing the hunting. Martha didn't move from behind the signboard on the rooftop and kept watching Tias. Once an hour had passed, the sun finally disappeared and night fell. People playing around in the city entered the nearest buildings at the same time, leaving the noisy city completely empty. This is also exactly according to Rayon's expectations. Rayon had told her that once the sun set after the kids left, people were going to disappear. It went exactly as he said it would. He's the real monster here. On top of his unmatched talent for swordsmanship, his ability to analyze a situation and make decisions accordingly was truly astonishing. She couldn't even be jealous at that point. Tap. Once the sun set and all of the people disappeared, Tias finally came outside. His outfit was completely different before. He walked through the empty road wearing an archbishop's robe. It's my turn now. Martha faded away into darkness while forcing herself to suppress the boiling urge to kill him. Rana sank weakly to the ground where she was supposed to bury the stone. She sighed deeply while looking down on the silver coins she got from Tias. Ha. I should have told him there was no way Mr. Tias was a bad person, since he was the only one who took care of abandoned kids like her. It didn't feel like Martha was lying to her the day before, but she felt bad about it because she felt like she was betraying Mr. Tias. All right, I'll tell him about her later. I think I should do that. Rana nodded, deciding to confess to Tias about what happened the previous night. What's going on? Everything had turned dark before she realized it. It was so dark that it almost felt like the middle of the night. There's no way so much time has passed, though. She had been lost in thought, but it couldn't have been that long. It was impossible for the time to skip from afternoon to night in such a short amount of time. Gasp, she found it strange and raised her head to look around. A scarlet cloud in the sky was expanding like a balloon. What is that cloud? Rana. Rana turned her head upon hearing a voice coming from behind her. Tias was walking towards her with a gentle smile on his face. Even though it was the same smile as always, it felt different somehow. A chill ran down her spine, as if she had met a savage beast in the middle of a mountain. Mister. Rana's lips were trembling as she pointed at the dark sky and the scarlet cloud. What's happening right now? It's not a big deal. Tias smiled, telling her that it was nothing to worry about. Rather than that, what were you trying to tell me earlier? What? I'm asking about the thing that you said you would tell me later. That's. Rana couldn't tell him about it. The incongruence she felt from Tias's appearance matched Martha's warning from the day before. Ah, it's fine if you don't want to tell me. Tias shook his hand gently, because it doesn't matter what you say once you're dead. What do you mean? Bury the stone now, mister. Rana tried to refuse Tias's order, but her body moved against her will and turned around. She wanted to stop, but her limbs weren't following her command. She almost felt like she was inside a different person's body. Tias's voice was the same as always, but the coldness in it sent a chill down her spine. That's why I considered guiding you into becoming a believer, but you unfortunately injured your body. You could only live for another year at most. However, your younger siblings were pretty decent. He flicked his tongue out as an evil smile appeared on his face. I'll take good care of those kids. Ah. No, don't do that. She was trying to scream in denial, but a quiet groan was all that came out of her mouth. Runna's body betrayed her will and walked towards the spot where she was supposed to bury the stone. Her hand felt completely stiff as she dug a hole and picked up the stone. Her hand hurt. The intense pain almost felt like the stone in her hand had spikes around it. Don't worry about it too much, since the bloodstone is currently sucking out the bloody energy inside your body. Tias whispered the words with a gentle voice. Sniff. Your pain will fade away soon enough. Despite what he said, the pain only kept getting stronger. But I guess I should hear your voice since this is going to be your last moment. Tias shook his hand and her mouth could finally move. However, the first sound she made was obviously a scream. She screamed, her throat raw from the intense pain that felt like her hand was inside a raging fire. She even started to lose her mind and her eyes started to close. Please, somebody please help me. Anyone was fine. She didn't mind it if she ended up dying. She just kept praying over and over that her siblings wouldn't be taken away by that demon at least. However, nothing changed. Just like when she was trying to cover her siblings with a plank in the rainy backstreet, God didn't exist in the world. Fuck you, God. Curse you, God. It was when she was cursing the damned God. Clang, something was sent flying from behind her, shattering the red stone in her hand into pieces. Huka. The moment she heard Tias's scream, she could start moving her body once again. She hurriedly turned around. Drip, drip. Tias's left arm was on the ground, and Martha, who she'd met the previous day, was standing in front of him with gray blood flowing down from the sword in her hand. You son of a bitch. Runna thought that Martha's insult didn't match her appearance as she charged at Tias. Tias hurriedly stepped back and swung his only arm. A white current spread out from his hand to create a wall, meant to stop Martha's advance. Martha shouted and destroyed the wall in an instant to charge at Tias. You damn bitch. Tias frowned to the point that his gentle face looked distorted as he chanted in a strange language. Kring. Red spikes emerged from the ground and the thin air and stormed towards Martha. Are you a caterpillar or something? Everything you do is nasty, just like your appearance. Martha broke through the bloody spikes by covering her body with aura before striking him with her sword. HMPH, I just needed some time. Tias stopped running away and gathered his index and middle fingers to chant a spell. Slam, slam. The bloody sorcery started to block Martha's strikes, proving what he had said. The bloody wall became gradually thicker, and the sharp spikes protruding from it were tearing her skin apart. Cloudy steam came out from Martha's mouth. Her black eyes turned crimson, and the brown aura circling her grew twice as large. She charged at least twice as fast as before, her eyes glowing red. Wham! She destroyed the bloody wall and spikes in an instant and dashed towards Tias. Tias narrowed his eyes while using the bloody shadow footwork to withdraw. Is that the berserk skill? Her crimson ice and her physical abilities, and aura being amplified by around 1.5 times confirmed it. She must have used the berserk skill, which was the specialty of the Saiyan Canyon warriors during the Great Wars against monsters. What a stupid bitch. Berserk had a huge drawback. She wouldn't be able to tell her allies from her enemies and would only end up attacking the one in front of her. The way she kept smashing the walls that just appeared one after the other proved that fact. Tias smiled coldly and summoned a bloody humanoid created with bloody energy. As expected, Martha attacked the bloody humanoid summoned right next to her instead of Tias himself. I'll finish you off in a single strike. In order to avoid an unforeseen accident, he created 2 layers of bloody walls and started chanting an advanced sorcery capable of slaying Martha in an instant. Demonic blood spear of extermination should be enough. He quickly chanted the spell for the demonic blood spear of extermination and was about to throw it at Martha. Slam. Even though she should have been distracted by the bloody humanoid, she instantly destroyed the walls and dashed towards him. It's already too late. Tias quickly jumped back and unleashed the demonic blood spear of extermination. A berserker was bound to face it head-on. He expected her to try destroying it with her sword, and that was going to be the last thing she did in her life. However, what happened was the complete opposite of what he anticipated. Whoosh! Intelligence gleamed in Martha's red eyes as she deflected the spear and attacked him with the sword that was raised above her head. Tias hurriedly tried to create a bloody shield, but it was already too late. Smash! Martha's sword cut through the bloody energy and created a diagonal fissure in Tias's chest. Tias collapsed onto his back, his chin trembling in disbelief. Gray blood kept flowing from his open wound. But I'm sure you went berserk. I've already overcome the penalty of losing my mind. Martha twirled her sword as she walked up to Tias. I can't have the same wall blocking me forever. She wiped off the blood flowing down from her cheek with the back of her hand before taking her sword in a reverse grip. Apologize to the people you took advantage of as you die. You fucking bastard. Martha shouted, stabbing Tias in the heart. Why do I even need to apologize? They should be thanking me instead, because I allowed them to receive the bloody god's blessings. Tias didn't feel regret even in his last moments, which should have been expected of a fanatic. The only relief was that he felt an extreme amount of pain as he died. Huff. Martha dropped her sword and sank to the ground. She felt like her stomach was turning over from using berserk while maintaining her reason with her body being full of injuries created by bloody energy. Miss. Runa bit her lips tightly as she approached. Her wavering eyes reflected her fear, apology, and shock. Come here. Martha angrily bobbed her hand and Runa shrunk as she walked towards her. Show me your hand. What, are you deaf? Show me your hand. Ah, okay. Runa opened her hand to show it to Martha. Her red hand was full of cracks as if she grasped the skin of a pineapple tightly. Tusk, I should have acted earlier. It's not your fault. I was the one who didn't trust you. Shut your mouth. Martha frowned and used the small amount of aura remaining in her to drive away the bloody energy in Runa's hand. Ah. You would have to be stupid to trust someone you met for the first time, you idiot. Runa's shoulders were trembling as she felt the gentle energy tickling her hand. Her coarse language that didn't match her kind-heartedness reminded her of the warmth she felt in the old days that she couldn't even fully remember anymore. Slam, a huge shockwave occurred from the frontal clash between Heavenly Drive and the Saw Sword. The flashy buildings around them collapsed like sandcastles, and Rayon clashed against the Seventh Apostle once again in between the falling debris. Clang! They clashed 5 times total in an instant. They were completely equal in terms of power and speed. The Seventh Apostle glared at him and slashed upwards with his saw sword. The huge surge of bloody energy looked like a tidal wave in an ocean. Rayon smiled coldly as he slashed with the blade of Requiem. The sharp, ghastly energy of the dagger and the heavy astral energy mingled with each other in harmony to create a bright light. Wham! The land trembled, and the space became distorted from the collision between aura and bloody energy. Whack! Rayon kicked the Seventh Apostle's stomach while crossing swords with him. The Seventh Apostle bounced back like a rubber ball and rolled on the ground. You bastard. He violently ground his teeth from his pride getting hurt. You must have also realized it. Rayon walked up to the Seventh Apostle with his sword supported on his shoulder. That the Tias guy you were looking for has perished. He snickered and pointed behind him. The second and third teams of the Light Wind Squad had also finished their jobs, and the corpses of the White Blood fanatics were lying all around the street. You are the only one left. Rayon raised his chin and smiled. Since we are going to have a feast after this, I'll finish you off quickly. Kakuhahaha. The Seventh Apostle started laughing like a madman from the ground. He started applauding while raising his narrow eyes. Yes, I'll admit it. Your plan's strategy and might, they are all worthy of admiration. He slowly raised himself. A cold glare was radiating from his eyes as the energy covering his body became a lot more powerful than before. However, you are mistaken about one thing. What am I mistaken about? About that spell. Killing the caster isn't actually enough to finish it off. The Seventh Apostle grabbed the saw sword with both hands and started chanting some incomprehensible spell. He finished his chant before Rayon had time to stop him, and a violent throbbing occurred from the bloody clouds filling the sky. The surreal blood manifestation array is going to explode now. He smiled, and the bloody rain cloud expanded out of control at the same time to spread around a tremendous amount of energy. Huge wasn't enough to describe its size. The bloody sphere covering the entire sky expanded to no end and slowly started to fall down. Once that thing explodes, this city is going to be completely blown away. You and I are probably going to be the only ones left in a tattered state. The Seventh Apostle stretched his arms to the sides and giggled. Don't worry, I'll suck out your blood until the last drop. Did you forget what I told you earlier? What? I'm pretty sure I told you I'm more knowledgeable than you about that sorcery array. Rayon smiled faintly and increased the 10,000 flames cultivation output to the maximum. Thud. He stomped the ground to mix the resonance rising from the ground with the powerful heat in the blade of Requiem before shooting them towards the sky. Rumble. The blade of Requiem, surrounded by crimson flame and yellow ghastly energy, became reversed lightning and soared into the sphere that kept growing endlessly. However, there was no change at all to the sphere, despite being pierced by the blade of Requiem. Instead, its energy was getting amplified even further. Kuhahaha. The Seventh Apostle laughed at him while pointing at the stabilizing bloody energy. Even though you can use ghastly energy, what were you trying to achieve with a single dagger? That sphere contains more than 1,000 people's blood. It's not something a weakling like you can remove. Rayon nonchalantly raised his right hand. I noticed you like to flaunt your power. Let me copy that. He smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. Snap. The sound resonated through the air, and the surreal blood manifestation array started to tremble, as if a storm were blowing on it. TSSSSH, a loud noise that sounded like thousands of birds were chirping at the same time echoed as the bloody sphere came to a complete halt. Alongside the sound of something violently piercing through the wind in a spiral, the blade drew a thin line on the surreal blood manifestation array. That extremely thin line started to spread all around the red sphere like a spider web. Bam! Yellow light started leaking out from the cracks, and the surreal blood manifestation array exploded. The explosion seemed loud enough to resound throughout the continent, and it deviated from Grand Seville's sky to fall down outside the city. Seventh Apostle. With the bloody lights falling behind him like a meteor shower, Rayon stood in front of the seventh apostle. He smiled while looking at the seventh apostle's wide, astonished eyes. You know, I never lose against an opponent that I've already won against before. He fixed the grip on Heavenly Drive and kicked the ground. Clang. He smashed the saw sword by incorporating his sword with a rotating flame to press the attack. The seventh apostle still managed to get into the perfect defensive posture despite his panic, but his agitation was as clear as day. Rayon used the Supreme Harmony steps to charge at him and slash with Frost Pond. Blue lights dashed through the silver trajectory to sever the space. I already know about that technique. The seventh apostle slashed down with his saw sword diagonally to completely block the two strikes of Frost Pond. Then how about this one? Rayon stretched his left hand in the air. Tap. The blade of Requiem returned from destroying the surreal blood manifestation array, settling in his hand in a reverse grip, and created a frightening sword resonance. Blood rain bursting from point-blank distance paralyzed the seventh apostle's body for an instant. The seventh apostle quickly withdrew, but Rayon didn't miss that small opening and thrust the blade of Requiem. PSSH, the seventh apostle's scar, the one created by Frost Pond in the past, ruptured once again to spread around his impure blood. Arg. I promise. Crimson lightning was sparkling from Rayon's eyes as he looked down on the seventh apostle, who was bending forward. You are going to die here. Burn swallowed nervously as he watched the meteor shower of bloody energy. He really destroyed that. He couldn't even move a single finger when the sun disappeared and the sorcery array revealed itself. He was overwhelmed by the huge scale of the bloody energy covering the entirety of Grand Seville, and swallowing nervously was the only thing he could do. The same went for the others. Even Run-On was visibly breaking out in a cold sweat, despite the fact that she usually looked like she was incapable of feeling panic. While every member of the Light Wind Squad was staring at it nervously with trembling hands, Rayon's aura message could be heard. You look like chickens. Hearing his vulgar voice in the serious situation made a vein bulge on his forehead. I didn't teach you to become such weaklings. His cold voice reminded him of the training he had to go through. The tag game of death, sleepless spars, training camps aimed to destroy his humanity, and more. Just thinking about those hellish times was enough to send a chill down his spine. He's right. We can't die to sorcery like that now after coming all the way here. Burin grasped his sword tightly. Because he'd already experienced true hell before, his fighting spirit returned to him. I can't die before punching that shithead. Yes, we are definitely going to smack him real good. Let's survive. This is nothing compared to that bastard's training. The other Light Wind members also braced themselves and glared at the sorcery array. Their eyes weren't reflecting fear anymore, but their confidence in overcoming the situation. I like those eyes. Rayon nodded in satisfaction without even looking at them. Don't worry about the sorcery array because I'm going to destroy that one. You should focus on your task. And Rayon ended up destroying the sorcery array on his own, just like he promised, and even managed to stab the seventh apostle. Burin and the Light Wind Squad clenched their fists as they watched Rayon. The man, who once used to be nothing but a fellow trainee, had become their companion at some point and was now standing in front of them. They prayed for his victory as they watched his back. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the injury he left on the seventh apostle. It could have been better. It wasn't deep enough. The seventh apostle managed to avoid a fatal injury by bending himself backward the moment the blade of Requiem was thrust at him. He even lowered his posture after that while stopping the bleeding on his chest to prepare against the next attack. So he isn't going out of control. He was agitated for sure, but he still remained reasonable. He must have learned from the previous fight that losing his mind would lead to his loss, I have to confess. The seventh apostle nodded while pressing on his wound to stop the bleeding. He must have been feeling extreme pain because of the ghastly energy even if he managed to stop the bleeding, but he wasn't really showing it on the outside. I didn't expect you to stab me like this. This is rather original. Are you a professional confessor or something? Why do you keep admitting to things no one cares about? Rayon snorted and twirled Heavenly Drive. I don't need your acknowledgement, I just want your head. He caught his breath and crossed his arms while holding the two swords. I should finish him off quickly. He was trying to pretend he didn't, but he had to spend a lot of aura to destroy the surreal blood manifestation array. Rayon decided to quickly finish him off without delay. You are just an insect. The seventh apostle frowned heavily as he raised his saw sword towards him. Rayon's mockery was apparently more irritating than the blow he took. The bloody energy burst from the saw sword was threatening enough to make his hair stand on end. Thud, Rayon violently kicked the ground. He used the Supreme Harmony's second step to charge at the seventh apostle from the front like lightning. You bastard. He must have thought Rayon was underestimating him because he was attacking from the front like that. He swung his saw sword. Whoosh. The deadly blade, surrounded by powerful bloody energy, reached right in front of Rayon's eyes. It was fast, heavy, and sharp at the same time. Even his technique has changed. He hadn't only become more powerful, he had even learned a new swordsmanship of the highest grade. Thud, Rayon turned his left foot slightly to step forward. His smooth step made it look like he was walking on water as he brushed the atmosphere with. Star connecting sword, clang. The silver blade, incorporating icy cold energy, flowed like a constellation to block the seventh apostle's saw sword. Rayon leaned forward. It was time to attack since he managed to defend. He grabbed the blade of Requiem lightly to use the flame spirit. The yellow and red flower petals blooming from the short blade turned into a sharp storm to engulf the seventh apostle. I've also seen this one before. The seventh apostle stepped back softly. He spun the saw sword like a windmill to create a barrier of bloody energy. It will be different from back then. As soon as Rayon's voice could be heard, the movements of flower petals changed. The pieces of flames advanced like living organisms to explode their raging heat in front of the seventh apostle's vital points. Wham! The seventh apostle's bloody barrier faltered violently from the consecutive blasts. This power. You aren't the only one who got stronger. Rayon jerked his chin and raised his lips into a smile. You are going to die before you try anything if you keep believing that you are still ahead of me. What? You were weaker than me in the past, and you are still weaker than me right now. Stop blabbering and die. The seventh apostle's trembling chin almost looked anxious upon hearing Rayon's confident declaration. You arrogant bastard, he screamed and charged at Rayon. His explosive power came from a fit of rage, but his attacks became even sharper than before. He'd managed to strengthen his attacks without losing his reason. Clang! Rayon held the blade of Requiem in a reverse grip to block the seventh apostle's strike, which was charging at him like a wild boar. The all-out blow was powerful enough to numb his shoulder and arm, and the impact even managed to reach his stomach. You little worm, I'll crush you right away, so you won't be able to hold a sword ever again. The seventh apostle must have predicted that Rayon would block his strike, since he immediately turned his wrist to follow up with a second strike. Whap! The bloody energy on the saw sword expanded 3 times in an instant to crush Rayon's body. It seemed to be a special technique with maximized weight and power to the detriment of sharpness. It's powerful for sure. The seventh apostle's strike was as powerful as that of an advanced level master. However, he didn't actually reach the advanced level. He was only an intermediate at best. In that case, I have the upper hand. He couldn't catch up to his level, but he was more than capable of catching up in terms of power, speed, and aura. Ha! Rayon exhaled the impure energy in his lungs and resonated the ring of fire as fast as he could. Kring! The falling saw sword of the seventh apostle became slower, and the flow of power became visible. His proficiency isn't that high. He polished his focus to find the opening in the seventh apostle's downward strike. He could feel the weakness around the sword's tip in the midst of the raging bloody energy. 10,000 flames cultivation, 100 flames, crimson slash. A line of raging fire dashed over Heavenly Drive's blade like a ray of light to smack the saw sword's tip. Clang! The saw sword was violently bounced back despite the tremendous power it contained. How dare you! The seventh apostle tried to slip away like a loach, and Rayon used the Supreme Harmony steps. He folded the space to catch up to him and swung down with the blade of Requiem, aiming for his shoulder. Crack! The seventh apostle's collarbone was torn apart, and impure blood gushed out like a fountain. Kua! He grasped his shoulder and screamed in pain while stepping back. How did you manage to shatter the demon's heavy blood art? Rayon didn't respond, instead using the Supreme Harmony steps once again. His advance looked like he was riding the tide as he pierced into his left side. Get away. As expected of a master-level warrior, the seventh apostle quickly stopped his panic and swung his saw sword. His strike was almost as powerful as the previous one. I knew he would put up this much resistance. Rayon didn't withdraw. He used the 10,000 flames cultivation to create a sphere on top of the blade of Requiem, which he was holding in a reverse grip. Kring! It was firewall of the 10,000 flames cultivation. The raging heat emerged like a shield to fend off the seventh apostle's saw sword. Rayon followed up with Heavenly Drive, brimming with Glacier's coldness. Clong! The saw sword was trembling violently in between the two swords, and it looked like it could break at any moment. PSSH. Blood gushed from the injuries on the seventh apostle's chest and shoulder, which he'd barely managed to stop from bleeding earlier. Arg! Rayon pushed the seventh apostle back by adding in all his physical strength on top of the 10,000 flames cultivation and Glacier, rumble, the land collapsed from the overwhelming power and the seventh apostle fell. Are you not going to do what you usually do? Wrath narrowed his eyes while looking at the crumbled land. What do I usually do? You know, that dirty trick where you steal the opponent's techniques while making fun of them. I don't need anything from him. Rayon shook his head and followed the seventh apostle down the hole. There was a huge cavern below, and countless corpses were spread around in the outer part. The floor was brimming with traces of dried blood, because they aren't even worth learning. The cavern must have been used by the seventh apostle and Tius to gather their bloody energy by killing people. He didn't want a technique from scum like him. He was planning to finish him off after overwhelming him enough to make him afraid. You little insect. The seventh apostle ground his teeth violently and held the saw sword with both hands. He almost looked like he had become one with his sword as the extremely sharp, bloody energy soared to no end. Rayon's flame was small in comparison, but intensified even further as he kicked off the blood-covered ground to strike him. Wham! The seventh apostle bit his lip while blocking Rayon's blows with difficulty. Why is this happening? Just why? Why can't I win against this bastard when I'm close to reaching the advanced level of master? Why is it so difficult to block the sword of a mere novice? Even though his stage was higher, and the amount of his bloody energy was much higher than Rayon's, the impact reverberated throughout his organs each time he blocked his strikes. Moreover, he was rapidly losing the bloody energy from his body because his wounds, which he had barely managed to stop from bleeding, opened up again. How is this even possible? The stage and amount of aura were the most important factors when it came to a duel between warriors. It was rare for a warrior at a lower stage to win against one at a higher stage, no matter how great their skills were. However, Rayon Sieghart's blade was reaching him, just like in the past. And his blade had become even sharper and more powerful than before. He couldn't understand how that was even possible. Arya, the seventh apostle, screamed, exploding all of his remaining bloody energy. He clad himself with that powerful energy to unleash the special technique of the celestial blood art, blood spirit flash that he'd learned from the religious leader. Swaya, two sparks could be seen between his all-out strike. The blue and red lights told him that Rayon's attacks contained coldness and heat. Clong, the slash coming from the two swords mowed down the blood spirit slash, and the seventh apostle was bounced back into the wall. The seventh apostle's chin was trembling as he looked at the bloody rubble falling towards him. Even the blood spirit slash lost against him. Though blood spirit slash was the celestial blood art's most powerful technique, the loss of blood spirit slash implied that it was impossible for him to win in terms of power. Step. He raised his head upon hearing a footstep weighing down on the sticky ground. Rayon Sieghart was walking towards him with a frightening gaze. That bastard was nothing but an insect that he believed he could easily crush to death, yet he looked like a giant. Not only did he look even taller than himself, but he also seemed like he was huge enough to fill the whole cavern. Is this fear? Am I afraid of him? That wasn't allowed to happen. Since he was the blood god's apostle and a disciple of the blood religion's leader, he was never allowed to be afraid of an insect like him. I need a way, but how? The seventh apostle's eyes rolled, and he noticed the blood filling the cracks on the floor and the walls. The seventh apostle secretly nodded. I can do it. I can kill him. The cavern was where they activated the surreal blood manifestation array and replenished the bloody energy. The bloody energy that flew out from the array was gathering back in that place, and he figured he would be able to kill Rayon by absorbing it. Huff, the seventh apostle maximized his footwork to move aside. He unleashed the white spirit aura at the same time to absorb the bloody energy gathering inside the cavern. All right, it should be possible. Even though he had only cultivated for a short time, he managed to gather a significant amount of bloody energy. He figured he just needed to buy a small amount of time to gather enough bloody energy to recover from his injuries and kill Rayon. I need to focus on footwork as much as possible. He looked aside in order to run away from Rayon, but he wasn't chasing him instead. He slammed his possessed dagger into the ground. What are you doing, huh? The seventh apostle's jaw dropped. The bloody energy that was gathering towards him split into two, and half of it was now flowing towards Rayon. The dagger's ghastly energy was increasing as it devoured the bloody energy. That's mine. Why are you absorbing the bloody energy? This isn't bloody energy. It's the resentment of the people that you've killed. A cold light shone from Rayon's eyes as he pulled the dagger from the ground. Those people. The clusters of bloody energy gushed into the air. Rayon could be seen lifting his two blades through the bloody fog. Are asking me to make you experience hell before you die. Rayon tightened his grip as he felt the powerful energy transferred from the blade of Requiem. A painful sword resonance could be heard from the blade of Requiem. It was telling him that the original owners of the bloody energy, the vengeful spirits of the people who were killed by the seventh apostle, craved vengeance. There was more bloody energy gathering towards the blade of Requiem than the seventh apostle, as if they were trying to prove it and give him a tremendous amount of power. I shall grant their request. Rayon lowered his posture and charged towards the seventh apostle. Wham! The blade of Requiem, wrapped in the fangs of insanity's principles, clashed against the seventh apostle's saw sword. The power of resentment and desperation in the small dagger single-handedly pushed the saw sword back. The frightening amount of ghastly energy crushed the bloody energy. It's just the power of weaklings. You are the weakling here. Rayon held his breath and pulled heavenly drive backwards. The flame dragon descended upon the silver blade and opened its jaw. Once its yellow eyes sparkled, a raging breath was unleashed. Swaya. Multiple veins became visible on the seventh apostle's face as he witnessed the tremendous power of the flame dragon art. Rumble. He was fending off the blade of Requiem and heavenly drive at the same time by the explosive power of bloody energy, but the hand holding his sawsword was visibly trembling, showing that he was reaching his limits. Kring. Rayon leaned forward to add more power to his swords. The blue and red energies pushed the seventh apostle back like a great mountain. Thud. The seventh apostle's legs slammed into the bloody floor, and his body faltered like a paper doll. The people you've killed couldn't even put up a resistance. Rayon's eyes were burning like a flame as he looked down on the seventh apostle. I'll trample you to death like one of the insects you like so much. Rayon stomped the ground to advance even further. He used the ghastly energy transferred from the blade of Requiem to amplify. Ring of Fire, the 10,000 Flames cultivation, and Glacier, Yua. The seventh apostle screamed desperately and struggled for the last time, but Rayon ignored his efforts and gathered all of the power he could muster to crush the seventh apostle. Creak. The intensified pressure created a white crack on the sawsword. Clang. There was only one fissure at first, but the number increased exponentially and shattered the sawsword into pieces. The seventh apostle's astonishment could be seen in his eyes between the fluttering pieces of the sawsword. It's over. Damn it! Rayon lifted the blade of Requiem and heavenly driver to behead the seventh apostle as he screamed. Whoosh! A frightening energy charged at him like lightning from behind. Someone's hand was stretching towards him at a speed far surpassing a master's. Rayon twisted his waist and thrust heavenly drive behind him. Rayon Zeeghart-style swordplay. Second form, reversed heavenly heavy cannon. Heavenly heavy cannon with maximized repelling force instead of force of attraction fended off the person who charged at him from behind. The seventh apostle didn't miss the opportunity and tried to run away. I can't let him escape. Rayon grit his teeth. He endured the burning pain of his mana circuits and slashed down with the blade of Requiem on his left hand. Fuck off already. The seventh apostle swung his shattered saw sword. He was trying to buy time for the one behind Rayon to approach by blocking the blade of Requiem. Kring. As the saw sword rose towards him from below, blue light sparked in Rayon's eyes. Rayon Zeeghart-style swordplay. Third form, sword silvery dream. A blue aurora brushed past them like a dream, and the blade of Requiem was thrust into the seventh apostle's neck. Whack! Rayon turned to look at the new challenger and twisted his lips. You won't get me a second time. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. With the blade of Requiem slammed into the seventh apostle's neck, Rayon surrounded his neck with his left arm and stepped back. Taking the seventh apostle hostage, he looked back at the man who came to interrupt him. He was a middle-aged man wearing a white coat with 10 beads engraved on the left side of his chest. There was a gray line in the middle of his black hair and a ferocious look in his eyes, much like a savage beast. It was the 10th apostle after all. The bloody energy he felt from behind him was the same as what he felt in Porvan City from the 10th apostle. It was his second attempt to stop him, and Rayon was faster than him the second time. The 10th apostle's eyes slowly raised. His eyes were as dry as a drought, unwavering despite the situation where the 7th apostle could be killed at any moment. Rayon bit the inside of his cheek. He's so damn strong. He could completely feel the 10th apostle's prowess, probably because he became a master. His pressure alone was overwhelming him, making it difficult to breathe. It seems impossible for now. Nothing would have changed even if he was in his best condition without spending his aura and stamina. It was impossible to win against a grandmaster in his current state, no matter what he tried. It was necessary to find a way to survive without fighting against him. There's one thing I can do, but... Rayon rolled his eyes to the right side. Who are you looking at with those arrogant eyes? Wrath was yawning despite the urgency of the situation and frowned as Rayon looked at him. Nothing. Rayon shook his head. I can't use him right now. Getting Wrath to control his body would allow him to survive even against the White Blood Religion's leader. Since the Ring of Fire had reached 7 stars, he guessed he would also be able to reclaim his body afterwards. However, since Wrath previously mentioned that he was definitely going to lose control as soon as he took over his body, the people above ground were also bound to be harmed. I shall observe the situation for now. Rayon snickered and tilted his head. I never knew that the white blood religion cared so much for each other. While making fun of the white blood religion, he resonated the Ring of Fire and gathered his aura to prepare himself to react to the 10th apostle's move. Even though he's an apostle, you are following a master everywhere to take care of him. Don't you think you are being overprotective? Don't tell me you are also feeding him personally. Release him. The 10th apostle looked down on him as if he had the upper hand. Don't order me around. Rayon smiled coldly, twisting the blade of Requiem, stabbing the 7th apostle's neck slightly. His flesh was torn as a result, and lumps of gray blood fell on the ground. Kua, the 7th apostle, groaned in pain from the blade of Requiem's ghastly energy. Senior. The 7th apostle stretched his hand towards the 10th apostle. He was begging for him to save his life. Even though the white blood religion doesn't fear death, it should still be difficult to fill the empty spot for apostles, right? Rayon tightened his grip on the blade of Requiem's hilt. The resulting vibration was enough to make the 7th apostle tremble in pain. The seat of the 4th apostle that I killed should be still waiting to be filled. You will have 2 empty seats if I end up killing this guy. Don't you think you will be disqualified as 5 demons because you will be too weak? Even though the white blood religion had the largest number of members among the 6 kings and 5 demons, it wasn't easy to replace a powerhouse like an apostle. Rayon needed to find a way to survive by using the 7th apostle that he was holding hostage. As you said, the 4th apostle's seat is still empty. However, the 10th apostle slowly shook his head. He looked down on Rayon and the 7th apostle with a dry gaze. Apostles aren't the only powerful people in our religion. The reason apostles are important isn't because of their might, but because they exist to teach people about the blood god's greatness and truth. The 10th apostle slowly opened his mouth and started speaking in a dry voice. His words reflected his faith despite his cruel expression. There are people even stronger than the apostles, he said. He'd never heard about them before, even in his previous life, and the information from the shadow agents had no mention of it either. Whether it's true or not, he can't easily abandon this guy. The white blood religion was a religious organization rather than an armed organization. The fact that apostles were ranked higher than those who were stronger than them implied that the 7th apostle was worthy enough to be taken hostage. I don't care whether the apostles beg for food or whatever. My request. When he was about to tell the 10th apostle to withdraw, footsteps could be heard through the hole in the ceiling. Rayon, vice squad leader, are you alive? The light wind swordsmen, including Run-On and Burn, waved their hands at Rayon while looking down the hole. Wait, that man. The 10th apostle, why is that monster here? They instantly recognized the 10th apostle and swallowed nervously. Don't move. As the 10th apostle was about to raise his head, Rayon unleashed the 10,000 flames cultivation. He gathered as much power as he could muster and tightened his grip on the blade of Requiem. The ghastly energy of the blade of Requiem was amplified by the 10,000 flames cultivation, and the 7th apostle's groan intensified. He's going to die if you take a single step. The 10th apostle didn't respond, simply stared at him. Rayon couldn't tell whether his threat was working or not, but it was the right time to tell them. Burn, Run-On, take everyone in the city and escape. Rayon shouted at the ceiling in order to use the only method available to save everyone. Rayon, what about you? Vice squad leader, no. We went through all that training in order to fight together. The light wind squad didn't go away, instead expressing their willingness to fight. They looked like they were about to jump down at any moment. Those guys, Rayon felt like it was worth teaching them, since they were still capable of saying that after feeling the 10th apostle's tremendous pressure. Even though he felt proud of them, he couldn't tell them to fight alongside him. Even if they combined forces, they were about as strong as an egg trying to break a boulder, and they all would die in vain. This is an exception. I can survive, so stop worrying about me and escape with everyone. Rayon, you bastard. Rayon smiled faintly while meeting Run-On and Burn's worried gazes. You know, I've never lied in my life, right? It was true. If the Light Wind Squad managed to evacuate everyone, he could call wrath into his body and possibly slay the 10th apostle instead. See you later. The Light Wind members, who were leaning forward, stood up the moment he spoke. The Light Wind Squad will obey the Vice Squad leader's order. Everyone move. They scattered in all directions without even looking back. Run-On stayed behind to look at Rayon the longest, but she eventually bit her lip and left. Senior, why are you not doing anything? You can just take them hostages, Rayon covered the 7th apostle's mouth and looked at the 10th apostle. This is strange. Just like the 7th apostle had said, it was the perfect opportunity for the 10th apostle. Even though he could gain the upper hand by taking the Light Wind Squad hostage, he really wasn't doing anything. It was as if nothing else mattered to him for his objective. Wait, now that I think about it, the 10th apostle was a grandmaster, not a master. It was impossible for Rayon to defend himself against the surprise attack of a grandmaster. He should have already been dead if he had been going all out from the beginning. He thought about what happened so far, and a frightening hypothesis came to mind. No way is he actually targeting me. It was totally possible, considering the fact that he didn't even try to catch the Light Wind members, didn't really care about the seventh apostle, and he could have been trying to capture him alive instead of killing him through his surprise attack. Moreover, he gave that unnecessary explanation about the apostles. The 10th apostle just explained to him about the apostle's role, even though he never needed to do that. Considering his silent personality, that explanation must have had a reason behind it. Are you trying to make me into your apostle? Rayon's silent voice changed the 10th apostle's expression for the first time. His widened eyes revealed his surprise. I can finally understand why that person asked me to bring you. It's an insight befitting the one who observes the entire world from her seat. The 10th apostle slowly closed his eyes before opening them again. His wavering eyes stiffened like the winter swamp. That's right. I'm here to take you, Rayon Sieghart. What do you mean? This bastard is my archenemy. How can he become an apostle? The seventh apostle still managed to complain despite having a blade stabbing into his neck. It's the master's order. He couldn't complain once he heard that it was the order from the religious leader. Rayon Sieghart, you have no choice. None of your subordinates are going to survive if you refuse. Can't you see what's happening to your junior? Rayon twisted the blade of Requiem, stabbing the seventh apostle's neck once again. Along with the sound of tearing flesh, a large amount of blood flew down from his neck. You can kill him if you want, Senior. We are better off without an apostle who lost to the same opponent twice, especially when the opponent in question had a lower stage than him. The 10th apostle's gaze and voice were cold. His cold expression almost looked like he was about to kill the seventh apostle himself. The hostage isn't effective. He felt like he was bluffing, considering the explanation he gave about the apostles, but the situation was still turning disadvantageous for him. I need to buy time. The Light Wind Squad and the people still hadn't managed to escape the city. It was necessary to drag out the chat with pointless chatter if it meant he could buy some time. If I become an apostle. Rayon slightly bit his lip as he looked at the 10th apostle. Is the white blood religion's leader going to personally teach me martial arts? Of course. Becoming her disciple is the first step of an apostle. Receiving the teachings of one of the strongest people in the continent doesn't sound too bad. Even though he had no intention of becoming an apostle, he was blabbering in order to buy time. That was when the Ring of Fire noticed the faint flow of mana appearing in the air. That's. Rayon swallowed nervously while watching the flow of mana. If everything goes well, I might be able to survive without having Wrath take over. Translator, Kyungi. Proofreader, Harley. Burin lied to the people who managed to escape the surreal blood manifestation array's influence, claiming that the 10th apostle had appeared and was trying to destroy Grand Seville to make them leave the city. Since the white blood religion's bloody energy remained all around the city and the buildings had collapsed like sandcastles, it wasn't really difficult to convince people to leave. What about the first team? They are supposed to gather at Martha's location, so they should be outside right now. Don't worry about them and run. What about you, team leader? I'm going to confirm the evacuation and follow you. Along with Run-On, Burin confirmed that every single person had left the city before he looked at the hole where Rayon and the 10th apostle were located. He wanted to help, but he was aware that he would only be a burden even if he tried. He could only bite his lip and leave the city. Once he reached Martha's location, every member of the Light Wind Squad could be seen. What is happening right now? Why is everyone coming out? The 10th apostle has appeared. 10th apostle. Martha's body trembled as she stood up while holding a child. A tremendous amount of energy surged from her energy center, which should have been completely empty. It didn't seem to be her aura, but the flame of her life. And why are you here when that bastard has appeared? Rayon said. And you just left, we should be killing him together. Burin explained the situation, and Martha grasped the hilt of her sword as if she were about to run for help right away. No, Run-On grasped Martha's wrist tightly. Let me go, I need to kill the 10th apostle. It's impossible for Rayon to do it on his own. Rayon said he would return. He told us to trust him. Even though Martha shook her hand violently, Run-On didn't release her wrist. Let me go, Martha. I know that the 10th apostle is your archenemy, but now isn't the time. We are only going to be a burden even if we tried to help him. Blood flew out of Burin's mouth. Damn it. Martha stomped the ground upon noticing Burin's lips covered in blood. Why is this happening every single Tim-Ak? As she was about to sit down while cursing the situation, Run-On smacked the back of her head with her hands gathered together. Smack. Martha couldn't understand the situation and rolled on the ground from the sudden attack. Our Run-On, second team leader. Every member of the Light Wind Squad's jaws dropped while looking at Run-On. What do you think you're doing, you crazy bitch? Martha shouted while shaking off the dirt from her face. I was trying to stop you because you looked like you were about to run. Who the hell stops people like that? You. Run-On pointed at Martha. When did I ever wait is this? Martha frowned. She'd hit the back of Run-On's head to make her faint when she started to struggle when they faced the blood-raving demon in the past, and she must have been talking about that. Is this revenge from that time? It's not revenge, I was just trying to stop you. So it's revenge, it's not. Arg, Martha was about to punch Run-On and stopped. This girl, Run-On's eyes were wavering violently despite how they usually remain blank. She must have been worried about Rayon, who was left behind alone. Martha didn't want to run to help Rayon anymore after seeing Run-On's eyes. It can't be helped. Martha bit her lip and turned around. The children that the first team had rescued were all trembling in fear. Hey, is there anything to eat for the kids, huh? Martha frowned after looking around at the Light Wind members. Where is that guy? Rayon smiled faintly while pretending he didn't notice the new flow of mana. Am I also getting some elixirs if I become an apostle? Not just elixirs, she might even bestow her blood upon you. Since she took a liking to you, you will be able to surpass your current stage in no time. That blood must be the reason why he became stronger. He moved the blade of Requiem to slightly push the seventh apostle forward. Correct. You will receive a similar blessing if you believe in the blood god and devote yourself. The 10th apostle slowly raised his hand. The energy ignited from his hand was so white that it almost looked pure. It was the white blood energy, the epitome of bloody energy. Join the white blood religion. You shall be granted the honor to serve the god from a higher position than myself. God, I see. Rayon smiled coldly while looking at the white flame burning over the 10th apostle's hand. But I don't believe in God. It wasn't just his current life. He didn't believe in God in his previous life either. I'm not even interested in the creator god or holy god. You must be joking, asking me to believe in the blood god. Even though he belittled their god, the 10th apostle didn't react. I am the only one I believe in. Rayon pounded his chest with his right hand. That's how I am, and I made a promise just a moment ago. Promise. It's a promise with those people. He raised his head with a grim smile on his face. The mountain of corpses inside the cavern could be seen. The countless corpses, whose faces were distorted in pain and fear and couldn't even be recognized anymore, were staring at them with resentment. I pledged to kill him for them. You know, a god who doesn't keep their promise is bound to be unpopular. I have no intention of leaving their resentment as it is. As the 7th apostle felt the change in Rayon's pressure, his fear and trembling could be felt. The 10th apostle's eyes also started to waver upon noticing the ominous signs in Rayon's behavior. I guess fellow disciples are still important for you, despite what you've done. Rayon's smile suddenly stopped. It's disgusting. At the same time as he said that, he pushed the blade of Requiem forward from inside the 7th apostle's neck. Crimson flame severed the 7th apostle's neck, contrasting with the gray color of his blood. Creak. Along with the frightening sound of his bones and flesh being torn apart, a dangerous amount of blood gushed from the 7th apostle's neck. He couldn't finish his sentence because of the laceration in his neck, and he sank to the ground with trembling hands. His eyes widened painfully, reflecting only his death. Rayon Sieghart, the 10th apostle, walked towards him, his fierce eyes brimming with wrath. He thrust his hand, and an unimaginable amount of power exploded from it. Rumble, Rayon quietly exhaled and wielded his two blades. When he gathered all of his remaining aura trying to defend himself, the space distorted in a diagonal to radiate colorful lights. Clang! The dimensional rift managed to fend off the 10th apostle's attack, opening up to reveal a woman wearing a black robe who walked out of it. Merlin, the 10th apostle, frowned upon noticing the old woman's mask, which was covered in wrinkles. Merlin sighed in excitement while looking back at Rayon instead of the 10th apostle. I knew you were the only one who should wear that helmet. The pupils behind her mask were reflecting her desire. Her longing gaze had become worse than when he'd met her for the first time at Habun Castle and when she fought against Shuril. Come with me, Rayon. You should look at me and no one else for the rest of your life. Merlin from Eden, the 10th apostle, glared at Merlin. The bloody energy emanating from him was on a completely different level from before. The white bloody energy burning around him melted down the distortion of space that Merlin created. You aren't supposed to interfere right now. Get out of my sight. You are the one who is interfering between Rayon and I. Are you trying to breach the agreement between the 5 demons? Agreement? Did we have something like that? Merlin casually floated in the air and spread her arms. She smiled while unleashing a powerful mana that didn't lose at all against the 10th apostle's bloody energy. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching Merlin's back. She was here after all. When he pretended to be interested in joining the white blood religion in order to buy some time, the Ring of Fire had noticed a wave of mana. It was Merlin's doing, as he'd suspected. She's been targeting me ever since the first time we met. Merlin revealed her desire the first time they met at Habun Castle, and she showed a crazy obsession on the battlefield they encountered the second time. That was why Rayon figured that she would stop the 10th apostle from taking him away. That was why he killed the 7th apostle, who would have survived if everything went wrong, and left the rest to her. She was acting exactly according to his predictions. The 10th Apostle and Merlin were both monsters who overcame the wall to become grandmasters. Their pressures alone were enough to create a whirlwind of mana, reaching the end of the sky. I don't think they're going to fight to the death. The agreement between 5 demons, even though it was in name only, they weren't about to kill each other since they were both high-ranked officers, and that's what I need to break, because they both want me. He decided to do something that was only possible because all of the conditions had been met. He leapt backwards and leaned his back against the wall. Hey, you two will fight. Rayon raised his chin while watching the two monsters widen their eyes in surprise. I'm going to follow the winner. Seriously, this guy. Wrath's lips twisted upon seeing Rayon's confident smile. What a mad lad. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon licked his lips while watching the 10th Apostle and Merlin. What are you doing? He crossed Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem to tell them to start fighting already. Do you have too much time to waste? Start fighting already so we can be done with it. The 10th Apostle's fierce eyes lost focus, and Merlin moaned in ecstasy. What's going to happen now? He smiled while casually receiving the gazes coming from the two grandmasters. Of course it's not going to work. Do you even have a brain to think? Wrath frowned, saying that it was obviously not going to work. It's totally possible. You idiot. Even though they are nothing compared to the King of Essence, they are still relatively powerful in your world. Well, that's true. Moreover, they are allies. Do you truly believe that people who manage to ascend to their ranks are stupid enough to fight for you? They are definitely going to try taking you away by using a different method. I don't think so. He shook his head while looking into the 10th Apostle and Merlin's eyes, which were reflecting different emotions. That method wouldn't work against the other 5 demons, but it was definitely going to work against Eden and the White Blood religion. Because they were both crazy. Even though the 5 demons were all crazy, Eden and the White Blood religion were about a quarter crazier than the others. If the crazy people had the same objective, it was obvious they were going to clash against each other regardless of their alliance. Merlin, don't tell me you are going to listen to that guy. Of course I will. What? I decided to do everything he wants. Merlin stretched her hands with a smile full of affection. Magic circles of water and fire attributes appeared behind her, and the mana around her started to boil. Merlin, the 10th Apostle, controlled his white, bloody energy. His murderous glare directed at Merlin was violent enough to make anyone terrified just from looking at his eyes. Can't you tell? We are being tested. Merlin wagged her finger left and right. Tested? What kind of bullshit are you spouting? He's testing us, telling us to show our strength if we want to have him. Do you really fail to realize that he intends to join the stronger one? She interpreted Rayon's intention to her convenience. Killing you is a trivial task if it means I can bring Rayon with me. Crimson water gushed from Merlin's right hand, and blue flames burst from her left hand to be discharged towards the 10th Apostle from the front. Wham! The 2 streams of magic increased in size and power as they advanced and filled half of the cavern. You crazy bitch. The 10th Apostle stretched his hand towards the sky. A crack appeared, and a spear as white as a snow flower emerged from it to fit into his grasp. The violent, bloody energy gushed from the spearhead to clash against Merlin's magic. Boom! The huge impact distorted the cavern's floor, and the ceiling collapsed like a sandcastle. You should withdraw if you don't want to fight. I'll be generous enough to take it as your loss. Merlin sneered while unleashing 4 magic spells at once with one hand. It's an order from the religious leader. I'm not going to stop, even if I have to return to the blood god's embrace as a result. The 10th Apostle clenched his teeth and aimed his white spear forward. It's decided. The magic circle behind Merlin expanded twice as much as before. Her amplified mana was also incomparable to before. Come at me to your heart's content. I'll tear off your mask and enjoy your wailing face. The look in the 10th Apostle's eyes changed. It felt like the leash of a ferocious yet composed beast had been removed, his eyes reflecting his madness. Wham! The spear and magic. The entirety of Grand Seville trembled from the clash between the two monsters. What's going on? Wrath swallowed nervously as he watched Merlin and the 10th Apostle fight against each other violently enough to create huge sparks around them. Why are those idiots even fighting against each other? The 10th Apostle gave you the answer earlier. It's because they are crazy. That was really the only reason. Merlin and the 10th Apostle were as crazy as they were strong, which made their fight a natural course of action. Moreover, Merlin is obsessed with me. Since her crazy obsession had been increasing at each encounter, it was as clear as day that she was going to start a fight with the 10th Apostle. The 10th Apostle was no different. He pretended to be composed, but he was still a bloody demon who fed on people's flesh. He was obviously going to rampage around once the trigger was pulled. Do you want to see something even more interesting? Rayon smiled faintly and called on Merlin, who was using wind and fire magic at the same time. Merlin, do I lose myself if I wear that helmet? Are you interested? You must be, I knew it. Merlin turned to look back and smiled brightly. The way her old woman mask was smiling could only be described as grotesque. No, you will still remain yourself. However, you will change slightly once you wear the helmet. You will realize what I mean as soon as you try it. You can become much stronger than right now. I'll make it happen." She gently explained that the mysterious power in the helmet would increase his potential. She's lying. The 10th apostle ground his teeth while deflecting Merlin's magic. The souls of countless monsters dwell inside Eden's helmets and masks. You are bound to lose your free will as soon as you use them. He continued speaking while pushing Merlin back with the bloody energy storming around his spear. "We are different. The religious leader is capable of making you stronger while you still remain yourself. You just need to accept her bloody energy. Come with me, you will become the strongest apostle." "I won't let that happen." Merlin created a translucent space to absorb the 10th apostle's strike and smiled gently. "Monsters' souls indeed dwell inside the helmets, but it's not bound to devour you. You might be able to prevail against it. Moreover, once you take off the helmet, you will return to your usual self. Nothing will change. You should just consider it as you gaining a new power called combative energy." She blew her breath on the small wind emerging from her finger. The bit of wind was smaller than a fingernail, but it turned into a large whirlwind to storm at the 10th apostle. "Once you accept bloody energy, you will have to live as a monster who devours human flesh for the rest of your life. Are you fine with that? Moreover, the white blood religion's leader is." "Shut up, hoo-hoo." The 10th apostle severed through the storm and attacked with his spear. Merlin used Blink to gain distance before she barraged him with magic spells, spreading all kinds of lights around them. Wham! Merlin and the 10th apostle stopped talking once again and tried to kill each other with their violent attacks. Rayon narrowed his eyes while thinking about what Merlin and the 10th apostle said. "Monster souls dwell inside the helmet. I might be able to use that." It was a good piece of information that could benefit him in his current state. He was really thankful to them for being so crazy. "See," Rayon shrugged his shoulders while looking at Wrath. "I can even get information out of them." Ooh. Wrath's jaw dropped as he looked at Rayon. Is he really human? Even though the enemies were far stronger than him, he wasn't intimidated. Instead, he used their way of thinking to make them fight against each other, and even obtained information from them. Something like that had never happened even in his imagination. Ridiculous. Rayon was the weakest of them all, but he was still dominating the situation. The way the weakest person was standing confidently in front of stronger people made him look like a great man for the first time. Although his might was still that of a greenhorn for sure, his willpower and planning ability were already pretty much mature. This is going to be useful. Wrath cleared his throat and enlarged his left hand, then started writing what happened that day with the index finger of his right hand. The King of Essence had a surprising experience today. "The weak dominated the strong. What are you doing?" Rayon tilted his head as he watched Wrath start to mumble while writing something on his hand all of a sudden. "Taking notes." "Notes, indeed. What notes?" "It's a note to remind myself of how you manipulated those two idiots. The King of Essence is definitely going to learn this method and make that arrogant pride and ugly greed fight against each other." Wrath called it impossible at first and didn't believe him, but he seemed to be fascinated by the method after seeing it happen. The King of Essence even thought of a cool line. "Yes, you shall kill each other now. Isn't it cool?" Wrath held his nose in the air, praising himself for coming up with such an amazing idea. "I'm looking forward to your lessons in the future. The young demons in Devildom should also learn from you." He licked his lips while saying that it was regrettable that it couldn't happen, and repeated the line once again. "But I don't think that's going to happen so easily." The reason why his scheme succeeded was because Merlin was really crazy from the bottom of her heart. It wasn't going to happen unless his target was truly insane. Rather than that, Rayon furrowed his brow while watching Wrath celebrate the good lesson he learned. Did he really give up? Wrath seemed to have pretty much given up on taking over his body after getting beaten up for more than 10 years straight. He was nothing more than an illegal tenant who was borrowing a portion of his body at that point. He was an affectionate and naive monarch of Wrath who liked strange food. He was truly full of surprises. As Rayon was murmuring, how curious, while watching the back of Wrath's head, a large explosion occurred in Grand Seville's sky. Merlin and the 10th apostle had left the small cavern to fight in the sky instead, and the impact created by the two monsters' mana was making him nauseous despite being so far away. "What are you planning on doing next? Are you going to run away?" "No." Rayon shook his head. They could easily catch him even if he tried to run, and they would only gain hostages from it. Something like that wouldn't be the correct course of action. Whap! He placed his hand on the ground and released the 10,000 flames cultivation. The flames spread in all directions, following the dried blood on the floor to surround the dead. "Are you trying to cremate them in this situation?" "I'm doing it precisely because we are in this situation. Those people had their blood and flesh devoured by the 7th apostle. He decided to comfort the dead to send them off, since they could turn into evil spirits or something bad if they were left alone." The blade of Requiem released its ghastly energy to amplify the 10,000 flames cultivation's flame. "I see. The blade of Requiem's clear sword resonance sounded like it was praying for them to end up differently than itself. Whap! The mixture of pure heat and ghastly energy turned the resentful corpses into ash and scattered it into the air. I hope you can find peace in the otherworld. Rayon gathered his hands and closed his eyes. He paid tribute to the deceased for a while, without even realizing that an auspicious light emerged from the ashes to dwell inside the blade of Requiem. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Rumble, mighty lightning sparked from the rain clouds filling the sky. Countless lightning strikes rained down from the spectacle, where yellow chains were coiling around the sky. Kring, the wave of bloody energy unleashed from the 10th Apostle's white spear soared from the ground to the sky and engulfed the entirety of Grand Seville. Wham! The clash between the peaks of magic and martial art crushed the city like a lump of mud. The small piece of mana bursting from the aftermath of the clash was enough to turn the lake upside down and collapse the mountain. The 10th Apostle frowned as he watched the red and blue mana gathering in Merlin's hands. You must have also realized that we are both going to die if we continue fighting each other. Are you really trying to see the end of it? When did your leader start to target Rayon? Merlin didn't answer his question, instead changing the subject to something completely different. What? It must be when the 4th Apostle died by Rayon, right? The 10th Apostle responded with silence. On the other hand, I've been targeting him from the beginning. I fell in love with him the first time I saw him, and I became certain when I saw him the second time. We are fated for each other. Merlin's smile deepened, and the density and fragrance of mana flowing around her grew exponentially. The 10th Apostle narrowed his eyes as he watched the madness flowing from Merlin's eyes. I started to prepare to fight you the moment I noticed your appearance here. You can have the victory, but Rayon will come with me. Merlin's eyes sparkled with a frightening light, and countless magic circles appeared behind her. Swa, every single magic spell that fell like a meteor shower was as powerful as an astral sphere, and perfectly surrounded the 10th Apostle by raining down from all directions. Merlin. Bloody energy powerful enough to shatter the sky burst from the 10th Apostle's spear to sever the magic, but a new magic immediately replaced it as if he were cutting through a waterfall. Those are 10,000 magic strikes that I've prepared for you. Have fun with them. Merlin. Merlin ignored the 10th Apostle's scream and went back down to the cavern. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he watched Merlin coming back down. This is unexpected. Considering the fact that she even made that much preparation, she wasn't just crazish, was completely crazy. However, this is more convenient. It was far better to face Merlin's magic than fighting the 10th Apostle's martial art, because I have the Blade of Requiem. Since he had the Blade of Requiem's ability, the ghastly flow of mana that he got from destroying the Black Sword in Lohengreen's dungeon, he was confident he could last until the 10th Apostle broke through Merlin's magic. You always have a plan. He brandished the Blade of Requiem while listening to Wrath's admiring voice. I'm proud of you. Merlin sent a round of applause with a bright smile on her face. What? You must have grown once again and have a countermeasure prepared, right? Her smile deepened as she slightly lowered her chin. I really want to see it, but we don't have the time right now. I'm sorry, but I have plenty of time. I really want to see the result of your fight. That's not going to happen. A hexagonal box emerged from Merlin's hand. A black haze burst out like embers from the box covered with strange patterns. That's... Rayon swallowed nervously. He had a bad feeling about it just from looking at it. Did you know that there are consumable items among the legendary artifacts with only one use? A legendary consumable. And this is one of those. It's called the Cage of Eternal Darkness. Chill ran down his spine, making Rayon step back. He resonated the Ring of Fire as fast as he could in order to react to all situations. Release. Merlin didn't even try to chase him and pushed her mana inside the box. Kring. 18 holes appeared on the hexagonal box and steam spewed from it. What is Huh? He tried to raise his sword, but his body wasn't moving. He lowered his eyes, and he could see black chains emerging from his shadow to bind his whole body. This is. The Cage of Eternal Darkness is a prison that can confine an existence that has a smaller amount of mana than the user. You won't be able to move, since the shadow chains are binding your soul. She was right. It wasn't his body that he couldn't move. His soul wasn't moving at all, even though it needed to command his body. He couldn't even move his soul aside for Wrath to take his place because of that. It won't take long. Merlin smiled gently and shook the Cage of Eternal Darkness, and his vision turned dark. Because your mana pool is so small, even the King of Essence is incapable of moving. But this must be one of your schemes, right? All right, let's go wherever it takes us. Wrath was grinning happily despite Rayon's frustration. Damn it, Vice Squad leader. Rayon was grinding his teeth when he heard a familiar voice from the hole in the ceiling. He barely managed to raise his eyes, and he could see green hair fluttering into the wind. It was Dorian. He took something out from his belly pocket and threw it at him. You idiot, run. Rayon ground his teeth as he glared at Merlin. I'll kill you if you harm my boys. I won't, just close your eyes for a moment and everything will be over by the time you wake up. Merlin's gentle laughter could be heard as she shook her hand. When he saw that her finger, which was drawing a circle, returned to its original position, his vision turned completely dark. Wam, the 10th apostle, shredded hundreds of magic spells in an instant by creating a tremendous spark of bloody energy. He had injuries all over his body, and the madness burning in his eyes was even more powerful than in the beginning. Merlin, too late, the date is already over. Merlin smiled brightly while holding the cage of eternal darkness which had Rayon sealed inside. How dare you, you crazy bitch. The 10th apostle ground his teeth and thrust his white spear downward. The spear strike was falling upon Merlin's head with a tremendous amount of bloody energy condensed inside of it. We will stop here for today. Merlin snapped her fingers and her body shone like the stars and blurred. I won't let you escape. You won't be popular with women if you're so persistent. Shut up. The 10th leapt in the air to personally charge into the cavern. Frightening explosions occurred consecutively from below. Arg! Dorian's hands were trembling in fear as he raised himself up. He punched his legs, which didn't want to move, so that he could run over the collapsing land. Damn it, I was hoping that this would never happen. He knew Rayon better than anyone else because he was the closest person to him and had been ever since they were trainees. Even though Rayon always looked like he overcame a crisis with wisdom, he'd always pushed himself to his limits. He overcame his fear that made him want to hide and watch because Rayon was an idiot who put other people above his own life, and the outcome was the worst thing that could happen. Vice Squad Leader, even when Rayon was getting sealed inside Merlin's box, his eyes were worried about him, telling him to run away. Because he was that kind of person, he wanted to help him, even if it cost him his life. However, there was nothing he could do. This is the best thing I can do. He could probably locate a device to counter the box if he looked through everything he had in his belly pocket, but it was pointless. Even if Rayon managed to escape, there was no way they could run away from those two. The best thing he could do was to keep moving with Rayon's retrieval in mind. Merlin, gasp. Dorian swallowed nervously upon hearing the 10th apostle's shout coming from the cavern. It was so terrifying that he wanted to sink to the ground and start crying. He might have if the situation weren't so urgent. I need to run away. If the monster caught him, he wasn't simply going to die. The possibility of Rayon's retrieval was going to disappear with him. It was because he would fail to deliver it. I need to go as fast as possible. Dorian was trying to run as far as possible from the 10th apostle, but suddenly stopped. He said that I shouldn't move in a situation like this. He remembered what Rayon had told him during a recent training session in the North Grave Mountain. If you're trying to escape from a master, hiding is better than running away. It only takes them being a master to single-handedly discover your presence and catch up to you. On the other hand, if you control your breath while hiding, you are highly likely to survive. Control my breath. Yes, if you are on a mountain, pretend to be a wild animal. If you are in a place with lots of people around, you should pretend to be an ordinary person. Relaxing is the most important part. If you manage to relax and suppress your presence, it will be difficult to find you. He suppressed his breath while thinking about the focus enhancement training that he went through with Rayon. He breathed as slowly and as weakly as the dead, or rather, a person who was about to die and hid himself under a wall. He's right about that. The 10th apostle was supposed to be a grandmaster. Since he might end up following him even if he managed to escape the city, it was better to feign death and hide. Maybe Rayon predicted that such a situation would occur, since the training that he considered useless was saving his life. He felt thankful to him once again. Sir Rayon always thinks about the future, just in case. He took out a small glass bottle containing red liquid from his belly pocket and squeezed it inside his sleeve. Then he covered his mouth and lowered his body a bit more. Whack, wham. It sounded like the enraged 10th apostle was destroying everything around him. The crashing sound that continued for a while eventually subsided, and the 10th apostle's energy scattered like dust in the wind despite how fiercely he spread around his madness. Dorian only raised himself once 30 minutes had passed after that. He was still trembling in fear. His pounding heart didn't want to stop as he went overboard despite being a coward. I feel like I'm dying. He grasped his head, feeling dizzy from being unable to breathe properly, and moved towards the Light Wind Squad's location. He suppressed his presence just in case and went around the street to leave the city. As he was about to leave the city, a bit more than 30 people were entering. He didn't recognize some of them, but most of them were the Light Wind Squad members. Team leaders. Dorian ran at Burren while suppressing his tears from bursting out. This guy, hey fatty, where have you been? Burren and Martha came running at him with frowns on their faces. Even though they were angry at him, their eyes were filled with worry. Dorian bit his lip tightly while meeting the Light Wind Squad's eyes, as Sir Rayon. He pounded his chest to breathe out the air clogging his lungs. Sir Rayon has been kidnapped. Burren and Martha clenched their fists while lowering their gazes to the ground. Damn it, that ended up happening. The one who was fighting against the 10th apostle was wearing an old woman's mask. She must have been Merlin, who had been targeting the Vice Squad leader. The Light Wind Squad seemed to somewhat expect that result, as they watched the fight between the 10th Apostle and Merlin. That idiot. What can he even do against two Grandmasters? Martha pounded the ground with her fist. The emotions filling her fist instead of aura pulled at everyone's heartstrings. He sacrificed himself once again in order to save us. Burren violently ground his teeth. He clenched his fist to the point that he nearly bled as he lowered his head. Ah. Run-On sank to the ground on the spot with trembling hands. She seemed to be in a complete panic. Which one kidnapped him? It was Merlin from Eden. He was absorbed into a strange box. Dorian described the situation he witnessed. She had to use teleportation of all things. Doesn't that make it impossible to find him? No, we just need to act quickly. But even the 10th Apostle lost her. A magician like Merlin won't even leave a trace from teleportation. Rayon. Damn it, Light Wind members' faces turned pale. Everyone was stuttering, the focus leaving their eyes. Damn it, Rayon, that damn bastard. Even the sound of weeping could be heard. There's a way to find him. Light Wind Squad's gazes sparked upon hearing Dorian's hoarse voice. Away, what is it? Run-On stood up from the ground like a tumbling doll and grasped Dorian's head. Dorian, spit it out. Quick, say it already. Every member of the Light Wind Squad rushed at him and grabbed him by his collar, shoulders, and arms. Let me go first. Dorian stepped back, then took a small glass bottle that contained red liquid from his pocket. Glass bottle, what is that? It's a liquid made from crushing the snake-tail red flower. He opened the glass bottle's lid. A faint fragrance tickled his nose, the Continent Chaser fragrance. The young woman wearing a rose-patterned eye patch who'd been mixed into the Light Wind members shouted, "You must have sprayed the Continent Chaser fragrance on him." Huh, who is she? Dorian tilted his head since he'd never seen her before. She's Miss Denning Rose, the branch manager of Black Market. Explain that first. Just like she said, this is called the Continent Chaser fragrance, and it's used for tracking people, since people say that its fragrance can be scented from House Robert in the south all the way to Sieghart in the north. which means you. Please tell me, yes, I sprayed this liquid on Sir Rayon before he was absorbed into the box. Dorian nodded with a faint smile on his face. Dorian, you punk, how did you do that when you were such a coward? Run-On, Burren, and Martha hugged Dorian in their arms, and the Light Wind Squad also smiled at the hope they felt. But I can barely smell anything from it. Are you sure we can find him? It's because a strong fragrance is bound to be removed quickly. We need a special artifact to feel the fragrance. Dorian nodded, then took a ring from his belly pocket. It was an artifact with a red jewel embedded in the center. You can smell the fragrance of snake-tail red flower if you wear this ring, which means that we can find young Master Rayon wherever he I see. A chill ran down his spine upon hearing the cold voice behind him. The Light Wind Squad's astonished eyes reflected the 10th Apostle. Gasp! Dorian quickly put the bottle and the ring in his belly pocket. He immediately tried to run away, but his entire body started to stiffen, starting from his neck. He quickly shook off his sleeve before he couldn't move his hand anymore. I need you to come with me. The 10th Apostle grabbed Dorian by his neck and raised him up. He couldn't resist because he was completely petrified, like a stone statue. No, die. Run-On and Martha were the first ones to react. They instantly unsheathed their swords and charged at the 10th Apostle. Thud, the 10th Apostle shook his hand. Bloody energy emerged from the simple swing of his hand, dashing towards their hearts. That bastard. Hop. Run-On created a frozen wall in front of Martha, who couldn't think straight anymore. Clang. The powerful bloody energy mercilessly shattered the frozen wall, and Run-On coughed up blood as she bounced back. Martha used. Berserk upon noticing Run-On's gaze telling her to continue, she exploded all of her remaining aura to strike. Thud, the 10th Apostle flicked his fingers. The line of bloody energy emerging from his index finger shattered Martha's sword and pierced through her chest. Open formation. Stop him at the cost of your lives. Burren and the Light Wind Squad bit their tongues and dashed at him. Everyone prepared for death and unleashed their special techniques to the best of their abilities. How annoying. The 10th Apostle stretched his hand. The bloody wave emerging from his hand instantly shattered the Light Wind formation. Every single one of the swordsmen were slammed on the ground, coughing up blood. Hua. Martha bit her lip and raised her sword as if she didn't care about her injury at all. The old and worn-out droplet necklace was swaying over her torn uniform. I am definitely going to kill you. You won't have Rayon nor Dorian, she screamed as she thrust her sword. Tap. The 10th Apostle grabbed Martha's powerless sword and narrowed his eyes while looking at her necklace. I see, you are from back then. He briefly clicked his tongue and flicked his fingers, and Martha rolled on the ground as a result, like a marionette that had lost its strings. Forget about Rayon and this guy. The 10th Apostle shook his hand, and a red puddle appeared beneath him, because that's the only way for you to survive. Before he even finished talking, he sank into the puddle with Dorian. Run-On screamed and crawled at it to pound on the ground where the 10th apostle had disappeared with her bare hands. Her hands started to bleed and her flesh was getting torn apart, but she didn't stop. Burin came up next to Run-On while wiping away the blood flowing from his mouth. He looked like he had finally lost it as he started digging at the ground. Dorian, those sons of bitches. Every swordsman from the Light Wind squad except for Martha, who had fainted, came next to them to slam the ground. Denning Rose watched them for a while before she noticed the glass bottle rolling from the right side. Her eyes widened. Wait a moment. She picked up the glass bottle and called out to everyone. We can find him if we have this, but the ring. We also use the Continent Chaser fragrance. We can make the artifact to find him if we have this fragrance. She couldn't understand why the Continent Chaser fragrance was there when the 10th apostle was supposed to have it, but it was totally possible to find him by using it. I'll find him no matter what. The only eye that Denning Rose had sparkled brightly. I swear it under the name of the 4th successor of the Black Market's master. Dorian swallowed nervously while rolling his eyes. This place, the Snow White Room, didn't have a single speck of dust. The red pillars looked like they were smeared with blood, and a luxurious platform was erected on top. No matter how slow he was, there was no way he wouldn't realize whose room it was. The 10th apostle walked up to the center of the room before he knelt, greeting the master. Huff, his bad feelings were always right. There was only one person an apostle would refer to as their master. The owner of the strange room was the White Blood Religion's leader, who he never wanted to meet in his life. Whap! A woman's curvy shadow appeared from behind the red curtain covering the platform. Although nothing had taken effect at all, her presence suddenly appeared as if she had just appeared out of nowhere. He felt like his paralyzed chin was trembling. The mysterious air spreading all over the room was different from Glenn's powerful pressure. It was a huge shock that she was capable of creating such an atmosphere despite being hidden behind the red curtain. The 7th has returned to the blood god's embrace. The gentle voice coming from behind the curtain almost felt warm. He felt like happiness, sadness, kindness, and contempt were mixed into one in her voice. I beg your pardon. The 10th apostle closed his eyes and lowered his head. You don't need to be sorry, since it was simply his fault. Don't worry about it, since the blood god is going to take him into their embrace. Laughter was mixed into the voice of the White Blood Religion's leader. Dorian couldn't understand why she was laughing when her disciple had died, and that made it even more terrifying. What about Rayon Sieghart? When I managed to find him. The 10th apostle opened his eyes and told her about what happened at Grand Seville. Merlin, I see. She's being a hindrance once again. Her voice was still gentle, but she sounded slightly irritated and angry. So who is that boy? I brought him here because he sprayed the Continent Chaser fragrance on Rayon and has the artifact that will allow us to find him. Artifact? Yes, he has it in that belly pocket, but I can't take it out. The 10th apostle frowned while looking at Dorian's belly pocket. It looks like a special artifact. Interesting. The White Blood Religion's leader gently waved her hand from behind the curtain and Dorian's body floated into the air. He was dragged towards the platform as if he were being pulled by strings. Heek! Dorian screamed on the inside. His heart was tightening so hard that he felt like he was going to die at any moment. I am sure she's going to kill me. Still. I won't give away the ring. The ring couldn't be handed over considering everything Rayon had done for him. Since he left the Continent Chaser fragrance that he had in his sleeve behind, they should have been able to create another artifact to find him. All he could do was to somehow survive while believing that the others would rescue Rayon. Tap! Dorian gently landed on the platform just like when he started to float. It looked like the mana circuits that the 10th apostle had blocked were unclogged, since he could move his limbs once again. The pocket is never going to open if you kill me. I'll never give you the ring. It must have been difficult. He expected her to start torturing him right away, but a gentle voice was all that came from the White Blood Religion's leader. You were hiding in that intense battlefield in order to help your master. I'm proud of you. A hand came out of the red curtain. The snow-white hand, which was frighteningly beautiful, caressed his dusty head. The warmth and softness of her touch made his chin tremble in fear. I know how much you've suffered. No matter what you try. He raised his head to tell her that he wasn't going to yield, meeting the black eyes behind the small opening of the curtains. His head turned completely empty upon meeting the pitch-black eyes. At this rate, your master's soul will be fed to a monster that's even worse than a beast. Give me the ring. The White Blood Religion's leader reached out her hand that she was using to caress Dorian's head. I'll retrieve your master and let him ascend to a higher stage. Dorian blankly nodded, then took out the ring with a red jewel embedded on it and gave it to the White Blood Religion's leader. She waved her hand, and Dorian collapsed to the side. It looks like the journey to find a new disciple is going to be rather interesting. She smiled faintly while looking at the shiny red ring. I'll be able to see the old faces that I've been missing. The leader of Shadow Agents, Chad, went to the audience chamber more urgently than ever before. He would have normally waited after knocking on the door, but he immediately opened the door and entered. The leader of shadow agents, Sir Chad, Cheryl was grabbing Rimmer by his collar and Roan was smiling behind them, and they both tilted their heads upon noticing him. "Oh, are you here to save me?" Rimmer waved his hand with a bruise on his eye. "I'm sorry, it's an emergency." Chad didn't respond to them, instead kneeling in the center where he could see Glenn. "It's urgent news from Grand Seville's black market. The Vice Squad leader of the Light Wind Squad has been kidnapped by Merlin from Eden." Chad's lips were trembling violently as he spoke. He anxiously raised his head, as he was unable to guess how they were going to react. Rimmer's playful eyes were sparkling like a demon's. Cheryl's eyes revealed her intense murderous intent, and the atmosphere around Roan turned icy cold in an instant. "Elaborate." Glenn's expression didn't change at all. He looked as cold-hearted as he was in the beginning, but that made it even more scary. "Elaborate in more detail." "Ah, yes." The Light Wind Squad's vice leader noticed that an array was set up all over Grand Seville. Chad summarized Denning Rose's letter as briefly as he could and reported, "Eden, that trash. Do they believe that the entire world belongs to them just because we let them do as they please? Their lives have been spared for too long." The energy waves coming from Rimmer, Cheryl, and Roan intensified. The entire audience chamber was trembling from their wrath. Chad, yes, yes. Goosebumps appeared all over his body upon hearing Glenn's emotionless voice. His heavy voice contained a wrath even worse than the other three's. "How about the pyroxene signal that I gave to Rayon? I tried looking for it, but it's coming from the sky and in the middle of the ocean. He must be in a location with a distorted timespace." The pyroxene necklace that Glenn gave to Rayon had a sonar-like ability, and it could be found anywhere in the continent. However, the signal couldn't be detected properly. He must have been hidden inside an extremely sophisticated barrier. "Does that mean that we can't find him?" "No," Chad quickly shook his head. "We currently need his physical location, and the boy named Dorian solved that issue. We can find him by using both the necklace and continent chaser fragrance. It won't take a long time, since the black market seems to be also actively working on it." One of the black market's successors declared that she would start the search as soon as she finished making the artifact. Since they were experts at finding people and objects, they were bound to find him pretty soon. Cheryl, summon all of the officers of the house. Roan, summon the heads of the vassal houses. Yes, yes, they immediately left the audience chamber with threatening looks in their eyes. Chad. Investigate Eden and the white blood religion's movements, even if you have to mobilize all of the divisions and squads for it. You have to do it as quickly as possible. Is the white blood religion also included in this? The white blood religion can use sorcery to distort the laws of the world. If they get their hands on the ring and find the continent chaser fragrance, they are most likely going to discover Rayon's location. And the boy they kidnapped is also a Zieghart. Ah, understood. Chad clenched his fist and stood up. His declaration that they would to save a Zieghart made him proud of his house, and his heart pounded violently. "Rimmer, you should help Chad." Rimmer silently stood behind Chad. His always playful atmosphere had turned as cold as the northern wind. And "I won't tell the annex building about this." Rimmer bowed to Glenn and left the audience chamber alongside Chad. "Ha." Glenn bit his lip and grasped the handles of the throne. He grasped them so hard that the red iron turned into powder and fluttered in the air. "Eden, white blood religion." His eyes glowed with a bloody light. "I'll remove all of you from this world, no matter where you are hiding." Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the ceiling that seemed to be made of log. "Where is this?" Along with a small headache, he remembered that he was caught by the cage of eternal darkness that Merlin used. "She even used a legendary consumable for me." A legendary artifact was extremely valuable. Moreover, what she used on him was a consumable that had only one use. He realized that he'd been underestimating her insanity. He raised himself up. He put away the extremely soft blanket, and he could see that he was wearing white clothes that didn't have a single speck of dust on them. Merlin must have changed him into them. "The necklace is here." "Huh, the sword is also here." The pyroxene necklace wasn't the only item there, since his uniform was neatly folded alongside the blade of Requiem and Heavenly Drive above his head. "What's going on? Have I really been kidnapped?" The uniform and necklace were understandable, but he couldn't understand why the blade of Requiem and Heavenly Drive were there. "Did you finally wake up?" Wrath shoved his face into him, ready to take notes. "So what are you going to do next?" "It's time to give the King of Essence a lesson." He smiled in anticipation, completely confident that Rayon had a plan for everything happening in the future. Plan? Rayon licked his lip while grabbing Heavenly Drive. "This isn't too bad when I think about it." When he heard the conversation between Merlin and the 10th Apostle, he thought that being kidnapped by Eden would be far better than the white blood religion if it had to happen, because she said that a powerful monster's soul dwells inside the helmet. Since he'd been fighting against a self-proclaimed demon king ever since his childhood, he was confident he could emerge victorious regardless of who he had to fight inside the helmet. and escape is more than possible. He wouldn't be simply escaping, either. He could become far stronger than before by the time he escaped. I have to thank the giving wrath once Agha. Rayon was smiling while holding the blade of Requiem when he felt a piercing gaze from behind him. At the same time that the blade of Requiem warned him, he turned around and unsheathed his sword. Clang! A white skull helmet was floating on the black longsword that blocked the blade of Requiem. The golden spark shining from its empty eyes gave off the stench of death. Death Knight's helmet. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Shortly after becoming a trainee, Dorian had once blabbered about rumors and incidents in the continent. Since he usually talked too much, Rayon only listened to his random stories half-heartedly, but there was one interesting story among them. It was about the appearance of a new monster in Eden. It was the story of a mysterious man wearing a Death Knight's helmet, annihilating a Knight Order from the Owen Kingdom on his own. Rayon had nodded because he figured a demon from Eden would be capable of achieving such a feat, and Dorian added a surprising detail. It was the fact that the Knight Order's name was the Blue Horse Knights. The Blue Horse Knights were one of the Owen Kingdom's Knight Orders with a long history behind them, and their captain was Marquis Orn Perrin, who had reached the realm of Grandmaster. Owen's king personally drew his sword and looked for the demon wearing the Death Knight's helmet, but he simply disappeared after that and never showed his face again. People called that mysterious man the soul-severing sword to express their fear of him because he managed to slay Marquis Perrin and annihilate the Blue Horse Knights on his own. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the swordsman wearing a Death Knight's helmet, who managed to stop the blade of Requiem. Are you the soul-severing sword? A clear golden flame was burning in the eyes behind his helmet. He was a tall man with a slim build, and his armor was made of white bones. His appearance perfectly matched the rumor that Dorian had told him about. Moreover, he didn't even notice that he was there at first, but he could feel a tremendous amount of combative energy and the aura of the deceased after he made his appearance. He was another one of those extremely powerful warriors at the Grandmaster's realm. Creak. Rayon pushed the blade of Requiem, which had been blocked by the longsword, a bit harder and examined soul-severing sword's eyes. Even though they were pointing swords at each other, he couldn't see any emotion in his eyes. Anger, confusion, surprise, happiness. None of those emotions could be seen. They were completely empty, just like firewood that had turned to ash after burning up. When did you get here? Rayon tried to ask him a question, but he didn't respond. The Death Knight simply stared at him with emotionless eyes. Are you the soul-severing sword? He still didn't respond. Since it was impossible for him to defeat the soul-severing sword, he pulled the blade of Requiem back. Shring. Soul-severing sword also returned his longsword to the scabbard, as if he'd been waiting for it. When did he get here? He was here even before you woke up. He must be observing me. Rayon exhaled faintly. Merlin must have assigned soul-severing sword to observe him, and that must have been the reason his weapons and artifacts weren't taken away. Well, whatever. Rayon chuckled and put on the uniform. Since Eden's objective was to make him wear their helmet, they weren't going to kill him. Therefore, he decided to go outside. Rayon finished putting on his clothes and started to equip his swords, but Soul-Severing Sword remained immobile and kept staring at his face. Is he the same as that woman? That woman, you know, the one who loves your face too much. Ah, Wrath was talking about Encia. He must have been thinking that Encia, who kept calling him damn handsome, and Soul-Severing Sword, who kept staring at his face, were the same type of people. He's just observing me. It feels a bit different, though. Wrath licked his lips, saying that something felt wrong to him. There's no way. Just as Rayon finished equipping the blade of Requiem, the door opened and Merlin entered the room. Did you finally wake you? Why are you here? Merlin's kind voice turned cold as soon as she noticed Soul-Severing Sword. Soul-Severing Sword kept staring at Rayon without responding to Merlin's question. I see. Merlin snorted and patted Soul-Severing Sword's shoulder. Go out. You aren't supposed to be here. Soul-Severing Sword nodded extremely slowly and went outside. I bought you some new clothes. Why are you wearing those dirty clothes again? Merlin handed over the clothes she was holding. Her kind voice made her seem like a completely different person from when she was talking to Soul-Severing Sword. Is he Soul-Severing Sword? Yes, you already realized it. Why did you get angry at him when you must have ordered him to observe me? Rayon lowered his eyebrows slightly upon noticing the frightening change in the atmosphere around Merlin. I never had him observe you. Merlin shook her head firmly. He always moves around as he pleases. Don't worry about him. She laughed behind her mask, calling him a meaningless existence. Are you telling me that no one was observing me? Weren't you worried that I would escape through there? Rayon pointed at the rectangular window on the wall. The window, where sunlight was entering, was large enough to leave through. Escape. Merlin nodded smoothly. You can try it if you want. She pointed at the window. There must be something stopping me. That was the only explanation for her carefree behavior. What happened to the Light Wind Squad? I didn't do anything to them, just like I promised. Merlin's smile suggested that she wasn't interested in them at all as she placed the black clothes she brought with her on the bed. She didn't seem to be lying, but he couldn't help being worried about them because of the 10th apostle. He couldn't even begin to guess what he was going to do in his enraged state. Rayon prayed for their safety and clenched his fist. "Let's get you changed first. Those clothes are stained with blood. I don't need it. Really, in that case." Merlin snapped her fingers, and the blood covering the uniform disappeared in an instant. Even the torn part was fixed as if it were sewn back into shape. Merlin opened the door and left after talking like she was dealing with an old friend or a child. I should follow her. He couldn't change the fact that he was kidnapped. Since it had already happened, it was necessary to find out where he was and how he was being confined. Rayon took a deep breath before following Merlin. The scenery changed as soon as he went through the door. The log cabin that gave off a warm feeling had disappeared, and a cold black corridor was in front of him. This place. It's a new Eden branch that opened recently. Even though it's just a branch, it's as large as the headquarters. Shall we hold hands, since you might end up getting lost? Merlin extended her hand with a bright smile on her face. Rayon ignored her hand and stood a bit behind her. I guess you wouldn't be attractive if you were too obedient. Merlin bobbed her finger and advanced. Different kinds of doors appeared on the solid and cold-looking walls before they disappeared, and Eden's demons-wearing helmets and masks of different shapes and colors went past them. They didn't just bow to Merlin, but also paid respect to Rayon. Why are they bowing at me? It's because we have a hierarchy here. I'm your immediate superior, which means you start with 7 stars from the beginning. Merlin went to the end of the corridor while laughing in excitement. Once Rayon went outside with her, darkness was waiting for him. The moon, unlike in the log cabin, the sky was dark, and a yellow moon was floating in the middle of it. Is it a barrier? Time seemed to be distorted where they were. He lowered his head to look at the other buildings. The buildings were similar to the ones in the north, which were designed to withstand the cold weather, but they had a more antique feeling to them. Considering the fact that the walls and ceiling were relatively thin, they must have been located in a more southern area than Sieghart. A barren land could be seen beyond the buildings. There seemed to be a city far in the distance, but he wasn't too sure because it was too far away. Where are we? Look behind you. Rayon turned around to look at where Merlin was pointing at. He could see a huge city behind the temple-like building that they had just come from. It was also pretty far away, but there was no way he wouldn't notice. It was the merchant city Cameloon, which he'd visited before going to Habon Castle. Don't tell me we are currently at. Yes, we are right under Cameloon. Merlin nodded and told him the answer that he was thinking of was correct. This is crazy. Cameloon was a neutral city under the influence of Sieghart, Owen, and Balkar at the same time. He couldn't believe that they ignored 3 of the 6 kings and set up their base right under their noses. It's because all 3 of them are present here. They keep holding each other in check, which makes it easier for us to move. Merlin murmured that it was easy to set up the branch because the 6 kings kept competing with each other, but this location should make it easy for me to escape. Sieghart was further away, but Owen was pretty close by. He just needed an opportunity and he would be able to escape. It won't be that easy. Merlin snapped her fingers. Mana emerged from her white fingers, floating in the air and radiating a magnificent light. The silver line spread throughout the night sky, revealing the huge magic array surrounding them. Geometrical patterns including the sun, moon, and stars were spread throughout the branch. This is. Rayon swallowed nervously, even though he'd been using the Ring of Fire at maximum output from the beginning. He couldn't really analyze the barrier's secret. The wriggling mixture of magic, dark magic, martial arts, sorcery, combative energy, and some unknown energy made it pretty much impossible to analyze it. It's not just the variety of energies. The flow of the energies kept changing randomly, without a pattern. The disorder he witnessed made him think that the way the sun from the log cabin suddenly changed into a moon less than 5 minutes ago was a natural course of action. He could understand why Merlin said that she didn't need to observe him. What do you think? Do you think you can remove that barrier and escape? Merlin met his eyes and smiled faintly. Her smile showed her confidence that he would never be able to escape. Rayon didn't respond. It was honestly impossible to analyze that array in his current state. Moreover, Merlin pointed to the right. Soul's severing sword, who'd clashed his sword against him in the room, was staring at him. The warrior next to him was wearing a horned snake helmet, and his energy was at least at the intermediate level of master, even though he wasn't a grandmaster. They aren't going to stay still if you try to escape. They shouldn't be the only ones. He could feel 3 more people's energies who were at the master realm. It was impossible to force his way out. I don't think I can escape for now. You are giving up faster than I thought. Well, that's also pretty good. You are mistaken. Rayon smiled coldly while meeting Merlin's overjoyed eyes. I never had any intention of escaping from the beginning, because I'm planning to devour all of your powers here. It was another opportunity for him. He was planning to absorb everything Eden could offer before leaving. Ah. Merlin must have misunderstood him once again since she started panting in excitement. She extended her white hand to smooth down his chin. You want to stay with me, right? Yes, I'll always be with you, forever. Stop your nonsense. Rayon frowned and repelled Merlin's hand. Get to the point already. What's the mask that you wanted to make me wear? Wait a moment. Merlin slightly raised the lower part of her mask. Her red lips curved up into a smile as she pointed at soul-severing sword and the man wearing a snake helmet. What I've prepared for you is on a different dimension from what they are wearing. Translator Kyungyi. Proofreader Harley. Elixirs of frost with famous names were lined up on the round table. A rectangular box was placed in the center, and it had a vintage pattern with angel wings and a demon's horn carved onto it. Merlin placed the elixirs brimming beautifully with vitality inside the box one after the other while humming. Once she put in the last elixir, she lifted the glass bottle placed at the edge of the table. PSSH. She opened the lid of the glass bottle and sprinkled the splashing black liquid onto the elixirs. Once the liquid reached the elixirs, some kind of evil energy started to rise alongside a stench. Merlin savored the dark fragrance that was killing the elixir's vitality before closing the box. It sounded like a small storm was rampaging inside the rectangular box once the elixirs and the liquid mixed with each other. Hoo-hoo. Merlin's eyes deeply curved into a smile while watching the box where the elixirs were being mixed. Rayon Sieghart, you are really a lovely boy. Rayon didn't panic even though he was in a crisis he couldn't escape from, and he didn't show any impatience either. He was preparing for the future while considering what he could gain. She already knew that his willpower was even more excellent than his might, but she didn't expect him to show so much composure despite being kidnapped. He was worth using the Cage of Eternal Darkness on after all. Some people rebuked her for using the Cage of Eternal Darkness for a mere master, but she couldn't regret her choice after she witnessed Rayon remaining calm after being kidnapped. It was the best decision she could have made, which she knew would be the case. Merlin bobbed her finger while watching the box slowly stop its rotation. Of course, that's not always going to work in my favor, however. Rayon's willpower was as solid as an advanced master, or even the highest level of master, despite being at the novice level. The soul inside the completed helmet should have been more than enough to break through his willpower, but she prepared that elixir just in case. The cold jade elixir. Since it was basically a mixture of excellent elixirs of frost, it was bound to drastically improve aura and physical abilities, but the most important part was the soul-nullifying water that was added at the end. The soul-nullifying water was the epitome of black magic that could destroy the soul's control. Since the evil energy became even more effective after absorbing the cold jade elixir's energy, Rayon's mind was bound to collapse no matter how strong his willpower was. Tap, the storming sound inside the box finally stopped, and the lid opened by itself. A smoothly refined round pill was placed under the gray steam. Rayon. Merlin smiled in satisfaction as she felt the soul-nullifying water's presence smear into the deepest part of the elixir. It's time to become an even more lovely boy. Rayon returned to his room after looking around the entire branch. It's night here once again. How the time inside the room was opposite from the outside was a mystery. If it was night outside, it was day inside, and if it was day outside, the night inside. This isn't even funny. No one from Eden tried to stop him from going anywhere, probably because of Merlin's insistence. Even the soul-severing sword and the snake head warrior simply watched him and didn't really interfere. He was apparently allowed to do anything as long as he didn't try to escape. The King of Essence actually kind of likes this place. Wrath licked his lips while looking at the cookies placed on the center of the table. The food and snacks are delicious. It's almost as delicious as the food at the Annex building. Rayon thought that Wrath would wag his tail for anyone as long as they fed him a lot. His impression of him, which had become pretty good over time, suddenly plummeted. Who the hell started calling you Rat? Just as he was about to ask the question that he'd been curious about for a while, the door was opened and Merlin entered. She casually sat on the bed and shoved her shoulder towards him. How is this place? Are you doing okay? Except that I'm getting bored. Rayon looked at Merlin nonchalantly. He responded to her question honestly instead of trying to hide his weakness. Don't worry, you should be able to leave pretty soon. After I wear that helmet you mentioned, right? Of course. Merlin slowly nodded and came even closer to him. She offered him a small wooden box, a sweet fragrance coming from her body. It's an elixir. She opened the wooden box. There was a blue elixir inside with a clean energy flowing from it. Rayon frowned while looking at the inside of the elixir instead of the outside. Something is mixed in. It looked like an elixir of frost from the outside, but there was some unknown evil mixed inside. It must affect the mind. The 10th apostle had mentioned that the soul dwelling inside the helmet tried to crush the soul to take over the body. Considering what he said, the elixir was bound to have a bad influence on his mind. What if I refuse? I also would love to feed you. Shall I use my mouth to do it? Merlin raised her mask slightly and brushed her lips with her finger. I don't need it. She was telling him that she would force-feed him if he didn't want to consume it by himself. Refusal wasn't an option to begin with, as there were 2 grandmasters and a bunch of masters around. Ha! Rayon briefly exhaled, then threw the elixir inside his mouth. I have no choice but to trust the Ring of Fire. He chewed the elixir while counting on the 7 rings that managed to completely remove the curse of frost, which even the saint hadn't managed to heal. Merlin's elixir turned into liquid the moment his teeth touched it and went down his throat effortlessly. The Ring of Fire rotated violently to control the elixir's flow. The frost of high purity came from high-quality elixirs, such as the Herb of Eternal Coldness, Darum's Energy Core, Bloody White Flower, Tree of Isolated Valley, and more, but a lone evil energy emerged from between them. Kring, it secretly headed towards his head, unlike the icy energy. It would have been difficult to recognize if he hadn't been using the Ring of Fire. Its destination wasn't his brain. The upper energy center, the dwelling of his soul, was its target. So she's trying to attack my mind after all. He'd expected it. She was obviously trying to destroy his will before he wore the helmet. The evil energy sharpened itself and started knocking on the upper energy center's wall, which protected his soul. Thud. Rayon furrowed his brows as he felt the knocking. What? Why is this so weak? Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Banging your head against a brick wall, feeling the evil energy knocking on his upper energy center's wall felt like the very picture of that saying. Rayon laughed bitterly. This is far too weak. Did she add the wrong amount of soul-nullifying water? Soul-nullifying water was the only evil energy that would secretly hide upon entering his body, only to start attacking his upper energy center. However, the soul-nullifying water was far too weak, to the point that Rayon started thinking that Merlin must have made a mistake. It was never going to manage to break through his willpower, just as it was meaningless to smack a steel shield thousands of times with a branch. It's even worse than Wrath when I first met him. The mental attack was even weaker than when Wrath tried to take over his body when he first met him, which left him dumbfounded. That's simply obvious. Wrath crawled up on the ice flower bracelet. If you lost to such paltry energy when you've been enduring the King of Essence's wrath and coldness ever since you were a baby, the King of Essence would have bit his tongue to kill himself. He sat on his arm and snorted. You are right. Rayon nodded while looking at Wrath. It wasn't a problem with the soul-nullifying water. My willpower has become too strong. His willpower was already enhanced from his previous life, and the Ring of Fire was amplifying it. The encounters with Wrath made it develop even further. There was probably no drug in the world capable of destroying his willpower. I can probably just sleep at this rate. He had the feeling that he could just fall asleep instead of using the Ring of Fire, and the soul-nullifying water's energy would still end up using up its power and disappearing before it managed to breach into his mind. But there's no reason to be so wasteful. Rayon pointed to the door and looked at Merlin, who was leaning her shoulder against him. I need to cultivate now. Can you leave me alone? Of course, I'm a woman who can wait. With a strange passion dwelling in her eyes, Merlin stroked his shoulder before leaving the room. She should be waiting outside. He couldn't properly feel her presence because of the strangeness of the place they were in, but he guessed that she would be waiting outside when he considered Merlin's personality so far. Obviously, she wasn't trying to guard him, she was watching him. Ha! Rayon closed his eyes and resonated the rings of fire. The majestic resonance of the rings spread throughout his body, and the soul-nullifying water's energy flinched and stopped moving. Whap! When the soul-nullifying water's energy tried to sneak away, he used the 10,000 Flames cultivation to block the mana circuit it was trying to escape to. Let's see. He examined the soul-nullifying water's energy, which seemed to be trembling in fear. The outer covering was evil, but the mana it contained was extremely pure. I should be able to absorb it once I purify it. The resonance of 7 rings of fire could easily erase the evil energy of the soul-nullifying water. Since most of the elixir's energies were frost, converting the soul-nullifying water's pure energy with the 10,000 Flames cultivation would be perfect for the balance. Rayon smiled and rotated the Ring of Fire as fast as he could. The clean energy emerging from the 7 rings started to cleanse the soul-nullifying water's evil energy. Each time the ring's resonance intensified, the dark shell of the soul-nullifying water was peeled off, and the pure mana inside was revealed. It's even better than I thought. The mana inside the soul-nullifying water's dark energy had an even higher purity than he expected. It was so pure that he could absorb it without further processing. Rumble. Rayon nodded and guided the extracted mana into the 10,000 Flames cultivation's flow. The mana that used to be completely evil until just a moment ago began to incorporate the auspicious heat, only to be absorbed into his energy center. Ha! Rayon exhaled a heated breath, since he managed to turn the soul-nullifying water's energy into the heat of the 10,000 flames cultivation. The next step was to turn the frost from the large amount of elixirs into glacier's energy. I don't need to absorb everything. Even though it combined the good parts of the different elixirs, the coldness still contained a lot of impurities. Absorbing all of them would end up being disadvantageous. He rotated the ring of fire once again. He peeled off the coldness, which was even bigger than his fist, multiple times until all of the impurities had melted down. The high purity coldness was the only thing left in the end. The cold energy, the size of a fist, had been reduced to the size of a fingernail, but it was enough. That was because the small energy was even more powerful than the large coldness from before. Rayon smiled in satisfaction and controlled the refined coldness with Glacier's principles to settle it down in his energy center before opening his eyes. He raised his head to look out the window. The sun had already set, moonlight shining down. Although he didn't feel like he'd been cultivating for a while, more than half a day had passed. You are slow, too slow. Wrath shoved his face into him and clicked his tongue. The King of Essence would have absorbed such a paltry elixir in less than a minute, including all the impurities. He shook his head, calling him pathetic. He acknowledges your planning abilities, but your might is still way too weak. I know. Rayon chuckled and nodded. Wrath was right that he still had a long way to go in terms of might. Once again, he couldn't do anything when put between the two powerhouses last time. It was necessary to keep polishing his skills non-stop in order to achieve his objective. What? Wrath briskly stepped back in surprise with trembling shoulders. The thing you just said, what do you mean by that? What? Why did you curse the King of Essence? Curse. I was really thankful to you. There was nothing like a curse. He only thanked him because he was truly thankful to him. Cancel it. There's no way an evil demon like you would express his gratitude. Wrath ground his teeth. He looked like he would start attacking him if he didn't cancel it. Quick, I'm canceling it. Wrath sighed deeply and nodded. Even the King of Essence doesn't idle around all of the time. He's learned a lot from you, so a curse like that won't work against him. Rayon's eyes were brimming with sadness as he stared at Wrath. He got curious about what kind of creature he was in the Demon King's imagination. He was trying to tell Wrath that it was a misunderstanding. Ring of Fire's proficiency has increased. 10,000 Flames Cultivation's proficiency has increased. Glacier's proficiency has increased. All stats have increased by 5. The messages told him that the proficiencies of his cultivation techniques had increased from absorbing Merlin's elixir, and his stats had increased as a reward. The curse. You didn't cancel the curse that you cast on the King of Essence. You even extorted the stats from your student. How cruel. Wrath completely believed that everything was done according to Rayon's plan. It was impossible to talk sense into him. Rayon shook his head to the helpless situation and the door opened. Did you finish? Merlin entered while pulling up her sleeve slightly and smiled at him. She's been watching after all. Rayon bit the inside of his cheek while looking at the excitement in her eyes. Considering the fact that she entered as soon as he finished his cultivation, she must have been waiting right outside the room as he'd expected. You even gave me such an elixir. What are you planning? Rayon narrowed his eyes while hiding his real thoughts. I told you already. I will always care for you, and everything I do is for your sake. Merlin said it in a seductive voice and clung to him. She started fiddling with the thread protruding from Rayon's sleeve as she smiled. I feel dizzy. It's probably because I've been cultivating for a long time. Let me rest a bit. Rayon frowned and rubbed his forehead. Dizziness was a characteristic symptom of people affected by the soul-nullifying water. He pretended to be perfectly exposed to the mental attack, as if his upper energy center had been breached. Do you feel a bit dizzy? Yes, it's understandable since I included plenty of elixirs of coldness. Merlin came even closer and met his eyes. Rayon relaxed his eyes like run-on while looking into her narrowed eyes. Merlin rubbed the lips on her mask slightly with her finger. You should have another one tomorrow. What? Again? Rayon forcefully suppressed his pounding heart and raised his voice. How is everything going so well? He purposefully told her that his head was only slightly dizzy and relaxed his eyes only a little since she might end up giving him another elixir if he did that, and his plan had worked perfectly. Yes, just one more. I'll adjust the amount this time. Merlin shoved her face against him, and some unknown flower's fragrance wafted from her. Are you really giving him another one? Wrath widened his eyes at the ridiculous situation. Why the hell are you giving him another one? Why would you ever give all of those elixirs to him when he's just a hostage? He shouted that he needed a lesson since he couldn't understand at all. Do you not want it? All right. Since accepting people's requests or obeying their orders was another characteristic of the soul-nullifying water, he nodded while frowning, pretending that he was accepting it reluctantly. You are so obedient. What a nice boy. I just understand the situation I'm in. Rayon pushed Merlin's hand away as she tried to pat his head and turned his head. She also looks like a doormat. Translator Kyangi. Proofreader Harley. Inside of a rectangular workshop that lacked even a single window, around 20 people were sitting in front of desks to craft accessories such as rings, bracelets, and necklaces under the dim lighting. Even the sound of breathing couldn't be heard in their extremely focused state, and the white-haired old man sitting at the front stood up from his chair. "I've finished." He brought the red ring that he crafted to Denning Rose at the center of the workshop. Denning Rose nodded in satisfaction after examining the ring through her monocle. "The master artisan Carol is as skilled as before. Don't you think you retired too early? HMPH, of course my skills are the same as before. I only retired because I figured I would end up dying before I spent the money I've earned. Don't say that. This isn't enough to make up for all the help you gave me." Carol slowly shook his head. "By the way, it must be an extremely urgent matter, right? Since you called all those people, after all." He pointed at the crafters behind him. Every single one of them were famous artifact crafters, whose names he knew just from looking at their faces. "Yes, I need to save someone no matter what." Denning Rose nodded heavily. At all costs. Rayon wasn't just a savior for Denning Rose, but a hero who saved the lives of everyone in Grand Seville. He didn't even withdraw while facing the monsters called the 10th Apostle and Merlin, instead trying to sacrifice himself until the end to save everyone else. If she could save that man, she was willing to give up on her position as the fourth successor of the black market. "I need to save him no matter what." She'd witnessed and met countless heroes during her career as the black market's branch manager, but it was her first time seeing someone like Rayon. It wasn't just about his prowess. It was because he was bound to have a positive influence on the world that she couldn't let him die like that. "I can definitely save him." Since Sieghart mentioned that Rayon had a necklace that would allow them to find his location, combining it with the tracking artifact would allow her to find him no matter where he was. I guess I shouldn't leave yet." Carol returned to his seat after noticing Denning Rose's trembling hands. "I'll make the same one for you. Don't worry. Of course you should. I wouldn't be working here for free." He smiled faintly and started the second craft. Denning Rose stood up with Carol's ring in her hand. "I should tell them first." She left the workshop in order to meet with the people who were desperately waiting for the news about Rayon. However, her secretary hurriedly came to her when she was about to go upstairs. "We got a visitor. A visitor." The Light Wind Squad was gathered in the lobby of the inn that Denning Rose reserved for them in a village near Grand Seville. "How long is it going to take to be completed?" Martha clenched the arm of the sofa with thick bandages covering her shoulder in multiple layers. "Aren't they taking way too long?" She was chewing on her lips anxiously. "Lady Denning Rose must be making the preparations to the best of her abilities. You should calm down and wait." Burin shook his head with his hands gathered together. However, his legs were trembling nervously despite what he said. Runnan was still silently staring into the air in a corner. Her hand and fingers were still covered in blood because she didn't get treated, unlike the other swordsmen. Have 2 days already passed? Damn it, it feels so suffocating because there's nothing we can do." The Light Wind swordsmen grasped their heads with bandages covering various parts of their bodies. They wanted to do something, but there was nothing they could do. The fact that they were powerless made them despair. Thud, as the Light Wind members started to fall silent, the door was opened, and Denning Rose entered the room. "The tracking artifact has been completed." She ran up to the Light Wind members and showed them the ring in her hand. It took some time to amplify the Continent Chaser fragrance's effect, but it should work now. Denning Rose's face was as pale as the Light Wind Squad, showing how much inner struggle she'd been having. "We can now start looking for Heir." Runnan raised her hand. Her bloody nail could be immediately noticed. "I'm also going." The powerful stare of her purple eyes seemed to express her determination to join the search. "I'll join as well." Martha stood in front of Denning Rose while grasping her punctured shoulder. "I'm going to die over there if I have to." Her heated voice expressed her unyielding resolution. "You shouldn't push yourselves so much. I've already recruited the continent's best experts in the area. I'll make them depart right away, so you shouldn't worry about it so much and please let us join the search. We can't leave Rayon and Dorian like that. Even if we can't fight, please allow us to help find them." "Yes, please allow us to help." It wasn't just Runnan and Martha. Every single swordsman of the Light Wind Squad stood up and bowed to Denning Rose. Denning Rose bit her lip and stepped back. "I understand their feelings, but they were cursing themselves for doing nothing when Rayon and Dorian were kidnapped. Since they were so disappointed in themselves, who were powerless at an important moment, she couldn't voice her refusal. Stop making it difficult for the branch manager." Burin sighed and stopped the swordsmen. "We are only going to be a hindrance since they've gathered tracking experts. But I can't stand here and do nothing when I don't even know how Rayon and Dorian are doing. I'm going with them. We are just a burden in our current state, and a heavy burden at that." He's right about that. Everyone turned their heads upon suddenly hearing a familiar, cheerful voice. This voice. As squad leader, it's been a while. Rimmer, with his red hair tied back, he was waving his hand while leaning his shoulder against the door. "You are so badly hurt." He briefly clicked his tongue and stood in front of the Light Wind Squad. "Why is the squad leader here? It's only natural that I would be here since you are all here. I got some motion sickness because I haven't used the dimensional door in a long time, but it's nice to see your faces." Rimmer examined everyone's faces one after the other, starting from the 3 team leaders before he nodded. "Burin is right. The tracking should be left to the tracking experts. You aren't going to be helpful. It's a waste of time." The Light Wind Squad hung their heads upon hearing his sharp voice. The fact that they weren't helpful pierced deep inside their hearts. However, it's also true that you can't stay here doing nothing. Rimmer's mouth curved into a smile. It was the usual warm smile they used to see at the training ground. "Your job isn't to find him, but to wield your swords. Prepare yourselves to fight. Prepare to fight." But we couldn't do anything against the 10th Apostle. We couldn't interfere at all when Merlin and the 10th Apostle fought against each other. Watching from afar was all we could do. We left all of the burden to Rayon. We tried hard, so hard that we almost thought we were going to die, but there was nothing we could do. The Light Wind Squad voiced their pent-up emotions and bit their lips. "You should prepare for your fight. The monster will be slain by a monster." Rimmer's eyes turned dark like a bottomless pit. "The Zeeghart is moving." "Wow," Wrath exclaimed after having the breakfast Merlin had brought for Rayon. "This is exactly what the King of Essence wanted, and the taste is amazing." Even though shrimp pizza and pineapple pizza were both pretty heavy for breakfast, he was enjoying it as if it were light morning bread with a grin on his face. "Try the ice cream over there. The King of Essence's mouth feels stuffy right now." Wrath fidgeted his fingers while pointing at the ice cup containing the ice cream. Rayon sighed while looking at the cup containing the mint chocolate ice cream. She even prepared all this. Was she a stalker or something? Merlin must have investigated what he usually ate since she brought the shrimp pizza, pineapple pizza, and even the mint chocolate ice cream when he didn't even ask for it. He thought that she was scarier than he'd previously thought, and there was one more problem. "I don't like any of this." None of the food she brought him was to his liking. Shrimp pizza, pineapple pizza, and mint chocolate ice cream weren't his favorite foods. They were the favorite foods of the Demon King of Strange Taste, Tusk. Since it was obvious that Wrath was going to start rampaging around if he refused the food right in front of his eyes, he had no choice but to eat it. Yoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Wrath's eyes closed partially, like crescent moons, as soon as the mint chocolate ice cream touched his tongue. Is he really a Demon King? People were definitely going to start a mutiny if a Demon King smiled like that after eating ice cream. He was definitely not a Demon King, no matter how he thought about it. Ha! Rayon shook his head after finishing the mint chocolate ice cream. He kept eating it because of Wrath, but he still didn't find it delicious. He couldn't understand why Run-On or Wrath liked it so much. It's because you grew up in a sheltered environment with no difficulties. Wrath sighed deeply while looking at the now empty ice cream cup. The mint chocolate is so sweet for the King of Essence because he went through so many hardships. Bullshit was what he wanted to tell him, but he barely managed to suppress his urge. He told himself that he would ask Merlin to change the menu to prevent Wrath from saying that ever again. "Ha, this is nice. This is heaven. But that's not where you should be." Rayon stared at Wrath with a dumbfounded expression on his face before he stood up. "Are you visiting the chef? Why would I do that?" "Where are you going then? I feel like I'm going to gain weight at this rate." He rubbed his stomach. Because the food was even better than when he was in Zeeghart, he almost looked like he was on a vacation instead of being kidnapped. "I'm going to do some exercises. Training again, you really never get tired of it." Wrath shook his hand at his persistence. "I'm not going to train. It's something that I can only do here." Rayon left the room. He went through the strange corridor where the rooms kept appearing and disappearing and went outside. He walked up to the border of the branch and placed his hand on the wall. Kring, along with a small spark, the translucent barrier covering the branch made its appearance. The aloof energy spreading from the extensive barrier with sun, moon, and star patterns felt like it was telling him that he would never be able to escape. It's almost ridiculous how complicated it is. Considering the fact that all kinds of energies were spreading out from the barrier, it must have been made by combining forces between a warrior, magician, dark magician, and a shaman above the Grandmaster's realm. It was too difficult for him to destroy in his current state. "Did you come to look at it? It's impossible in your current state." Wrath snorted, telling him to know his place. I know better than anyone." Rayon chuckled and examined the barrier. "You should take your hand off." A cold voice could be heard from behind him. "I'll cut your hand off if you try touching it one more time." Rayon turned around upon feeling the sharp, murderous intent. The man wearing the horned snake helmet was standing there like a hoodlum. The soul-severing sword was staring at him from way behind him with his arms crossed. "Do you want to cut my hand off? That's pretty good." Rayon smiled faintly and placed his hand on the wall once again. Along with a powerful spark, the barrier became even clearer. "Come at me's ho." The man wearing the snake helmet laughed bitterly at the unexpected situation. "Do you even realize who I am? You must be a swordsman who inherited a basilisk's power. There weren't that many monsters with a horned snake's shape. It must have been the basilisk, which was a huge snake living in the desert with the power of petrification. Basilisk. The snake helmet snickered. It was impossible to tell whether he was right or wrong about it. It doesn't matter even if it's not a basilisk. You look a lot easier to fight against than the person behind you. Rayon pointed at the soul-severing sword. So you were picking a fight on purpose. The snake helmet exclaimed while tilting his head. Don't tell me that you are trying to, you guessed right. Rayon clenched his fist and smiled. I can't miss this opportunity to fight Eden's bloody demons. Both the snake helmet and the soul-severing sword behind him were stronger than him as warriors. Since they were unable to kill him because of Merlin's order, it was the perfect opportunity to steal their martial arts. This is perfect since I was getting bored. Let's see the skills of the Frostfire Sword of Valor, who is rumored to be the greatest genius on the continent. The snake helmet drew his sword. The blade was thicker than an average sword, making it look like a greatsword. Before you turn into a cripple from wearing the helmet, crippled from wearing the helmet, Rayon smiled faintly and grasped Heavenly Drive's hilt. What's your name? You can call me Unfaceable Snake. The snake helmet introduced himself as Unfaceable Snake and lowered his posture. Attack with everything you have. Yes, I'll go for the kill. Unfaceable Snake charged at him without even a shout of concentration. His fast and soft movement was the result of his footwork, which really resembled that of a snake. Whoosh! He rushed to his left side in an instant and swung down his sword. The powerful combative energy dwelling in his blade was falling onto his head. There's no variation. Unfaceable Snake was striking in a straight line to maximize the power. The powerful pressure was telling him that his neck was going to snap if he blocked it in an inappropriate way. Rayon unsheathed Heavenly Drive while rotating the Ring of Fire. The sword draw immediately connected into a slash, and his sword clashed against Unfaceable Snake's sword head-on. Clang! Although he was properly prepared, the strike was powerful enough to make his knees tremble slightly and his shoulders sink. I knew he would be strong. The sword's weight was completely different from the seventh apostle. Just like he thought at first, Unfaceable Snake's realm had far surpassed the intermediate level of master. He was a powerful warrior at the advanced level of master. A warrior of his caliber wasn't even known to the public, which made him realize once again how crazy Eden was. Wham! Unfaceable Snake's strike dashed from the left, and Rayon blocked his blow. The impact transferred through his elbow and made him bite his lip. He's the perfect opponent, since it was time to beat an advanced master after beating an intermediate. Unfaceable Snake was the strongest opponent he'd ever faced, but he was still weaker than the real monsters. If he couldn't even fight equally against him, it was pretty much impossible to escape. Clang! He unleashed the revolving sky of the 10,000 flames cultivation through Heavenly Drive. The flames, rotating like a saw blade, were about to reach Unfaceable Snake's waist when his sword suddenly fell. The red combative energy bursting from his blade solidified like a rock and completely stopped the flames of the revolving sky. He was a basilisk after all. Petrifying an enemy wasn't the basilisk's only ability. It was also capable of hardening its own body to the point where even astral energy wouldn't be able to penetrate it. The hardness of his aura confirmed his suspicion that he was using a basilisk's power. This is going to be interesting. He got excited, anticipating destroying his combative energy, which was even harder than steel. That was pretty good, however. Unfaceable Snake's eyes narrowed vertically like a snake's, and his combative energy grew more than twice as big as before. He charged from the right and swung his sword. Rumble! The pressure crushing his body felt like a collapsing mountain. His legs trembled from the combative energy's weight. Unfaceable Snake must have been using a special technique. Don't tell me it's already over. Of course not. I'm not even getting started yet. Rayon smiled cheerfully and used the Supreme Harmony's fifth step. As his footsteps resounded throughout the land, he unleashed the principles of powerful sword dwelling in his silver-white blade. Slam! A shockwave burst from the clash between the two powerful swords, violently engulfing their surroundings. Let's make it even more interesting. Murderous intent was added to Unfaceable Snake's eyes. He instantly charged head-on to strike. The combative lightning striking in a straight line changed its trajectory slightly to block Rayon's escape route. He must still have more room to spare. Rayon chuckled while facing the powerful strike from Unfaceable Snake. Judging from the way his combative energy became even stronger than before, he must have been still conserving his strength. I'll draw out even more from you. He fixed his grip on Heavenly Drive and dashed forward, the heaviness embodied in the 10,000 flames cultivations. Fire straight up clashed against Unfaceable Snake's strike once again. Clong! The impact was powerful enough to create a crater on the ground protected by the barrier, and both Rayon and the Unfaceable Snake took 5 steps backwards. The Unfaceable Snake narrowed his eyes and looked down on Rayon. What did you do just now? The sword suddenly turned heavier. I told you, I wasn't even getting started yet. Rayon calmed down the nausea with the ring of fire and smiled. Although it was true that Unfaceable Snake's realm was 2 stages higher than his own, Rayon still had the stats and traits that he had got from Wrath. Even if he ended up losing, he wasn't going to lose without putting up a fight. Interesting. Unfaceable Snake smiled coldly and kicked the ground. He approached as smoothly as a snake dashing through the desert, barraging him with strikes. A single slash created 5 different waves, surrounding him from all directions. I can't dodge this one. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue and unleashed the firewall of the 100 flames of the 10,000 flames cultivation. The fire shield burst from Heavenly Drive to clash diagonally against Unfaceable Snake's combative energy. Wham! The overwhelming impact was powerful enough to crumble his posture. Unfaceable Snake must have been going all out. His entire body trembled from the hand holding the sword up to the shoulder, and the heated pain felt like magma was passing through the center of his chest. He is clearly different. A high-end intermediate master and an advanced master were clearly different. Unfaceable Snake was capable of unleashing power befitting his stage with a perfect understanding of his swordsmanship. You will lose your head if you let your guard down. I'm not done yet. The Unfaceable Snake dashed through the shockwave. He pierced into his space in an instant and thrust his fist. The combative energy dwelling in his attack was powerful enough to break his bones. Thud. Rayon turned his elbow to parry Unfaceable Snake's fist. You are pretty good. He said it in admiration, and Rayon closed distance before thrusting Heavenly Drive. The principles of the fangs of insanity dwelling in the silver blade revealed their ferocious fangs. HMPH, Unfaceable Snake deflected the fangs of insanity by twisting his body like a snake running away from a predator before slashing his sword upwards. Kring, the rising strike was even faster than its descent. It almost looked like red lightning soaring into the sky. Kring, Rayon's eyes sparked with blue. His aura switched in an instant, and Glacier's coldness surrounded Heavenly Drive. Frostpond's blade parried the weak point of the combative energy, and the following blue wave dashed towards Unfaceable Snake's neck. 2 strikes, I see. Unfaceable Snake stomped the ground with a grin on his face, and a powerful combative energy burst from around his body to withstand Frostpond without blocking it. A single drop of blood was flowing down from his lips, showing that it wasn't completely ineffective. An ice blade following the trace of the sword. He smiled in satisfaction as he raised his sword. His combative energy spread around in a round shape, like a log to storm in front of him. Ha! Rayon bit his lips and slashed down. Fangs of insanity. This is going to hurt a little. Considering the size of unleashed combative energy, it was going to be difficult to face it. He condensed as much astral energy as he could and clashed head-on. Clong, Rayon had to take 10 steps back while faltering from the clash between the swords. An Unfaceable Snake only withdrew 6 steps. I agree with him. This is fun. Rayon wiped the blood from around his mouth and smiled. The main strengths of Unfaceable Snake's strikes were their toughness and softness. Even though it was even harder than steel, it also wriggled like a snake, which made it extremely difficult to fight against. It was the correct decision to try fighting him in advance. He would have been in big trouble if he had to clash against Unfaceable Snake for the first time when he tried to escape. Picking a fight with him was an excellent choice, because I have the Ring of Fire. Ring of Fire, he was confident he wouldn't be at such a disadvantage next time if they ended up fighting again. Moreover, I shall now watch more than his swordsmanship. It was time to check out his greatest special techniques, the real power Unfaceable Snake possessed. You are a rather sturdy guy. Unfaceable Snake closed the distance to strike. His diagonal slash suddenly fell. It was a technique that he'd already seen before. Clang, Rayon used the fangs of insanity to violently deflect Unfaceable Snake's strike before pulling Heavenly Drive back. He amplified the 10,000 flames cultivation that he'd prepared to thrust forward. 10,000 flames cultivation, 100 flames, flame dragon art. The fire dragon's roar was unleashed at Unfaceable Snake from the front. It had become even more powerful after absorbing the soul-nullifying water. This is. Unfaceable Snake grasped his sword. His eyes turned serious as he straightened his wrist to slash down towards him. Kring, the combative energy on his sword spread around in a conical shape, radiating its sturdiness. It almost looked like a huge mountain had emerged. Wham! The fire dragon trying to rise to the sky clashed against the great mountain blocking its way, and a huge crater was created on the land. The tremendous explosion created, as a result, was followed by a dark whirlwind of astral energy. Rayon used the Evil Eye of Wrath to observe the flow of swords inside the explosion. He piled up combative energy on top of combative energy to create multiple layers. Flame dragon art was facing it. He felt like his shoulder was about to be dislocated from the astonishing amount of power. Let's try getting a bit more out of him. Rayon maximized the 10,000 flames cultivation's output and stomped the ground. He unleashed the Great Severing Smash, which was the heaviest strike among the fangs of insanity, while surrounding it with the principles of heaviness as much as he could. Rumble, heaviness was added on top of the heavy strike, and his blade descended upon Unfaceable Snake, looking like it was about to smash his head into pieces. Nice, come at me. Unfaceable Snake turned his shoulder. His rough movement made him look like a stone statue trying to stand up, but the combative energy dwelling in his movement was even larger than the previous strike. Rayon figured that it must have been another one of his special techniques. Wham! Alongside a crimson spark, a huge cluster of combative energy surged from below. Rumble, the impact was powerful enough to shake the barrier on the ground, and the demons of Eden around them were all sent flying. You can still continue, right? Unfaceable Snake took his sword with two hands. A sphere of condensed combative energy emerged from his blade. The sphere expanded continuously until it filled the entire space. Don't worry, Merlin will heal you as long as you don't die. You must be feeling very relieved right now. Rayon smiled coldly and thrust his sword. A powerful current burst from the silver blade to create a red sphere. 10,000 flames cultivation, 100 flames. Heavenly Heavy Cannon. It was smaller than the sphere of combative energy that emerged from Unfaceable Snake's sword, but the energy surrounded by powerful lightning was even more condensed than his. Let's see the bitter end, as Unfaceable Snake and Rayon were about to unleash their attacks at the same time. Whoosh, a dark lightning strike, containing the energy of the dead, struck the ground between them. Wham! The black energy rotated violently and remained completely intact despite taking Rayon and Unfaceable Snake's special techniques at the same time. Tap. Once the black light dissipated, Soul's severing sword could be seen lowering his black sword. The way he tilted his chin slightly made it seem as if he were telling them to stop the fight. He's pouring aura on our parade. Unfaceable Snake clicked his tongue at Soul's severing sword. He's no fun. He frowned and lowered his sword. Rayon also sheathed Heavenly Drive after briefly licking his lips. Let's keep it for later. He's not the only problem, since I think Merlin is going to get angry if we continue. Soul's severing sword was staring at him with his black sword once more in his scabbard. His eyes were completely emotionless, just like the day before. Can I challenge you if I manage to defeat him? He kept staring without responding or changing his expression. I'll take that as a yes. Rayon smiled faintly and waved his hand. See you later. I'm liking this place more and more. It was pretty much heaven, just like Wrath had said, since they were giving him elixirs and sparring opponents were coming to find him on their own. Rayon returned with a faint smile on his face. Soul's severing sword turned his right shoulder slightly to watch Rayon returning to the building until the end. Merlin sighed briefly while applying ointment to Rayon's shoulder and waist. You really are a troublemaker. You couldn't even wait for a short time without causing problems. She shook her head as she laughed bitterly. You are the first one to pick a fight with Unfaceable Snake and ask him for a spar. Everyone was surprised. I wanted to see how strong he was. Rayon turned his neck lightly and closed his eyes. He responded to her question honestly since it was impossible to hide it from her anyway. Warriors are like that. Merlin finished applying the ointment and moved aside slightly. It must have been a really effective medicine, since the pain in his bones and muscles had already subsided. You can deal with the internal injury with an elixir, right? She sighed and placed the same elixir box as the one she brought the day before on the table. I adjusted the ratio a little since you said that your head felt dizzy. It should be a lot better than yesterday. Rayon opened the box. The coldness tickling his nose was slightly milder than the day before. She did adjust the ratio. She added even more soul-nullifying water. Judging from the look, she must have reduced the amount of coldness and added even more soul-nullifying water. With the combined dose from the 2 days, he shouldn't even be able to feel the dizziness, since he should be feeling all foggy. And Merlin extended her right hand. Blue light emerged from her white hand, and a helmet appeared to float in the air. It had 2 horns and diamond-shaped, blade-sharp scales. With a light blue mane stretching behind it, there was no way he wouldn't recognize it. Dragon's helmet. A witch and a dragon. The fairy tale of a witch controlling an evil dragon and devouring people was Merlin's story. Hundreds of years ago, Merlin betrayed humanity and sided with monsters to start a war and ended up destroying an entire kingdom. Back in the days when Merlin was called the Witch of Betrayal, the stories said that a blue-scaled dragon was at her side. The stories about the evil dragon capable of freezing hundreds of nights in an instant were passed down through generations, and the helmet must have been made with that dragon's magic stone. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the helmet floating above Merlin's hand. There's no mistake. It's the dragon from the story. The sharp blue scales and the light blue mane fluttering in the air definitely belonged to the dragon that Merlin controlled in the past. This is the reason she gave me the elixirs of coldness. He was wondering why the elixir contained nothing but frost, but it must have been a gift for that dragon. Amazing. Even though he hadn't even worn the helmet yet, she tried to increase his frost in advance by giving him the elixirs. Devotion was the only way to describe her actions, but isn't it going to be dangerous if this is that dragon? The stories only mentioned it as an evil dragon that Merlin controlled. It could have been a weak dragon like a sky dragon or an earth dragon, but it could become dangerous if it was a powerful one. A dragon is the strongest creature in the world, after all. People also referred to dragons as the strongest race or the mediators of the continent. If the soul dwelling inside the helmet really was a dragon, it could be dangerous despite Rayon having the Ring of Fire. HMPH, why are you worried about a paltry dragon? Wrath snorted at the dragon helmet. The King of Essence roasted dragons, boiled them, and even made stir-fry with them. You did, indeed. The King of Essence is the monarch of Wrath. He can easily trample a paltry dragon. I see. Hey, listen to me. Rayon gave a small nod while Wrath kept trying to punch him. He isn't lying. Wrath never lied. Considering what he said, he must have killed at least 3 dragons in the past. It might end up being easier than I thought. Rayon watched Wrath pouting while snorting for a while before raising his head. Is this helmet made from a dragon's soul? I wonder. Merlin laughed quietly as she closed her eyes. You will find out tomorrow. She didn't give a definite answer, telling him that he would find out once he put it on. I'll ask another question then. Are you the real Merlin? Rayon looked into Merlin's eyes behind the old woman's mask. The mysterious color of her eyes sparkled with passion. What's your guess? I wasn't too sure, but after seeing this helmet, I think that you are the real one. Merlin had told him during their second encounter that she'd prepared a perfect helmet for him. Considering the fact that she was so obsessed, to the point that she used a legendary consumable item to kidnap him and make him wear the helmet, Rayon started thinking that she might be the real one. There are a few questionable parts, though. The skin outside of her helmet was snow white and completely smooth, without a single wrinkle. She looked like she was around Encia's age at most. Moreover, Lohengrin said that he killed Merlin with his own hands. When Lohengrin explained his past, he mentioned that he destroyed the witch's castle and killed Merlin himself. Since it was impossible for a dead person to come back to life, there was no way the woman in front of him was the real Merlin. No. Rayon's eyes widened, and he swallowed nervously. I was also reincarnated. Just like he was reincarnated from the assassin Rayon into Rayon Zeeghart, it was also possible for Merlin to be reincarnated for some reason. You will also get the answer to that question once you wear the helmet. Merlin pointed at the helmet's lips while telling him that he would learn everything once he experienced it personally. When am I going to wear the helmet? Tomorrow. She shook her hand, and the dragon helmet floating in the air disappeared like smoke. We will start when the full moon rises tomorrow evening. The passion in Merlin's eyes heated up even further. You should make that elixir's energy into yours until then. Merlin raised her finger to point at the elixir placed on the table, because you will need that to retain your ego, as faint as it might be. She stroked Rayon's cheek as she breathed out in excitement. See you tomorrow. Merlin waved her hand and left the room. She must have finished everything she wanted to do. My chance of winning, huh? Rayon opened the wooden box. He chuckled while looking at the elixir spreading its coldness around it. It will be completely impossible to win if I eat this. Judging from the higher ratio of soul-nullifying water than the day before, Rayon could guess that Merlin was planning to completely demolish the wall protecting his soul. How can she help this demonic bastard instead of stopping him? Wrath clicked his tongue while staring at the door that Merlin used to leave. She thinks she's smart, but she's so stupid. That's true, Rayon nodded. Merlin must have prepared the soul-nullifying water in order to help the dragon inside the helmet, but it was instead helping him develop the Ring of Fire and the 10,000 Flames cultivation, which would be extremely helpful to fight against it. Wrath was right, since she was pretty much helping her enemy. HMPH, the King of Essence never does anything that would benefit the enemy. Knowing what kind of consequences one's actions will create is called wisdom. Rayon's lips parted as he watched Wrath nod his head like freshly made cotton candy. He laughed bitterly in bewilderment, as Wrath was still unaware of the fact that he was the monarch of Dormat. How did he even become a demon king? What kind of idiot even made him into one? Rayon opened his eyes. The faint moonlight shining down the window allowed him to guess that the sun must have risen once again on the outside. I got even more than yesterday. He smiled faintly while feeling how much sturdier and bigger his aura had become compared to when he was in the house. I managed to get so much stronger in just 2 days. It wasn't just the 10,000 Flames cultivation and glacier, even the Ring of Fire had gained proficiency from purifying the soul-nullifying water. He actually became stronger than before despite being kidnapped by the enemy. People would smack his cheek while calling it nonsense if he told others about it, but it was actually happening. I wonder if she has a few more elixirs. The efficiency decreased if he took multiple of the same kind of elixir, but he wanted to get a few more since he wouldn't get to drink more soul-nullifying water in the future anyway. Wow, you must be the only one who tries to extort people in the enemy base. That's what we call boldness. Rayon chuckled and raised himself up. As he started a light exercise to remove stiffness from his body, the door was opened and Merlin entered. How did it go? It went fine. He nodded, eyes even more unfocused compared to the day before. Since he'd been with Run-On for a long time, he was confident in making a blank expression. Not bad. Merlin nodded in satisfaction when she saw his eyes. Her lips under the slightly raised mask twisted up like vines. Unfortunately, I can't play with you today. I need to prepare for tonight. She placed the meal she brought on the table, her eyes sparkling with a faint red color. I'll come back to get you in the evening. All right. Rayon simply nodded with a blank expression on his face. Hoo-hoo. Merlin patted his head before leaving the room. Rayon immediately shook his head and sat at the table. He quickly finished eating before leaving the room. He walked through the corridor in order to leave the building, and the gazes he could feel were quite different from the day before. Eden's demons were greeting him more politely than before. Are they really accepting me now? They seemed to consider him a real officer of Eden because he was going to officially wear the helmet later. I'm sorry, but it won't go according to your expectations. The King of Essence keeps thinking about it, but don't you ever feel anxious at all? Wrath frowned while resting his chin on Rayon's shoulder. Anxious. You are currently alone in the enemy base, and you might even end up losing your body. Your guts are inhuman, no matter how you look at it. Not at all. Rayon shook his head. There's no way I would be afraid, since I won against you. As soon as Wrath mentioned he defeated dragons, his anxiousness was extinguished like candlelight. Since he easily won against the Monarch of Wrath in terms of willpower, he was confident in his victory, regardless of his opponent. He even had the last resort in case they realized that the mental attack didn't work against him and started pressuring him with physical power. He could just unleash Wrath and destroy everything in that place before escaping, because I don't need to protect anyone here. He wouldn't have been able to recklessly allow Wrath to take over if the Light Wind Squad was with him, but he had nothing but enemies around him. He was feeling even more at ease than when he had allies alongside him. Since he was confident that he could escape one way or the other after taking advantage of everything he could get, he wasn't feeling anxious at all, and everything was fun. You are such a mystery. Where are you going this time? You will see. Rayon casually accepted the greetings of the robed and masked demons as if it were normal, then went outside. He went to the border of the barrier and placed his hand on it. As soon as the barrier showed itself upon using his aura, the presence he'd felt the day before burst from behind him. What's wrong with you today? Unfaceable Snake tilted his chin with an annoyed expression on his face. The soul-severing sword appeared in front of the wall and stared at him like a stone statue. Shring, Rayon pointed Heavenly Drive at Unfaceable Snake with a smile on his face. Let's go for another round today. Wrath and Unfaceable Snake dropped their jaws at the same time. You madman, you madman. Clang, Unfaceable Snake furrowed his brow while blocking Rayon's strike. What's happening? He's a bit different from yesterday. Even though he could easily deflect Rayon's blows the day before, he couldn't do that anymore. Rayon pierced into his openings as artfully as a savage beast hunting its prey when he thrust his sword. Tusk, Unfaceable Snake clicked his tongue and straightened his wrist. He removed the softness from his sword and added even more power and weight. I'm going to crush you. He gripped his sword with both hands and smashed it down with the intention of overwhelming him with sheer power and aura. The lightning strike falling diagonally was the falling lightning slash, zap, just as the falling lightning slash was about to smash Rayon's head into half. His movements suddenly changed. He pulled his feet half-step back, then turned his waist to the right to smack the center of the falling lightning slash with his sword, which was surrounded by a storming heat. Clang, his attack twisted the falling lightning strike before it could unleash its full power, and even Unfaceable Snake himself ended up losing balance. Whoosh, Rayon immediately dashed at him like lightning and swung his sword. Explosive energy burst from his silver-white blade. What an idiot. He could see a small opening in Rayon's attack, probably because he got too hasty from the opportunity he saw. Scram, Unfaceable Snake snorted, thrusting Red Rising Star at Rayon. His deadly blade should have been able to mercilessly break through his opening. Cring, the moment Red Rising Star was about to hit Rayon's opening, Rayon's eyes sparked red. Rayon's strike solidified as if the sparking light of his eyes had seeped into his blade. The thickened aura perfectly stopped Red Rising Star's flow and kickstarted a frightening counterattack. Whap! The two streams of fire surrounding his blade started to rotate violently towards his neck and chest. Hup. Unfaceable Snake quickly turned his sword to unleash the defensive special technique, Bundled Slash. Clang! The clash between the two powerful swords created a huge shockwave. Rayon stepped 8 steps back over the crushed land, and Unfaceable Snake took 6 steps back. Even though the clash was the same as the day before, Rayon took 2 less steps back, and Unfaceable Snake had to take 1 more step. Unfaceable Snake stared at Rayon in bewilderment. How is this happening right now? Even though he'd applied even more combative energy than the day before, Rayon countered the blow more easily and even managed to counterattack. His lips trembled in disbelief. Is it even possible to get this much stronger in a single day? Since Merlin was feeding Rayon elixirs, it was normal for his aura to get stronger. However, the change wasn't because of his aura. His technique was completely different from the day before. It was impossible for him to get so much better in a single day, even if he was enlightened. He couldn't understand what kind of magic it was. If he keeps getting better at this rate, it's going to be dangerous. Unfaceable Snake swallowed nervously. If he really kept getting better at the same rate, he could guess that Rayon would be at the same level as him in their 10th fight at the latest. Ha. Unfaceable Snake lowered his sword and straightened his back. What a shame. What do you mean? I'm talking about your talent. It would have been fun if we could go for a few more rounds. Rayon also lowered Heavenly Drive as he raised his head. Am I going to lose myself once I wear Eden's helmet? It's assimilation, to be precise. Assimilation. Yes, your soul will be absorbed into the existence inside the helmet. Unfaceable Snake smiled while tapping his snake helmet. The assimilation can happen right away, or it might take a long time. If you start casually doing something that you normally wouldn't, it signals the start of the assimilation. Can I start using combative energy from that point? Are you still thinking about getting stronger when your ego might end up disappearing? You truly are a madman. I can understand how you became so powerful at your age. He covered his forehead and laughed. He must have found Rayon's personality interesting. That's right. You can instinctively start using the combative energy once the assimilation starts. That's how it works. Unfaceable Snake stared at Rayon for a while before he returned his sword to its scabbard. Let's stop for today. I lost the fun of it. He turned around and waved his hand. I'll come back tomorrow. Rayon said it quietly while looking at Unfaceable Snake's back. There's no point. Unfaceable Snake chuckled and disappeared like smoke in the wind. Soul's severing sword didn't go away even though Unfaceable Snake had already left, continuing to stare at him while standing in the same posture. His emotionless golden gaze seemed to be trying to tell him something, but Rayon couldn't understand what he meant. And you? Rayon, just as Rayon was about to walk up to Soul's severing sword, the space became distorted and Merlin popped out from it. Did you fight against that idiot once again? She furrowed her brows while looking at the crushed land. Stop playing with that dirty snake. The dirtiness will be transferred onto you. I have nothing else to do. Swinging my sword eases my mind. Rayon removed the focus from his eyes slightly before he spoke. She didn't suspect him because people tended to act instinctively when they felt dizzy. You will be able to easily crush that stupid snake after today. Merlin grabbed his hand with a gentle smile on her face. She stroked the back of his hand with a strange warmth while curving her lips up into a smile. The preparations are finished now. It's time for you to be reborn into a stronger being. Rayon licked his lips while facing Merlin's gaze, which was burning with anticipation. My preparations are also finished. I'm ready to devour your dragon. Translator Kyungyi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon's lips curved into a smile as he watched Merlin walking in front of him. She looks happy. Her feather-light steps made it look like she was brimming with anticipation for what he would become after he wore the helmet. She must be looking forward to meeting the one inside the helmet. Merlin had to have been hoping for the soul inside the helmet to take over his body, but that simply couldn't happen. Rayon wasn't going to lose in terms of willpower no matter who he faced. How are you feeling? Are you nervous? Merlin stopped walking and turned around, probably because she noticed he was staring at her. Desire was glowing from the eyes behind her mask. A little. He nodded honestly since he did feel very slightly nervous. You don't need to be so nervous. You just need to give yourself to the helmet. Merlin smiled, telling him that he just needed to fall into a comfortable sleep after putting on the helmet. What's up with him? Rayon pointed at Soul's severing sword. He never used to enter the building, so he found it strange for him to follow them all of the way there. You will be defenseless once you wear the helmet. I asked him to come with us in order to protect you. Merlin didn't even look at Soul's severing sword, instead continuing to stare at Rayon while sweeping her lips with her hand. I won't allow the smallest trouble in your soul offering ceremony. She called the helmet wearing event the soul offering ceremony. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Soul Severing Sword's eyes, which were burning with a golden light. He seems different somehow. Unlike the Eden warriors he'd met so far, combative energy wasn't the only thing he could feel from Soul Severing Sword. He could also smell some indescribable stench of death. It almost looked like they made a dead person wear a helmet. None of them are normal. Rayon shook his head and stopped in front of Merlin's log cabin. However, Merlin kept walking forward, implying that it wasn't their destination. Your soul offering ceremony will happen in another room. You're special, after all. Merlin bobbed her long finger, asking him to follow. She kept walking for a while after that until she reached the wall at the end of the building. Merlin tapped the gray wall and a passage formed in the middle of it, a white light spreading from it. A black haze was crawling out of the passage. Let's go. Merlin smiled with her eyes and went ahead into the passage. Wrath frowned while looking at the energy flowing out from the wall. What's wrong? Nothing. Despite what he said, his eyes were full of irritation as he continued staring at the passage on the wall. He's actually the strongest one among them. Rayon smiled faintly and entered the passage. He couldn't open his eyes fully because of the dazzling light, and he found a large square space at the end of it. Pentagram-shaped magic circles with different patterns were drawn on the four walls and the ceiling in addition to the floor inside the grand room. The black haze he saw earlier was rising from the magic circles like smoke. However, he couldn't feel any evil energy from them. Instead, they seemed to be pure mana, so it must be him after all. Wrath clicked his tongue while looking at the energy flowing from the magic circles. Him, you don't need to know. He's an extremely stupid guy. He closed his mouth after that. He apparently didn't want to talk about him. Sit down over there. Just as Rayon was about to ask about him again, Merlin pointed at the gray chair placed in the center of the magic circle. Rayon stared into Soul, Severing Sword's emotionless eyes for a while before going to the spot Merlin pointed at, sitting on the chair. It's really nice that you are a smart boy. Merlin walked up to him and extended her hand. The dragon helmet he saw the day before floated up from her hand. The blade's sharp scales and light blue mane that was brimming with vitality made the helmet look like a living dragon. Rayon briefly exhaled and took the helmet with two hands. Unlike its appearance, the helmet was as light as paper and as elastic as rubber. It looked like it would fit on anyone, regardless of their head size. Wait a moment, please. Merlin's eyes shifted into a crescent shape and she put her hands together. 6 magic circles emerged from her hands. They had the same shape as the magic circles in the room. The magic circles in the walls and the ceiling started to vibrate as if they were resonating with her mana, and a dark light spread from them. Rayon. Merlin nodded, signaling for him to put on the helmet. Rayon closed his eyes and opened them before putting on the dragon helmet. Even though the helmet was slightly bigger than his head, it shrunk to perfectly fit him, and a strange energy started flowing inside his body. Have a nice trip. Merlin raised her mask slightly. Her mouth curved into a thin smile as she kissed the helmet's mouth with her red lips. Everything will be over by the time you wake up. That was the last thing he heard before his vision darkened. Sieghart. Lord's Manor, Audience Chamber. Even though all of the officers and the heads of vassal houses were gathered in one place, the audience chamber was as cold as ice. The officers' expressions were completely dreary, and it was because of one person's presence, Glenn Sieghart. He was sitting on the throne of Northern Destruction, and the tremendous amount of powerful energy spreading from him was making everyone nervous. My lord, everyone's gathered. Roan stepped up next to him and bowed. Tap, tap. Glenn lightly tapped on the throne while looking down on the officers and the heads of houses. Sieghart's steps have been stopped for quite a long time now. The Radiance Palace squad leader's shoulders trembled upon hearing his cold voice. I thought we didn't need to shed any more blood because we've proven that Sieghart is capable of taking over half the continent. Glenn's cold gaze turned to the right. We stopped our steps on our own. Sieghart needed the rest, and I don't regret that decision. Shirl slowly nodded, standing next to the pillar on the right. However, it looks like others' opinions differ. Glenn's eyes started glowing with a bloody light. You must be all aware of the kidnapping of Rayon Sieghart and Dorian Sephia. The officers and the heads of houses nodded heavily. I wouldn't have summoned you if the White Blood Religion and Eden killed the Light Wind squad on the spot. I would have made Rimmer lead a squad to avenge them. He was right about that. Sieghart had never gathered everyone before because of the annihilation of a squad or a division. However, they dared to kidnap the swordsman bearing Sieghart's name. What does this imply, in your opinion? Glenn's eyes moved around the room. A deadly glare sparked from the eyes of the swordsmen, who used to be trembling in fear because of him. They've underestimated the Sieghart. Shirl responded to represent everyone's thoughts and clenched her fists. That's exactly what it means. Kidnapping a swordsman under Sieghart's name signifies that they are treating us like random warriors. That means they have no fear of our swords. His powerful pressure subsided as he continued speaking. However, that only meant that he was truly angry from the bottom of his heart. On the other hand, the pressures coming from Sieghart's officers and the heads of the vassal families intensified gradually. The Lord's Manor started to tremble from everyone's pressures. I'm sure some of you dislike Rayon or the Light Wind Squad. I respect that, regardless of the reason. However, this incident isn't an internal matter, but an external matter. You shall think about Sieghart's name instead of Rayon. Glenn raised himself up. Even though there wasn't the slightest pressure around him, his presence grew as large as a great mountain. The search has already begun. Find Rayon Sieghart and Dorian Sephia alongside the black market. It doesn't matter whether the 5 demons or the 6 kings lie at the end of that path. Destroy everyone related to the kidnapping of the children. Yes, the entire Lord's manor pounded violently, as if it had turned into a single heart. Do not fear, regardless of our enemies. Glenn stood at the edge of the platform. His red gaze was boiling like the sun that covered the entire world. I'll be taking the lead. Translator Kyung-yi. Proofreader Harley. When Rayon opened his eyes, he could see the dark sky. It was an endless ceiling. Rayon raised himself up and turned his head to the right. He could see the frozen land beyond the small dark space. There was a palace even bigger than Sieghart's domain that was completely frozen with silver frost. That coldness, there was no way he wouldn't recognize the familiar energy. It was Glacier's coldness. This is Lohengreen's doing, considering the fact that it was frozen from Glacier's coldness. It must have been Merlin's castle from the stories. The palace, which appeared to have been abandoned for a long time, looked lonely, even eerie at that point. Rayon was about to stand up after seeing the palace, but he had to frown. What's going on? Something was different from the usual. He noticed that his eye level was slightly different because he was perfectly accustomed to his body. He examined his hands and clothes. He couldn't see the ice flower bracelet that could never be removed, and he was wearing a night traveling outfit instead of the light wind squad's uniform. Don't tell me. Rayon looked at his reflection on the white frozen ground. His blonde hair and red eyes, which had been with him for almost 20 years, were gone. Instead, a young man clad in darkness with black hair and black eyes was staring at him with widened eyes. It's me. It wasn't his current self, but his previous life. It was the appearance of the assassin Rayon, who lived as Darius Roberts' dog for his entire life. Tap. He stepped backwards and he stumbled on something. He looked down and he found a small dagger and a longsword placed next to each other. There was no mistake. It was the dagger and the longsword he'd used in his previous life. They were the weapons that stayed with him until Darius Robert killed him. Was this what she meant when she said I would face my own soul? Considering the fact that he had his previous life's appearance instead of that of Rayon Sieghart, he really must have been facing his own soul. That's why I couldn't find Wrath either. He was wondering why he wasn't talking at all despite how noisy he usually was, and it must have been because the dimension had separated them. Rayon picked up the weapons of his previous life, which he hadn't used in a long time, with a faint smile on his face. So, when is my food coming to make me healthier? As soon as he finished that thought, the entire place started to tremble. Rumble, the palace collapsed, and a huge dragon's neck covered in sharp blue scales burst out. The blue gaze sparking from his eyes made it seem like he was enraged at the world. Roar, the ice covering the entire palace shattered like glass, and the majestic roar of the dragon echoed throughout the world. Wham! Once his wings as huge as the horizon spread out, the entire palace collapsed. Rayon could see a small log cabin that didn't seem to belong to that space in the midst of raining rubble and ice, but it soon disappeared, buried beneath the dust. Whoosh! The blue dragon kicked the frozen land and soared into the sky. The dragon violently floated around the endless sky for a while before falling down like lightning upon noticing Rayon's presence. Slam! The blue dragon's descent crushed the white land. Rayon could feel a tremendous pressure from its eyes, diverging like a snake's tongue. Rayon clenched his teeth and met the blue dragon's vicious gaze. White light emerged from the blue dragon's body, and its huge body gradually reduced to the size of a human. A young man walked out of the majestic light. The handsome man with ocean blue eyes was clad in knight's armor. He was handsome enough for Insia to immediately shout, "Damn handsome," upon seeing him. I don't understand. The blue-haired man furrowed his brows slightly. According to the princess, the wall of your mind should have already collapsed, and this world should have never taken place. How come you're standing in front of me right now? He tilted his head at the strange course of the event. So that was why she gave me the soul-nullifying water. Judging from what he said, if the soul-nullifying water managed to destroy the wall of his mind, that space would have never been created, and the dragon's soul would have destroyed his own without extra steps. But did he just call her princess? There was no way he was referring to someone else. He must have been talking about Merlin when he said princess. Is Merlin a princess? Did you not know? The dragon lowered his eyebrows, asking him how ignorant he could be. I guess you were simply abducted by the princess. He briefly clicked his tongue while looking down on him. You aren't a dragon. Rayon's lips became twisted as he looked up at the blue-haired man. There's no way he's a dragon. Dragons were the proudest creatures in the world, as they were the strongest race. It would have been a different story if they were disguising themselves, but if they had already revealed their true identity, there was no way they would call a human being princess, which means he is. Rayon's eyes sparked. If he wasn't a dragon despite having a dragon shape with transformation ability, there was only one possibility: Draconian. Draconian designated dragons and their children with other races. Although most of them were just stronger or had better mana affinities than their original races, There were rare occurrences of draconians born with the ability to transform into the shape of a dragon, and that must have been the case for the man in front of him. Are you draconian? Indeed. The blue-haired man nodded proudly. My name is Lochter de Fort. I'm the son of the blue dragon Kronos de Fort, and the captain of Sirkin's royal knights. Just like his appearance, as his armor and sword implied, he introduced himself as a knight. I have no animosity towards you. I'm a sinner who didn't manage to protect the princess. I'll pay for my sins after my death. I will make it painless if you just hand over your bod. Fuck off, Rayon smiled coldly. It was probably because he was in his previous life's body that he immediately started insulting him, which he wouldn't have done as Rayon Zeekhart. You kidnapped me against my will, and now you want to pay for your sin after your death. You should stop with your bullshit already. It's meaningless to resist. Lochter lowered his eyes. He was treating him as a pathetic man. Look below you. Rayon looked down as he said. He could see the dark land in contrast to the white land that Lochter was standing on. That dark land is all you had in your life. What? There was nothing else than that land, and those two swords engraved in your soul. On the other hand. Rockstar pointed behind him. My world came to a stop in this frozen castle, but its size and firmness is incomparable to yours. Coldness and despair from the experience of death emerged from his eyes. I can immediately destroy your small and narrow world if I wanted. I'm giving you one last chance. Step back, since I don't want to use my power against a weakling. It wasn't even funny that Lochter kept spouting bullshit. He must have believed that he was still a knight. It's normal for a weak dog to bark louder. Rayon snorted and bobbed his finger. Stop talking and come at me, you halfling lizard. So you chose pain when I recommended another way out. A deadly spark radiated from Lochter's eyes, and a wave of coldness was created on the frozen land he was standing on. Swaya, the white tidal wave engulfed the dark land to expand its domain. The sensation of his mana circuits being frozen was a similar pain to Wrath's attacks, which he'd experienced pretty much every day. So this was the reason. This is why she called this a soul-offering ceremony. He could finally understand it. That space was the visualization of his everyday fight against Wrath, and Lochter's soul had already taken over most of the space because his power was bigger than Rayon's. Rumble. Lochter's coldness and despair intensified, and the dark space was being reduced extremely quickly. With the entire space being frozen, the only space he had left was the handspan of land he was setting foot on. I told you. Lochter sneered at him blatantly. He was pretending to be a knight, but he was no different from Merlin. Whatever you do is meaningless. It's impossible for you to win against me in this world. Why not? Because I'm far more experienced than you. This must be your first time in this space, but I've always been fighting in this world ever since I was alive. I must have already had 100 battles at least. 100, huh? Rayon rolled up his lips into a smile. That's it, he unleashed the ring of fire and stomped on the ground. 10,000 flames cultivation. Flames spread out from his feet to engulf the frozen land. Whap! The crimson flame melted down the endless coldness and despair in an instant and started devouring the frozen land in return. Its speed was on a different level from Lochter's coldness. What is this flame? Rayon smiled while looking at Lochter's eyes, which had widened as far as they could. As for me, I've been harassed by an annoying cotton candy for half of my life. I've gone through battles like this at least 1,000 times, rather than 100, with his cold smile contrasting with the 10,000 flames cultivation's heat. He walked over the blazing land. Step. The sound of footsteps made with worn-out shoes was engulfed by the flames that clearly turned solid. His black pants and top turned into the Light Wind Squad's uniform, which was brimming with softness, and his black hair burned up to turn into fluttering blonde hair similar to molten gold. Thud. The nothingness filling his black eyes turned into a sun as his red eyes pierced through Lochter's soul. Whap. Endless fire spread around, and the fifth training ground in Zeekhart's landscape appeared behind him. The loneliness of the dark land was gradually filled with the connections he made during his life. His world wasn't empty anymore. What the hell are you? How can a human mind go through such a drastic change? Lochter's chin was trembling as he witnessed Rayon transforming into a completely different person. The incomprehensible situation must have made him panic-terrified, even. Whap. Regardless of his surprise, the 10,000 flames cultivation's heat melted down the frozen land and started to reach the palace that Lochter had destroyed. I'm an ordinary human. Rayon grasped the hilt of his sword with a serious look in his eyes, a human released from his leash, who finally managed to gain the life of a human being. What kind of bullshit is that? I'm sorry to be the one to tell you that you and your princess will never be able to get what you wanted from him. Huh. Rayon stopped speaking and looked to the right. Lochter also turned his head around at the same time. Swaya. Blue threads were tangling with each other to create a strange area on top of the ground burning from the 10,000 flames cultivation. What is that? How come there's an intruder in this space? Lochter's eyes widened in disbelief. You bastard. Who are you trying to summon? I'm not summoning anyone. He's coming here by himself. Rayon frowned while looking at the ice flower bracelet that appeared on his wrist. He's an illegal tenant. Rip, with the loud sound of an entire book being ripped apart, a diamond-shaped blue fissure in the space opened all the way to the sky. Wrath made his appearance in a dimension that was as turbulent as the ocean. Wrath was looking down on the world, clad with absolute power befitting his title of Monarch of Wrath. Rayon frowned while watching Wrath cross dimensions. But why is he the same as before? No, more importantly, why is he so big? Wrath looked like blue cotton candy, just like always, but he was a bit bigger than before. No, it was correct to say that he was a lot bigger than before. He was about 100 times as big as he usually was when he popped out of the ice flower bracelet. As soon as he entered the dimension, he couldn't keep his balance and fell on the ground with an unsightly scream. Rumble, he must have also gotten heavier after getting bigger, since the entire space trembled from his fall. Wrath raised his head slightly, his brow furrowed. You are such a snail. What have you even been doing for this to last for so long? He could hear Wrath's voice for the first time. His voice entered through his ears instead of ringing inside his head. And where is the lizard? I want some roasted dragon since it's been a while. Wait, did you mean that you literally ate dragons when you said it back then? Rayon laughed bitterly. He thought it was a figure of speech to say that he'd won against a dragon, but he apparently really ate one. He couldn't understand why he wasn't the monarch of gluttony no matter how he thought about it. Stop staring at me and talk. Where's the dragon? The king of essence wants some healthy food. He's beneath you. Rayon shook his head and pointed to the ground. What? You just landed on him. Lochter must not have expected the blue cotton candy to fall down right after it made its appearance, as he ended up crushed under Wrath's belly. Judging from the faint blue energy rising from him, he must have still been alive at least. Rayon felt relieved because being crushed to death by a cotton candy's belly would have been such a miserable death. Wrath licked his lips while lowering his gaze. A dragon waffle. Wrath was completely insane, no matter how Rayon thought about it. Rayon sighed and looked up at Wrath. Why do you look like that? What do you mean? I'm asking why you still look like cotton candy when souls are supposed to regain their shapes in this space. Cotton candy. What is cotton candy? Wrath started asking about cotton candy instead of answering his question. It's candy made by heating up thick sugar and turning it into a thin thread. It's then bundled up like cotton. It looks exactly like you right now. Is it delicious? He wasn't too surprised since he expected him to ask that question. It just tastes like sugar. The King of Essence will need to try it out in the future. Wrath licked his lips once again. More importantly, I'm asking you why you look like cotton candy instead of your supposedly beautiful and amazing appearance. Isn't that obvious? Wrath frowned, treating it like a stupid question. This world is the result of a clash between the walls of the minds of you and the lizard. It would have been strange if the King of Essence regained his appearance here, but your wrath is dwelling in my soul. He smiled while looking at his plump arm. He seemed rather satisfied with his body, which had grown bigger than before. Rayon gasped while looking at Wrath. It was impossible to understand what Cotton Candy was thinking. Seriously, you. Just as he was about to start talking to Wrath once again. Rumble, the land started to tremble and Wrath sprung up into the air. Quia, Lochter shouted and unleashed a tremendous amount of coldness and despair from below Wrath. How dare you ambush me, you coward. Lochter ground his teeth while glaring at Wrath, who was sent flying into the air. I'll tear your lump of flesh into pieces. His eyes were overflowing with madness. Getting run over by Wrath's belly must have been shocking to him. You aren't even a proper lizard. That's so much arrogance coming from a halfling. Wrath glared at Lochter while floating in the air. What are you waiting for? Take care of him already as the King of Essence's servant. Do you want to make a bet since we haven't done it for a while? Rayon smiled while pointing at Lochter. Bet? What kind of bet are you talking about? Let's bet on who can neutralize him first. You arrogant bastard. Do you truly believe you can defeat the King of Essence? But I've been defeating you my entire life. His words pierced Wrath's heart and his lips trembled as he was unable to refute them. Fine, I accept that bet. Don't kill him because I have something to ask him. You only win if you manage to make him surrender before I do. I know. A message appeared in front of his eyes right after he said that. It was the bet message, which he hadn't seen for a long time. Wrath is suggesting a bet. Condition, be the first one to make the draconian surrender. Upon victory, plus 10 in all stats, rank up of 2 traits. Upon loss, 25 points of emotion of wrath. Rayon nodded after checking the message. I accept. As soon as he voiced out his consent, the message disappeared. A bet, you dare look down on me. Lochter ground his teeth violently while glaring at Rayon and Wrath. As long as I'm inside this space, I won't lose to anyone. He drew his sword and dazzling light burst from the blade. You should stay back, you stay back. However, Rayon and Wrath shook their hands at Lochter and looked at each other instead. Despite how he looks, he's far stronger than you. Do you really believe you can do it? Wrath sneered. However, Rayon didn't really feel angry, probably because he looked like a large cotton candy. It was you who taught me. The King of Essence did. What did he teach you? That willpower and imagination are the most important factors in a fight like this. Since the world was the representation of the fight he usually had in his body, he was confident he wouldn't lose anyone as long as he maintained a firm will and soul. I'm the one who won't lose to anyone here. A heated smile appeared on Rayon's face as he raised Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem. HMPH, you won't even get an opportunity. Wrath lightly waved his hand. The simple wave of his hand completely froze the ground under Lochter's feet. Creak. The ice was powerful enough to freeze a draconian who was supposed to possess an extreme resistance against coldness. It was an unbelievable display of power. Whap, when Glacier's coldness created by wrath was about to freeze Lochter alive. A powerful flame burst out to remove all of the frost. You can't do that. Rayon was smiling. Heavenly Drive extended forward. You are getting in the way. You never said that I wasn't allowed to disturb you. It's still meaningless. Wrath's eyes sparked blue, and thousands and even tens of thousands of icy blades appeared in the air. Wham! The blades fell down in no time towards Rayon and Lochter at the same time. Rayon thrust Heavenly Drive forward. Thousands of flower buds were created in the direction the sword was pointing before blooming with red. The cluster of fire flowers filling the space melted down every single one of Wrath's ice blades. I really can do it. He would lose to Wrath in a single strike if it were a real fight, but the particularity of the space allowed him to stop Wrath. Nothing has changed from before. The battle they were having was the exact same as the clash of their souls. Using the Ring of Fire to increase his soul level allowed him to easily trample on the Demon King. Rayon curved his lips into a thin smile while watching Wrath's frown. A Demon King and a Draconian. So many healthy meals for me. White Blood Religion Leaders, Audience Chamber. The sound coming from the large room, where white and red colors were creating a beautiful harmony, was similar to a woman's moan. The sound was coming from midair. The ring and the glass bottle containing the Continent Chaser fragrance were floating in the air, surrounded by a white energy. Dorian was staring blankly at the slow rotation of the glass bottle and the ring while standing next to a pillar on the right. Thud, the ring and the glass bottle finally stopped spinning, and the white energy surrounding them started to draw a strange pattern in the air. The White Blood Religion leader's heated breath could be heard, the red curtain swaying on the platform. It took a while. Her glamorous gaze brushed past the ring and the glass bottle, and she examined the white pattern floating in the air. I see. She raised her long leg to rest her chin on her knee and smiled gently. He seems to be taken away to an interesting place. She bobbed her finger and the ring and the glass bottle slowly fell into Dorian's hand. Step. Quiet footsteps could be heard from outside of the audience chamber, and the 10th apostle opened the door before entering the room. Have you finished? I managed to get a rough estimation of his location. She nodded slowly while looking at the 10th apostle. Was the Demon Knight White chasing spell not enough to find his exact location? They must be hiding him behind a thick barrier. She drew a circle with her finger, and a map of the continent appeared in the air. One location on the map was sparkling white near the merchant city Cameloon. Cameloon. The 10th apostle's eyes widened upon seeing the light sparkling from Cameloon. No way is Eden actually based in Cameloon. They must be in the vicinity. The White Blood Religion's leader shook her head while smoothing her hand down her neck, but 3 out of 6 kings are currently involved with Cameloon. That would have made it even easier for them to hide there. The 10th apostle nodded slightly, realizing why that would be the case. It must be because they are keeping each other in check. Correct. They are allied under the name of the 6 kings, but they are always keeping each other in check. A faint smile appeared on her face, but such boldness isn't exactly common. They are smart and bold at the same time. It must be his doing. She slowly raised herself up as if she were bored of life. Are you going to go there in person? Yes, because I don't think you will be enough for the task. Even though she was belittling his ability, the 10th apostle didn't show any reaction. The religion's leader was pretty much a god to him. He believed that there must have been a good reason behind it if the god said he wouldn't be enough. I'll make the preparations. The 10th apostle bowed and left the room. It would be nice if he became even more polished. The White Blood Religion's leader smiled glamorously towards Dorian, who was standing with the ring and the glass bottle in his hand. You should come with me. Lochter's chin was trembling as he raised his head. Wham! A young human boy and a monster that looked like a cloud were in the middle of a frightening battle as they spread fire and ice towards each other. There's no mistaking it. It's that man's coldness. He was certain that the cloud-like monster's energy was the same as Lohengreen's coldness, which made his time to stop. However, even though the coldness was even more powerful than Lohengreen's, it helplessly melted down upon facing the young human's flame. That young boy is even worse than the monster. Lochter swallowed nervously while watching Rayon's fight. He couldn't understand how he could possess such a great willpower and high-level soul when he didn't even look like he was 20 years old yet. No, that's not the important part right now. This is an opportunity for me. It's my opportunity to kill both of them at once. He figured that a surprise attack while they were fighting against each other would allow him to accomplish his revenge against Lohengrin and take over Rayon's body at the same time. He kept polishing his willpower non-stop after he woke up in order to take his revenge against Lohengrin and protect the princess. It was time to show the results. I'll make you regret underestimating me. No, you won't even get to regret it, because you are going to disappear right away. Lochter unleashed his true soul. His body sparked blue and returned to the shape of a blue dragon. Rumble, he gathered the power of his soul and the emotion of despair from the height where humans looked even smaller than worms. Ice breath. All of the willpower he'd been accumulating up to that point exploded with the strongest attack he'd received from his father. Swa, the extreme coldness pouring from Lochter's large jaw engulfed Rayon in wrath. Although they were unleashing fire and frost towards each other, they stopped their fight and turned to look at him with frowns on their faces. You are being annoying. How dare you, you scum. Rayon and Wrath's eyes were filled with anger over having their fight interrupted. I told you to stay quietly in a corner since it's none of your business. The energies of different colors gushed from their fists, tearing Lochter's ice breath into pieces in a second. Smack. The tremendous amount of coldness and heat mingled with each other in a spiral and smashed violently into Lochter's chest. Thud. Despite his large body, he was sent flying like a piece of paper and slammed into the ground. His mind became hazy and he closed his eyes while watching Rayon and Wrath, who continued their fight without even looking at him. Those crazy bastards. It is my business, though. Rayon smiled while pointing at Lochter, who had fainted with his tongue sticking out of his mouth. You saw how he just collapsed, right? I won the bet. What kind of bullshit are you spouting? The King of Essence's ice was what shattered his mind. My flame did it before your ice. Bullshit. The King of Essence's ice was about a handspin faster. Your flame reached him way later than mine. It was mine. It wasn't. Wrath violently shook his head, saying that it was definitely not the case. Rayon could only laugh because he still looked like cotton candy. Whatever. The King of Essence will take this opportunity to defeat you and engrave his wrath into your soul. Are you sure about that? Rayon tilted his head and snickered. I have the upper hand in this space. HMPH, it doesn't matter. Wrath snorted, a blue glare shooting from his eyes. It's a simple task to defeat you as long as the King of Essence uses his true power. True power. Rayon narrowed his eyes upon seeing Wrath's confident nod. Indeed, he can't unleash all of his willpower in this form. He's going to show you the true form of the King of Essence that everyone in Devildom admired. Wrath opened his hands. His frost spread all over the place, gathering to the center as his size started to decrease. He must have been returning to his original shape, the shape from when he was revered as the Demon King. Rumble. As his size became smaller and the coldness was condensed, his power was growing exponentially. The tremendous amount of ice and the emotion of wrath was endlessly pouring out of him. But you know, Rayon snickered and walked up to Wrath. There's no reason for me to wait for your transformation to end. He spoke and kicked Wrath's body at the same time at full power, since his body was curled up into a sphere because he was trying to transform. Smock. Along with the sound of an exploding rubber ball, Wrath's body soared into the sky. What do you think you're doing right now? Wrath widened his eyes and screamed. Why would you attack when he said he would return to his original form? Why not? Rayon kicked the falling Wrath once again, sending him flying into Lochter's face. Wrath and Lochter groaned at once from the collision. This is fun. Rayon ran up to him with a smile on his face and smacked him. Along with a bang, Wrath bounced on the ground like a skipping stone and slammed into the collapsed castle wall. Wham! Wrath violently swayed his hands inside the completely destroyed wall. Hey, you lunatic! Wrath screamed while quickly blinking his eyes. Even demons don't attack during transformations. They at least give their opponent time to gather power, but I'm not a demon. Rayon even used footwork to reach him faster, smacking Wrath's face before he finished his transformation. Wrath swayed left and right like a sandbag from getting hit with both fists, and he was unable to recover his senses. Why, you fiend? No, you are even worse than a fiend. Smack, smack! Lochter trembled in fear as he watched Rayon beat Wrath to pulp with a smile on his face. He's the real deal, a real madman. Lochter had seen countless humans in his long life alongside Merlin, but he'd never seen anyone like him before. That unyielding willpower and cruelty. Chills ran down his spine from his fear of the true monster. Princess, why did you have to send a monster like that? Lochter started to resent Merlin instead, since defying Rayon wasn't even an option at that point. He couldn't imagine himself winning against the monster, no matter what he tried. Damn it. The moment he surrendered from the bottom of his heart and put his hands on the ground, a message appeared in front of Rayon's eyes. You've won the bet against Wrath. Rayon stopped his hands upon seeing the message. Oh, gasp. Wrath was coughing up blood while looking at the message, since he had almost fainted from Rayon's barrage. This is unfair. The King of Essence will never acknowledge this result. He started attacking during the transformation. Wrath used the small interval where Rayon's fist stopped moving to twist his body and explode all of the coldness in his body at the same time. Wham! The blue frost soared into the sky with a majestic radiance. Finally, Rayon's mind and soul trembled upon hearing a voice filled with powerful wrath and coldness. Rumble, a long human shape made its appearance from the blue storm of frost. Whir, a chill ran down his spine upon facing the blue glare of the existence that appeared. Wrath. Whoosh, the blue ice storm subsided, and Wrath's appearance was revealed. Rayon swallowed nervously and narrowed his eyes. Is that what Wrath normally looks like? The most noticeable part was his eyes. The light blue eyes were thin and deep at the same time, and they were shining faintly like glass beads. The distinct facial features, despite the thin contours, attracted the gaze like a black hole. He wasn't lying back then. It was questionable whether he had the best appearance in devildom, but it would have been difficult to find anyone in the continent who matched up to him. Even though Rayon wasn't really interested in aesthetics, he could describe him as mysterious or beautiful, rather than pretty or handsome. I can't believe that is the gluttonous cotton candy's true form. It was his first time seeing someone's appearance and personality being discordant to such an extent. Rayon thought that he needed to reconsider his prejudices about people's appearance. I wonder what Insia would say if she saw him. He suddenly got curious about what Insia would say about Wrath. However, as a flaw in the crystal, there were two regrettable aspects. First was his clothes. Wrath was wearing navy blue clothes that were rumpled and trailing like an angel in the legend. Second was the fact that he didn't have any horns or wings. A demon king in his imagination had black horns and wings, but he didn't have either. It's been a really long time since the last time I took this form. Wrath smiled faintly while uncurling his long and white fingers. He slowly raised his eyes to look at him. I had to go through all kinds of shit because of you. Is that your true form? Indeed. The King of Essence has the best appearance in devildom, just like he said. Don't you agree? I can't tell because I've never been to devildom. Rayon tilted his head mildly. HMPH, he knew you would say that since you know nothing about aesthetics despite having that face. Wrath frowned, and the impact of a hammer striking his head stormed throughout his body. Wrath didn't even attack him. Rayon felt like his heart skipped a beat when all he did was increase his wrathful pressure. What is this? He even forgot to breathe from the unbelievable pressure. He breathed out roughly with a frown on his face. You should already be feeling it. The King of Essence's power is different from before. What have you done? They were in the spiritual world, created from the clash of souls between himself and Lochter. It should have been impossible for Wrath to exhibit power surpassing the amount of wrath he currently had. He couldn't understand how he managed to come into possession of that much willpower. Insects tend to consider the soul and body separately, but the soul and body are bound to be together in the end. Wrath raised his chin and looked down on his ignorance. The King of Essence materialized his soul in the shape of his original body and became capable of using a portion of his original authority. He took another step forward. The powerful coldness and wrath emerging from beneath him made Rayon's chin tremble. The King of Essence had to make a huge sacrifice, but it worked out in the end. He will be able to make up for all of the losses by taking over your body right now. Wrath smiled coldly and stomped the ground. An unfathomable amount of wrath and coldness emerged in a wave. Thud. Before he could sense anything, huge glacial mountains burst from his sides and from behind him. Rayon rolled his eyes with trembling lips. The huge frozen mountain was touching his shoulder. He would have already lost his arm if it had appeared an inch to the side. It burst out. Is that really what happened? He honestly didn't even manage to see how the glacial mountain burst out. That meant he would have already died and disappeared if Wrath were trying to achieve that. You don't need to worry about it. Wrath curved his lips into a smile while spinning his finger. He was sneering like always, but he looked elegant because of his appearance. The King of Essence is merciful. He won't let it end until he manages to make up for all of the grief he's had to experience so far. That's not called mercy. That's cruelty. That might be the case. Even before his laughing voice ended, the huge amount of frost emerging from Wrath's feet flooded onto Rayon like a tidal wave. Rayon bit his lip while unleashing the 10,000 Flames cultivation. It would be a mistake to believe he would be the same as before. The wave had the same size as when Wrath used to look like cotton candy, but the energy incorporated inside of it was on a completely different level. It was definitely impossible to stop it with the same amount of power he'd used before. Rumble. Rayon rotated the 7 rings of fire at the same time and unleashed the 10,000 Flames cultivation. He figured he could end up dying if he made the slightest mistake and decided to go all out from the beginning. Crack. Rayon grit his teeth. He poured all his energy into Heavenly Drive's blade to unleash the Flame Dragon Art. Wham! The flame breath gushing from the silver blade advanced forward to clash against the wave of frost coming from Wrath. Rumble. The wave of frost didn't melt down as easily as before. It was pushing back the 10,000 Flames cultivation's fire instead, despite the maximized output of the Ring of Fire, Cup. I won't last at this rate. Switching to a different technique or using footwork wasn't an option either. He needed to find a way to somehow escape the attack while using the Flame Dragon Art. Focus. I need to somehow, that's right, focus. Rayon nodded, the usual. Flame Dragon Art was never going to last. What he needed was to focus the power on a single spot. Rumble. He condensed the power of the Flame Dragon Art to the size of his shoulder's width. The focused output started to slowly push back Wrath's coldness. Whap, the areas that the Flame Dragon Art was unable to cover had turned into a blue hill from the storming coldness. Ha! Rayon gasped for breath and frowned. He would have become a part of the frozen hill if he hadn't managed to stop the wave of ice. It was terrifying to even think about it. I don't understand. We are currently in the mental world, so how did you manage to get so much power just from shaping yourself into your main body? Rayon frowned while looking at the smiling Wrath. The King of Essence told you about this before, but the body is the dwelling of a soul and a settlement. Without a proper body, even the King of Essence is incapable of using his true strength. Even a demon king's soul requires a shape similar to his body to use his power. Wrath wagged his finger. He was doing the same thing as always, but he didn't look funny anymore and only made Rayon nervous because of the different appearance and prowess he had. Don't worry. The King of Essence has no intention of killing you. What? Considering all the time we spent together, he will lock you up in a corner to repay all of the humiliation he had to endure. He opened his arm once again. The ground started to shake and frozen spikes burst out. Whop! Rayon swung down his sword with the revolving sky of the 10,000 flames cultivation. Even though the spikes clashed against the blade of fire, only a few of them were cut off. It's impossible to cut all of them. I should dodge them instead. Rayon used the Supreme Harmony steps to withdraw. However, the ice spikes emerged wherever he set foot on to attack his soul. Tusk. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue, then used the Supreme Harmony's second step to escape the area where the spikes kept appearing. You are so slow. Wrath turned his hand around and the frozen spikes started falling from the sky instead. Damn it. Rayon stomped the ground and thrust Heavenly Drive towards the sky. He unleashed the Heavenly Heavy Cannon by maximizing the 10,000 Flames cultivation's output. Creak. The powerful gravity created by the Heavenly Heavy Cannon gathered all of the ice pieces trying to kill Rayon. Wham! Rayon made the Heavenly Heavy Cannon explode the moment the hundreds of spikes gathered in one spot to destroy all of them at once. Huff. Rayon bent his knees slightly while grasping his chest from the nausea. His head was feeling dizzy from spending too much willpower at once. The King of Essence had a great idea. What is it this time? The King of Essence is going to start eating mint chocolates 3 times a day instead of meals as soon as he takes over your body. It's great to just think about it. He licked his lips, showing how excited he was to carry out his plan. That's a humble dream coming from a demon king. He doesn't mind it being humble as long as it can make you suffer. Wrath snapped his fingers with a grin on his face. Blue clouds appeared in the sky, and countless raindrops started pouring down from them. That's Rayon's hands were trembling. Every single raindrop was a powerful frost, capable of piercing through his soul. It's impossible to block them. However, it was also preposterous to try dodging them because the cloud was covering the entire area. But I still have to do something about them. He couldn't let them turn him into an ice skewer without trying anything. He gritted his teeth and used the Supreme Harmony's second step. Thud. The frozen rain created by Wrath changed its direction to where Rayon was moving, as if it was expecting Rayon to move. You are running like a rat under the rain. What a sight you are. Wrath covered his stomach and giggled. Although his vulgar laughter didn't match his good looks, it also matched him perfectly at the same time. Do you want to know an interesting fact? An interesting fact. This world could be the hint about the sword field creation that you've wanted to learn so much. What are you saying? Rayon's focus shattered from the sudden mention of the sword field creation, the advanced technique that you humans call. Sword field creation consists in materializing your world through your sword. That's why this mental world, where you can achieve anything with imagination, can be the foundation of the sword field creation, of course. Wrath snickered and shook his hand. It would be impossible for you, who is being crushed by the King of Essence. He created even more frost while telling him it was the reason he explained so much to him. The increased amount of rainfall almost felt like the sky had turned into a turbulent ocean. He was just trying to make fun of me. Rayon bit his lips to the brim. The damn Demon King was talking about the sword field creation in order to obstruct his focus and make fun of him. PSSH, the falling rain brushed past his left arm, and the resulting pain felt like his entire body was being stabbed by a blade instead of just his shoulder. He could guess that his entire body was hurting because his soul was forming his body. I won't be able to escape at this rate. Rayon turned around to use footwork again before his eyes widened. Fire was spreading beneath the frozen mountains and hills that Wrath had created with his first attack. That flame, it was the flame of his soul that he'd created in order to take over the space when he started the fight against Lochter. That ember wasn't being reduced in size despite Wrath's ice, and it kept spreading even further. Why is it not disappearing? His willpower was far weaker compared to the wrath and ice coming from Wrath. He couldn't understand why the flame wasn't fading away despite being under the ice's influence. No way, Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching the giggling Wrath and Lochter kneeling in front of the collapsed castle. Is it because he's not the owner of this space? A hypothesis came to his mind. The world was created from the clash of minds between himself and Lochter had already admitted his defeat. That was probably making the world Rayon's, regardless of Wrath, who was nothing but an intruder. Yes, he also mentioned something like that. When Wrath arrived in that space for the first time, he did say that he wasn't really related to the place, which means I just need to last until the fire covers the castle, and I'll be able to escape from Wrath. You won't be able to last for long if you keep dozing off like that. Along with Wrath's sneer, a wave of frost emerged from the ground. The ice shower falling from the top and the wave of frost emerging from the bottom were a disaster on top of a disaster. I won't be able to dodge them. Rayon stopped running. He judged that it was impossible to dodge Wrath's attack with his current level of martial art. Even then, there's still something I can do. If he was really capable of achieving anything through imagination in that space, he just needed to use something other than martial arts. Rayon caught his breath and extended his left foot. What he imagined was the strongest warrior, Glenn Sieghart. He thought about the day he taught him the Supreme Harmony steps, the single step capable of bringing him anywhere in the world. Even though he wasn't able to achieve that step in real life, he thought about his step and kicked the ground. Whoosh! His footstep didn't simply fold the space, it distorted the laws of reality to leap through the space and reach Wrath's back in an instant. It was a single step. He managed to dodge all of the ice that Wrath had unleashed with a single step. How is this happening? Wrath turned his head and his eyes widened in surprise. You are the same Wrath I know. Rayon nodded with an exhausted smile on his face. You are indeed the giving Wrath. After all, you just gave a trial and a hint at the same time. Even though his frost was engulfing the entire space, he still told him how to escape the situation. Although his appearance was different, he was the same Wrath, the giving tree like before. Shut up. This is nothing but entertainment for the King of Essence. Wrath stretched out both of his hands. A blue light glimmered from his hands and countless storms of frost emerged from the ground and the sky. Rumble, the storms clashed against each other to become even bigger and more powerful. You will never be able to stop this one. You are right about that, but I can just dodge it instead. You won't be able to. Wrath started moving his finger to directly control the storms. We will see. Rayon wiped off the cold sweat flowing down from his forehead and extended his right foot. The Supreme Harmony's second step advanced like a ray of light to evade the storm covering the entire space. Wrath changed the shape of his coldness to try attacking Rayon's soul, but he managed to reenact Glenn's. Supreme Harmony steps to escape the affected area every single time. I knew this was going to work. Glenn's. Supreme Harmony steps were advanced enough to make Wrath admire them to the point that he had even wanted to learn it for himself. The way it mysteriously managed to dodge all of the coldness covering the entire world was to be expected from such an amazing technique. Wrath frowned while exhaling a cold breath. It was a mistake. The King of Essence ended up giving you some leeway. It's too late to feel regret. Even though it was only in the mental world, he was capable of using Glenn's Supreme Harmony steps. Rayon was confident that he could escape, regardless of what Wrath tried to do. No, it's not too late. Wrath pointed at the sky with his right hand and pointed to the ground with his left. Rumble, the two hands slowly gathered in the middle, and waves of frost appeared from the sky and the ground at the same time. The large-scale attack was leaving no room for Rayon to escape, neither into the sky nor on land. You won't be able to avoid an attack like this. Wrath's mouth curved into a wide smile, believing that Rayon would be finished with that attack. Don't worry, he won't kill you just like he said before. You will stay alive inside the King of Essence. Rayon sighed while looking at the ceiling of frost that started to touch his head. Wahahaha, that's such a funny expression that you are making. His revenge is finally coming to pass, Wrath burst into laughter but suddenly stopped. When Rayon lowered his head, his face was smiling instead of being filled with despair. You. No, I was right that it's already too late. Rayon returned his sword to his scabbard with an easygoing smile on his face. It's pointless to bluff. If you get crushed like this, you won't be able to. Wrath tried to point his finger at Rayon before his lips parted. Why are they so short? His long and beautiful arms and fingers were short, and his legs weren't even there anymore. The small, blue hand told him that he'd returned to the shape that usually got bullied by Rayon. What is this? Why am I looking like this? He couldn't understand how his body suddenly returned to its original shape when he was just about to mess Rayon up. What did you even do? It's over. Rayon snickered and pointed to the ground. The frozen land and the palace that was brought by Lochter's soul were gone, and Sieghart's buildings, including the annex building, were the only ones left in the space. The master of this space has been decided. His flame devoured the world after Lochter admitted his defeat, resulting in the disappearance of Wrath's power, which required the shape of his main body, because you are just an outsider in this space. Wrath also understood the situation and scratched the back of his hand with an awkward smile on his face. How did you find it? Did you enjoy the King of Essence's joke? You are the perfect size for a beating. Rayon clenched his fists and walked towards Wrath. Hey, the King of Essence just wanted to eat mint chocolate. Let's talk about it after the beating. Translator Kyungyi. Proofreader Harley. Lyle. A weak groan fell from Rayon's lips, despite him having been as still as the dead after putting on the helmet. Merlin's lips curved up into a smile as she observed Rayon's trembling chin. It must be almost over. Considering the fact that his body was showing a reaction, she figured the fight between Lochter and Rayon in the mental world must have ended. His willpower was even stronger than I expected. She expected him to wake up right after Lochter got used to his new body, but it took more than 3 hours for him to take over. Merlin realized that Rayon's willpower was far more powerful than she'd thought. Lochter still ended up winning, though. Rayon's eyes were red. Considering the blue light radiating from the mask's eye sockets, Lochter must have emerged victorious. I did a good job of feeding him the soul-nullifying water beforehand. If she hadn't added the soul-nullifying water into the elixirs, the battle inside his mental world would have been prolonged, and Lochter might even have ended up losing. She had used up most of the elixirs she possessed, but she was satisfied with the result. Merlin made Rayon float from his chair with psychokinesis and laid him on the ground. Since it was necessary to prevent all kinds of external stimulation after the soul started taking over the body, it was far better to make him lie on the ground rather than sit on the chair. Am I finally going to get to see him? Lochter was a knight who protected her, but more importantly, he was her family and had been with her for her entire life. Her heart was already pounding from the anticipation of being reunited with Lochter after hundreds of years. Even though she hadn't even slept or rested for over a week, she didn't feel tired at all. She just wanted to see him. Merlin confirmed Rayon's safety before stepping away and looking around. Soul's severing sword was staring at Rayon with the exact same posture he'd been in since the beginning. What about you? Soul's severing sword didn't respond to Merlin's question. He just kept staring at Rayon. Doesn't it feel ticklish? Soul's severing sword's shoulders trembled very slightly. Merlin narrowed her eyes while looking at Soul's severing sword, as if she expected his reaction. I'm sorry, but... She turned her head back to the front. She bit her lip while looking at the blue light emerging from the dragon helmet. I'm also desperate. I can't back down on this. Lord. Wrath sniffled, rubbing his bruised eye with his round hand. You are the 5th person who has punched the King of Essence. 5th, you've been beaten up by so many people before. Rayon chuckled while looking at Wrath, who had turned blue like a tropical fruit-flavored cotton candy. Are you sure you are a demon king? Don't misunderstand. It's the number of people who tried to punch him, and not all of them have managed. You are the first one to beat him up so badly among those 5. Wrath screamed in resentment. He can't even count how many times he was beaten up anymore. I've been counting. I hit you exactly 294 times. Wrath's jaw dropped since he didn't expect the number to be so high. 294 times. Seriously, 294 times. Don't you ever get tired? You wouldn't have realized it, but you're so fun to beat up in your current form. Rayon smiled faintly at the growling Wrath. Wrath was completely full inside, despite having a round shape, and he was the perfect size to beat up. He was pretty much the highest grade sandbag floating in the air. Rayon was almost getting addicted to beating him up. The King of Essence, even though he is the monarch of devildom, a mere human, beat him 294 whole times. This is a dream. This has to be a dream. Wrath must have been really sad about it, since he buried his face in his plump arms and shivered. Despite the overwhelming power and beauty he showed earlier, he was despairing at the reality of the fact that he was nothing but a tropical cotton candy. I'm sorry, but my revenge hasn't even gotten started. Rayon smiled coldly at the whining Wrath. How come you haven't even got started? You can't possibly be planning to beat him up even more. You already beat him up 294 whole times, yet you still want to hit him even more. You must have no conscience at all. Wrath was rambling at least twice as fast as usual. He must have really wanted to avoid getting beaten up even more. I'm not going to beat you up anymore. I'm a reasonable person after all. Then what? You told me earlier that you were going to force me to eat mint chocolate 3 times a day, right? Er. Wrath's eyes trembled like a pendulum. He seemed to be even more afraid than when he thought he would get beaten up even further. The meals from now on are going to be a single Nadine bread. I'm not going to eat anything else at all. You freak. The King of Essence enjoys eating mint chocolate ice cream, at least. I'm sure you also hate that bread, which tastes like rubber. I'm fine with it. Rayon nodded nonchalantly. Since he never cared about taste because of his previous life, he didn't really mind the taste as long as it filled his stomach. Wrath realized that Rayon was serious about it upon seeing his eyes. No, that's the last thing he can allow. He unleashed his wrath and coldness, shouting that it could never be allowed to happen. However, they were extremely weak because he'd exhausted too much power from manifesting his main body. Eating Nadine bread is a torture. Even real rubber would taste better than that. Wrath punched Rayon with his coldness, trying to rebel with the small amount of power he had. There's a saying in the human realm. Rayon tilted his chin and raised his right fist. Punch my back and I'll punch yours. Rayon punched Wrath at the same moment Wrath pounced at him. Wrath was bounced back like a rubber ball and slammed into a corner. Kua, why you hit him so damn hard? Wrath was flat on the ground. His jaw dropped. I went easy on you. Rayon snickered. If he hadn't controlled his power, Wrath would have been completely crushed and snapped. Anything but Nadine bread. Beat the King of Essence up instead if you will. Wrath closed his eyes as he spoke. He was trying to change the menu until the moment he fainted. Rayon was almost amazed at how much obsession he had with food. I wasn't finished talking, though. He was also going to mention that he was never going to eat mint chocolate ever again, but he held himself back because he felt like Wrath really would die from shock. Rayon turned his head to the right. A baby dragon that looked like a lizard was flat on the ground. It was Lochter, who had lost the ownership of the space after admitting his defeat. It's your turn now. Do you want another beating before we start, or do you? I've already admitted my defeat. Ask anything you want before I disappear. Lochter sighed briefly and closed his eyes. Disappear. The loser of a battle of souls is bound to be absorbed into the winner's soul and disappear. That's why it's pointless to beat me up right now. He bowed calmly. It was probably because he wanted to be a knight in his last moments that he looked so different from his first impression. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Lochter. He did become blurrier for sure. Unlike Wrath, who was still maintaining his shape after getting beaten up almost 300 times, Lochter's appearance had become translucent. Just like Lochter had said, the loser was apparently bound to be absorbed into the winner's soul and disappear. Since we don't have much time, I'll ask the questions quickly. Is the Merlin outside the real Merlin? Yes. How is she still alive even though she is a historical figure from hundreds of years ago? She isn't alive. Does that mean that she died and got revived? The magician who was allied with us back then retrieved her soul from her frozen corpse after she perished. Does that mean that the magician in question is something like one of Eden's ancestors, and their descendant engraved Merlin's soul into a mask? He thought it was strange from the first time he saw Merlin. It was because her white hands and lips couldn't possibly belong to an old woman. Yes, as far as I know. Lochter nodded, telling him that Merlin's voice had told him so. Honestly, I don't know the whole story. I've been locked up in here all along, and the occasional voice of the princess was all I could hear. He was right, the information he needed to get from Lochter wasn't about Eden, but about the world they were currently in. What's going to change if your soul gets absorbed into mine? Your soul level is going to increase drastically. You will also be able to use my abilities. Your abilities. In short, your aura will increase, and you will acquire the swordsmanship and coldness manipulation that I used to use. They will allow you to reach a higher level of martial arts. Lochter seemed to have made up his mind as he told him everything because his death was near. It was rather unexpected, because Rayon thought he was going to resist or try to buy some time, so I'm getting even stronger. Rayon clenched his fist. He'd already won the bet with Wrath, but he was going to get even stronger from absorbing Lochter's soul, which should increase his stats and prowess. It wasn't an overstatement to say that he was killing 3 birds with 1 stone instead of 2, since he was getting even more than that. One more question. How do you develop this mental world? He wanted to know more about it because Wrath had told him that the mental world was the clue to achieving. Sword field creation. Experience is the key. Experience. People feel and learn different things from the same experiences. This world is similar to a building, raised on top of a foundation built upon your countless experiences in the past. You will be able to reach higher by looking upwards and harden the foundation by looking downwards. Lochter said that the world was going to change depending on what kind of experience he had, with what kind of intentions. Wrath was right. Just like the crushed cotton candy had said, Rayon figured that he would be able to turn his own world into the sword field creation by experiencing various things to develop his mental world. Translator Kyungyi. Proofreader Harley. The next question is about you. Rayon asked about Lochter's personality and preferences. It was because he wanted to pretend to be Lochter once that world came to an end because of Merlin. As I said before, my name is Lochter de Fort. I'm the Blue Dragon. Unexpectedly, Lochter properly answered everything he wanted to know. After finding out Lochter's personal information, Rayon asked about Merlin. She wants to revive me and stay together like before. Stay together? Is she trying to start a slaughter like in her previous life? Lohengrin said that Merlin had slaughtered countless people by controlling monsters. Rayon figured they must have been trying to reproduce the same scene. That's not true. She just wants to live with me. I'm the only family left to her. Lochter lowered his eyes. Live with you as a family, you say, now that I think about it. Rayon turned his head towards the place where the frozen castle used to be. Rayon remembered seeing a log house similar to Merlin's room when the castle collapsed. Lady Merlin was the princess of the Serkin kingdom. She lost everything she had, and I was the only family left for her in the end. Is Serkin the kingdom that you founded after destroying the other kingdom? Indeed. However, the kingdom collapsed as well before we managed to establish it. I don't think I'll have the time for detailed explanations. Lochter nonchalantly smiled while looking at his faint body. The princess is a pitiful person. She had various circumstances. Is that why you were answering my questions so nicely? Rayon stared at Lochter coldly. He was wondering why he was answering all of his questions, and it must have been because he wanted to entrust Merlin to him afterwards. Everyone has circumstances. Everyone in the world had circumstances, and Merlin had gone too far to ask for understanding. I guess. The princess and I are both aware that we've committed a grave sin. However, she just... Lochter turned into icy bubbles and disappeared before he could say his last words. Curiously, he didn't seem too saddened by it. Thud. Once Lochter disappeared completely, the mental world started to tremble. What's happening? What else? The halfling was completely absorbed into your world, and this world's chaos came to an end. Wrath crawled up to him like a larva and sighed deeply. Does that mean that we are about to return to reality? Indeed. Rayon smiled while looking at his own world, which looked like an earthquake was occurring in it. I've gained a lot more than I thought. The winning reward from the bet against Wrath and the abilities from absorbing Lochter's soul were such an unexpected harvest. Moreover, Rayon turned around to remember his world, which was still small and weak. He closed his eyes, hoping for his small world to change into something that could achieve the Swordfield creation from his experiences in the future. I'll be back later. As his consciousness was about to fade away in the trembling world, Rayon could hear Wrath's whisper. Why you aren't seriously planning to eat Nadine bread only, are you? He was still thinking about food in that situation. He must have been serious when he said that he just wanted to eat mint chocolate to his heart's content. He was such an amazing guy. That was why Rayon decided to tell him his honest answer. Yes, I am. Rayon opened his eyes. Before he could finish checking on the magic circles on the ceiling, Merlin shoved her face into him with her old woman's mask. Do you recognize me? Her impatience could be felt from her voice for the first time. The voice was filled with anticipation and madness. Rayon slowly raised himself up and met Merlin's wavering eyes. Are you the princess? He imitated Lochter's speech with a slightly trembling voice. Merlin lost strength in her legs and fell backwards. The eyes behind her mask were trembling violently. Lochter, Lochter, Lochter. She hugged Rayon and kept calling Lochter's name over and over. You are finally here. We are finally Ray. I'm sorry, but my memories are still messy. Rayon Zieghart's memories, and my memories are jumbled up. Rayon kept imitating Lochter's speech as he shook his head. I'm not sure yet. It's fine. Time will solve everything. You will return to your original self. Merlin hugged Rayon tightly around neck and sobbed. Unexpectedly, the fragrance of spring flowers wafted from her. She is speaking from the heart. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Merlin's trembling arms. Because he was supposed to be the last of her family, Merlin wasn't just glad about the reunion, she was actually treating it as a miracle. How are you doing, princess? Don't worry about me. Merlin shook her head and smiled. You must be hungry, right? I've prepared your favorite foods. Food. Wrath was reacting to the food despite the situation. That was really amazing. Merlin bobbed her hand towards Rayon and suddenly collapsed. Princess. Rayon caught Merlin and examined her condition. She had no strength left in her at all. She seemed to have lost consciousness due to extreme exhaustion. She even fainted from exhaustion. Rayon realized that he hadn't seen Merlin rest even once. She had been doing something constantly, like personally preparing his meals and bringing things to him. Considering the huge amount of mana dwelling in the 6 magic circles, he could assume that the ceremony wasn't supposed to be carried out by a single person. She overexerted herself. She had been preparing for the ceremony without even sleeping, and that must have been why she fainted when the tension left her body. Rayon held Merlin in his arms and stood up. Soul's severing sword was still standing on the same spot, just like when he wore the dragon helmet. I need to let the princess rest. Move away. Rayon pointed with his chin to ask him to move away while holding Merlin as carefully as possible. Soul's severing sword didn't immediately move away, instead staring at his eyes under the helmet. His emotionless golden eyes were radiating an indescribably strange light. "Didn't you hear me? I told you to move away." Rayan had to repeat himself before Soul's severing sword finally moved away. Once he stepped aside, the exit appeared just like when he entered through the wall. Rayan nodded at Soul's severing sword and left through the passage. Soul's severing sword stayed still like a stone statue until Rayan brought Merlin out of the room. When the rotating passage closed up, his hands were trembling slightly. Upon returning to the room in the log house, Rayan placed Merlin on the bed and stared at the old woman's mask. "Aren't you going to try removing it?" Wrath pointed at Merlin's mask while looking like a small cotton candy once again. "It will be annoying if she wakes up." Merlin wasn't going to let him go if touching the mask ended up waking her. There was no reason to risk limiting his actions. It was necessary to examine Lochter's memory while she fainted to create a perfect script. "You are so stubborn." The King of Essence would have removed her mask out of sheer curiosity. Wrath murmured that it was why he went as far as beating up someone 294 times in total. "That was because you deserved the beatings." Rayan snickered and sat on the ground. "Be quiet, since I need to focus." Lochter's memories were as faint as the cloud floating on the sky. It was necessary to focus and grasp those memories in order to perfectly deceive Merlin. "HMPH, the King of Essence doesn't want to talk anyway." Wrath briskly turned his head away, trying to show his displeasure. Just as Rayan was about to focus, as Wrath was always like that, messages appeared in front of his eyes. "You've won the bet against Wrath. All stats have increased by 10. Trait. Poison resistance has ranked up. Trait. Spiral power has ranked up." The messages announced the rewards he had received from winning the bet against Wrath. There were many rewards, but there were still a lot more messages after that. "You've achieved the 8th victory against Wrath. Stats have further increased from the 8 consecutive victories. Strength has increased by 3. Agility has increased by 3. Perception has increased by 4. It was the message about consecutive victories. It was telling him that he had received additional stats from winning 8 times in a row against Wrath. The large increase in stats made a thrill run down his spine from ecstasy. Wrath's jaw dropped while reading the messages. The stats were also surprising, but he seemed to be mostly shocked by the fact that he'd lost 8 whole times in a row. However, the messages weren't over yet. "You have absorbed the soul of the draconian Lochter de Fort." The rewards from absorbing Lochter's soul were displayed like a carpet below the others. "Kua." Wrath ground his teeth while looking at the messages. How is he even supposed to stay silent when this kind of shit is happening? His eyes were violently wavering up and down. Why did the King of Essence have to get beaten up 294 times in total and even get his stats taken? You damn fiend. Translator Kyunghee. Proofreader Harley. This is unbearable. There's no food and stats are always taken away. This is not how life should be. Please stay quiet. Rayan pushed Wrath away as he kept wailing and checked the rewards he got from absorbing Lochter's soul. All stats have increased by 10. Glacier's proficiency has increased drastically. Water affinity's rank has increased. Water resistance rank has increased. The Blizzard sword art has been carved into your memory. Rayan's jaw dropped as soon as he read the messages. The rewards were even better than the ones he got from winning the bet against Wrath. All stats have increased by 10 once again. It felt like his hair was standing on end from the exhilaration of gaining 10 additional stat points. I need to get used to them again. Because he'd received 20 points total in all stats, and his strength and agility had further increased by 3, he needed some time to practice and get used to the changes in his body. Rayan gathered the coldness from his energy center while looking at the message about Glacier's increased proficiency. The blue coldness, which had become even thicker than before, created a small storm on his hand. It looks like it's gotten even denser than before. He could sense that the coldness had become far stronger than before he put on the helmet. Damn it. Wrath frowned, and that was enough to confirm that his coldness had reached one stage higher than before. PSH. Rayan removed the coldness from his hand and smiled faintly. This is going to be slightly unbalanced. He'd been purposefully maintaining the balance between the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and Glacier, but the amount and proficiency of his coldness had surpassed the heat from absorbing Lochter's soul. Since water affinity and water resistance ranks had also increased, the difference must have grown even further. Rayan figured it was necessary to examine his coldness while checking on the changes in his physical abilities, and Rayan closed his eyes and thought about the swordsmanship that appeared in his head a moment ago. It was a peculiar swordsmanship that was as cold as the wind in the northern ocean, with decisive moves meant to cut off an opponent's attacks. It's called the Blizzard sword art. He couldn't really say that he had mastered the technique, but he could clearly remember the forms and the principles of it. Not bad. No, this swordsmanship is rather excellent. The Blizzard sword art was a severing sword capable of cutting off an opponent's swordsmanship. Since it was completely different from the techniques he'd learned before, he wanted to try it out as soon as possible. Stats, water attribute enhancements, and a swordsmanship technique were all excellent rewards, but they weren't the most important part. My martial arts realm has increased. Either because he fought against Loktar, who was an excellent warrior because his soul had been absorbed, the wall that used to block him off was completely destroyed, and Rayon had reached the intermediate level of master. I should be able to put up a good fight against him now. He figured he should have been able to fight equally with or even defeat Unfaceable Snake, who was at the advanced level of master. This is a nice gift that he gave me. Rayon smiled while caressing the blue dragon helmet. Despite the unstable emotions that he'd shown in the end, Loktar gave him many abilities before he perished. I can't exactly say that I'll be returning the favor, but I'll send your master off as painlessly as possible. Even though Merlin had her own circumstances, she couldn't simply be forgiven. She had to pay for her sins. Rayon decided to send her off painlessly when the time came for him to kill her. Then let's remember. Kua, just as Rayon was trying to think about Loktar's memories and the Blizzard sword art, he could hear Wrath's groan. You damn mosquito, what's the matter now? Because you are sucking away at the King of Essence's stats and traits like a summer mosquito. You are on about that again. Rayon snickered. Even if you live as long as an average human, there will be nothing but bones left in the King of Essence's main body. His shoulders were trembling in fear at the thought of such a scenario happening. You brought it upon yourself. He wouldn't have lost the rewards for the bet if he didn't try to attack Rayon to take over his body. Everything was Wrath's fault, damn it. Since Wrath was also aware of that fact, he buried his face in his plump arms and started to sob. Rayon licked his lips while looking at the back of Wrath's round head. He feels kinda pitiful, since he's the Demon King, after all. The crouching cotton candy looked slightly pitiful, probably because he'd witnessed Wrath's main body, which was elegant and mighty at the same time. All right, I'm taking back what I said about the Nadine bread. As soon as he said that, Wrath suddenly stopped sobbing. He slowly raised his head. He narrowed his eyes and rolled his round eyeballs. Are you serious? Yes, what a relief. Nadine bread is even worse than losing 100 stats. Wrath breathed out a sigh of relief. Even though you're such a fiend, you still have some conscience left in you. However, Rayon shook his head while tapping on Wrath, who was smiling happily. You won't get any mint chocolate in the future. What do you mean by that? I'm not going to eat mint chocolate anymore. Why? I don't like it. How come you don't understand the happiness of the cool and sweet flavor filling your mouth at the same time? Is he trying to describe mint chocolate? I've never tasted something like that before. The King of Essence pities you for being unable to realize mint chocolate's greatness. I don't care about it, and it's your turn to choose. Are you going to eat normal meals instead of Nadine bread? Or are you going to accept Nadine bread and get mint chocolate as well? Rayon shrugged, showing that he didn't care whatever he decided to choose. Even a devil wouldn't offer choices like those. Wrath's eyes trembled like a sailboat on a turbulent ocean. That's as bad as asking someone to choose between their mother and father. You unfilial bastard. Did you just call me unfilial despite being a demon? Rayon shook his head. Wrath was the real lunatic, no matter how he thought about it. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon raised himself up upon noticing the moonlight seeping in through the window. Since it was night in the log cabin, the sun must have already risen in the real world. Let's see. Merlin was lying on the bed, and Rayon placed his hand on her shoulder to examine her condition. She won't be able to wake up for a long time. She'd ruined her body from using her mana excessively without a proper rest. Rayon figured she wouldn't be able to wake up for 2 days at least. It should be fine to go outside now, since he'd spent more than half a day inside the room recalling Loktar's memories and the Blizzard sword art. He figured no one would find it strange if he left the room. Rayon stared at Merlin's quiet breathing for a moment before he left the room. Eden's demons, who he crossed on the corridor, bowed as politely to him as if they were facing Merlin herself. He was completely accepted as one of Eden's members. Loktar would have ignored them. Since Loktar was a proud knight, he would have ignored the demons' greetings. Rayon ignored them and left the building. He went to the edge of the barrier where he used to spar against Unfaceable Snake and warmed himself up. I've certainly changed. Getting stronger isn't always better, though. The drastic increase in speed and power wouldn't matter if he faced an opponent weaker than himself, but if he was dealing with someone stronger than him, the important part was to have perfect control of his body. It was necessary to completely understand the limits of his physical abilities and be ready for any kind of fight. Rayon unsheathed Heavenly Drive. Instead of the usual swordsmanship that he practiced, he tried using the Blizzard sword art that he'd learned. Whoosh, he performed the first technique while using Glacier and the cold wind emerging from the wind drew a silver line in the air. The steady and cold energy dwelling in the strike looked firm enough to deflect any attack from an opponent. Kring. The second technique was a rising strike from bottom to top, and the tight fit of the aura in a fast strike created an unbreakable tendency like a shield. Rayon tried out all of the Blizzard sword arts techniques before he lowered his sword. This is the Severing Sword. The Severing Sword was specialized in cutting flows. It had the frightening characteristic of cutting off the opponent's flow of martial arts to follow up with a critical counterattack. Since Rayon was capable of analyzing an opponent with the Ring of Fire, the Severing Sword was as efficient as the Fangs of Insanity for him. I should be able to create something interesting by combining the Blizzard sword art and the Fangs of Insanity. Though Fangs of Insanity was capable of creating an opening from the opponent, and the Blizzard sword art was capable of cutting off an opponent's flow, Rayon had the feeling that combining the two principles would result in an extraordinary technique. Rayon identified the changes in his body by performing the Blizzard sword art techniques one after the other, carving the technique in his body before he turned around. How long are you planning to keep watching? He narrowed his eyes while looking up to the empty roof. It's inappropriate to watch a knight's training without permission. I'm not interested in your swordsmanship. I've been just observing you to prevent you from escaping. A portion of the roof turned blurry and unfaceable snake appeared. He shook his hand with a slightly enervated voice. I have no intention of leaving while the princess is here. Princess, huh? The unfaceable snake snickered while meeting Rayon's eyes under the dragon helmet. She was really a princess, I guess, though she hasn't been called one for hundreds of years. Are you mocking her? Rayon frowned at unfaceable snake. He glared at him, pretending that he was getting angry. No, I was simply stating the truth. Unfaceable snake shrugged casually. If you have nothing else to do, how about having a spar with me? A spar, yes. It's been difficult to get used to this body. Having a proper fight should allow me to adapt faster. Rayon tapped his scabbard with a slightly agitated tone to his voice. I wonder what he's going to say. Unfaceable Snake was the only person in Eden that conversed with him other than Merlin. If he fell to his deception, it meant that he didn't have to worry about being found out. Unfaceable Snake stared at Rayon instead of responding. I don't really feel like it. You should look for another opponent. He shook his head after a moment of silence. His voice sounded slightly irritated. It worked. Rayon bit inside his cheek. Unfaceable Snake's attitude was clearly different from the day before. He was treating him as Lochter instead of Rayon. In that case, I have another question. What is it? Where's the treasury to get a new weapon and armor? Those swords aren't exactly compatible with me. Rayon pointed at Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem. It's inside. It's right next to the room where you did the soul offering ceremony. Unfaceable Snake shook his head to tell him to leave already before he laid on the roof. Rayon slowly turned around. He clenched his fist while walking towards the building. I shouldn't need to be too careful anymore. Since he managed to deceive Unfaceable Snake, he just needed to be careful of Soul-Severing Sword, whose thoughts couldn't be read at all. Seriously, what's wrong with you? Wrath frowned while looking at Rayon from top to bottom. Let's say we ignore everything else. How come you're so good at acting? It's just a basic quality. Why would acting be a basic quality? You aren't even part of a theatrical troupe or a circus. Of course, it wasn't a basic quality as a member of a house of swordsmen, but a basic quality of an assassin. Perfect acting to go with all kinds of disguises was required to carry out assassinations. By the way, why are you looking for a new sword? A knight should be able to use any sword. There should be no reason to pretend that you are using a different weapon, because I'm not looking for a sword. He asked Unfaceable Snake for the location of the treasury because he wanted to get a new sword and armor, but he was actually already aware of the treasury's location, and he wasn't looking for a sword or armor either. He was looking for another object in the treasury. What is that? You will know once you see it. Rayon shook his head at the nervous Wrath and entered the building. He was heading to the room right next to the wall he'd gone through for the soul offering ceremony. Just as Rayon was about to enter the room, a dimensional rift appeared from the floor and two warriors wearing goblin helmets emerged from it. You need to be at least 8 stars or have the permission of an 8-star to be allowed entry into the martial treasury. Was I ranked 7 stars? Merlin was previously bragging about how he was starting at 7 stars. Indeed, the warriors wearing the goblin helmets responded without any change in their intonation. They are strong. Even though they were wearing goblin helmets, an intense pressure could be felt from them. Rayon figured that the souls dwelling in their helmets must have been extraordinary goblins. The princess is currently unconscious. I need a sword and armor in order to protect her. You need to be at least 8 stars or have the permission of an 8-star to be allowed entry into the treasury. The goblin helmet warriors repeated the exact same thing as before and shook their heads. Tusk. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue. He thought 7 stars would be enough to enter the treasury, but their defense was tighter than he expected. I need to get it before Merlin wakes up and starts following me around him. While he was licking his lips, a huge presence could be felt from behind him. He quickly turned his head around, and soul-severing sword was standing there silently. Seriously, this guy, amazing wasn't enough to describe his ability, since he managed to bypass Rayon's perception to get behind him. Rayon figured that he must have had some kind of technique to disturb the senses. Soul-severing sword stared at Rayon for a while before walking up to place his hand on the door. The door split into half like a kaleidoscope, and a passage with faint lighting opened up. Soul-severing sword stepped aside instead of entering. Are you telling me to enter? He didn't respond, instead standing still. Judging from experience, Rayon figured it was a yes. What is he even thinking? Rayon was confident at reading other people's thoughts, but he was definitely an exception. Since he never spoke and never showed any reactions, it was completely impossible to understand his thoughts. However, since there was no harm in accepting his help, he decided to take it. Rayon nodded and went inside. Since Soul-severing sword gave permission, the Goblin Helmet warriors were just standing still instead of stopping him. Once Rayon entered the treasury, it was difficult to believe he was inside the room that he saw from the outside because of how wide it was. Equipment of highest grade including weapons, armors, and shields was neatly displayed inside the room. Rayon turned around after looking around the equipment. Soul-severing sword apparently wasn't planning on entering, since the passage was closing up. He might be suspicious of me for taking a weapon, but it's going to be pointless. After all, he wasn't planning on taking anything. Rayon went to the location where armor was displayed. He walked past the highest grade armors and headed towards the two monster helmets. Rayon picked up the helmet with a crocodile's shape and smiled. I was looking for this one. After absorbing Lochter's soul, he became capable of feeling the other helmet's presences. Since he noticed that the helmet with a monster's soul was there, he asked Unfaceable Snake for the treasury's location. Don't tell me, are you planning to? You guessed right. Rayon smiled. I'm also going to make the ones in the other helmets mine. Instead of being satisfied with Lochter, he was planning to extort everything from Eden by absorbing all of the souls of the helmets in the treasury. I'll make you regret kidnapping me. Camaloon. On a small hill, on the hill that Rayon had first fought against the White Blood religion, a bloody red sedan could be seen climbing the slope. It was a peculiar sedan chair, as a beautiful woman, a healthy man, a child that looked around 10 years old, and an old man that could collapse at any moment were carrying one leg each. A red curtain was covering the seat, and the White Blood religion's leader was lying on her back as she looked down on the light brown land. My children have perished on this land. She looked sentimental as she stared at the ground that lacked a single trace of blood before closing her eyes. Don't worry, the blood god will take you into their embrace. She finished a brief prayer and opened her eyes as the four carriers of the sedan chair advanced to the edge of the hill. Since the sun had already risen, they could even discern a faraway city in addition to Camaloon. The White Blood religion's leader looked down the hill with pitch-dark eyes, like a bottomless pit. She examined the surrounding areas of Camaloon, and her red lips let out a faint exclamation. How cute of them. She rolled her lips into a smile while looking at the field slightly away from Camaloon. They were hiding in such a place. Did you manage to find them? The 10th apostle, who'd been standing still behind her like a statue, came up next to the sedan chair. Yes, can't you see them? The White Blood religion's leader raised her white, almost transparent fingers, pointing at the empty field. The 10th apostle furrowed his brows. He looked like he couldn't manage to see anything through aura perception. It might be too difficult for you. The White Blood religion's leader smiled faintly and bobbed her finger. A white current appeared and was absorbed into the 10th apostle's eyes. Ah, the 10th apostle exclaimed. Once her energy covered his eyeballs, he could see a large array on the prairie that previously looked ordinary. There were sun, moon, and star patterns engraved on the array, and its scale was huge enough to cover the entire field. This is sun and moon, it must be his doing. The White Blood religion's leader nodded while looking at the sun and moon patterns engraved on the array. Let's go. She pointed with her chin and the sedan chair started moving forward. Even though the carriers started stepping midair instead of the ground, the sedan chair kept moving as smoothly as before, since I already marked him as mine. The White Blood religion's leader smiled pleasantly while resting her chin on the armrest of the sedan chair. I shall find and take him no matter where he is. Translator Kyung-yi. Proofreader Harley. Inside the underground training ground, where sunlight couldn't reach, shouts of concentration were resonating like cries of despair across the fine sand covering the ground. The ones making those shouts were the Light Wind Squad. Every member of the Light Wind Squad was gathered in the training ground, practicing sword formations. Even though little time had passed, and they still hadn't recovered from their injuries, their spirit was completely different from before. They hadn't simply become stronger, the endless stream of ferocious aura blades emerging from them made them look like completely different people. Rest for 20 minutes. Burin ordered them to rest after the training ended. Rest for 20 minutes. Even though the light wind swordsmen heard the order to rest, they didn't simply sit down. They distanced themselves a bit from each other and started their personal training, even though it was break time. The sound of the swinging swords and footsteps were the only things that could be heard in the training ground. Their expressions were extremely ferocious, as if they were facing an enemy even though it was just training. After consecutively performing the Baron Wind sword 5 times, Burin straightened his back. Damn it, a moment. A brief moment of idleness was enough for horrible thoughts to appear in his mind. Rayon might have ended up wearing Eden's mask, or Dorian might have been turned into a bloody demon and would be drinking blood by then. Even thoughts about the worst-case scenario, where both of them had already died, kept crawling around in his mind. Please stay alive, both of you. He developed an indescribable amount of gratitude for Rayon. As even his soul had been saved on top of his life, he wanted Rayon to stay alive even if he had to die himself. Please. While Burin was praying for their safety while biting his lip, Martha walked up to him. It's time. All right. He nodded and looked at Martha. Her face was pale. She wasn't in a good condition at all because she was supposed to focus on recovery instead of training. However, he couldn't tell her to rest. She wasn't going to comply anyway, and he couldn't even begin to imagine how she must have been feeling when her archenemy had kidnapped her companion. Don't mind me. Instead, do something about that. Martha seemed to have realized what Burin was thinking as she furrowed her brows, then pointed behind her. Run-On was swinging a sword of frost with a frightening atmosphere around her. She's gone completely nuts. She's been swinging her sword non-stop, not even sleeping. She's really going to die at this rate. Burin bit his lip while looking at Run-On. Even though Run-On's injury was as severe as Martha's, she kept training violently, to the point that it was difficult to approach her. The girl who stared blankly at the sky wasn't there anymore, and a bloodthirsty swordswoman had replaced her. I can't stop her. Burin sighed deeply and shook his head. It wasn't just Run-On and Martha. Others also kept swinging their swords like madmen while thinking about Rayon and Dorian. Since he understood their feelings, it was impossible for him to stop them. Gather up. We are going to resume the light wind formations practice. Creak, just as he was about to resume formation practice, the training grounds door opened smoothly and Rimmer entered the room. His eyes were calm, unlike his usual appearance, and emotionless to a scary extent. We've managed to locate Rayon. The light wind swordsman suddenly stopped moving upon hearing Rimmer's quiet voice. A ray of hope sparked in their exhausted eyes. Really? Where is he? Is Rayon still alive? What happened to Dorian? The light wind swordsman ran up to Rimmer and barraged him with questions that they'd been waiting to ask. He's located near Cameloon, and I don't know the details yet. Rimmer shook his head. The black market is preparing a large-scale dimensional shift. We will be using a dimensional door to reach Cameloon. Since we still have some time before that happens, tell me now if you want to withdraw. No one answered his question. They were telling him that all of them wanted to join the operation. Despite your resolve, your eyes are brimming with nervousness. Rimmer smiled lightly, like always. You must be worried that you might not be helpful in the fight, or about how many enemies will be waiting for you and how strong they will be. However, you will regret it forever if you don't join the operation today. His words removed their doubts and they clenched their fists. I can't solve the other anxieties, but there's one thing that I can guarantee. It doesn't matter who we have to face, or how many. A frightening smile appeared on Rimmer's face as he met the light wind squad's fervent gazes, because the strongest person in the continent is wielding his sword once again. Rayon licked his lips while looking at the red crocodile mask in his hand. I think it's some kind of crocodile. The sharp and large teeth and the bumps on its skin suggested that it was the large monster, crocodile. I wonder which one it is. Crocodiles appeared in various places in the continent, and judging from the red color of the mask, it was most likely a crocodile from a warm region or a desert, and it must be a king. Eden didn't use average monsters. Instead, they used the magic stones left behind by chieftains or kings to craft helmets like the one he was holding. Rayon could guess with certainty that the soul dwelling inside the helmet was from the Crocodile King. Aren't they going to find out if someone else enters while you are wearing that helmet? Wrath frowned while pointing at the treasury's door. That might happen. Wrath was right, since wearing the helmet after telling them he was looking for armor and a weapon was enough to gain anyone's suspicion. That's why I'm not planning to put it on. What? But you said you were going to wear. I have a method to connect into the mental world without wearing it. Rayon smiled faintly while placing his hand inside the helmet. And nonsense. You are a human being. It's impossible for you to control your soul as you please. It's true. It would have been impossible by myself. He nodded and looked at Wrath, who was tilting his head. But I have your wrath. Wrath's wrath was stuck to his soul. Using that wrath was going to allow him to clash against the monster's soul without wearing the helmet. You are really the best helper. The wrath must have been planted in him in order to help Wrath take over the body one day, but it was proving helpful to him in various ways. Wrath ended up benefiting him even though he was trying to harm him. Even the giving tree from the story wasn't as good as him. Wrath's jaw dropped, as he hadn't expected that at all. In no way. Why is the wrath helping you when it's supposed to be a hindrance? Why are you using it as if it were yours to begin with? He burst out in a rage and flailed his fists around to attack him. Obviously, it hurt even less than a cotton swab because he was too weak. Rayon pushed Wrath back with a grin on his face. Damn it. Rayon gathered the wrath attached to his soul while watching Wrath turn blue from depression. Sparks appeared from his right hand, which was holding the helmet, and his vision turned white. Once he opened his eyes again, the world had changed. Translator Kyungyi. Proofreader Harley. The silent treasury wasn't there anymore, and an erupting volcano could be seen instead. The dry, heated air was storming through his lungs. I got the perfect one. Rayon smiled while watching the boiling lava. He thought it was going to be a desert, but he was at a volcano instead. The mask must have belonged to a lava crocodile king. Rumble. As Rayon examined the area around the volcano with a satisfied smile on his face, an extremely large eruption occurred at the center of the volcano. Wham. Huge shadow appeared behind the lava surging to the sky. It was the lava crocodile king. The crocodile with a crimson glare in its eyes was bigger than any other crocodile he'd seen before. Even though his power was far weaker than Lochter, his size alone was comparable to his dragon form. Are you the human who will be offering their body to me? The lava crocodile king raised his chin and looked down on Rayon. No. Rayon snickered and shook his head. I'm the human who came here to boil you up and eat you. What a fearless one, the lava crocodile king snorted. Humans who tried to hunt me have always looked like you. However, they all ended up in my stomach without exception. He arrogantly shook his snout. A mere human is nothing but food. That's how it went in the past, and the same goes in the present. The lava crocodile king confidently stomped the ground. That's understandable. The volcanic area was the worst terrain, one that could make people run out of breath and exhaust their stamina just from walking through it. Even the excellent knights and magicians would have had difficulty slaying the lava crocodile king, who could casually stroll around the volcanic area. This is different though. Their current location wasn't an actual volcanic area, but a mental world. The lava's influence could be easily stopped with willpower. I'm missing the softness of the human flesh after seeing you. I'm going to have a feast right after I devour your soul and leave this place. Don't try making this difficult. Let's quickly. Yes, let's finish this off quickly. Rayon nodded and drew Heavenly Drive, before the more annoying one arrives here. Such arrogance. The lava crocodile king widened his mouth, crimson lava gushing from his throat. Swaya. Rayon lowered Heavenly Drive until it almost reached the ground before striking upwards. The blue frost emerging from the silver blade turned into a majestic wall to clash against the lava. PSSH. The huge wall didn't melt down from the lava crocodile king's lava, instead staying the exact same as it had been in the beginning. It wasn't because Rayon's coldness was stronger than the crocodile's heat, but because of the difference in willpower. What? How could Mirai stop my lava? The lava crocodile king's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a tiny ice shard should be unable to last even an instant against the lava. It is not simple ice. Rayon chuckled and took a step forward. Blue frost was bursting from Heavenly Drive's blade. I guess you're rather ignorant about this place. Probably because he didn't get a proper explanation after the helmet was made. He seemed to be completely ignorant about battles of willpower. Rayon smoothly kicked the ground. You are digging your own grave, you idiot. As soon as Rayon jumped into the air, the lava crocodile king stomped the ground. Lava erupted from the fissures on the land and surged towards Rayon's body. Are you calling an attack of this level my grave? Rayon made the rings of fire resonate. He increased his soul level and unleashed the silver cyclone of the blizzard sword art. Whoosh, the storming frost spread out from the blade and froze the 5 streams of lava created by the lava crocodile king. How is this happening? The lava crocodile king stepped backwards. His chin was trembling in fear, overwhelmed by the resonance of the soul created by the ring of fire. Where are you trying to go? Rayon kicked the frozen lava and unleashed the blizzard sword art techniques one after the other. A sharp wind of frost severed through the lava crocodile king's skin and tore his flesh apart. The lava crocodile king screamed in pain. It's a relief that he's different from Lochter. Rayon would have been reluctant to kill him if the crocodile acted like a knight just like Lochter did, but he was just a beast who wanted to feed on humans. Rayon didn't feel guilty about killing him at all. You bastard. The lava crocodile king engulfed his body with lava. I'll make you disappear completely. He turned into a lump of lava to charge at Rayon. He could attack and defend himself at the same time with that strategy. That's impossible, unfortunately. Rayon stomped the ground. He crushed the lava covering the ground and thrust Heavenly Drive, which he'd pulled back into the left. Swoosh. The sharp silver line severed through the thick lava, the frozen blade following up to dash into the lava crocodile king's head and pierced through it. The lava crocodile king slammed on the ground and groaned. How is it even possible when I'm the king of the volcano? He collapsed without even realizing what hit him. The light slowly faded from his crimson eyes. Was he the weak one? Or is it because I got stronger? It was probably because his willpower had grown a lot stronger than he thought after absorbing Lochter's soul. Rayon felt like it was unlikely for him to lose unless he faced an opponent like Wrath. Rumble. The volcanic area collapsed and the lava crocodile king's corpse disappeared. It was signaling the end of the world. Kring. As Rayon was waiting to return to the real world, the blue dimension opened up in the air. The King of Essence has arrived. Why is it already over? The cotton candy, who was about to cross the dimension, widened his mouth upon seeing the collapsing volcanic area. You bastard, that was way too fast. Even before Wrath could finish talking, his vision turned black. Why did he even come here? Rayon opened his eyes. He could see the lava crocodile king's helmet in his hand. The color faded slightly. Probably because it lost the lava crocodile king's soul, the helmet looked slightly paler than before. Wrath. Rayon tapped on the ice flower bracelet where Wrath was dwelling. How long has it been? The King of Essence doesn't know either. Wrath turned his head away. He sounded slightly salty. Why not? He was too focused on getting into your mental world. He's really useless. Why did you even get there when you have already exhausted your energy? He was just curious. Do you have nothing better to do? Rayon shook his head at Wrath, carefully placing the lava crocodile helmet back in its original spot. What kind of nonsense is that? The King of Essence has lots of things to do. He needs to plan for future meals and check the food's components. Rayon covered Wrath's mouth upon seeing the messages appearing in front of his eyes. You've absorbed the lava crocodile king's soul. All stats have increased by 6. Ring of Fire's proficiency has increased. 10,000 Flames cultivation's proficiency has increased. The trait Fire Affinity has been created. Those were the rewards he had received from absorbing the lava crocodile king's soul. It was absorbed faster than the last time, probably because the soul was smaller than Lochter's. This is also pretty good. The messages were telling him that all of his stats had increased, as well as the proficiency for the Ring of Fire and the 10,000 Flames cultivation. He didn't gain a new martial art because it wasn't a humanoid monster, but he had received a new trait that was even more satisfactory. Fire Affinity. Just as Water Affinity could enhance coldness, Fire Affinity was capable of enhancing heat, which was extremely satisfactory for him. How does this even make any sense? Wrath's eyes were trembling as he watched the messages. How come everything is going so well for you? Why is the entire world spinning in your favor? He ground his teeth violently, saying that he had never received so many benefits when he was using the system himself. Why are you taking everything for yourself when the King of Essence can't even eat meals because of you? Because I've been a good person. Woof, woof, that's a freaking dogshit. Wrath glared at him while barking like a puppy. You have the worst personality among any of the humans and demons the King of Essence has seen so far. No one is worse than you, even in devildom. Is that what devildom feels like? Devildom felt familiar because he kept hearing about it. Rayon felt like it wouldn't be a bad idea to visit devildom one day, since it didn't sound like it was a bad place. Rayon licked his lips while looking at the exit of the treasury. I don't think too much time has passed, but he felt like not even an hour had passed, but he could have been wrong about it because time passed differently in the mental world. I should leave for now. He wanted to get the other helmets, but shook his head. They might grow more suspicious of me if I spend too much time here. He figured he should just take a sword and come back later to devour the other helmet's souls. Rayon took a longsword that looked similar to the one Lochter used from the table where swords were displayed in a line. Rumble. Just as he was about to leave with the sword equipped around his waist, the entire land started to tremble. What's going on? On top of the trembling, Rayon could feel that people were busily moving around outside of the treasury. Rayon turned around with a frown on his face and the treasury's floor opened up. The warrior wearing a goblin helmet who'd been waiting outside climbed into the room. We are in trouble. Please come outside since the treasury needs to be sealed. Trouble. An intruder has passed the lunar barrier. An intruder? Who is it? I'm not sure about that either. Can it be? Rayon's heart started pounding violently upon hearing about the intruder. Rayon spread his aura perception as wide as possible while leaving the treasury. His eyes filled with anticipation, turning dark before he even left the palace. His steps came to a halt because of the overwhelming presence coming from outside. What is this? He thought that someone like Shuril or a division leader had come to his rescue from Sieghart, but that was definitely not the case. The mysterious presence he felt didn't even lose to Glenn himself. Rayon swallowed nervously and went to leave the building. What kind of monster is that? Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Tusk, unfaceable snake, briefly clicked his tongue, lying on the roof. I don't like it. People wearing helmets or ending up dead was normally none of his business, but the fact that Rayon Sieghart had turned into a halfling dragon was making him oddly irritated. Is it because I've never seen such a madman before? Rayon Sieghart was completely insane, to the point that he challenged him to a duel despite having been captured by the enemy camp. He took a liking to his odd personality, but his disappearance was making him depressed. He'd refused the sparring request from the Blue Dragon helmet for that exact reason. I was slightly looking forward to it. He was looking forward to seeing Rayon again because he sounded so confident when he'd previously said goodbye, but obviously, no one was capable of winning against the souls dwelling in the helmets and masks. It's going to be boring for a while. The spar against Rayon was the only fun part of the boring mission to guard the barrier, and he was slightly saddened by the fact that he wouldn't be able to experience it anymore. No, what am I even thinking right now? Unfaceable Snake laughed coldly and slapped his own cheeks. He was bound to disappear. He already knew from the beginning that Rayon's soul was going to disappear. There was no reason for him to harbor such thoughts. Ha. He sighed briefly and closed his eyes. Since no one could even see the barrier, let alone enter it, he was about to rest for a while. He could sense someone at the lunar barrier. What's going on? Unfaceable Snake briskly stood and ran towards the troubled part of the barrier. What is that? A man, a woman, a senior, and a child. 4 average-looking people were holding a bloody red sedan chair, and a white hand was reaching out of the curtain to stroke the barrier. How come I didn't even feel their presence? The 4 were certainly powerful, but he definitely should have been able to feel their presence. After all, he specialized in detecting presences, which means that woman, Unfaceable Snake, swallowed nervously and looked at the center of the sedan chair. Even though there was no pressure at all, the presence felt like it was covering the entire world. It almost felt like an otherworldly existence was pretending to be a human. Damn it. The White Blood Religion's leader. She looked a lot different from the last time he had seen her, but it was definitely that crazy bitch. They are going to break through. Even the lunar barrier was incapable of stopping that monster. They might take some time, but the barrier was obviously going to be breached eventually. Unfaceable Snake grit his teeth and activated the barrier. The barrier's interior grew thicker than before, and the alarm started ringing inside the building. It's pointless. A sweet voice came from the red sedan chair, tickling his ears. The barrier wavered and opened up a path for the sedan chair to pass before the voice even faded away. Did she just open it? She didn't even destroy the barrier, she opened it instead. He'd never even imagined such a possibility. It's because I'm acquainted with him. The White Blood Religion's leader waved her hand, and the 10th apostle took the lead in entering the barrier. The sedan chair advanced behind him, and the 5th apostle followed from the rear. Archbishops, priests, and fanatics entered the barrier in a line. Are you trying to breach the convention and declare war? You don't need to worry so much. The White Blood Religion's leader rolled up her red lips into a thin smile while looking at Unfaceable Snake. Because I only came here to retrieve what belongs to me. Rayon frowned while looking at Merlin's room. I need to decide. According to Lochter's personality, he would have guarded Merlin in the room regardless of what was happening outside, since Merlin was the important person for him, not Eden. However, he could end up reacting too late if he did that, as he wouldn't be able to understand the situation, because I can't tell who the intruder is. He couldn't tell at all who was attacking Eden's base, because one single overwhelming presence was covering up everyone else. Can't you feel anything here? Wrath groaned in response, and his shoulders slumped. The King of Essence exhausted too much of his power. He can't tell anything at all. He was murmuring that he spent all the power he'd been gathering by manifesting his main body and breaking through the dimension twice in a row. You can't be any more useless than this. Wrath didn't try to deny Rayon's belittling comment, and that was proof that he really was exhausted. I have no choice but to go there myself. The situation was leaving him no choice. Since Merlin was still unconscious, it was necessary for him to go there himself to understand the situation. Rayon hid his presence and mixed himself in with the other demons of Eden to leave the building. A sedan chair. He could see a red sedan chair as soon as he left the gate. He could feel a tremendous presence from the woman's shadow, reflecting on the light pink curtain that was covering the sedan chair's seat. She was continuously attracting his gaze, as if his eyes were fixated by a nail. He wasn't the only one, since Eden's demons were also unable to take their eyes off of her. Rayon grabbed his chin with his hand to force himself to avert his gaze. He could see the 4 people carrying the sedan chair. They are strong. He could feel a great power from them, as if they were trying to prove they were worthy enough to carry the sedan chair. It was difficult to precisely discern their levels because of the one on the sedan chair, but each of them was more powerful than himself. Rayon next examined the side of the sedan chair, then widened his eyes. The 10th apostle, and is that the 5th apostle? The 10th apostle, with 10 beads engraved on his coat, and the 5th apostle, with 5 beads, were standing on either side of the sedan chair with their hands gathered together. Which means she is. He looked at the sedan chair once again. He bit his lip while examining the lazy hand gesture of the woman behind the red curtain, the white blood religion's leader. Considering how much courtesy the apostles were showing, the person behind the curtain couldn't be anyone else. No, regardless of all that, the answer was obvious from the beginning after all. Her presence was on par with Glenn's. The woman was the master of the white blood religion, the white blood religion's leader. HMPH. Wrath narrowed his eyes while glaring at the curtain. She's pretty good. Wrath had never acknowledged anyone except for Glenn. His comment implied that her might was as sublime as Glenn's. However, why is the white blood religion's leader visiting this place? She didn't exactly destroy the barrier to enter, but she didn't seem to have an appointment either, judging from Eden's reaction. He couldn't understand why the monster was there when her presence was enough to cause ruckus anywhere in the world. Maybe she came to take me away. It might sound like he had an overinflated ego, but the white blood religion had tried kidnapping him through the 10th apostle. Even though it sounded crazy, it wasn't completely impossible, you idiot. Wrath snorted and shook his hand. Even in devildom, there are few existences with such prowess. Why would she come all the way here to take you away? This is why kids with protagonist syndrome. Where is Rayon Zeekhart? As he was snorting, a smooth voice came from the red curtain, practically melting in people's ears. Rayon pushed Wrath away as he was obstructing his vision and his jaw dropped. It looked like the monster really had come to take him away. We don't have anyone like that. Unfaceable Snake responded with a hoarse voice. How dare you spout lies in front of Her Majesty? The murderous aura burst out around the 5th apostle as he glared at Unfaceable Snake. He clenched his fist as if he would start attacking him at any moment. Kneel immediately. The noble existence in front of you is. Stop it, the white blood religion's leader casually shook her hand. Did you say that Rayon Zeekhart isn't here? Why not? He's no longer alive. Unfaceable Snake hesitated until the end and spoke in a semi-formal manner instead of formal. The way he still avoided honorific speech made his prideful personality evident. No longer alive, I see. The white blood religion's leader laughed faintly. That must mean that he's wearing a helmet. Indeed, he can pretend to be Rayon Zeekhart, but the real Rayon Zeekhart has already parted from this world. Unfaceable Snake nodded with trembling lips. Rayon hid his presence even further and lowered himself slightly. Why is she trying to turn me into an apostle? The white blood religion's leader was a monster powerful enough to gain Wrath's acknowledgement. Even though people called him a genius, he was only at the intermediate level of master, and he couldn't understand why she would want to take him so badly that she would personally make a move. In that case. The white blood religion's leader bobbed her finger while leaning back in the seat. I'm going to take that boy instead. Translator Kyungyi. Proofreader Harley. That would be impossible. Unfaceable Snake frowned and shook his head. Eden doesn't easily give away the members who have already joined, since he's already wearing a helmet. You don't know your place. The 5th apostle stood in front of Unfaceable Snake with a fearsome amount of murderous aura bursting from him. You'd better bring Rayon Zeekhart here before I crush your mouth. I'm not talking to you right now. Unfaceable Snake ground his teeth at the 5th apostle before looking at the white blood religion's leader instead. You said you aren't planning to fight, but you are trying to take away a member of Eden. What are you even trying to do? It solely depends on you. I would have to get rid of you if you tried standing on my way. The white blood religion's leader tilted her head slightly. Because of her completely composed voice, it even felt like they were at the white blood religion's base instead of Eden's Kamaloon branch. Are you trying to breach the convention of the 5 demons? Unfaceable Snake opened his mouth while faltering. Even though the white blood religion's leader wasn't spreading any pressure nor energy, her tremendous presence was making it difficult for even Unfaceable Snake to speak despite being him an advanced master. There's no reason for the convention to be breached if you hand over that boy. What nonsense. Shut your mouth, the 10th apostle stepped forward, despite having stayed back. He glared at Unfaceable Snake with ferocious eyes under his calm appearance. She's not a person that someone like you can speak to carelessly. As the 10th apostle's powerful energy wave stormed at Unfaceable Snake, soul-severing sword stood in the way. Rumble, the entire land started to tremble from the standoffs between the 10th apostle against the soul-severing sword and Unfaceable Snake against the 5th apostle. I'm not a patient person. The white blood religion's leader wagged her finger along with a quiet laugh. The powerful energy waves clashing against each other subsided in an instant, and Unfaceable Snake knelt on the ground. Kiowa. Soul-severing sword didn't kneel, but he must have received an impact powerful enough to make him falter since his eyes were twice as wide as before while he stared at the white blood religion's leader. I'll be taking Rayon Zeekhart with me. The white blood religion's leader nodded, and the sedan chair started to advance. Even though no one could stop their advance, soul-severing sword forcefully regained his balance to remain standing. Soul-severing sword increased the amount of his energy wave without speaking, just like always. The pitch-black combative energy of death engulfed his body. "Who?" the white blood religion's leader exclaimed. She seemed to find his behavior interesting. "Interesting. Are you trying to stop me even though you deviated from the balance?" There's no need for the religious leader to act. The 10th apostle stood in front of Soul-severing sword and glared coldly. "I'll take care of him." Unlike before, the energy waves bursting from the 10th apostle and Soul-severing sword looked like they were really trying to kill each other as they grasped their spear and sword. "I can't run away from this one." Rayon bit his lip. He might have been able to run away by using their clash if Eden and the white blood religion were equal in power, but the white blood religion's side was far more powerful in the present situation. Rayon judged that it was impossible to escape. "You've been right in front of me all along." The white blood religion's leader swirled her finger in the air before pointing at Eden's demons. The demons collapsed one after the other as if they were falling asleep to reveal Rayon hiding behind them. "Rayon Sieghart." She pointed at Rayon with a distant-sounding laugh. "I've wanted to see you." Even though an extreme heat surrounded him, it felt as comfortable as a mother's womb. He had the urge to walk up to her and rest in her arms the moment he heard her voice. Rayon forced his legs to stop. He used the ring of fire to erase the voice of the white blood religion's leader, which had managed to penetrate into his